Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 8. Under a Mental Judgment. Jiang Yi's movement was originally just a habitual action, but unexpectedly, perhaps because the number of skeleton soldiers this time was too high, Jiang Yi triggered a skill. You are undergoing a mental judgment. Mental judgment successful. Copying skill attribute talent. Congratulations. You have successfully copied the skill voice of the skeleton. Jiang Yi subconsciously looked at the skeleton soldiers in front of him, but quickly shifted his gaze. No, this wasn't the skill of these small fries. Jiang Yi twisted his body, and the red moon flashed a streak of blood-red light in the air. Colliding with a hard object, boom. Jiang Yi's body felt as if it had been hit by a heavy truck, and a massive impact force surged through his arm. In front of Jiang Yi, a giant skeleton stood up, its skull wreathed in a layer of black airflow. The giant skeleton's palm swiped toward Jiang Yi. Even players like Wild King would have to dodge such power. But Jiang Yi only took one step back and stood firmly. After the mechanical axle of Big Purple rotated, it emitted a purple glow, carrying Jiang Yi's body forward step by step, forcing the giant skeleton back. A look of panic even appeared on the giant skeleton's skull. The next second, the black airflow covered the giant skeleton's head. The skull opened wide, and a shrill shriek erupted. An invisible mental wave rippled out. Jiang Yi's ears felt somewhat numb, and at the same time, his mind experienced a slight fluctuation. On Jiang Yi's status window, the mental attribute column immediately gained a touch of gray. The gray was not conspicuous and would be impossible to detect in the heat of battle. No wonder Xiao Wei ended up in a mental slump at the end. This black stuff could actually merge with other skeleton soldiers to cause mental shock. And besides the mental aspect, Jiang Yi clearly felt that the skeleton soldiers shrouded in the black airflow became stronger. Mental shock and enhancement. While thinking, Jiang Yi observed the situation. After shattering the body of the giant skeleton soldier with one punch, he casually finished off the other skeleton minions. After one round, Jiang Yi discovered another attribute of the black stuff. In the areas where the black stuff appeared, the speed of skeleton regeneration was clearly faster. Jiang Yi quickly killed the enemies while speaking through his thoughts. Watch out for the black airflow among the skeleton soldiers. These airflows can accelerate the regeneration speed of the skeleton soldiers, and they can also strengthen them and cause mental attacks. Received. After a chorus of received, Jiang Yi called out in his mind again, Thunder, go to Orange's location. Got it. A deep voice rang out. On the south side of the battlefield, a place almost buried by snow-white bones, a figure wearing polar combat gear different from everyone else appeared. Thunder's glanced in Orange's direction, then adjusted his center of gravity and charged straight toward her. He didn't even use any skills. The skeleton soldiers blocking his path were swept away before the giant skeleton in the center could even bring its palm down. Thunder's had already punched a massive hole through the middle, creating a clear zone in the battlefield. Jiang Yi didn't look over there. Others might be affected, but Thunder's wouldn't be. This guy's vehicle had been surrounded by all kinds of monsters before. After sharing the intelligence and confirming that these black entities possessed no other skills, Jiang Yi finally stopped circling. He planted his right foot firmly, and two giant skeletons rose from the ground. The arms and chest areas of these two skeletons were wreathed in black currents of energy. As the black currents swirled, they manifested into the shape of a skull above, its jaw hanging open. The sound of bones, Jiang Yi sneered. He poured his mental energy into the manifestation. Although his mental attribute had not yet recovered to its peak level, a value of 78 was still enough to sweep away the majority of his enemies. Jiang Yi opened his mouth as well, shrouded in black energy. Immediately, just as the two incoming sounds of bones struck, a sound far more powerful, louder, and more terrifying erupted. Deep black energy fluctuations swept out from Jiang Yi as the epicenter in every direction. Within the deep black energy waves, the two sounds of bones were swallowed whole. Not only that, but the overwhelming energy caused the black currents swirling above the skeletons to disintegrate instantly. As the shockwave passed, layer after layer of skeletal soldiers crumbled into pieces. White, brittle bones were spread across the ground in a circle around Jiang Yi. His kill count jumped frantically, even from a distance. Yuan and the others couldn't help but look up toward the battlefield where Jiang Yi stood. A crater with a radius of at least 20 meters had appeared there. Above, the remaining number of skeletal soldiers finally dropped below 2,000, and his kill count reached 4. You have killed Skeleton Priest 3. You have obtained a skeleton crystal description. Skeleton crystal, an energy crystal rich in mental attributes, containing a vast amount of mental energy condensed from the burial ground. Skeleton crystals generally cannot be consumed directly, otherwise, there is a 99% chance of becoming tainted with the aura of the dead. The trading price for this material is 50 vehicle coins. Jiang Yi was not surprised that it couldn't be consumed directly. After all, this was a product of the burial ground, and the burial ground was clearly very different from ordinary dungeons. Naturally, one couldn't just eat such things. But 50 vehicle coins for one. Before Jiang Yi could continue his train of thought, he felt the red moon in his hand flicker. This was the Klein editor. This was a usable upgrade material. Chapter 565, Red Spider. The stark white crystal shimmered in Jiang Yi's palm. Jiang Yi immediately said in his consciousness, "Hoodoo, I'm here, I'm here." On the city wall, Hoodoo, who was currently healing Xiao Wei, replied immediately, "Do you have a way to identify those black things?" "What?" Jiang Yi sent a recording captured by the lightning jellyfish into the group chat, showing the black currents extending into the shape of skulls. He also attached the description of the skeleton priest. Hu Juansheng frowned slightly. A moment later, he said, "I can find the usual mental imprints, and then heal them." "What kind of operation was this? When I heal them, they will glow." "You don't need to actually heal them, just add a tiny bit of points will suffice." "Impressive." Jiang Yi sighed with genuine admiration. "That actually works. All right." After Jiang Yi said all right again, the range of telepathic connection expanded to include everyone. "Everyone, pay attention. Watch out for the glowing black fluid on the field. Try to eliminate these things first. Understood, understood." As soon as Jiang Yi finished speaking, on the city wall, Hu Juansheng used one hand to help heal Xiao Wei while turning the other toward the battlefield. Hu Juansheng closed his eyes. The surrounding scenery vanished, and everything on the field transformed into mental forms. The red ones were players, each with varying strengths of mental bodies. The most stable mental body among them was naturally Jiang Yi's. Mental power spread out, passing through layers of light blue skeletons, and finally located the black mental bodies on the field. I found them. Hu Juansheng opened his eyes abruptly, and white light lit up on one of his hands. A mechanical broadcast sounded. "You are switching your skill to LV1 Group Heal. Current maximum usable level is on the blood-red battlefield, small." Flashing points appeared one after another. The skeleton priests looked up in confusion, discovering that their mental attributes were actually increasing. "Found you on the field." Shan and the others also revealed villainous smiles. The barrel of the Sherman M4 aimed at the two skeleton priests closest to him. Boom! The sound of the cannon rang out. Immediately after, the figure of roast chicken wings flew overhead. She could not operate blessing for long, so he adopted the method of throwing bricks. The bricks looked about the same size as normal ones, but with the force of the fall from high altitude combined with Shi's strength creates miracles. Every place a brick landed usually resulted in a deep crater in the ground. It was no different from a small artillery shell. If the Sherman tank was for area of effect attacks, then the bricks were missiles for precision strikes. Shi's expression was ferocious. As roast chicken wings circled in the sky, every time Shi saw a skeleton priest poke its head out, he would smash a brick down. While smashing, the kid kept saying, "Pop up and you're dead. Pop up and you're dead. This master will smash you all to death. You have killed skeleton priest 1. You have killed skeleton priest asterisk." To by the end, Shi's touch became better and better. Basically, 2 bricks were guaranteed to hit 1 target. Jiang Yi's figure shuttled across the battlefield. He was very reassured with orange and the lightning there, crossing the entire battlefield. Jiang Yi arrived beside Shan, after dispersing the surrounding skeletal soldiers with sound of bones. Jiang Yi leaped and landed on top of the tank. Jiang Yi knocked on the tank's hatch and said, "I'll take over for you. Go get some rest." "All right." With previous experience, Shan didn't insist. He turned the tank around. The skeletal soldiers were blocked by Jiang Yi and the blood spirits, and the tank drove all the way into the city. 20 minutes later, the kill count in the bone burial ground had broken through the 7,000 mark. However, the very next second, a light screen popped up simultaneously above all 5 territories. Attention, territory players. The second wave of the beast tide is about to arrive. Damn it. On the city wall, Sean, who hadn't even rested for 5 minutes, punched the wall. The first wave of skeleton soldiers hadn't even been fully wiped out, and the second wave was already coming. The terror of the bone burial ground was fully manifesting. Other territories had rested for more than half an hour after their first wave ended, but for them, the second wave was arriving before the first was even finished. In other words, they basically had no chance to rest. If it weren't for Jiang Yi rotating a portion of the combatants every so often to keep everyone's stamina cycling, they might not even have had a chance to catch their breath. No matter how much they complained, the second wave of the beast tide arrived regardless. The crimson warning line was drawn once more, and the ground of the bone burial ground began to squirm again. At the outermost perimeter of the bone burial ground, the earth trembled, and information for the second round of monsters appeared on the light screen. Bone burial ground second wave impact. Skeleton red spider 1000s on the crimson ground. The skeleton soldiers paused slightly. Immediately after, strands of snow white spider silk extended from the ground. The nearest skeleton soldiers were dragged directly into the earth by these silk threads, and a hair-raising crunching sound began to echo. The players looked toward the center of the battlefield. Amidst the encirclement of skeleton soldiers, strands of silk shot upward on the squirming ground. Long, slender spider legs that reflected a metallic luster climbed onto the silk threads in a leisurely manner. Hiss! A subtle sound rose over the battlefield as one by one, deep red skeleton spiders about 3 meters in size crawled out from the ground. Jiang Yi unleashed a bone echo. The hissing sound intensified. You have enraged the skeleton red spider. Note: the skeleton red spider is an intelligent creature with a volatile and irritable temperament. If current hostility accumulation exceeds 40%, you will trigger the focus fire mechanism. Focus fire is exactly what I'm afraid you won't do. Jiang Yi sneered and immediately switched his title to pot carrier. Now that the various combat mechanisms on the battlefield were all set up, the appearance of these spiders would actually disrupt the rhythm of the fight. After switching to the pot carrier title, Jiang Yi shook his slightly sore hands and forced himself to stay focused. With a flash of light, another blade was drawn from the red moon. It was the gambler's fire line. Even for him, facing so many skeleton red spiders required caution. With one long blade and one short blade in hand, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. True vision. Close your eyes when it's dark. Silent step. Explosive kill all stacked together. Jiang Yi shot into the battlefield like an arrow released from a bow. A crimson glow flowed through the battlefield like water. Under the influence of the focus fire debuff, Jiang Yi led the entire swarm of skeleton red spiders on a chase. Chapter 566. The first achievement. 2 red spiders had just blocked Jiang Yi's path when a crimson blade light swept down from above. The blue flames in the red spider's eyes flickered, and then they actually flashed and vanished from Jiang Yi's sight. The blade light passed through, but the expected scene of them being sliced into did not occur. One of the red spider's legs had been severed by Jiang Yi, but the other remained, hanging onto the spider silk and dodging Jiang Yi's fatal blow. Player 9523. That slash just now seemed like it was aimed at my head. Player 9523. This spider can actually dodge. This must be an elite level monster. Right, on the highway, players had already encountered quite a few monsters. Someone had compiled the data currently. There were ordinary monsters without levels. Stronger than ordinary monsters were elite level monsters, and above elite monsters, branches appeared. One path was monsters that possessed specific mechanisms, which the system labeled as special monsters. The other path was the upward progression toward Lord-level monsters. Beyond that, some monsters' levels strictly followed the standard hierarchy of ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, and so on. Did these 2 systems exist simultaneously? It was as if multiple games had been mixed into one. Judging by the performance of the red spiders, these were definitely elite-level monsters. Failing to cut down the red spider in front of him, The other spiders were instead annoyed by Jiang Yi. Snow-white spider silk covered his path of movement. Jiang Yi turned several times, although he wasn't covered by the silk. His mobility was restricted. Mobility restricted. Jiang Yi moved in a Z pattern. After confirming that all the red spiders had been lured toward him, he twisted his right hand and slammed on the brakes. The familiar transition from extreme motion to extreme stillness occurred. The long crimson blade traced a graceful arc, while the shorter blade moved even faster. Before anyone else could react, and before the red spider could react, Jiang Yi ducked low. The red spider's blade-like leg hovered in front of him, and Jiang Yi slashed horizontally with his short blade clang. The gambler's fire line plunged into the red spider's chest, a beautiful luring enemy into the trap. As the short blade pierced the nearest red spider's chest, a soft sensation was transmitted through the hilt. Jiang Yi pulled the blade horizontally and resumed his rapid movement with a squelch. The nearest red spider was gutted. The bones inside shattered all over the ground. You have killed skeleton red spider 1. You have obtained special material, red spider silk. The red moon hummed once more. In Jiang Yi's mind, the Klein editor, which he had always labeled as behaving strangely, was now completely ecstatic. If this thing could speak directly within Jiang Yi's consciousness, he reckoned it would be shouting, "Get one more." Jiang Yi reached out and covered the blue light emanating from the red moon with the spider silk. It would take a few more seconds for the Klein editor above to absorb the material. Jiang Yi guessed that while this thing was usable, it probably wouldn't be of much use after all. When the Klein editor absorbed materials previously, it took at least half an hour, but now, after the light flickered slightly, the spider silk was completely absorbed. While the red moon was absorbing, Jiang Yi's right hand thrust the gambler's wire forward. After cleanly and efficiently slaying a red spider, Jiang Yi's figure vanished once again. This time, Jiang Yi's speed was even faster. Player King Huandu, wait a second. So the boss was doing that on purpose? Player King Huandu, he intentionally slowed down to let those spiders catch up. Player Shouni Dianzi, to the person above. You've hit the nail on the head. Player Battle Shuangsheng. Watching the boss kill monsters is just a feast for the eyes. That strike just now was beautiful. Player Momo Genshin Di Lao Wang Yu, on the right. The broadcast effect of the lightning jellyfish was simply too good. And it came with a 360-degree surround view. The perspective on the light screen switched between first person and third person, providing quite an immersive experience. To Jiang Yi's right, two red spiders exchanged glances. After a flicker of blue fire flashed in their eyes, they actually stopped simultaneously. After the spider silk bound some skeleton minions and drained their life force, clatter, the spider silk actually became even thinner and harder to detect. The volume of the spider silk had decreased, but its toughness had increased. As the red spiders' bodies pulled the silk, they wove a web around Jiang Yi. From the third-person panoramic view, Jiang Yi's figure was completely covered by the red spiders, and the screen was filled with thin lines that looked like the interference seen when a signal is poor. These were all spider silk. Jiang Yi stepped backward. Just as his final foot was about to land, he suddenly felt his body tighten. It felt as if something had touched his rear ankle. Jiang Yi frowned slightly, casually dealing with the spider silk shot toward him and the spider leg sweeping in from above. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed a cut on his ankle. Fortunately, the protective performance of the Z3007 boots was quite good, otherwise, half his ankle would likely have been sliced off by that strike. Jiang Yi regained his focus, feeling fortunate once again that he had lured all these red spiders over. If it had been other players, especially Chengzi, Shan, and the others, their vehicles would have been completely ruined the moment they touched this stuff. From the current situation, the skeleton red spider had a very fast movement speed. Furthermore, both the spider legs and spider silk could constitute skill-based attacks. Beyond that, one had to be wary of the web weaving during combat, otherwise, once trapped in one place, it would be very difficult to get out. The intensity of the second wave of monsters was already at this level. It was hard to imagine how monstrous the creatures deeper in the burial ground would be. As Jiang Yi thought this, he rejected the request from reanimation to use an enhancement skill at this moment. Reanimation was a trump card. Its energy had to be conserved, otherwise, the later stages would be impossible to clear. Jiang Yi's eyes were clear. On his status panel, Both his spirit and stamina attributes were dropping. Since he had stepped in to save Xiaowei and replace Shan, Jiang Yi had not only slain quite a few skeleton minions and skeleton priests, but had also single-handedly held off all the red spiders. However, looking at everyone's current contributions, there was no one capable of properly replacing him. Jiang Yi casually drank a B-grade life recovery potion and charged back into the battlefield. Time ticked by second. Soon, the second light screen popped up. The mechanical broadcast voice sounded quite spirited. It sounded like the voice of Z999. Congratulations to the Astrology Institute players for successfully passing the second round of the monster assault. They are the first of the 5 territories to achieve the base defense milestone. Astrology Institute players may receive 1 resource supply pack. Holy crap! Astrology Institute is awesome. Boss Lin Chang is awesome. Inside the Astrology Institute, Lin Chang Digu wiped the blood from his face, a sincere smile spreading across it. The surrounding players were all calling out Lin Chang's name. Above the Astrology Institute, the star ring rotated, as if cheering for him as well. The crowd was boisterous. Lin Chang Digu laughed. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. The players nearby exchanged glances. Although they looked a bit weak, they still wore proud smiles. Boss is awesome. Chapter 567, Dark Star. You have chosen to open the resource supply pack. You have obtained B-grade life recovery potion *1. You have obtained vehicle coins *50. You have obtained attribute rewards, Strength 3, Constitution 3, Agility 3. Damn, this is really like stepping on your own feet to climb higher. With the boss here, it's truly reassuring. The players of the Astrology Institute opened the resource supply pack, and the items inside were exactly what the players needed right now. In front of the screens, other players cast envious glances. Except, the Astrology Institute was the first to complete the monster clearing mission, and the players entered their second rest period after the Astrology Institute. Everyone had originally thought the second to finish would be the Giant Wood Fortress or the territory where the brick-moving boss was located. But unexpectedly, the one that followed the Astrology Institute was Nightless City. Congratulations to Nightless City for becoming the second territory to complete the base defense mission. Nightless City players will unlock a secondary resource supply pack. Nightless City finished too. I can't see clearly. The players looked toward the center of the screen, but all they saw was a patch of black dot in the darkness. A lean figure emerged from the shadows. Killer's cheeks were still stained with the blood of a monster, the monster goblin. One of the most common and disgusting monsters, possessed powerful night vision capabilities, a violent temperament, and foul-smelling blood. The green liquid made other players look disgusted, but Killer seemed not to notice. His lightweight armor moved through the darkness, and a hoarse voice rang out, "Rest in place." Yes, initially, the players of Nevernight City had quite a few complaints about being assigned under Killer. On one hand, compared to Little Fries, and Easy Shoot, or even Timberland, Killer's reputation was almost non-existent. On the other hand, this world always held various prejudices against female players, even though Killer had consistently topped the rankings for years. When the players first saw her slender frame, they were still quite skeptical. Not to mention the physique of a warrior type. Killer's figure looked as if a gust of wind could knock her over. Naturally, she didn't inspire much confidence. However, once the battle began, everything changed. That slender figure hadn't even moved yet, but darkness began to extend from her form. The scent of blood radiating from her armor was something even the magical beasts couldn't match. In the darkness, the players needed time to adjust to the shifting light, but Killer seemed born for the dark. That slender silhouette blended into the shadows with ease. While the players and magical beasts were locked in a tangled melee, that figure would appear like a ghost, and then a dagger would plunge into a beast's throat, a fatal strike. Before they could even offer their thanks, she had already vanished back into their perception. During the 2 rounds of boss rushes, Killer remained active on the very front lines. After 2 rounds of combat, everyone was completely convinced by this leader-class player. Once the rest period began, all the players shouted excitedly yes. Inside Nevernight City, the players outside the screen finally heard the sound and saw a glimpse of the visuals. Some players in Nevernight City lit their lamps. In the glow, The figures of all the players emerged. These players had also just broken free from combat mode, and it was only after activating their lighting devices that they realized what each other looked like in night vision mode. Although they could clearly see the movements of characters and magical beasts, colors were not distinct. Now, everyone finally saw each other's appearance. A few seconds later, PFFT. A player burst out laughing. Your face. The pointed-at player touched his face, looking completely bewildered. What? He reached out, and his palm was covered in green slime. Holy crap! The other players looked at each other, their faces full of mocking laughter. Everyone was covered head to toe in the green slime of the goblins. Moreover, they still had the fluorescent substance left over from the magical frogs, the monsters from the first round. Now, it seemed the reaction time had passed. Under the lights, all the players of Nevernight City began to glow, their heads shining with a green hue. The players looked at one another, while those in the group chat who weren't participating in the game were laughing their heads off below. Player AA Blue Sky Advanced Auto Mechanic. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Player AA Blue Sky Advanced Auto Mechanic. So, this is what everyone in Nevernight City looks like. Laughing at what? These are medals of honor. Okay. During the rest period, the players of Nevernight City weren't idle. They immediately entered the live broadcast channel to retort. As the players wiped the green off their faces, Killer, with an indifferent expression, walked past them. The player who first saw Killer's face paused subtly. Killer was quite sensitive to gazes and stopped immediately, looking at the person with a faint, puzzled expression. She remembered this person seemed to have detection abilities. So Killer asked in a hoarse voice, "What is it? Could there be an enemy they hadn't discovered yet?" The player looked a bit embarrassed and didn't speak. Killer. Something seemed to have refreshed in the group chat. Before Killer could check it, a female player stood up and walked over. Killer's expression became guarded. The female player opposite didn't seem like an extrovert either. She smiled, then reached out and pointed lightly at her own cheek. She tapped it. Killer, feeling somewhat clueless, also reached out, placed her hand on the corresponding spot, and wiped her face. Then, her hand came away green. 3 seconds later, Killer acted as if nothing had happened and silently turned away, her figure once again fading into the darkness before she disappeared. Everyone saw Killer hurriedly raise her right hand, which seemed to be holding a towel. PFFT. The female player couldn't hold it in and let out a laugh. The other players were also inexplicably touched by this scene. They clutched their heads, shouting something incoherent. And when they came back to their senses, they were all looking incredibly excited. So cute, so fierce. You have received a sponsorship reward from the Special Existence, Orc Star. You have obtained a legacy treasure chest. Killer looked at the system log, feeling perplexed as she wiped her face. She didn't know why Dark Star would gift her another legacy treasure chest at a time like this. Inside the land of buried bones. In Jiang Yi's ears, a mechanical broadcast sounded simultaneously. The Special Existence, Malice is watching you. The Special Existence Malice leaves a message. If you are willing to accept his identity token, he will consider intervening to lower the danger level of the land of buried bones. Tell him to go to hell. As Jiang Yi spoke, he opened his mouth, and the black sound of bones stirred up a storm once again. Jiang Yi lowered his center of gravity, holding something between his hands. When the players looked closely, they realized that thing was actually another giant skeletal soldier. Veins bulged on Jiang Yi's forehead. He had already lost nearly 2/3 of his stamina, and that was only the level he could maintain after frantically drinking grade B life recovery potions. Jiang Yi maximized the effect of the eclair in his right hand. Every inch of muscle on his arm was fully stretched. In his true sight, a path that could pierce through the maximum number of bone-red spiders was plotted out. Under the gaze of everyone, the giant skeletal soldier was lifted up by Jiang Yi. -1 by a 720-degree rotation. Bang! It was smashed away. Chapter 568. Hell difficulty. The giant skeleton soldier knocked over a dozen red spiders along its path, and the notification sounds for successful kills rang out incessantly. After Jiang Yi flung the giant skeleton away, his arm trembled unnaturally for a second. On the status window, his stamina value dropped once again, and a twitching sensation traveled through his arm. Jiang Yi remained silent for a second. then raised the crimson moon once more. Just as he was about to continue forward, a figure suddenly dashed past him, faster than he was. In the moment they crossed paths, Jiang Yi could only see the back of that person's head. It was lighting. Following lighting, the ground trembled as the roasted chicken wings flew overhead. The person above had switched to Sean, with blessing in Sean's hands, also boosted by a 120% firepower enhancement. The light from the electromagnetic gun enveloped all the red spiders. Behind Sean, the figure of Can't Close the Window also emerged. Jiang Yi exhaled a breath of stale air. His posture finally relaxed a little. It seemed the first wave of monsters had been completely wiped out. Jiang Yi glanced at the status window. There were 214 red spiders remaining. This meant that Jiang Yi alone had taken down a full 286 of them. No wonder his stamina had dropped so severely. As he thought this, Jiang Yi took out another bottle of B-grade life recovery potion. While drinking it, he even thought to himself with a touch of self-mockery, perhaps after getting out of here, he would develop a resistance to B-grade life recovery potions. However, there was no time to dwell on such things now. If they didn't hurry to finish off the red spiders, it would only be more troublesome when the third wave of monsters appeared. In his consciousness, Sean asked with concern, "Captain, do you want to take a break?" Among the 10 people, only Jiang Yi had never rested. Even lighting had been forced by the latter to take a 3-minute break. The voice on the other end didn't respond. After Sean aimed at the moving red spiders below and fired a few more shots, the roasted chicken wings turned in mid-air. However, in a blind spot of his vision, a place visible to players watching from outside the screens, a cluster of transparent spider silk had appeared in the air at some point. If one were to collide with this stuff while flying at high speed, they would surely be sliced through by the threads. Players outside the screen had already cried out in alarm, but the next second, Jiang Yi's figure appeared above. Jiang Yi slashed open a red spider's body. In Sean's line of sight, Jiang Yi's body grew larger before him, and a crimson light descended from the sky. A dark battle scar appeared in the air, and the entire space was pierced through by this strike. Skill, breath of water. With one slash, he severed the spider silk. Jiang Yi's figure fell from high altitude, and then, with a roll, his other short blade nimbly passed through the abdomen of a red spider on the ground. The entire sequence of movements was fluid and natural, leaving Sean momentarily stunned. "Watch out for the spider web." After Jiang Yi gave the reminder, Sean hurriedly uttered 2 oaths. When he looked up again, the other party had already disappeared into the depths of the battlefield. It went back to the same point. It wasn't that Jiang Yi didn't want to rest, but looking at everyone's roles on the battlefield, there was currently no one who could replace him. Lighting Z was already struggling to help everyone else and couldn't come to his side to share the pressure. Although the combat power of Yu Wang and the others was decent, their physical constitutions were limited, and they couldn't provide long-term support. As for Hudu, that trump card had to be saved for the very end. As Jiang Yi thought this, he reached back, and a roll of bandages appeared in his hand. Tearing the bandage open with his teeth, he wrapped it around his left hand. With a flick of his right hand, he switched to the Blade Runner. Bang, 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 bang. After a 4-shot burst, the bullets grazed the red spider in front and shot toward the one behind it, unexpectedly clearing the red spider that had trapped Xiaohui. Xiaohui's surprised voice rang out, "Captain, you're too amazing. You could even see that." Xiaohui scrambled out from the spider's abdomen, his face full of shock. He had just been trapped beneath the red spider's abdomen. Logically speaking, it should have been a visual blind spot. Captain Zhang was actually able to hit this spot from behind a red spider. This marksmanship was simply divine. Other players in the live chat were also full of wonder. How did he do that? Is he hacking? Jiang Yi remained silent for a second, said be careful, and then silently moved to another location. Perhaps they had already used up their bad luck. Although the second wave of red spiders had strong combat power, their numbers were not very high. As everyone's coordination gradually became more tacit, the number of red spiders grew fewer and fewer, and the number of monsters on the battlefield also dropped significantly. At the very least, judging from the live stream, it was no longer a sea of white. Victory is in sight. Everyone, give it one last push. Yu Wang shouted toward the sky. This shout carried a skill, so even from a great distance, Others could hear Yu Wang's voice, and everyone's spirits were lifted. Another round of charging and killing ensued. During this charge, apart from Sean's arm being slightly injured, there were no major issues. Finally, under everyone's gaze, the burial ground completed the second wave of monster defense tasks. The mechanical notification sound rang out. Congratulations to the players of the burial ground territory for completing the second wave of monster defense tasks. Other than the congratulations, the players of the burial ground did not receive any resource supplies. However, Jiang Yi and the others didn't care about that. The last red spider on the battlefield was slashed into by Jiang Yi, and the red spider silk fell into his hand. On the status window, the number of red spiders was cleared to 0, and the kill count of the burial ground had reached a staggering 15-0, ranking first among the 5 territories. At this moment, the other territories had already been resting for a full 3 hours. Seeing the notification that the burial ground had completed the task, players from the other territories couldn't help but sigh. It was truly, incredibly difficult, although they weren't the ones fighting in the burial ground. Having watched the entire process via live stream, the players from the other territories were left dumbfounded. If the endless tower defense had a difficulty level, theirs was normal or easy, while the one on the other side, it was held difficulty. In such a territory, it is truly a miracle that not a single player has quit until now. There will be another update tonight. Players who can't wait, get some rest early. My brain can't turn anymore. Forget it. Time to rest. Chapter 569, Strengthening. In the live stream chat, player protecting everyone behind me, taking on the bone burial ground. You guys are this thumbs up. Player old man leaves first. Still haven't surrendered by now. You guys are this thumbs up. Player king of salted fish. I didn't participate in the game, but I'm also this thumbs up doge. Player killer thumbs up. Player I will watch you forever. The game and the system are this thumbs down. Of course, besides expressions of amazement, there were other voices in the chat. Anonymous ID to 123. What is the point of this kind of battle? Anonymous ID to 123. Showing off yourself. Are the lives of your subordinates not lives? Anonymous ID to 123. All the materials that dropped just now were picked up by one person, right? After the anonymous messages appeared, the group chat fell silent for a moment. If it weren't for the fact that everyone on the highway couldn't see each other, they would surely be staring at one another in shock right now. Just after the messages popped up, a skateboard avatar appeared right behind them. Your wild king is infinitely arrogant. You kid don't think I can't track you down just because you're anonymous, right? Your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Anonymous cowards are just so arrogant. Wait, how does this guy have time to send messages? Other players looked in disbelief at the screen, at the person holding a long blade in his left hand while stepping on a skateboard. The skateboard couldn't be used effectively against the skeleton minions earlier. The density of the skeleton minions was too high, and the skateboard couldn't maintain momentum for long. But here, against the red spiders, it was perfect. The red spiders were large, and their legs were long. The Wild King rode his skateboard, skillfully weaving under the spider legs. He didn't tank the firepower after all. With his strength, he couldn't handle so many red spiders at once, so he followed the rhythm of the boss's slashes, finishing off the spiders under their legs. 1 slash per kill, very clean and efficient. This guy is supposed to be killing magical beasts. Where is he finding the time to send messages? The Wild King kept hacking away while watching the group chat. After the anonymous coward stopped talking, the Wild King breathed a slight sigh of relief. The Wild King couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yi in the center of the battlefield, not knowing if the latter had seen it or not. Well, even if he had seen it, he probably wouldn't say anything. Only those in the bone burial ground knew how much damage Jiang Yi was tanking alone. Not to mention, he had been kiting the red spiders for such a long time, and every time they swapped team members, it required the latter to coordinate the formation. As for picking up the materials, that was something Brother Jiang had already agreed upon with them beforehand. These guys were just onlookers who loved to stir up trouble. Brother Jiang, the Wild King tentatively called out in his mind. Jiang Yi's voice sounded, "Everyone, thank you for your hard work, damn it." He was still affected by it. The Wild King wished he could drag that guy out right now. He really didn't have an item for that. He was completely bluffing the other party. Inside the bone burial ground, the last red spider collapsed. Clatter red soil kicked up. The moment the red spider fell, the Wild King collapsed as well. His legs were already cramping. The others weren't doing much better. Changzi buried his head on the steering wheel, his neck already feeling sore and numb. Less than 5 minutes after the broadcast on the light screen, new content flashed across it. Time until the third wave of magical beast assault, 10 minutes. The terrifying nature of the bone burial ground was fully revealed. Until now, the players in the bone burial ground hadn't had a complete rest period. Players in other areas also cursed when they saw the third wave was coming. Beneath the light screen, the expressions of all the Lord players shifted slightly if they weren't mistaken. The third round of the magical beast assault would undergo a qualitative change, logically speaking. Achievements like first kill usually appear after the first round of beasts is wiped out, but this time the system broadcast was stuck after the second round. That is to say, the real battle would only arrive after the second round. The first 2 rounds of assaults, if nothing went wrong, were just to let everyone adapt to the rhythm of battle on the battlefield. Before Xiao Huihui could even send a message, Jiang Yi spoke first. I guessed as much. Jiang Yi's hand gripping the red moon trembled slightly. If the first 2 rounds were like this, what would the third round be? Jiang Yi took a deep breath and said through the telepathic link to the group, "Everyone, does anyone still want to quit now? If there is, now is the chance." It wasn't that Jiang Yi doubted these people, but rather, from here on out, it might truly be a matter of life and death. As soon as Jiang Yi's voice fell, a uniform response rang out. Everyone answered this question with great seriousness and sincerity. If it were before, they might not have been so resolute, but after 2 battles, something seemed to have changed. Something different from the solitary fighting they were used to on the highway. It had been a long time since they felt this sense of being able to entrust their backs to someone else. And it had been a long time since they felt this sensation called companionship. On the highway, everyone was very lonely. After the uniform response, Thunders Yi said in a deep voice, "I will fight to the end." Jiang Yi tilted his head slightly. After the tentacles of the lightning jellyfish Ming drifted past, the camera shifted to another area. Only after moving away from where the players were did the other viewers realize what a terrifying battle had erupted within the bone burial ground. The camera moved upward, revealing the full scope of the land. The earth was covered in scorched soil. The most exaggerated feature was a long trench in the middle, at least 5 or 6 meters wide, which was the mark left by Jiang Yi's giant skeletal soldier just moments ago. Beyond that, the ground was riddled with deep craters and the corpses of blood elves. In this battle, it wasn't just players participating, there were also monsters. Jiang Yi distributed the life recovery potions. While handing them out, he sent a message. Earth and soil. You can use the enhanced version for this round. Chapter 570 Night. The 10-minute countdown ended quickly. This time, it was no longer the light screen making the announcement. In every territory, a silver-white figure appeared in the sky. This figure had a build similar to Z999, but its face lacked any features or expressions. Faceless. Just as the thought crossed Jiang Yi's mind, he heard Yi Wang beside him ask, "What is this thing?" The monsters for this round. Other players hadn't seen the Faceless before. Before Jiang Yi could figure it out, the voice of the Faceless rang out simultaneously across all 5 territories. Game Endless Tower Defense will now enter the third wave of assault. Players have the right to choose whether to continue the game in this round. After this round, only Lord players may choose whether to surrender. Players have 30 seconds to consider. Damn, is this the game itself stepping in to give players a chance to surrender? What exactly is going on with the third round? Could it be that the casualties will be very severe? Not necessarily. Maybe the system is just trying to intimidate us. Various discussions erupted, but the players in the bone burial ground remained the quietest. Jiang Yi had asked them about this earlier, and they had already given their own answers. After the Faceless finished speaking, players in several territories did indeed begin to waver. In the astrology observatory, Lin Chang saw the strange expressions on the players' faces. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. If any players wish to withdraw, you may do so now. Lord. Before each player leaves, I will gift you an additional 50 Che coins. Thank you for fighting alongside me. Damn, since Boss Lin Chang said that, would I still be human if I quit now? Sorry. I'm choosing not to be human for now. The person who said they were not being human glanced at Lin Chang with an apologetic smile. Lin Chang didn't say anything, just offered a gentle smile. After transferring 50 Che coins to the person in front of everyone, that player exited the game. Before exiting, the person seemed to cast one last lingering look at Lin Chang. The situation was the same in other territories, but the number of players who withdrew was, after all, a minority. Countdown ended. The faceless announced expressionless lie. Subsequently, a light screen popped up in front of everyone. Attention, players of all territories. The third wave of monsters will refresh in 3 minutes. Please note, starting from the third wave, the overall strength of the monsters will increase significantly. Furthermore, they will possess intelligence levels at least equivalent to that of ordinary humans. After the broadcast ended, the faceless vanished from the spot, ignoring the reactions of the other players. Intelligent monsters. While it was said that the third round featured intelligent monsters, in reality, the monsters from the first 2 rounds had already demonstrated basic coordination. The skeletal soldiers would condense blue flames and subconsciously hide the giant skeletal soldiers among them. The red spiders went without saying. Every spider would use web weaving to restrict the player's movements during battle. Had these not yet met the requirements for intelligent monsters, could it be that the countdown appeared at the top of the light screen? At the very last second, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Then, with a shift of his will, a familiar figure condensed under the hand of war. This figure was more robust than the previous blood elves, and the intelligence in its eyes was much more apparent. More importantly, this was an existence Jiang Yi was quite familiar with. Blood elf Angla. Angla's form appeared on the battlefield. Upon seeing Jiang Yi above, Angla first looked at him deeply, then lowered his noble head. Swearing loyalty to his lord, Jiang Yi nodded. In the previous 2 rounds of combat, he hadn't condensed Angla's form, but now, Angla had to appear. After the blood elf Angla appeared, the other blood elves, who had been somewhat confused, instantly found their backbone beneath Angla. The form of a monster appeared. This was Angla's mount. The other players were also prepared. As the countdown reached the final second, a pale white light emerged once again from the earth. At the same time, the information on the light screen changed. The first thing to appear was a number. The quantity had dropped directly to a 2-digit level compared to the second round, less than 1/10 of the previous wave. Jiang Yi's expression turned grave. A decrease in numbers was not necessarily good news. After the number 10 appeared, Yu Wang stared intently at the light screen, preparing to check the information on these monsters. Suddenly, the greedy mask in Yu Wang's hand squirmed. Yu Wang's pupils dilated. The ground beneath his feet seemed to have turned soft. Yu Wang's movements paused out with quick reflexes. Just as he was about to lift his left foot off the ground, a hand glowing with blue flames grabbed his ankle. That palm jerked upward. Boom. Yu Wang's body, which had been leaping upward, was violently pulled down and slammed heavily onto the ground. Before the people around could react, and while his pupils were still dilated, Yu Wang decisively swung his blade to strike. But the slash hit nothing. The greedy mask swept through the void, leaving only a shallow mark. Didn't hit. Having missed the strike, Yu Wang felt as if his body had been tossed high into the air by something. His field of vision shifted drastically, and then, something slammed hard into his chest, sending him flying away. The Wild King's body was sent flying backward, crashing through layer after layer of protruding mounds, until finally, he was slammed violently against the city wall. PFFT. The Wild King's arm hung limp from the city wall as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The pupils of everyone on the field constricted opposite the Wild King, right in the center of everyone's view. A figure clad in blue armor and radiating blue flames appeared before them. This figure's knees were raised high, its posture fluid like a black panther, brimming with a sense of raw power. For a moment, there was even a visual illusion it felt like Jiang Yi. The attack had come far too quickly. The battlefield was vast, and the others had no time to react, or rather, no time to provide reinforcements. A second after that figure struck, a vortex condensed behind it. A fist punched out from a distance, and a sharp, spiraling wave formed in the air as Thundersy launched a punch of his own. The fist passed straight through the middle of that figure, outside the field. A spectator shouted, "It's an afterimage." Thunder's pupils also contracted. In that split second of engagement, the opponent's speed, reaction patterns, ching, blue twin blades slashed across Thunder's step back, and two sharp glints overlapped in an X shape in the center, silent step, explosive kill. A long and short pair of mother and son blades, superhuman reaction speed, and close quarters combat techniques that were refined to the point of absolute naturalness. This was, in every sense, another Jiang Yi on the city wall. Jiang Yi's expression turned completely grim on the ground, one after another. Figures covered in blue armor and masks appeared on the light screen. The information for the third round of monsters updated. Land of Buried Bones third round monsters. Undead Knights 10/10 special monster. Undead Knight description. Knights born carrying the aura of death. One of the most powerful guardians beside the monarch. Description. The clearer the recorded death, the more powerful the transformed undead knight. There is only one type of creature that humans cannot defeat, and that is another version of oneself. Chapter 571, Stop Talking. On the deep crimson earth, 10 figures identical to the players in the Land of Buried Bones appeared in everyone's line of sight. After the leader slashed out an X shape with its twin blades, Thunder's frowned and tilted his body slightly. The blade light passed by him and slammed into the small hill behind. What the hell is this? Xiaohui stood up from his position next to Kaojichi, rubbing his eyes. Just as he was looking down, a whistling sound came from in front of him. Xiaohui froze for a second, and Kaojichi's body automatically leaned to the left as a flaming brick flew past them. Xiaohui was dumbfounded, looking down. A black figure with the same build as himself, also wearing blue armor, stood below. The brick in its hand, or more accurately, a flaming bone, was being tossed up and down in its hand. The undead knight below seemed to be looking at him with a mocking smile. Damn it! It replicated a version of me. And it's even more pretentious and cooler than I am. This round's monsters were actually 10 replicas of themselves. The players outside the screen also gasped out. Now they felt that the Land of Buried Bones only keeping 10 players was the most correct choice imaginable. If it were like the other territories, it would be absolute chaos right now. Wait a minute. Look at the giant wood fortress. What is it? Messages flooded the chat. On the screen for the giant wood fortress, tiny specks of noise appeared again, but this time, it wasn't interference caused by drones, locust ants in the screen. A dense swarm of flying monsters, more terrifying in number than the drones, appeared. These things seemed to possess the characteristics of both locusts and ants. The locust ants were closer in size to locusts, with clear, jointed structures on their wings. However, on their abdomens, there was a dangling, gland-like organ, and at the tip of their tails, there were small stingers. These stingers were oscillating at a fixed frequency. The locust ants appeared above the giant wood fortress, a sky-covering swarm that blotted out the clouds and plunged the ground into darkness. If N was trying to wage a war of numbers with drones, then the number of locust ants was even greater and more dense. Buzz, 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 buzz. The wings of the locust ants began to beat in a rhythmic pattern. The airflow created by the surrounding locust ants repelled each other, and the flight paths above were completely disrupted. Furthermore, a mechanical broadcast voice sounded, and known frequency overlap detected. Signal test, 10% asterisk. Drone T213 has lost signal. Drone T333 has lost signal. One drone after another began to veer off course above, their wings interfering with one another. Just as the vines parasitizing the drones tried to take control, they were struck by other colliding drones. Crackle. Blinding electric sparks erupted before the terrified eyes of the players, and over a dozen drones plummeted down together. The roles of attacker and defender have shifted. The monsters within the Sea of Agona also changed in the ocean. Marine creatures covered in red pus appeared. These things were not large in size, but their speed was astonishing. As soon as the crimson things surfaced, they began to ram the deck. Someone fired 4 shots in a row, but the bullets simply passed through these things without leaving any fatal wounds. The blue whale let out a cry, its massive body breaking the surface, and with a loud asterisk bang asterisk, it pressed down onto the red creatures. Giant waves surged. The red things didn't seem to resist. They flowed to both sides. The moment the blue whale landed, The blowhole on its back opened, and the crimson things latched onto it like leeches. The blue whale was startled as it took a deep breath. The red entities scrambled to burrow into its lungs. Buzz! The blue whale let out a few pained cries, its body constantly diving deeper into the ocean to evade them. Above the surface, a red vortex formed, and those creatures poured incessantly into the blue whale's stomach. On the warship, the human race's brick-moving emperor stepped forward and fired a rocket launcher at the sea surface. But it was completely useless. 20 seconds later, the blue whale's bloated body floated to the surface, its entire body already infected. The blue whale lay on its side against the ship, one of its eyes falling out entirely. It looked toward the location of the Lord, and red pus flowed from beneath it. The human race's brick-moving emperor's eyes were bloodshot. A foul, putrid stench spread across the sea. The surrounding players looked at the scene before them with terror, retreating one after another on the deck. UGH. Sounds of retching rose one after another. For the current players, the contaminated blue whale was a mental shock. Ugh. One player's legs went weak, and he slowly slid down against the deck, his face deathly pale. Don't get close. Before the person beside him could finish his sentence, those red things surged up from the sea surface again, and red seaweed shot out. That person looked up in confusion, his neck constricted by something, and he was dragged into the ocean in an instant. Haren! Someone shouted. 5 seconds later, fresh blood floated up from the ocean. Red demon, the most numerous entity in the ocean, a hybrid of seabed corpses and algae-like organisms. They rely entirely on instinctual consciousness to parasitize. They are not the natural predator of any specific marine creature, but rather the red reapers of the entire ocean. In the Nightless City and the Astrological Observatory, similar situations were occurring constantly. Starting from the third round, all territories had fallen into dire straits. Except for the Land of Buried Bones, the number of players began to decrease rapidly. Under the fear of their companions' deaths, more and more players began to choose to surrender. But now, they had no qualifications to surrender at all. The power of decision lay in the hands of the Lord players. Inside the Land of Buried Bones, 10 figures of undead knights appeared. On the battlefield, all the players, including Jiang Yi, had their expressions turn extremely grim. This was equivalent to fighting against a version of themselves at full health. What do we do now? Changzi's voice was a bit hurried. Thunder, go find the undead knight that corresponds to you, Jiang Yi said quickly. The others were one thing, but for Yu Wang and the others, the undead knight corresponding to Thunder's E was no different from the Grim Reaper. The others' undead counterparts could still be managed, but the Thunder portion had to be resolved by Thunder himself. All right. The moment Jiang Yi's voice fell, his figure appeared beside Yu Wang. Jiang Yi didn't waste words with Yu Wang. After prying him off the wall, he swung him onto his back. Brother John. Yu Wang lay on Jiang Yi's shoulder and coughed. Blood foam mixed with lung fragments was coughed out. It was only due to Yu Wang's sheer luck that he hadn't died after taking a direct hit from the undead Jiang Yi plus a close-range explosive kill. Stop talking. Jiang Yi's face was cold as he poured an S-rank life recovery potion into Yu Wang's mouth. From here on out, Yu Wang had no combat capability whatsoever. Everyone, take a break. China Nanbao and asterisk ding asterisk. Today's glacier check-in complete. Chapter 572 Fierce Battle. With Yu Wang on his back, Jiang Yi hadn't even moved when two figures appeared before him simultaneously. One was his own replica, and the other was the replica of Yu Wang. Jiang Yi stopped in his tracks, a dangerous look appearing on his face. The Jiang Yi opposite him tilted his head slightly. Although it was a replicated body, his expression was identical to his own from before. The replicated Jiang Yi drew both blades. Beside him, blue flames also erupted from the long blade held by the replicated Yu Wang. Brother Jiang, put me down. Enough nonsense. Jiang Yi rarely interrupted anyone. If he put Yu Wang down now, as long as they were caught by any of the undead knights, it would mean death. This was different from the red spiders or the skeleton soldiers. These undead knights clearly possessed intelligence similar to humans. Undead Knight Jiang Yi and Undead Knight Yu Wang surrounded Jiang Yi from the left and right. Before Jiang Yi could speak, he suddenly felt a wave of warmth. Jiang Yi looked up. On the city wall, Hu Tujuansheng had stood up. Hu Tujuansheng's entire face was buried in shadow. This time, Jiang Yi didn't need to give an order. Huata knew it was time for him to show his worth. A mechanical broadcast sounded. You have received 10 points of blessing attributes gifted by player Huata Zhuansheng. Note: the 10 blessing points can only be used for basic attribute enhancement and cannot be added to spirit, intelligence, or other attributes. You have received a level 1 healing attribute bonus from player Huata Zhuansheng. Your health value is slowly rising, and your fatigue value is dropping rapidly. You have received a level 1 strengthening skill bonus from player Huata Zhuansheng. Based on your current state, your agility attribute will be increased by 50% for the next 20 minutes. One mechanical broadcast after another rang out. Huata Zhuansheng took a step forward, and 10 rings rose from his body. Healing, strengthening attributes, compared to the territory bonuses of the ecchi. What Huata Zhuansheng brought was an all-attribute boost. The power surging through his body almost made Jiang Yi lose his footing. The wounds on his back, chest, and ankles healed rapidly. On the city wall, opposite Huata Zhuansheng, an identical undead knight appeared. 10 rings similarly spread out from its body. In Jiang Yi's line of sight, the Jiang Yi opposite him flexed his wrists and ankles, the sound of bones cracking echoing out. The opponent had received the same enhancement. There was no way to hide. There was only one choice: charge. No one said start. No one planned. The battle began in silence at that very second. Swish! The figure of Jiang Yi opposite him vanished from sight. Jiang Yi carried Yuan on his back with one arm, while his great purple blade pressed downward, blocking the lower 3 paths. The undead knight Jiang Yi's short blade was parried, and immediately following this, Jiang Yi flicked his wrist upward along the blade. A piercing screech of friction rang out. Jiang Yi's figure vanished in sync, and seconds later, the two collided high in the air. Bang! 2 knee strikes slammed heavily into each other. At the moment of impact, the veins on Jiang Yi's forehead twitched violently, a sharp, stabbing pain in his knee. As for the undead knight opposite him, the body beneath the armor seemed to feel no pain. Following the knee strike, an elbow smashed toward Jiang Yi's chest. Jiang Yi tucked his chin and dodged sideways, simultaneously mobilizing the hand of war. The blood spirit instantly sprinted toward the direction of the impure world reincarnation. This wasn't entirely to resolve the enemy's buff, but rather, Xiao Wei's position was also exposed, having been ambushed by the Bone Priest. Xiao Wei's combat effectiveness was at most 60%, while the undead knight Xiao Wei opposite her was in her prime. If Xiao Wei and the impure world were together, and Xiao Wei was defeated, then his own side's buff would also be shattered. After Enla's figure vanished, Jiang Yi regained his focus. In his rear perception, a scorching heat wave arrived. Not good. Jiang Yi spun around abruptly. Flames erupted toward his face as the undead knight Yuan appeared behind him. Flame burst, a skill Yuan had used before. After Jiang Yi took the hit head-on, his health points dropped significantly. At the same time, the twin blades slashed toward Jiang Yi's head once more. The flames on Yu Wang's long blade vanished, and immense force erupted from Jiang Yi's feet. Once again ignoring Yu Wang's demand to be put down, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Both blades struck out simultaneously. His left hand's crimson moon blocked the opponent's vision. With a tap of his toes and a shift in his center of gravity, Jiang Yi carried Yu Wang and flipped behind the two of them. However, the distance was only widened for a fleeting moment. As Jiang Yi retreated, the other two pressed in on him, double ghost slamming the gate. The sharp blades first sliced through Jiang Yi's palms, piercing deep into his flesh and bone. Following this, Jiang Yi twisted his backhand, gripped the opposing undead knight's long blade, and bowled his right hand into a fist, slamming it directly into the opponent's face. One punch landed on the face of the undead knight Yuan. As the opponent retreated a few steps, Jiang Yi pressed forward, grabbed the opponent's head, and slammed it into the ruins. Bang, 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 bang! His bloodied palms pressed the undead knight Yuan's head back step by step. After shattering quite a few scattered bones, a sharp roar came from behind. Jiang Yi rose, stepped onto the face of the undead knight Yuan, and leaped high into the air. But a hand moved faster, grabbing Jiang Yi's ankle. This was a move Jiang Yi used frequently in actual combat. After all, in battle, a human body's loss of balance often occurs in 2 moments. The first is the moment one cannot stop due to inertia, and the second is the moment one is forced to fall due to gravity after leaping high. Jiang Yi had created countless opportunities for a one-hit victory using this move. But this was the first time he had tasted the experience himself. If he were caught, he would definitely lose his balance. Jiang Yi decisively swung his blade toward his own ankle. If he succeeded, it would mean his own ankle and the opponent's wrist would be severed together. The undead knight felt no pain, but in its movements, it still inherited the habits of the person it was replicated from. As the blade was about to sever its wrist, the eyes of the undead knight Jiang Yi flickered, and it ultimately chose to let go. The sensation of his ankle being bound vanished. Jiang Yi seized the opportunity to retract his blade and rolled to the rear. While Jiang Yi was fighting 1 against 2, the rest of the group had also fallen into battle. Changzi and the others had the support of the impure world and were barely maintaining a balance for the time being. As for the side with Lei Ting, that battlefield no longer allowed anyone to intervene. Violent gales spread from the two of them as the center to every corner of the battlefield. The sounds of fists, elbows, thighs, and shins colliding rang out incessantly. The moment every punch connected, the air would be torn apart instantly, and the scene would be filled with uncontrollable energy ripples, even through the screen. One could feel the suffocating aura between their fists, face, head, chest, spine, waist, and abdomen. There was nothing flashy about their movements. Every single one was aimed at a lethal strike. You land a punch on the head, I kick you in the chest. Both their bodies leaped high simultaneously, their thighs like taut bowstrings, shooting toward each other. Chapter 573. Extra long chapter. Battle chapter. A quarter of an hour later, a mechanical broadcast sounded. Attention all players. The Sea of Agona territory has declared surrender. Attention all players. The Sea of Agona territory has declared surrender. The broadcast rang 3 times in a row. Shihu had just looked up when a brick came flying toward him. The hit was heavy. Shihu didn't react in time, and by the time the pain arrived, fresh blood was already rolling down from his forehead to his chin. *CK your grandfather. Shihu wiped the blood from his face, having completely lost his mind, and lunged forward with a brick in hand. On the side of the Sea of Agona, the faces of all the players were filled with deep terror. Renzu's cigarette had trembled several times, failing to reach his mouth, and his pupils remained dilated. The sight of the blue whale's death, the sight of his companions being dragged into the sea one by one, the wails of the blue whale above the ocean, and the stench of rotting blue whale flesh and human bodies in the air, all of it was stimulating his nerves. I choose to surrender. Daju heard his own voice say. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about holding on until the group healing of the Sea of Agona could be activated again. But when he issued orders, no one was listening anymore. The way everyone looked at him had become strange, except for himself. Everyone else was retreating. By the time he regained his senses, Daju finally saw his own appearance clearly. His chest and abdomen had been eroded by the red demon's infection, leaving a gaping hole that emitted a foul, fishy stench. It was impossible to tell if the blood on his scalpel was his own or the red demon's. He walked forward, and the other players retreated. They looked at him as if he were a madman. The overwhelming amount of red had caused him to lose control. The sea of red in the sky overlapped with the vast patches of red on the hospital bed. He had lost control. Why aren't you continuing? Didn't you see it? He was dragged down. He needs us. Are you crazy? Someone asked him. Only when the water's surface reflected his own image did Daju see that he was covered in blood. We have no way to win. Lord, I beg you, surrender. The live stream chat was constantly refreshing with new messages. All the players were shocked. The Sea of Agona was actually the first territory to withdraw from the game. Player I was once a youth, damn. They just surrendered like that. Player anxious. I thought the burial ground would be the first one, although no one said much. As the first territory to surrender, the Sea of Agona still sparked widespread discussion. The camera kept focusing on the face of the human race's brick-moving emperor. That face was shrouded in smoke, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Above the light screen, after the triple announcement, players from other territories only spared a brief glance before refocusing their attention on their own battlefields. On the burial ground, all battles were at a white-hot level. The only ones who truly understood their own fighting styles and combat capabilities were themselves. Jiang Yi and the 2 undead knight versions of the Pathfinders separated once again. Yuan, on Jiang Yi's back, hadn't suffered much damage. But there was hardly a piece of intact flesh left on Jiang Yi's body. Large and small lacerations overlapped. The Z-3007's protective capabilities were limited. His combat suit had been sliced open, revealing the black tortoise armor underneath. If not for the armor, there would have been even more wounds. Jiang Yi's chest heaved violently. One arm and one leg of the Undead Knight version of Yuan had already been severed by Jiang Yi, leaving it with only 30% combat effectiveness. However, the replicated version of himself opposite him had no major damage, save for a bruise at the corner of its mouth. Jiang Yi glanced at the battlefield. Judging from the perception of the Hand of War, the ones most likely to end their battles quickly were Changzi and Guanbu Shangdi Chang. Changzi seemed to have taken quite a few of Guanbu Shangdi Chuan's items, so the battle against the Undead Knight version of himself was going relatively smoothly. Aside from those two, the others' battles were not going well. Shui was already bruised and battered, his right eyelid swollen high. If he were an ordinary person without Shui's thick skin, his right eye would likely have been blinded by now. As for Sean, compared to the Undead Knight, Sean's perception was affected by the situation on the battlefield, and he was even falling into a disadvantageous position regarding his use of firearms. As for lighting, the situation was currently unclear. Overall, it was highly unfavorable. He had to find a key breakthrough point to change the tide of the battle. The idea of a perfect replication, out in Jiang Yi's mind. A thought flashed like lightning. As Yuan on his back bit down hard on his molars, Jiang Yi's consciousness suddenly resonated within Yuang's heart. Why use consciousness instead of just speaking out loud? After a faint moment of confusion, Jiang Yi spoke at a rapid pace. Are the previous items still there? What items? Yuan thought subconsciously. Brother Jiang knows. The items they had both seen before. Could it be twin fins? But didn't the twin fins allow one to hear the other's inner thoughts? If they already had a telepathic connection, what was the point of this? The introduction of the twin fins flashed through Yuang's mind. Special item, twin fins. Description: two bodies, one soul, live together, die together. 1. Designate a player or monster to use this item card to share one of your own or the opponent's attributes, talents, skills. The duration of the share depends on the ratio of both parties' mental attribute strength, due to the lack of the key condition twin. The sharing time will not exceed 1 hour. 2. Designate a player or monster to use this item card to transfer negative status effects. For example, if one party is severely injured, the other can take on the transfer of the injury. 3. Designate a player or monster to use this item card to enhance one of your own or the opponent's attributes, talents, skills. The degree of enhancement depends on the degree of weakening of the other party, that is, what is gained is what is given. Note: during the use of this item card, there is a chance to trigger the effect of telepathic communication. They're still here, Yuan said quickly. Good. The only thing you need to do next is to capture the right moment. The moment? Yuang's heart tightened. Before he could ask, Jiang Yi's figure had already charged toward the opponent. Swish darkness spread silently. This was also a skill the opponent did not possess. It's dark. Please close your eyes. For most people, this skill was insolvable. But for a version of himself that was Jiang Yi, it wasn't much of an obstacle. After the darkness descended, the Undead Knight version of Yuan instantly lost his balance, while the Undead Knight version of Jiang Yi remained calm, even showing a look of disdain. His blue long blade flashed, ignoring the darkness, and slashed toward Jiang Yi's neck. Jiang Yi used the gambler's fireline to block the strike, while the red moon swept up from a diagonal angle. In terms of length and sharpness, the gambler's fireline could not compare to the red moon. Therefore, although the long blade did not cut into Jiang Yi's neck, it embedded itself into his shoulder blade, while the red moon in Jiang Yi's left hand slashed fiercely into the neck of the Undead Knight version of Yuan. The sensation of the long blade piercing into flesh was chillingly cold and sharp. Jiang Yi bit down on his molars, pushed against the blade, and took another step forward. In the darkness, Jiang Yi exerted a sudden burst of strength, and the red moon blade swept upward. Clatter! The Undead Knight's masked head rolled onto the ground. You have killed Undead Knight *1. You have obtained an NPC treasure chest. You have obtained 100 vehicle coins. You have obtained 1 vehicle upgrade magic cube. You have obtained 1 primary resource supply pack. As the notification sounded, Jiang Yi did not stop. With his shoulder blade completely shattered, he shifted his left foot, raised his center of gravity, and delivered a knee strike. The blow was blocked by the opponent's wrist. So Jiang Yi transitioned into a downward cut, released the Wild King's wrist, flipped his body, and kicked straight out. When that was also blocked, Jiang Yi's leg speed grew faster and more ferocious. He unleashed a barrage of Muay Thai techniques. Not only that, but as his speed increased, Jiang Yi's body entered a state of total immersion. You have activated specialized domain. Jiang Yi's body inverted, his legs spinning. This was the big banana kick he had learned while battling the godlike brothers from the Kari country sector. As his legs rotated at high speed, he struck the opponent's elbow. In the split second, the opponent lost their balance. Jiang Yi hooked his legs around the elbow, engaged his core, twisted his entire body upward, and clamped his thighs fiercely around the opponent's neck. The neck could not withstand the weight of both of them, and so the Undead Knight and Jiang Yi fell backward together. This was a completely suicidal fighting style. The moment they fell, Jiang Yi's body hit the ground before the opponent's. Upon impact, his already shattered shoulder blade emitted a sickening crunching sound. Unable to bear the strain, Jiang Yi's face turned deathly pale instantly. His legs locked around the Undead Knight's neck, preventing the opponent from escaping. A dagger similar to the black iron dagger appeared in the opponent's hand. The blade spun and plunged viciously into Jiang Yi's thigh. 1 stab, squish, 2 stabs, squish. In the darkness, blood sprayed out as if it were worthless. Jiang Yi's ankle was also gripped tightly by the opponent's hand, the bones in his ankle shattering. Beneath his chest, the bloody hole continued to widen. Even though Wild King couldn't see in the darkness, he could smell the thick, pungent scent of blood. Wild King was completely stunned. Jiang Yi's fighting style was absolutely suicidal. John, brother John. Wild King's voice trembled. The sound of daggers piercing flesh continued to ring out. In the when darkness falls, please close your eyes mode. Wild King couldn't see the situation between the two at all. In the darkness, patches of white light began to appear at the edges of Jiang Yi's vision. He could no longer hear the calls echoing back and forth. He was acting entirely based on a preset plan. He dared not think, fearing that the pain would make him give up prematurely. The sound of the dagger entering flesh, the scent of undead decay rising from the gore in the depths of Jiang Yi's consciousness. Brother Anvil seemed to have said something, but Jiang Yi could no longer hear it. In Jiang Yi's eyes, only the flickering light screen remained. On the screen, his various stats were plummeting. His health had dropped below 10 points, and his mental energy, already in a damaged state, was stuck at a mere 12 points. Jiang Yi heard his own breathing. When his health reached the final one, Jiang Yi's consciousness finished overriding the item card, Twin Fins. You are using the item card, Twin Fins. You have designated the target for the negative status exchange as Undead Knight Exchange. Successful. Progress 100%. 2 intense beams of white light erupted from the bodies of Jiang Yi and the Undead Knight. Wild King, standing opposite them, froze for a moment and finally saw the scene in the darkness. Jiang Yi was covered in blood, his eyes staring blankly at the sky, while the Undead Knight below was holding a dagger, thrusting it toward Jiang Yi's eyes. Before Wild King could even lunge forward, the next second, the white light flared again. The Undead Knight's body jerked violently. The left hand holding the dagger began to tremble, while Jiang Yi's head tilted slightly, a purple mark of strangulation appearing on his neck. Wild King's mind went blank, but his intuition told him, this is it. This is the moment. Wild King's body slammed forward. If his arms couldn't hold a weapon, he would use his head. With a ferocious expression, Wild King launched his body into the air, aiming his head directly at the Undead Knight's skull. With a bang, the mask covered in blue flames shattered instantly. It revealed a pale, soulless face beneath. Die, you bastard! Wild King slammed his head into it again. Bang! The crisp sound echoed through the live broadcast channel. The viewer who had been watching all along even stood up on their bed. Jiang Yi's vacant eyes gradually regained clarity. He reached out with his left hand and touched his severely deformed neck. Jiang Yi thought, Twin Fins is actually a rather useless item card. It seems like it can swap injuries between enemy and self to turn the tide of battle. But in reality, in a true fight, no one would ever attempt to do this, because the 3 skills of twin fins are activated simultaneously. This is the so-called twin souls, living and dying together. The status of the injuries and their determination conditions are not transparent. And the most fatal part is that when you swap injuries, you also share a skill, attribute, or talent. You cannot determine what skill is currently being shared, nor can you know what skill the opponent will have strengthened after the exchange is complete. The probabilistic triggering of shared thoughts is an even more fatal disadvantage in combat, except for using it on a player he could completely trust. Jiang Yi couldn't imagine any scenario where this card would be used. But now it had appeared. Jiang Yi's dark pupils shifted. In his wavering vision, he saw the other face that had been revealed, a true enemy, familiar with one another. An enemy sharing skills, attributes, and talents. In a sense, an enemy with whom he was completely in sync. He could even use his own perception and panel data to calculate the opponent's injury status. Jiang Yi's pupils shifted, his mind and body seemingly connected to a strange, frigid location, a communion of hearts. Triggered was it. The undead knight touched its own pierced ribs with its left hand. Head bowed as it looked at Jiang Yi. In this moment, no one spoke. The undead knight Jiang Yi's body retreated a few steps, its skull shattering clatter. The undead knight Jiang Yi collapsed. Chapter 574 Dreadlord. You have killed undead knight *1 in Yu Wang's mind. The mechanical broadcast sounded as well. Yu Wang had dealt the frontal killing blow to the undead knight Jiang Yi, while Jiang Yi had provided the assist. After obtaining 2 more golden treasure chests, Jiang Yi clutched his neck, his palm flipped, and another life recovery potion appeared in his hand. He poured it into his mouth. You are using a B-grade life recovery potion, player. Please note, it has been detected that you have already consumed a large quantity of B-grade life recovery potions. The recovery effectiveness of this potion will be reduced to. Jiang Yi ignored the diminished effectiveness. The only reason he was taking this stuff now was that it hurt too much. When he had made his move, he hadn't stopped the rear naked choke for a second to ensure the undead knight Jiang Yi had no chance to counterattack. If not for his high constitution, his neck would have been snapped by now. After gulping it down, the cold liquid slid down his throat. Jiang Yi finally felt his body recover slightly and pulled the crimson moon from the ground. Jiang, try your best to find a place to hide. Having said that, Jiang Yi dragged his long blade and disappeared from Yu Wang's side once again. Jiang Yi's mind felt a bit dazed, yet it remained clear. The battle on his side was won. The current breakthrough point should be the location of the reanimation jutsu. In team fights, you kill the healers and support first. That is the only way to maximize the reduction of combat power. Jiang Yi touched his neck, his long blade dragging slowly across the ground. Jiang Yi's movements were not fast now. In fact, his figure looked quite wretched. But in the live broadcast channel, not a single person uttered a word of mockery. Inside the RV, I will always watch you swallowed hard. Since the start of that battle, he had been standing the entire time, as if he couldn't calm his nerves if he sat down. When he saw the wand transfer, the expression on I will always watch you's face even went completely blank. Could someone really push themselves to this extent for a game? When Jiang Yi dragged his long blade toward the city wall again, the expression on I will always watch you's face was already absurd. Doesn't this person get tired? Is this person a lunatic? Jiang Yi raised his head. A lightning jellyfish mane drifted past him. Jiang Yi's face no longer bore any resemblance to his previous refined and handsome appearance. His cheeks were covered in small lacerations. His eyelids were bruised the same color as the society's, and his gait was severely distorted. When he walked, one leg always lagged a step behind. Jiang Yi lifted his eyelids and suddenly glanced at the camera. On the highway, the figure of the great emperor was curled up in the shadows, watching the broadcast without a word. Seeing the gaze Jiang Yi cast over the great emperor's movements paused for a moment, but Jiang Yi said nothing. He picked up his blade once again. Not all battlefields end in surrender when they reach the point of a life or death struggle. Jiang Yi had also heard the news from the Sea of Agon. He didn't know what had happened inside, but he seemed to understand the human brick-moving great emperor well enough To be able to send him a life recovery potion at the most critical moment, this guy was actually much softer than the carefree, uninhibited image he projected. Things that cannot be done. Challenges that cannot be completed. How? The crimson moon in Jiang Yi's hand carved a deep mark, and Jiang Yi's figure moved once more on the city wall. One of the undead knight Xiaowei's arms had already been broken by Xiaowei, and Xiaowei herself was covered in wounds. Seeing Jiang Yi's figure appear, Xiaowei's eyes lit up, her mouth opening and closing. Little Jiang Yi, before she could finish saying, split into two groups. Jiang Yi's figure had already bypassed Xiaowei. White light constantly radiated before Jiang Yi's eyes. The crimson moon trembled in his hand, but the tip of the blade was unexpectedly steady. How? A sharp blade aura slashed fiercely from an upward diagonal angle. The air was torn open, creating a hideous rift. The opposing undead knight Xiaowei dodged and threw a punch, shifting her center of gravity rapidly. Engaging in close quarters combat with Xiaowei was not a wise choice, but Jiang Yi did it anyway. At this moment, his body seemed to be acting entirely on instinct. The undead knight Xiaowei shifted her body sideways, rotating her leg for a slash. Jiang Yi countered with an elbow strike. After a few exchanges, their figures crossed. In the instant they passed, Jiang Yi's body suddenly shrank, and his long blade thrust out from behind like a viper. The long blade collided with the undead knight Xiaowei's warhammer, and blinding sparks erupted. Jiang Yi turned and pressed forward. The long blade slid along the surface of the hammer, pushing inward. The tip of the blade swept 180 degrees, slicing across the enemy's chest. A deep gash was gouged into the blue armor. At the end of the long blade, the short blade gambler's fire line suddenly appeared, sweeping across the opponent's face. Clatter. Half of the opposing Xiaowei's head was chopped off. The runes on Dozi lit up, and Jiang Yi smashed his fist down on the battlefield. Dust rose, and invisible ripples surged across the ground behind him. Xiaowei opened her eyes wide, staring fixedly at this scene. 3 seconds later the dust settled. Jiang Yi's figure was revealed. The mechanical broadcast sounded. You have killed undead knight *1. Another undead knight had been eliminated by Jiang Yi. Beneath Jiang Yi's fist, the undead knight Xiaowei's face was deeply embedded into the ground, her entire body caving in unnaturally. Above Jiang Yi's fist, the joints creaked and popped. From the perspective of the live broadcast, that area was severely deformed. Jiang Yi once again stood up. Player star lighting. Player raising a hand isn't an apology. It's that you need more practice. He moved again. His knees lifted, and the view before him shifted 90 degrees. The white light in his vision became increasingly blinding as Jiang Yi stood up, his expression devoid of emotion. Drops of fresh blood trickled down the crimson moon. Jiang Yi held his blade and walked once more toward the undead knight, corresponding to the reanimation of the impure world. This scene repeated itself incessantly. Every time the other players thought Jiang Yi was about to stop, he would stand up again, on the crimson ground of the burial grounds. This scene seemed to be etched into everyone's sight, amidst the pile of bleached bones. As the smoke and dust cleared, Jiang Yi's figure appeared once more. His long blade hung toward the ground. The more withered and decayed his body became, the sharper his blade grew. He walked closer step by step. In the end, even though his movements had become sluggish, the undead knight opposite him retreated. Jiang Yi raised his head, his blood-stained left cheek appearing before the screen. A terrifying, killing intent soared into the sky. 1 step, 2 steps, outside the screen. Mechanical broadcast sounds echoed continuously along the highway. You have felt intimidation. You have felt fear. Your mental state is oscillating violently. You have witnessed the birth of a demon king who belongs only to battle. On the battlefield, the same mechanical broadcast sounded in Jiang Yi's ears. Your passive talent, a demon king, has leveled up. The current talent has been upgraded to the maximum level. LV.10. Your passive talent, lucky demon king who is studying hard, has been upgraded to Dreadlord. Description. Your sharpness makes the undead scatter before you. On this land of death, you are the greatest source of fear. Description. As a Dreadlord, your intimidation acts not only upon the mind but also upon the soul. Your very existence is the source of fear. When using this talent, you gain a 15% strength bonus, 15% agility bonus, 15% speed bonus, and a 30% spirit attribute bonus. Your probability of obtaining NPC treasure chests, monster treasure chests, etc. is increased to. You have gained passive skills LV.10 Fear Intimidation, 55, 5 Tactical Master, LV, 5 Killing Technique. You have gained the domain Land of Dread. Within the Land of Dread, enemies' total attributes decrease by 5%, enemies' spirit attributes decrease by an additional 10%. Within the Land of Dread, you possess higher resistance and more powerful recovery capabilities. You have simultaneously unlocked the title to Dreadlord Chapter 575, Nguang, Dreadlord. Jiang Yi tilted his head slightly as he did. The Undead Knight Shan and the Undead Knight the Window That Won't Close both took a step back simultaneously. As for the real Shan nearby, he was completely stunned at this moment. He felt as if he had returned to the time he first encountered Jiang Yi at the King of the Five Seas. Feeling that sense of intimidation radiating from the inside out, Shan swallowed hard. Jiang Yi dragged his long blade on the ground with his left hand and moved slowly toward them. Opposite Shan stood the Window That Won't Close, whose eyes were filled with the same terror. At this moment, everything went quiet. Jiang Yi's long blade slowly swept across. The movement was very slow, but for no reason. It gave people a feeling of being irresistible. One of the Dreadlord's skills. Your existence is the source of fear. Jiang Yi's figure moved again. In his right hand, the Silver Wing Killer appeared. Jiang Yi pulled the trigger, and 3 bullets fired simultaneously. One of them actually struck the left chest of the Undead Knight Shan opposite him. In his consciousness, Old Tai was also completely dumbfounded. It hadn't even dared to make a sound during the previous fight for fear of disturbing Jiang Yi. But now, seeing the bullet pierce through the opponent's chest and exit the other side, Old Tai finally couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, it actually hit!" And in such a lethal spot. Was the opponent stunned by the fear intimidation? Old Tai was soulbound to Jiang Yi, so it couldn't experience the sense of intimidation Jiang Yi was projecting at that moment. In fact, everyone on the highway was scared witless by the scene before them. Shan only froze for a split second before recovering and hurriedly joining the battle. After a few rounds, both Undead Knight Shan and Undead Knight the Window That Won't Close were successively slain by Jiang Yi's blade. This wasn't to say that the strength of these 2 replicas was weak, but rather, Shan's deep blue eyes reflected Jiang Yi's current appearance. He even felt that at this moment, even Thunder Z would be unable to stop him. The deep blue flames in the eyes of the 2 Undead Knights dissipated. Jiang Yi pulled out his long blade and reached out again. "He's still going to continue." Someone posted in the barrage dam, "He's still going, in Jiang Yi's mind. A faint voice asked but soon, another voice replied, "Why not?" He felt as if he had touched the threshold of a breakthrough in strength once again. Jiang Yi's figure vanished from where he stood, outside the screen. The cigarette of the human race brick-moving emperor had burned down to his fingertips. A stinging pain came from his skin, but he still stared fixedly at the screen. He was wondering, why wouldn't this person stop? What was the necessity of this kind of persistence? If the persistence at the beginning was for victory, then what was the persistence for now? After all 6 Undead Knights had been wiped out, the battle situation had actually begun to clear up. He could have completely waited for the others to recover and then adopted a more cautious combat plan to successfully pass the 3rd stage. Up to this point, just looking at the progress, the burial grounds had already reversed the previously lagging situation and had become the most likely of the 3 territories to break through the 3rd stage. Why, then, did he not stop? The human race brick-moving emperor's gaze swept over Jiang Yi's blood-covered body, his unnaturally twisted wrists, thighs, and ankles. In his mind, the deep red on the operating table surfaced once more. In his mind, a harsh voice appeared. "Chen Nguang, are you even fit to be a doctor? You will only ever be an assistant at the operating table for the rest of your life. What is the point of your theories, your data, and your instruments being so well organized if you aren't even willing to take the most basic risks? What kind of doctor are you? Do you have any conscience toward the child at the door? Do you know he is waiting for his mother to come back? Could you not have at least tried to step in just now, you coward? Do you have any conscience toward your father, Chen Nguang? A child born under the brilliance of a medical genius, had been exposed to medical knowledge since he was young. As he grew up, He naturally and helplessly entered the medical field. He didn't actually like being a doctor. To him, being a doctor was a very cruel profession. This wasn't about treating patients, but rather that being a doctor is a very selfish profession. Yes, selfish. Selfish to imbue this profession with such noble meaning, and selfish to believe that just because one follows a certain path, the life one nurtures must follow that same direction. The first time he saw fresh blood and the writhing intestines of a human, the terrifying deep red flooded his vision. He couldn't hold it back and vomited right in front of the patient. The old man slapped him across the face. He was only 21 at the time. He simply could not endure the sight of a naked human body or the various blood and flesh tissues exposed to the air. He felt nauseated by the smell of disinfectant. Whether it was at home or in the hospital, he was disgusted by the patients who would come in, tears streaming down their faces, clutching the old man and begging him to save their lives. He was disgusted by those cold, icy instruments under the bright lights. He was disgusted by the ubiquitous technical jargon. And he was disgusted by the knowledge of the human body that he had no interest in but was forced to memorize. He was disgusted by everything here, yet he could not escape. He was being watched. His talent was exceptional. This was, quite simply, a punishment from the heavens. He could not escape, but he could evade. Under the old man's orders, he could only stick to the operating table. While he looked at everything before him with loathing, he prepared every theoretical, called thing to perfection. He thought he could evade forever, but that day finally came. On that night, while he was staring blankly at the hospital ceiling, a black private car sped toward the hospital. He turned his head, indifferent. This wasn't the emergency room. Although the old man was stubborn, he wouldn't joke with a patient's life, and he wouldn't let a guy who couldn't look at blood delay the rescue time. He watched casually. In a hospital, the one thing you never lack is life and death. If one were to worry about such things every day, doctors would likely become the shortest-lived people in the world. He watched with indifference until the accident happened. The surgery that day did not go well. The patient had massive abdominal bleeding and an amniotic fluid embolism. This kind of thing, aside from a total blood transfusion, is basically impossible to save. And even more terrifyingly, the patient also had a lung infection at the time. The condition kept relapsing. He looked blankly at the people coming and going. He seemed to see a little boy, holding his father's hand, standing on the sidelines and watching the rescue room. The door to the rescue room opened, and someone came out, saying something about how the surgery couldn't continue. The rejection reaction was too strong, and the patient's vital signs were failing. Only old Dr. Chen had experience with this: respiratory infection, lung swelling, white lung, multiple organ damage. Only old Dr. Chen had performed this surgery years ago. What to do? What to do? Someone was asking. But someone else saw him. Before this, only he, Chen Ingguan, had passed the simulation training and possessed the experience in handling complications during experiments. Ingguan and Guang. Someone spoke up. He was pushed into the rescue room. If only they could drag it out for a while longer, until old Chen flew back. They only needed to survive the initial 6 hours, as long as Ingguan move. Ingguan move. Don't you know how? Aren't you a genius? Ingguan hug. He vomited. He, Chen Ingguan, only understood medical theory, not the art of healing. Large patches of glaring blood bloomed on the hospital bed. The full-body blood transfusion still triggered a violent rejection reaction. Circulation failed, and the vital signs vanished. Boom! He was knocked to the ground with a punch. His body was covered in the mother's blood. Before her vital signs faded, the mother had still been staring with her eyes open, clutching his clothes. Chen Ingguan, you coward! The rescue room door opened, and the child asked him, "Doctor, uncle, where is my mommy?" From that point on, he no longer feared blood or the human body. In every surgery thereafter, no matter the situation, he gave it his all. Yet, in the dead of every night, when he looked out the door, he always seemed to hear the honking of a car, the red and blue lights of the hospital sweeping by, and someone shouting, "Ingguan, Ingguan, save her, Ingguan." Why? Why could the person before him keep going? The human race brick-moving emperor, that is, Chen Ingguan, stared fixedly at Jiang Yi's continuing footsteps. He could clearly feel the fear and hesitation in this person. His talent healer allowed him to perceive the emotional state of others and share a portion of the pain of the object he chose to focus on. Jiang Yi was clearly in great pain right now, just like he had been back then. But why? Why hadn't he stopped? I see some readers have offered suggestions. 1. As an emperor and a doctor, what's with the fear of blood? Answer: it's not a fear of blood. Perhaps everyone is reading too quickly, so they didn't notice that blood and the human body were linked together. I am aware that doctors go through animal dissection experiments. It's not that I lack such common knowledge. The great emperor fears the human body, not merely blood itself. However, this was my oversight. When I wrote it, I had the preceding context in mind the first time he saw fresh blood and the writhing intestines of a human. The terrifying deep red filled his vision, so I subsequently used improper shorthand like blood. In reality, all of these were intended within the context of the human body. I apologize, I did not make this point clear. 2. It seems unreasonable for other doctors to arrange for such a person to perform surgery on stage. Answer: the text clearly states that the old man would not risk the lives of other patients, which is why he was only allowed to observe, assist rather than operate. This situation was extremely urgent. Others had already gone in to seek help but failed to achieve ideal results, so they came out and let him go in to try. The old man could only fly back in 6 hours, and the time difference made it impossible to wait. Other doctors did not let him in the moment he arrived. The great emperor entered midway. 3. The side character foreshadowing here is poor. When the undead Night Wild King sees he cannot defeat Jiang Yi, wouldn't he go to support other areas? Answer: because he cannot defeat him, he cannot escape either. Jiang Yi will not let him leave. In a 10v10 scenario, if the undead Wild King or relatively strong undead were allowed to go elsewhere, especially to where the injured Xiao Wei and the earth and filth are, the combat balance would instantly collapse. Therefore, Jiang Yi will not let him escape. Furthermore, this section simply did not cover the perspectives of others. It does not mean that while Jiang Yi is advancing, others are standing still. After the Wild King drinks the strength life recovery potion, he will naturally go to support others. I am gradually shifting perspectives. It is just that within the content of 2 chapters, I cannot write everything in detail. Besides the Wild King, others are also fighting. Subsequent chapters will gradually cover this, otherwise, the perspective cannot be laid out properly. 4. I am not stepping on other characters to contrast them with the protagonist. The great emperor is not wallowing in failure and then being inspired by the protagonist. 5. Please do not lightly tell me, author. Take a break and organize your thoughts. If I take a break, I stop updating, and I cannot earn the full attendance bonus. I am only allowed to take leave once a month. Full attendance is a financial loss. Beyond that, if there is a record of broken updates, the reading data will also plummet. The one time I took leave, traffic dropped from 40,000 to 27,000. Traffic plummets whenever I take leave, so stopping updates is definitely not an option. After stopping updates, one develops inertia. If I stop once, I will develop a lazy mindset. I am already trying my best to avoid this. I know everyone has good intentions. Of course, offering opinions is a good thing. Those who can offer opinions on this chapter have already read the latest one. They are the readers I need to bow and thank. If you had an unpleasant reading experience because I didn't handle this part well, I am very sorry. Thank you. Chapter 576, The Brick-Wielding War God. I am kneeling down to apologize quickly, primarily to prevent misunderstandings regarding the character settings of the Great Emperor and the Doctor. I personally don't mind, and I must admit it was my failure to write it clearly. The readers' attitudes have all been very gentle. I know that studying medicine is a very serious matter, so if misunderstandings arise, it will have a negative impact. The Great Emperor has always been observing, assisting, not the lead surgeon. This time, the situation was too sudden. After other doctors had already tried, they treated a dead horse as a living one and called the Great Emperor over. The key is to hold on for 6 hours until the old man can fly over. Guan is afraid of human organs and human flesh tissue, not afraid of blood and isolation. Moreover, it has not reached the point where he would lose the ability to act just from vomiting. Otherwise, He wouldn't even be qualified to assist in surgery. Kneeling finished. I will supplement this chapter to about 2,600 words. I will not compress the main content just because I am putting explanations in the text. P.S. The character limit for paragraph comments is 150. The author's words section is 300 characters. It is easy to exceed the limit, so I usually put it in the main text. As long as it is in the main text, I will make up the word count in this chapter or the second chapter of the day, so it won't delay your reading of the main content. P.P.S. The readers who offered suggestions were very gentle, and it was indeed my failure to write it clearly. The mistake was mine first. So everyone is loving and living in peace. P.P.P.S. I discovered that what the reader sees and what the author sees in the back end are different. If you have any questions about the platform's rules, you can post them in this thread, and I can show you what the author's back end looks like. For example, why do the book titles and covers on Tomato always change? Why are the comment sections sometimes collapsed? Why do authors generally not reply to readers in book reviews, etc.? You can ask about anything you are interested in, of course. If you have questions about writing your own stories or fanfiction, you can also ask in this section. I will reply in the paragraph comments. It is not guidance, just my own views and suggestions, hoping they will be useful to you. Finally, my progress in correcting typos is at chapter 148. There are definitely still many typos I haven't fixed, so I won't immediately change the status of the work to completed after finishing. Otherwise I won't be able to fix the typos. John Shui didn't stop, and neither did the others, after those two headbutts. That kid acted as if he had taken stimulants. Suddenly, his waist didn't hurt, his legs didn't ache, and after separating from John Shui, this guy headed straight for Orange's position. Partner, I'm here. Orange was holding her shield and was almost startled by the Wild King's voice. Opposite Orange, the other undead knight. Orange was already down to her last breath. The Wild King descended from the sky, wielding his great blade. Seeing the Wild King arrive, Orange immediately activated several domains. After bringing the Wild King into her protection range, she whispered, "How is Brother John?" Orange had also seen the messages in the barrage, and the content made her heart skip a beat. However, intuitively, she trusted Little Fry's mom, Brother John. So, only now did Orange dare to ask in a low voice. The Wild King swung his blade while speaking at a rapid pace. It's hard to say. He could vaguely sense that Brother John seemed to be looking for some kind of opportunity. Based on his previous experience acting with Brother John was not the type to be so impulsive. Although Brother John had always been steady, precise, and ruthless in his strikes, acting like a man with nothing to lose. He had never been like this before. Insane. To him, the current Brother John felt as if he were testing some sort of limit. Regardless, he knew Brother John wasn't someone who would lose his head. All they could do was end the battle quickly and fight for a little more time to rest. Their strength life recovery potion had been fully digested during their brief rest. Yuan felt as if his physical fitness had improved significantly. He was faster, stronger, and perhaps because the situation had been so dire. After 2 headbutts and watching Brother Jiang's combat style up close, he felt his own understanding of combat had deepened. Yuan gripped his long blade tighter. Changzi stopped wasting words and said, "The opponent has high defense, and they almost always follow up a defensive stance with a violent burst attack. Be careful." This was essentially telling Yuan her own weakness. Yuan nodded. Changzi's shield radiated light once more. Her stamina was nearly exhausted, but thankfully, her battle was about to end. Changzi led the charge, and the 2 shields slammed into each other. The sound of the collision was not pleasant. If the clash of blades produced a screeching, grating sound, then the collision of shields was a dull thud that made one's chest tremble. An invisible ripple of energy expanded. Yuan seized the moment, shifted his center of gravity, pushed his long blade downward, and then used the strength in his thighs to leap off the edge of Chengzi's shield. His body soared high, appearing directly above the 2 shields. The undead knight Chengzi on the opposite side had just raised its head when the flaming long blade came crashing down. This strike felt so satisfying it almost made Yuan cry out, "Thwack." Yuan landed, and the head of the undead knight Chengzi rolled onto the ground. Yuang had been worried that Changzi might feel uncomfortable seeing her own severed head, but to his surprise, as soon as he turned around, he saw Changzi lift her foot and then crunch. She stomped the skeletal head of the undead knight Changzi into pieces. Yuang's eye twitched. For some reason, he felt like his own head was starting to ache. Changzi wiped the dust off her face. Let's go. Right. After Changzi and Yuang reunited, the undead knight Jiang Yi, undead knight Yuang, Xiao Wei, and Hu Tu had already been eliminated from the battlefield. Just as they were about to meet up with Jiang Yi, over there, Shan, Guanbu Shang Di Chang, and Jiang Yi had already finished off the undead knights Shan and Guanbu Shang Di Chang. In the center of the battlefield, a blood-soaked figure appeared. It was only because the commotion over at Jiang Yi's side was so massive, combined with everyone's focus on the top-ranked, that no one had looked over here. Otherwise, they would have realized that the situation here with Xiaohui was far more brutal. Xiaohui spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm. A tooth even flew out with it. Xiaohui looked down at his opponent, a copy of himself, and then brushed his hair back, revealing his eyes. His vision finally cleared. Xiaohui bent his knees and crouched halfway, shaking the brick in his hand. Below him, the other version of himself had his entire suit of armor shattered, and his body was twitching. You let your son hate his father. You, a ghost of a copy, are trying to get tough with me, when I was out making a name for myself. Your territory hadn't even refreshed yet. Is the wind in the bone burial ground too loud? Or can you not hear me talking, trying to fight me? As he spoke, Xiaohui cleanly and decisively slammed the brick in his hand down. Walk. The mechanical notification sounded. You have killed Undead Knight *1. You have obtained. Congratulations. You have unlocked a new title, Brick War God. Title, Brick War God. Description. Within half an hour, you threw over 800 bricks. We believe that with your hand speed, within 3 years, you can achieve the noble ideal of providing shelter for all the scholars in the world. Therefore, you have successfully unlocked the title Brick War God. Description. Equipping this title grants you a 30% strength bonus, 10% agility bonus, and 10% constitution bonus. Your brick throwing strength has increased. Equipping this title allows it to stack with your skills. Now, you can generate 5 bricks every 2 seconds, and they are large bricks. 300 millimeters in length, 1/3 ohm in width. The bricks you throw hurt even more. Equipping this title will provide you with more inspiration when working in fields such as construction. Yo-ho! Xiaohui let out a yo-ho, his entire being filled with excitement. It was worth having a few teeth knocked out. This trip was not a loss. Xiaohui stood up, just about to help the others. When he saw them gathering toward him, it seemed their progress had been relatively smooth. Hey, brother, you forget the brother. You should heal your wounds first. From a distance, I thought a goblin had evolved. Xiaohui went silent for a moment and scratched his head. Changzi, standing to the side, cautiously took out a mirror. From the reflection, Xiaohui saw his current appearance. His face was bruised and purple, his head was swollen, and his limbs were twisted. He looked no different from a humanoid goblin. My face. Xiaohui wiped his face and, as the lightning jellyfish flew over, hurriedly put on his hat. Although the battle was brutal, for some reason, his mood was actually quite good. There was only one place left. The group gathered and looked toward the most terrifying spot on the battlefield. There, 2 Thunders were fighting, still posting some light-hearted images. If you say I'm fierce again, be careful or I'll finish you off. Chapter 577. Someone is scheming. Just as everyone's gaze turned toward the Thunders, suddenly, 2 mechanical notifications sounded simultaneously. Territory Giantwood Fortress Lord has chosen. Surrender. Players in the Giantwood Fortress territory will be withdrawn from the territory in 5 seconds. Territory Nevernight City has passed the 3rd wave of monster attacks. Congratulations to Territory Nevernight City for being the first to clear the 3rd wave. All players within the territory will receive a reward of 10 points to each attribute, including strength, speed, and agility, excluding special attributes. Please note, Territory Nevernight City Lord has chosen. Exit the competition. Judged as. Surrender. Players in Territory Nevernight City will be withdrawn from the territory in 5 seconds. What? Sean looked at the pop-up messages. Unable to react for a moment, Giantwood Fortress surrendered. Nevernight City passed the third stage, but also chose to surrender. Sean's gaze turned toward the two territories above. Nevernight City remained obscured, but within the giant wood fortress, the tragic situation did indeed seem a bit more pronounced. Almost all the players were deathly pale. But what was slightly strange was that the battle situation was not actually that bad. In fact, under an NS command, the drone swarms had already coordinated effectively, and were essentially evenly matched with the opposing monsters. Why choose to withdraw at a time like this? In the chat stream, other players were also quite shocked, all asking in unison, what happened? Originally, Nevernight City passing the third stage was something worth cheering for. But the immediate exit from the game left people feeling confused. The white light of the giant wood fortress had already begun to envelop the area. At this moment, as if sensing something, NN's eyes looked toward the other territory currently being broadcast on the light screen. Nevernight City. A thin woman walked out from within Nevernight City. Killer also looked toward the top of the light screen, and at that moment, their gazes subtly collided. Players from both territories were teleported out. In the private chat channel, Killer, did you also sense something? Anendasu, yes. NN returned to his vehicle. There were not many wounds on his body, but both his spirit and intelligence had been severely depleted. The intelligence attribute was not simply linked to a human's level of cleverness. To a certain extent, intelligence and spirit attributes had similarities, however. The spirit attribute mainly functioned in the perception of spirituality and spiritual power. Intelligence, on the other hand, was the perception of rules, perceiving the rules by which vehicles operate, perceiving the rules of connection between people and monsters, perceiving the rules by which the world operates. The higher the spirit attribute, the more non-natural power one can use. The higher the intelligence attribute, the more one can grasp things related to rules that ordinary players in the game cannot. For example, the manufacturing of certain key items, and the cracked versions of certain settings. NN rubbed his brow. After seeing Killer's message, he cautiously replied with a yes. He was not a man of many words. Killer, there is something strange. NN desu. Indeed. As NN replied again, the scene from just moments ago surfaced in his mind. At the beginning of the battle, he had been unable to adapt, but soon, a tactical analysis had appeared in his mind. The other players were also quite capable. After the initial fear, they immediately threw themselves into the fight. Players who could persist until now were not weak. But during the battle, the fluctuations transmitted from the spiritual network were quite wrong. It was as if everyone's combat effectiveness was declining in an inconspicuous but uniform manner. At first, people's speed seemed to have slowed down, a point that actually didn't attract much attention. As stamina was consumed and fatigue rose, a decrease in speed was a very common issue. But after the speed dropped, their strength also began to wither. At the beginning, they could shatter the outer shell of a monster with one punch, but later, it took 2 or 3. Basic physical attributes aside, their spiritual power also seemed to be gradually withering away. If, according to the previous perception of the spiritual network, one were to compare the existence of other players to moths on a spider web, then as time progressed, the bodies of these moths seemed to curl up, their high spirits gradually becoming sluggish, and in the end in NN's mind, the moths on the web seemed to have turned into transparent cocoons, powerless, sleepy, and struggling. Killer had a similar feeling, besides subjective perception. Another piece of evidence was the drones. As another main combat force on the battlefield, the drones themselves had no weakening whatsoever. Moreover, as they coordinated, the built-in intelligent systems of the drones were even self-upgrading after embedding themselves into the rules. This was strange. It indicated that the problem did not lie within the territory, due to the comparison. After performing calculations, NN proposed surrender even faster than Nevernight City. Surrender, in NN's view, was not something worth caring about. According to his calculations, if the player's comprehensive quality continued to decline at that speed, then this game trip would be more trouble than it was worth. Killer's perception was not as strong as NN's, but her intuition still led her to choose to abandon the game after passing the third stage. Inside Nevernight City, the players did not know what had happened, but subconsciously, They also felt that the Lord's actions were correct. Their bodies were very sleepy. Killer. Do we really have to exit the battle? We can still. Killer looked over with an indifferent expression. And other players stopped talking. After the players from both territories exited, there were those in the chat stream asking what had happened. The players from the Giant Wood Fortress asked less, as they had surrendered, after all. And it wasn't easy to ask. However, the players from Nevernight City were also tight-lipped. They themselves didn't know what had happened. It was as if, above the Giant Wood Fortress and Nevernight City, an unknown vortex had appeared, sucking away everyone's strength. But this could also entirely be the result of physical exhaustion. However, they had a pretty good harvest this round. They obtained an achievement and, at the very least, cleared the third stage. Now, all that remained was the comprehensive settlement once all territories finished their battles. The players on both sides really did retreat. Sean continued. The others looked at each other in dismay. Jiang Yi's private chat channel buzzed. Killer and Nguyen had both sent messages at the same time. Killer, Captain John, pay attention to your team members' overall strength or any mental changes. There seems to be some abnormal energy influence within the territory. Nguyen, John too. Someone is playing tricks. Mama, the artist who produced the previous Spring Festival event illustrations, a teacher with a rather unique style. Chapter 578, Broken Simeon is playing tricks. Jiang Yi's movements paused for a split second, and then, with a large stride, his figure vanished. Jiang Yi's figure appeared right between the two Thunders, standing in the center of the battlefield. Jiang Yi finally felt the terror of this place. The air here felt as if it had been ruthlessly compressed by something. Just being in it made even breathing feel difficult. Spatial rifts were everywhere, torn open by the fighting. The black fissures writhed slowly, emitting an unsettling aura. Jiang Yi's movements were simply too fast. By the time everyone reacted, they were all stunned. Xiao Huihui didn't say a word, but Huita had already begun to retract his healing aura. Now was not the time to buff everyone, aside from basic enhancements. The most important thing was to concentrate their combat power during the battle. Huita's performance had seemed unremarkable, but only the players in the thick of it could truly feel the terror of Huita Zhuansheng. This guy was an absolute top-tier carry. Otherwise, given the strength consumed in the previous 2 rounds, the fact that everyone could still go toe-to-toe with their own undead knights in the 3rd round was completely unimaginable. It could be said that, with the exception of a few, Huita's enhancements had almost forcibly restored everyone's state to at least 80% of their normal capacity. And in some skills that required boosting, the performance was even stronger. This was also related to Jiang Yi's, or more accurately, Xiao Hui's strategy. Letting Huita conserve his strength was partly Jiang Yi's own thinking and partly Xiao Hui's suggestion. In this game, contrary to people's daily perceptions, support classes, especially healing and enhancement types, were actually the core of the team. They had no prior information regarding the strength of the burial ground. Under such circumstances, the support needed to be protected. Exposing the support's true strength too early might instead trigger unfavorable changes. The 3rd round of monsters had verified Xiao Hui's line of reasoning. The so-called recorded death aura of the 3rd round undead knights was actually the death aura they had perceived on the battlefield. In other words, it was a perception of their performance in the first 2 rounds. In those first 2 rounds, Huitu was the only one who never went all out, keeping all his group healing spells at level 1. Only when healing Xiaowei did he expose a bit more, raising it to level 3. Because of this, the enhancement level and healing level of the 3rd stage undead knights were suppressed to a relatively low degree. Battles weren't things that could be turned around just by shouting about bonds or memories. That was a highly idealized state. Jiang Yi's confidence was, in reality, rooted in Huita Zhuansheng. As long as the time gap was stretched wide enough, the impact Huita could exert would be strong enough. Huita Zhuansheng partially retracted his healing abilities and then focused everything on enhancements. When Jiang Yi made his move, Yuang and Xiaowei were just about to act, but were stopped by Xiao Huihui. We need long-range attacks here. The two didn't speak and stepped back. Brother Xiao, Sister Chengzi, and Brother Cheng understood. Chengzi nodded earnestly and walked in front of the two. Compared to the Kangshan shield, Chengzi's figure could even be called petite. But, as that seemingly small figure stood there, She exuded an aura as heavy as Chengzi's own vehicle. "Leave the front to me," Chengzi said. Chengzi understood Xiao Hui's meaning immediately. If they were going with long-range attacks, then it would likely be based on Sean's attack style. Among the current players, aside from Brother John, no one could face Thunder head-on. If they were touched, it would only result in damage. Therefore, when providing long-range assistance, one must be wary of the latter's surprise attacks. She was the defensive line in front of her teammates. Although her frontal strength couldn't compare to Thunder, as long as she was still standing, she wouldn't let the opponent break through her line. Chengzi moved to the front, and the group quickly adjusted their positioning. Soon, a familiar sniper rifle appeared in Sean's hand. Sniper rifle, Undead Gaze. The moment this deep blue sniper rifle appeared, Hui almost couldn't take his eyes off it. A sniper rifle, the dream gun of every kid in the community. The previous battles hadn't been suitable for a sniper rifle, but now, it had finally reached the territory where he excelled most. Sean licked his lips. Generally speaking, the recoil of a sniper rifle was something an ordinary person couldn't withstand. Certain heavy sniper rifles, like the Type 10, required a bipod to be deployed and for the shooter to lie prone just to barely manage it. But now, this shitty game did have some benefits. At the very least, he could enjoy the thrill of wielding a sniper rifle by hand. Sean didn't even look through the scope. Yuan, standing nearby, felt his heart jump, terrified that this kid might accidentally shoot Brother John or Brother Thunder. With a bang, the bullet flew out, rapidly crossing the battlefield. While the three in the middle were locked in combat, it flew straight toward the undead knight. Thunder, holy crap. Yuan couldn't help but curse. That's cool. The bullet spun as it entered the center of the battlefield, and at a distance of less than a few dozen millimeters from the undead knight. Thunder, it passed right through. Did it hit? He had been watching you the entire time, never once standing up from the bed. From just a moment ago until now, he hadn't even sat down. In the eyes of the crowd, the bullet passed instantly through the black figure. The expected scene of a shattered skull did not occur. Instead, the figure simply dissipated. Chengzi, here. Chengzi's figure surged forward. Just as she arrived in front of Sean, a massive force erupted from her shield. Chengzi's cheeks turned deathly pale. The impact lasted only for a split second before dissipating. At that very moment, two other figures also appeared instantly beside that shadow. A crimson blade light flashed, and the undead knight, Thunder, appeared before them. He was a warrior nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a waist, abdomen, and neck that looked as if he had stepped straight out of ancient Rome. The back of the man's armor was already riddled with cracks, and his mask had been struck until only half remained. From beneath that mask, half a skull was exposed, with flames burning calmly inside. That armored hand slammed into the top of the Kangshan shield. In just a single exchange, the remaining members felt their nerves tighten to the breaking point. After the pincer attack from Jiang Yi and Thunderzi, that figure was finally pulled away from the edge. But the scene from just a moment ago remained deeply etched into everyone's minds. Chengzi's pupils trembled. A few seconds later, with a soft click, Chengzi looked down in a daze. The Kangshan shield was broken. Chapter 579. Top 1 in kill count. 1 second to dodge a sniper bullet. 2 seconds to break the Kangshan shield. This was the true strength of Thunderzi. Chengzi lowered her hand holding the shield. As the foul-smelling wind of the burial ground blew past, she froze, only then realizing that from a moment ago until now, her posture hadn't changed at all. Her entire body had been in a state of high alert, her pupils severely constricted, and her arm was still trembling even now. In that second when she locked eyes with the undead knight, she had only one thought. She was going to die. Perhaps it was because Thunderzi was usually taciturn, yet always carried a slight smile on his face, that even though everyone knew Brother Thunder had the highest comprehensive combat power among them, no one felt any sense of awe toward him. However, in that split second just now, Chengzi's mind kept replaying the image of that blue skeleton appearing before her, the flames in its eye sockets watching her with indifference. That fist had struck the Kangshan shield without any earth-shattering sound, but the moment it made contact, the interior of the Kangshan shield felt as if it had been violently rammed by something. By the time she reacted, a crack had already appeared on the surface, a burning, Aching sensation spread through Changzi's right arm. If Brother Jiang and Thunder hadn't pulled that skeleton back just now, perhaps her road trip would have ended right there the second she saw the opponent. No wonder Brother Jiang hadn't said a word and had charged forward himself. Oh, Changzi's chest heaved once. Soon, she shook her head, swapped out the damaged Kangshan shield, and a new shield appeared in her hand. A new shield modified from the black tortoise armor. It even had some new materials added to it. According to what Brother Jiang said, these were materials left over from a forging quest he had taken. Since they were going to waste, he had simply forged a shield for her. Holding the black shield in her hand, Changzi's spirit returned to normal, and her focus sharpened. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Changzi muttered unconsciously, then raised her shield and charged to the front again. Sean's voice came through. Are you okay? Yeah. Good. Then I'll continue providing support from the perimeter. The scene from just a moment ago had shocked them all. But having been through so many battles, this wasn't enough to destroy their will. Seeing his partner recover, Sean raised the undead gaze and aimed again. The speed was fast, but that was fine. The speed of the bullet would only be faster. All he had to do was predict the trajectory. As Sean looked at the field, he thought for a moment. Suddenly, he flipped his palm, and in the sight of the others, 3 silver bullets streaked through the air. Sean flicked his finger, and the foremost bullet, twice as long as a standard sniper round, with a song engraved on the tip, slid into the undead gaze. Sean spoke rapidly. Brother Jiang, can you hear me? I can. Jiang Yi replied amidst the battle. Can you create half a body width of space and expose the shoulder and neck area? Jiang Yi did not answer. On the battlefield, Jiang Yi flexed his numb arm. After trading 3 punches with Thunder, the components of Big Purple were already starting to creak. I'll try. As Jiang Yi spoke, he exchanged a glance with Thunder. Thunder nodded slightly. His figure surged forward, and the 2 Thunders clashed again. Thunder's punches grew heavier with every strike. He had some wounds on his body as well, but clearly, he still held the upper hand. If they gave Thunder more time, he would surely be able to defeat the Undead Knight. But the problem now was that there wasn't that much time left. The more time they consumed, the less time they had to rest. Jiang Yi and the others did not want to get stuck in the 3rd round like this. After Thunder threw the first punch and they traded 3 or 4 blows, suddenly, after his left fist shot out, the shadow beside Thunder rippled. A crimson blade light erupted from the force of the punch, slashing toward the opponent's neck. The second Thunder threw his punch. Jiang Yi activated Heaven is Dark. Please close your eyes. Concealing his own figure, the crimson blade light slammed fiercely into the opponent's armor. A harsh screech of metal scraping and sparks flew as it cut from the chest up to the neck. Jiang Yi's long blade swept from bottom to top, a standard water-breathing technique. As the log updated with 5 points of true damage, Jiang Yi felt the space in front of him suffocate for a moment. Jiang Yi shifted his footwork, and over there, Thunder had already lifted his leg in a horizontal kick. The knees of the 2 Thunders collided violently. Jiang Yi's figure flashed again, and in the moment of passing, he appeared once more to the rear right of the Undead Knight. Thunder, a knee strike. Loss of balance to the front left. Boom! A thunderous punch knocked the Undead Knight. Thunder, squelch. Armor pressed against the ground. The Undead Knight tried to move, only to find he couldn't. On the ground was butter. In the moment he was immobilized, a flicker of human-like astonishment appeared on the Undead Knight's face. It seemed he couldn't fathom what kind of thing could actually restrict his movements. Nice. Sean's lips curled upward. He muttered to himself, and with a bang, a silver-white bullet spun through the air. The silver-white bullet pierced the air once more. Thunder's body shifted to the right. The sound of a bullet-piercing flesh echo did hit. A smile appeared on Sean's face. He knew this guy would dodge, and he would dodge with such a small, precise movement. A foul-smelling wind blew past. It was hard to imagine that in that split second, Sean had not only calculated the bullet's speed and the wind direction but had also judged the enemy's range of movement based on the brief moment of engagement and observation. Of course, the probability of the bullet hitting that Sean had anticipated was no more than 40%. Perhaps it was that yellow stuff from earlier. The Undead Knight seemed to have stepped on that thing, and his movements had clearly slowed down or even stalled. Regardless, Probability was only one aspect. More importantly, the silver-white bullet penetrated the shell. At the tip of the bullet, silver-white patterns emerged, forming a twisted, serpentine shape. This was the bullet that Survive had given him. After that kid surrendered his territory, he had silently sent the bullets over. Special item, Silver Snake. He had been coveting this thing for a long time. Special item, Silver Snake description. A special bullet-type weapon item produced in the mechanical heaven. A product of the perfect fusion of flesh and blood technology and mechanical technology. Of course, in some places, it is often regarded as taboo. Description. The explosion range of each Silver Snake bullet is a 50-centimeter radius circle centered on the nearest target hit. Within this range, the target's movement speed will be suppressed after the Silver Snake hits. In addition to the true damage caused by the first strike, it will randomly trigger various impacts, including but not limited to secondary explosions, secondary mental shocks, secondary mental suppression. Once the hit landed, a mechanical broadcast sounded. You have dealt 10 points of true damage to the undead knight. Secondary attack calculation in progress, calculation successful. This round of attack is mental shock. Inside the skeleton hit by the silver-white bullet, a small silver snake appeared, its two fangs sinking fiercely into the undead knight's neck. Tertiary attack calculation in progress, calculation successful. This round of attack is physical explosion damage. A violent electromagnetic shock ignited once more. With a bang, the armor on the left side of the undead knight was blown away, flying high into the air before landing on the ground with a clatter. 3 successful calculations. Sean's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to continue, a 4th broadcast sounded. The territory you are in is being watched by the God of Luck, who is willing to provide you with some good fortune. The God of Luck. The 4th broadcast sounded. 4th attack calculation in progress. There was a 4th one. Truly God, oh no. The God of Luck be praised. 4th calculation. At the same time, the butter lost its effect. After the undead knight Thunder's E's figure shifted for a brief moment, there was a squelch. In front of the undead knight Thunder, the blade light of the crimson moon pierced through. Behind him, a blood-stained fist appeared simultaneously. The final second of 4th calculation, maximum damage, now in effect. The body of the undead knight Thunder was impaled in the center by Jiang Yi and Thunder. His head slowly drooped down. On the light screen, lines of text appeared. Bone Burial Ground 3rd Wave Impact. Undead Knight 10/10 has been cleared. Current kill count of the Bone Burial Ground. 100,001. Currently ranked top 1 in the territory's kill count. Among the players in the Bone Burial Ground, everyone's system logs began to update. Congratulations. You have completed the hidden quest, Bloodwashed Ground. Each player will receive a 15-point strength bonus, a 15-point speed bonus, a 15-point constitution bonus, and 1 point of mental reduction. Jianjidos to train high-end ingredients often require the simplest. Chapter 582 LV for Genesis Pillar Hidden Quest. Wild King and the others looked at Jiang Yi. The hidden quest had been triggered by Jiang Yi alone. The others didn't know about it. Jiang Yi nodded, indicating there was no problem. After Jiang Yi nodded, the light screen flickered. Above the red-black earth, amidst the stark white skeletons, streams of ice began to precipitate from the bones, flying toward the crowd. At first, everyone was a bit guarded, but soon, as the first stream of ice flowed in, Wild King's movements paused slightly. This stream of ice flowed into Wild King's legs. The moment it merged, Wild King felt his tense, aching muscles instantly relaxed. At the same time, his agility attribute began to rise. The so-called attribute reward was actually recycling the energy within the skeletons. Stream after stream of ice flowed in. Although the players watching the live stream didn't know what was happening, they knew this must be related to the rewards. The players watched this scene with envy. Although they had watched the hardships of this journey, these rewards were also real. As the ice flowed in, Wild King's furrowed brow smoothed out, and the others made similar movements. Among all the flowing ice, the streams flowing toward Jiang Yi were the thickest and densest. The advanced reward unlocked by a Lord player is twice that of a normal player, which means Jiang Yi would receive a full 30 points of attribute rewards. Of course, his mental attribute would decrease again, in the process of the ice flowing in. Jiang Yi also understood why this thing would lower his mental attribute. As the icy current coursed through his body, Jiang Yi perceived a sensation similar to what he had experienced at the Tiger Tooth Training Center. And like the attribute points awarded through typical means, these incoming icy currents brought about a substantial increase in attributes that had been tempered, requiring no additional time to adapt. It was as if these things had originated from within them all along. His strength, agility, and constitution attributes soared rapidly, although the depletion from the first 3 rounds was not entirely compensated for. His overall strength had taken a massive leap forward. While Jiang Yi and his group were receiving their rewards, the members of the Astrological Observatory also successfully cleared the 3rd stage. Of the 5 territories, only the Astrological Observatory and the Burial Ground remained. The number of players in the Astrological Observatory stood at 42, a decrease of roughly half compared to their previous count. The notification of their successful clearance lit up above, and although the faces of the Astrological Observatory players were pale, their spirits were highly invigorated. In the live stream chat, the players' messages began to refresh rapidly. The Astrological Observatory cleared the 3rd stage too. Boss Lin Chang really is full of hidden depths. Does this mean both of these territories now have the chance to continue challenging further? The 4th stage. Everyone typed their messages while looking at the light screen with irrepressible anticipation. No one had expected that, in the end, it would be the Astrological Observatory and the Burial Ground that remained. The former was because, no matter what, Boss Lin Chang had only joined the 99th subdivision during the 3rd merger, so his strength had always been in doubt. But after this battle, Boss Lin Chang's status could be considered completely solidified. Furthermore, compared to other big shots like Buen, Lei Ting, and Shoot 1902, Lin Chang was clearly closer to or in some ways even surpassed the existence of Boss Xiao Shidiao, between a big shot who floated high in the sky and was difficult to approach, and a big shot who could answer everyone's questions in the group chat and actively open up shops. It was self-evident who could better capture people's hearts. What's more, compared to the smooth sailing of Boss Xiao Shidiao, Lin Chang was the one who had truly emerged from hardship. Even at the very last moment, Boss Lin Chang was still encouraging the players of the Astrological Observatory, brothers and sisters. We won. Lin Chang wiped the blood from his face, looked at the crowd, and said earnestly. The others exchanged glances, smiles appearing on their faces. Lin Chang, Lin Chang, Lin Chang, cheers erupted, and Lin Chang's eyes seemed to redden slightly. Although we are not as strong as the players from the Burial Ground, as long as we are united, as long as I have you all, we will definitely be able to achieve victory. The Astrological Observatory is great because of your existence. After saying this, Lin Chang actually bowed to the crowd. The other players also felt their eyes grow a bit moist. After 3 rounds of fighting, it would be a lie to say there were no emotions involved, even if they had initially just wanted to scrape together some rewards. Now, they truly felt a sense of belonging to the Astrological Observatory. The Astrological Observatory was great because of their existence. As long as they were united, they would definitely be able to achieve victory. Above the Astrological Observatory and the Burial Ground, the light screen updated once more. The time it took for the 2 territories to clear the stage was about 10 minutes apart, and the light screens lit up almost simultaneously. Attention, Lord players. The 4th wave of impact will begin in 30 minutes. Please note, the difficulty of the 4th wave of impact will increase significantly. Lord players will have 30 seconds to decide whether to continue participating in the game. Yes/no. Countdown of 3 OS begins. Numbers popped up one by one on the side of the Astrological Observatory. Before Lin Chang could even finish speaking, the players below had already spoken up spontaneously. Boss, let's participate. Lin Chang's expression was somewhat hesitant. Boss, don't worry about us. As long as we unite, there is no stage we can't clear. Besides, we still have 42 people left, which is much more than the Burial Ground. Isn't our kill count still lagging behind? We'll strike back later. We can definitely do it. That's right, that's right. The rewards within the Astrological Observatory were also distributed. Although they were not as rich as the rewards unlocked by the Burial Ground, they still provided a full 10-point increase each to strength, agility, and constitution. Furthermore, After 3 rounds, the magic energy of the astrological observatory had risen. Please note, the magic intensity within the territory astrological observatory has increased. Currently available magic includes LV for Star Flash, LV for Creation Pillar, LV for Star Ring. All the magic arrays began to update. It wasn't just talk that they were the territory with the strongest offensive capabilities, compared to the burial ground, which was left as nothing but ruins. The magic arrays within the astrological observatory were an advantage that other territories did not possess. As all the magic arrays finished refreshing, the smiles on the faces of the astrological observatory players grew even brighter. The audience in the chat, upon seeing the magic arrays, were also stirred into a frenzy, all flooding the chat with astrological observatory is awesome. The players of the astrological observatory became increasingly excited, amidst the cheers of the crowd. Lin Chang nodded firmly and said, "All right, then let's continue." The option popped up. Lord player Lin Chang's dog has chosen to continue the game. Chapter 581, Burial. After the astrological observatory chose to continue the battle, everyone's gaze turned to the burial ground. Would the burial ground continue to advance, or would they, like Nightless City and the others, withdraw from the battle? As they looked toward the burial ground, everyone suddenly noticed something else. In the burial ground, no one had disconnected. Compared to other territories, not a single player from the burial ground had chosen to surrender, nor had a single one died. The combat power of the 10 people was completely preserved. What would Boss Xiao Shudio do? Jiang Yi closed the refreshing chat. The comments from these people were of no use. All that talk about representing humanity, or creating miracles together with the astrological observatory, that kind of thing was just for show. Above the burial ground, the invitation for the 4th stage appeared simultaneously. However, unlike the astrology observatory, the light screen for the 4th stage of the burial ground had turned red. Furthermore, the displayed content had also changed. Respected Lord Player Melancholy Little Fry, you have received an invitation from the Lord. An invitation from the Lord. Another territory impossible. Jiang Yi looked upward. Blood-red color gradually permeated the light screen. Those originally blue characters seemed to be slowly soaked in blood. The following is the content of the invitation. I invite you to slumber here. The 4th round of the assault has been awakened. Please note, the difficulty rating for the 4th round of the assault is extremely dangerous. Prompt complete. You will have 30 seconds to make your choice. Extremely dangerous. The joy on the faces of the players within the burial ground faded. Originally, they had thought that if their strength increased significantly, the subsequent stages might be easier. But now it seemed that as the most dangerous territory, the burial ground's level of danger was beyond their imagination. Advance or withdraw. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Yi. Although no one spoke, Jiang Yi already understood that no matter what choice he made, these people would continue to follow. This feeling was quite strange. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and first looked at Hutu Junsheng. Hutu, how much of your spiritual power do you have left? 50%. Hutu answered immediately. A conservative estimate. After 3 rounds of combat, Hutu actually still had 50% of his spiritual power remaining. Sean's expression as he looked at Hutu changed. Is this still that kid who drove the ding-ding car? He is a total powerhouse. After high-intensity group buffs and group healing, he still had 50% of his spiritual power left. I basically didn't receive any attacks on my end, Hutu explained. At the beginning, Brother John told him to conserve his strength, and later, after Xiaowei finished healing, she also kept guarding his side. So he basically didn't get hurt. Even so, the 50% figure still made the surrounding players unable to help but glance at Hutu, looking solely at his skills and spiritual power. Perhaps Hutu was the true genius. Whenever Sean thought about how this guy clung to Zhang Shui on the boat without letting go, he began to doubt life again. Although he had said it many times, he still had to say it. There is something wrong with this sector. 50%. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and looked around again. Xiaowei bared her teeth in a smile at Jiang Yi, although she didn't say anything. Jiang Yi understood what she meant. Continue fighting. Continue. Lord Player Melancholy Little Fry has made a choice. Continue the game. Please note, the 4th stage will begin in 30 minutes, Player Starry Night said. Burial Ground has also chosen to continue the game, player Honest Man said. So exciting. Player Late Stage Procrastinator said 30 minutes passed quickly. On the blood red earth. Huda switched fully to healing, patching everyone's status back up to 80%. However, Huitu's brows remained tightly furrowed. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Yi. Among the auras of the 10 people, only Jiang Yi's aura was interspersed with many gray patches. This was not to say that the healing for Jiang Yi was insufficient, it was that this body was too severely damaged. In Huitu's perspective, a small healing avatar appeared above everyone's head. Xiao Wei's healing avatar was lying on the ground with limbs splayed, breathing in the white healing light in large gulps. Sean's avatar had its hands behind its head, bathing in the white light as if sunbathing. Everyone was relaxed while receiving treatment, their consciousness relatively complete. Only Brother John. In Huitu's eyes, above Jiang Yi's head, that avatar was the only one standing still. Above the avatar's neck, there were deep purple marks. Below the avatar's chest, there were bloody holes from dagger stabs. The wrists, leg bones, and ankles all showed varying degrees of distortion. Most of the avatar's body was gray, and its form was almost transparent. Even if the body transferred the damage, the pain endured by the spirit could not be erased. Jiang Yi's gray avatar stood there, obediently cooperating with the white light, letting it pass through its body. However, no matter how hard he tried to repair it, compared to the trauma on the spiritual body, it was merely a drop in the bucket. All he could do was restore the surface-level pain. As Huda looked at the spiritual avatar seemed to realize something. It looked up at Huda and smiled at him. It seemed to be comforting him. Huitu's chest heaved, and he silently increased the intensity of the healing. The magic circles of the astrology observatory lit up one by one, and the starry sky appeared above the territory, looking extremely dreamy. Compared to the grand momentum of the astrology observatory, the burial ground was much quieter and more subdued, but many players still felt that the atmosphere in the burial ground had become even more terrifying. The deep red on the ground had almost turned into flowing blood red. As the countdown reached the final 5 minutes, 2 light screens popped up simultaneously. Attention all players. There are 5 minutes left until the 4th round of the assault. With 5 minutes left on the countdown, above the astrology observatory, except for the location of the magic circle, the rest of the sky turned completely dark, as if some unknown existence had drawn a curtain over the place where the astrology observatory was located. Immediately afterward, everyone in the astrology observatory heard a soft chuckle. "What is that?" someone asked. Shadows were summoned one by the forest field. These shadows gathered among the players, protecting them layer by layer, providing a great sense of security. After 3 rounds of the game, these shadows had been upgraded and had almost materialized, developing human-like facial features, and even what seemed to be human breathing. In the land of buried bones, the mutation did not emerge from the sky. It unfolded upon the earth itself. The red color above the ground grew deeper and deeper, until finally, it began to flow slowly. A river of blood. Xiao's expression was grave. Monsters within the river. The group kept guessing, using the speculation to ease the tension in their hearts. However, they soon discovered something was wrong. The area covered by the flowing blood-red color was too vast, as if it had no boundaries. This time, Jiang Yi stood above the roasted chicken wings. At the very top, Jiang Yi's brows furrowed bit by bit. The traces of the spreading blood were quite familiar. It was just like Jiang Yi suddenly turned toward the city walls and the area inside them. It was just like the ruins of the land of buried bones. While these thoughts flashed through Jiang Yi's mind, on the other side, the blood-red color finished spreading. Then, under everyone's tense gaze, the air fell silent for a second. Clatter. Where the blood-red color permeated, a blood-red city wall, identical to the one beneath their feet, rose from the ground. Above the city walls, banners also appeared one after another. Sean turned his head abruptly, looking toward his side, where the corresponding position on the city wall also had black fragments. Was this the location of the banners? After the banners were raised, a phantom gate opened in everyone's ears. The scene continued to extend. On the blood-red ground, ghastly white bones rose from the earth, and the flames of the undead ignited the land once more. These were the first wave of skeleton soldiers. But unlike the ones they had eliminated, these skeleton soldiers had red fragments on their arms. Behind the skeleton soldiers, the earth trembled, and giant red spiders climbed down from the city walls and spider webs. These red spiders were covered in mysterious patterns. Behind the red spiders, at the very top of the city wall, undead knights appeared. But they were not the undead knights corresponding to the players, but rather Clatter. A black spear was placed horizontally downward, its tip tearing open a rift in space. Looking up along the black spear, one could see black-blue armor, a tattered blood-red cloak, a blood-colored mask, and long hair just tied up behind the mask. Four undead beings exuding terrifying auras appeared, just by standing on the city wall. They made everyone feel unimaginable pressure. Guanbu Shangdi Chuang's Adam's apple bobbed. Was the opposite side actually a territory identical to the land of buried bones? The Lord's invitation. Souls that die in the land of buried bones will be reborn, right? If this place had always been a land without an owner, then where did these monsters they defeated come from? The land of buried bones couldn't have been a ruin from the very beginning. Looking at it from this perspective while everyone was thinking, suddenly, everyone's train of thought stalled. A grayish-white aura of death seemed to shroud their minds. And Guanbu Shangdi Chuang's pupils shrank, Clatter in that second. In the depths of Guanbu Shangdi Chuang's mind, a huge red eye suddenly rose in the center of his pupil. Then, within the pupil, 3 black irises continuously split and squeezed, staring at him. Guanbu Shangdi Chang let out a muffled groan, and fresh blood flowed from the corner of his eye. Chapter 582, The Final Battle. The 10 people in the land of buried bones were as if frozen by something. In the space where their consciousness is spread, a massive blood-red eye spanned the entire heavens and earth. The 3 irises within the blood-red eye continuously split and squeezed, giving birth to new eyeballs within. A mechanical broadcast sounded simultaneously. You have gazed upon an unknown creature. Your spirit has suffered a certain degree of corruption. This corruption cannot be healed or transferred. Your health points are slowly decreasing. You are being shrouded by the aura of death. Your strength, agility, constitution, and other attributes are decaying. You have looked directly at the night symbolizing death and destruction. Your constitution is decaying at an accelerated rate. Opposite the ruined city, a city that seemed to exist only in history and nothingness appeared before everyone's eyes. The 4 knights looked down upon them from a high vantage point. On the city walls, blood slowly congealed, and a vacant throne slowly emerged. Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed. At some point, a skeleton had appeared on the throne. Compared to the undead knights, the frame of this skeleton appeared fragile, even from a great distance. His excellent eyesight allowed Jiang Yi to see the cracks on the skeleton caused by the erosion of time. The skeleton wore no armor, no blood-red cloak, and was no different from the skeleton soldiers below. The only difference was that behind the skeleton, there was a black object protruding. After seeing the appearance of this black object clearly, the red moon in Jiang Yi's hand suddenly hummed. This humming had nothing to do with the red moon, but rather, the Klein editor. The Klein editor was trembling, as if it had encountered a natural predator. A weapon possessing the aura of time was the natural enemy of the Klein editor, whose nature was evolution. No matter how much a thing evolves, it can never escape the erosion brought by time. Before the war had even begun, their strength here had been reduced by 30%. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and stood in front of everyone of his own accord. The hand of war unfolded over the ruins. On the other side, black banners fluttered above the city. As the black banners slowly unfurled, everyone finally saw what was on them: a skull and a black-hand white iris flower. The skull and the iris were symbols of the Grim Reaper. The light screen began to change. 4th stage, the Grim Reaper description. In the city of death. Death is the final destination. In the city guarded by the undead. Hold your ground for over 30 minutes to clear the 4th stage. Broadcast complete. The battle will begin in 30 seconds. Death. The Grim Reaper. Sean's expression became absurd. As an American, although he was not religious, he still held a sense of awe toward these legendary entities. Sean swallowed hard, his hand gripping the sniper rifle trembling slightly. The reactions of the others were similar, although they weren't certain if the entity opposite them was truly the god of death. The title god alone was enough to set their imaginations running wild. Suspicions, fear, panic, and a series of other negative emotions began to spread. Before Jiang Yi could even speak, Changzi and Yuing took the initiative to step forward. The former stood at the front of the group, slamming her shield into the ground as an intangible halo of light enveloped them. Within the protective range of the shield, negative emotions were dampened. Changzi didn't say a word, but Yuing spoke up to give me a break. A monster that died in the burial grounds dares to call itself the god of death. Yuing sneered. That giant eyeball from earlier was indeed sanity-shattering. But after the initial panic, Yuing suddenly shook his head, finding it amusing. If it were truly a being that governed death, why would it have died in these ruins? If it truly took pride in death, then why were these skeletons spreading nothing but negative emotions? Neither side of that logic held up. The only explanation was that this thing was merely a fox masquerading as a tiger. The greed skin crawled up Yuing's arm. He turned to the group and said earnestly, 30 minutes. 1,800 seconds. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's not even as long as the time it takes me to take a dump. Are you a bit constipated? Sean scratched his head. Yuing rolled his eyes. But the expressions of the people in front of him suddenly eased up quite a bit because of this interlude. It seemed he had a point. If this guy were really the so-called god of death, would it be trapped in these ruins? If it were truly that invincible, could it not even protect its own territory? Even if they took a step back and assumed this guy really was that powerful, it was only for 30 minutes. It really didn't take that long to take a dump. Why on earth did he have to use such a strange comparison? Jiang Yi couldn't help it. Only now did he burst into laughter. The others couldn't help but chuckle as well. The words were crude, but the logic held true. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Just wait. I'll be charging at the very front. I'll hack to death whoever comes. No, Changzi said. Yuing was about to retort, but seeing it was Changzi, he let out an Changzi said earnestly, I will be at the very front. She was the shield, and the shield belonged in front of everyone else. Even if this was a game, as long as she hadn't given up, she would throw herself into it wholeheartedly. This was the foundation of her will to survive. The light screen flickered. The group's emotions were completely adjusted. At this moment, everyone's heartbeats sounded like war drums. For Knights. Sean and Xiaowei, you are responsible for the first one on the left. Changzi, Chang, Yuing, and Xiaowei, you are responsible for the second one on the left. Jokes were jokes. But when it came to battle, Jiang Yi wouldn't joke around at all. Sean's melee ability was lacking, but Xiaowei could compensate for that. Changzi, Chang, Yuing, and Xiaowei had been working together for a long time and had a relative level of tacit understanding. I'll go. No, Lighting. You have a more important mission. Jiang Yi interrupted Lighting. You take Xiaohui and Huda with you to stall, or rather, eliminate the undead knight on the right as quickly as possible. Jiang Yi's gaze was heavy. No matter how much the atmosphere had eased up earlier, the disparity in strength was cruel. Those four knights just looking at them from afar, Jiang Yi already felt they were incredibly troublesome. Yuing's side could only barely manage to stall. Therefore, Lighting needed to take charge of the more difficult area. Not only did he have to hold off the undead knight there, but he also had to be ready to provide reinforcements at any time. In fact, even Lighting alone wouldn't be enough. In terms of the battlefield's global perspective, they needed Xiaohui's help. Even so, there was still on the battlefield. The number of skeleton minions and red spiders was already terrifying. It was equivalent to the monsters from the first two rounds gathering together once again. Objectively speaking, the current combat power of the fourth stage had already exceeded the limits of 10 players in the burial grounds. However, this was only the limit for 10 players. Opposite Jiang Yi, Xiaohui's brain was about to explode from the tension. Although his ability to analyze the battle situation was good, he was relatively lacking in combat experience. It was only because this group of teammates had impossibly large hearts that they weren't already spiraling into anxious breakdowns. How did that saying go? Of those who play with tactics, 2/3 are the ones least capable of actually executing them. This wasn't to say they were just armchair generals, but rather that real battlefields are often filled with the known and the arbitrary. When things spiral out of control, or evolve to a point where they can no longer be reasonably managed, the so-called tactical masters often collapse, because their rationality, and all the information currently known to them, tells them that victory is almost hopeless. Just dealing with for undead knights was enough to give them a headache. What were they supposed to do about the rest? The blood elves. That was clearly not enough. Xiao Hui subconsciously looked at Jiang Yi. His breathing had already become slightly tight. The countdown reached the penultimate second. Jiang Yi's expression was calm. At the same time, the private chat screen in front of Jiang Yi flickered. It was done. Xiao Hui's breathing became increasingly rapid. At this very moment, Jiang Yi's palm suddenly turned, and a silver-white pattern appeared on his palm. Xiao Hui's pupils constricted slightly. What was this? A blood-red light screen bloomed in the sky, and a silver-white river surged forth from above. Everyone was startled by this sight. A mechanical broadcast sounded. Lord Player Melancholy Little Fries has initiated the third identity card skill. At this time, the third identity card, that's right. Brother John had 3 identity cards. The purple one for increasing mental power and operational precision, the blue one for invincibility frames, and there was also a silver-white one. But what kind of change could an ordinary identity card bring in the current situation? If it just simply added stats or attached a few attack skills, it wouldn't be of much use. Was he trying to stall for time in this way? Skill retrospection. Note: in the long river of history, only memory remains eternal. Note: recreate a moment. Recreate an existence. Recreate a possibility that never existed, please. Conceive the phantom of history. The phantom of history. What is this? Is it some kind of summoning skill? Xiao Hui's heart pounded like a drum, while Jiang Yi had already begun to outline it. The history you have chosen to trace back is Round Table Conference. A virtual long white table appeared before Jiang Yi, and 3 identity cards hovered above his head. This moment was the time before Jiang Yi had made his selection of team members. This moment was the intersection of true history and illusory possibility. On the light screen, lines of text emerged. You have invited Player Unrest to join the territory Land of Buried Bones. Player Unrest has accepted the invitation. You have invited Player Human Race Brick Moving Emperor to join the territory Land of Buried Bones. Player Human Race Brick Moving Emperor has accepted the invitation. You have invited Player Killer to join the territory Land of Buried Bones. Can someone tell me why the quotation marks typed by the keyboard are reversed? Slowly lies down. Chapter 583. The Most Hateful. This is the 4th time I have watched you fly off the bed. I have been watching your head slam directly into the ceiling of the camper. With a thud. I have been watching you rub your head, grimacing while unable to stop clicking your tongue. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? The Land of Buried Bones actually used its final identity card only at the 4th stage. And the function of this final identity card was actually summoning. Within the Land of Buried Bones, the final countdown appeared, and Unrest opened his eyes. This feeling was quite marvelous. He was conscious. It was as if 2 versions of him from parallel universes had appeared together. He had previously pondered the question of spacetime on the highway. If everyone was walking on the highway, and everyone could speak in the group chat at the same time, then what kind of spacetime were they in? Based on a large amount of data from the highway games and service areas, he reached a conclusion. The spacetime they were in must be parallel spacetime. Spacetime has no sequence, only overlap. This was the conclusion he had reached. This was also the subject he was researching. Before entering the highway, he was already one of the youngest researchers in the Dragon Kingdom, specializing in spacetime theory and physics. Of course, compared to other researchers, his research was not highly regarded. His research was too radical. Others were still cautiously expanding upon existing spacetime theories, while he had always been on a path to destroy current theories. This path was destined to be difficult. It was equivalent to overturning many established, solidified theories. He often doubted if he was a madman. Some also said this was a delusion he developed after his younger sister died. Before entering the highway, the place he lived in was a mental intervention treatment center. Unlike a typical mental hospital, the mental intervention treatment center housed only madmen like him who possessed a certain level of destructive power. He said that the essence of spacetime was not to find a chronological order, but to find the moments of instantaneity and overlap. Even though he was merely proposing his own conjectures, most people believed it was because his sister's death had been too great a shock to him. The imagination of these people was truly pitifully lacking. Enres thought to himself while blinking his eyes. He had been waiting for such a day. Not that he was waiting for the day of human extinction, though even that wouldn't be bad. As from what he had observed so far, the human world truly didn't have much hope. Perhaps it would take another 100 million years for this world to produce a group that could be considered a true civilization, rather than the humans of today. However, after entering this game, he discovered some differences. Perhaps the things he once thought were correct were not necessarily correct. In Enres's eyes, the image of the blood-red earth below was reflected, a place symbolizing death. Is it? In Enres's vision, at this moment, the blood-red earth vanished, replaced by sunlight so white it was blinding. Under the sunlight, that figure, so thin she was skin and bones, faced him. Tubes were connected to his sister's lungs and chest, rising and falling slowly with her breathing. Hoo-hoo. In the quiet hospital room, only the sound of the ventilator remained. Yet his sister had actually stood up. This was not good news. He stood in the room, not daring to take a step for a long time. In the sunlight, that frail figure seemed as if she could dissipate at any moment. Ning. Double quotes SHH. Chi Ning stretched out a finger, placed it on her lips, and gave a soft hush. He immediately stopped his voice. Chi Ning turned her head back, looking at him with a seemingly reproachful gaze. Then her eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked out the window again. This window was always kept closed. In the final stages of life, even the wind blowing against this body would cause a decline in bodily functions. She hadn't heard the sound of the wind blowing for a long time. Chi Ning narrowed her eyes. So many years had passed, yet his sister seemed never to have grown up. Her brows and eyes were still like a child's. He heard Chi Ning hum softly, HMPH. Brother is the most hateful. Without thinking, Chi Zhou nodded. Brother is the most hateful. Chi Ning didn't speak, letting the sunlight spill over her body. That day, a strong wind blew. Chi Ning reached out her palm, as if trying to bury herself into the sky, extending it out the window. Under normal circumstances, he would have definitely stopped his sister's actions, yet at that moment, he couldn't move at all. He saw Chi Ning's face become almost transparent under the sunlight, and he heard Chi Ning say, Brother is the most hateful, always talking to an ing. As she spoke, Chi Ning smiled and pouted. Chi Zhao's throat felt parched, and he hummed in agreement again. How can one person have so much to say? You're even more long-winded than Grandpa Zhang at the courtyard gate. I won't do it again, Chi Zhou said, his voice hoarse. Chi Ning's back trembled slightly. After a long while, the young girl seemed to recall something happy. She turned around, looked at Chi Zhou with a smile, and said, Hey, brother. Chi Zhou felt as if he could no longer make a sound from his throat. Will we? Chi Ning's voice paused for a moment. In the new spacetime, will we meet again? In this spacetime, there is no younger sister. Buin. A voice rang out within his consciousness, and Buin snapped his eyes open. Opposite him, the figure of Zhang came into view, and a foul, fishy stench wafted toward his nose. Buin woke as if from a dream. He raised both hands, and high above, drones flickering with red light appeared. In Buin's mind, a virtual female voice sounded, Brother, are we going to fight again? Buin smiled slightly. Yes. Oh my. Brother is the worst. By Hualin White. Such a youthful-looking illustration. Chapter 584, Eve's Tal Buin. Jiang Yi called out Buin's name in his heart. Yes, I'm here, Buin replied. Can you and the blood spirit handle the remaining skeleton soldiers? I need command authority. Just as these words fell, the Hand of War appeared behind Buin. Lord Player Melancholy Little Fry has transferred Hand of War authority. Transferer, Buin Desu. The Hand of War had finally been transferred to the player best suited for it. Admittedly, Jiang Yi could use this thing too, but the overwhelming amount of information was an extra burden on him. In other words, Buin could use his 43 points of intelligence to process this information, but Jiang Yi could only use his mental power to assist in the transfer. After all, his intelligence stat was only 1 point. Of course, most people were likely still in an unawakened state. Having transferred the Hand of War to Buin, Jiang Yi then transferred the small wood carving to Killer. A wood carving was transmitted to Killer through a white light. Killer reached out to take it, and the wood carving stood up between her hands, its eyes looking somewhat fearful, yet also curious. This is the small wood carving. It can activate the Heaven is Dark. Please close your eyes skill. Jiang Yi transmitted the skill description for Heaven is Dark. Please close your eyes over to her. Got it. Seeing the skill description, Killer's eyes lit up. This was a skill perfectly suited for her. A portable, absolute domain of darkness that overlapped with most of her own abilities. Holding the small wood carving in her hand, Killer said earnestly, "I'll leave the rest to you." The small wood carving tilted its head. After casting a reluctant glance at Jiang Yi, it pouted, but still nodded. The only one left was Dottie. Dottie's skills were quite comprehensive. After a moment of thought, Jiang Yi had Dottie follow Angla to assist Killer in eliminating all the red spiders. Everyone had been assigned their roles, and now only one remained. Jiang Yi looked up at the skeleton on the throne. Black flags fluttered behind the skeleton. The land of buried bones fell into silence at this moment, and then, bang! A scorching white light appeared on the battlefield, and Yi Wan, carrying Blessing, exploded first in the central battlefield. Killer's surroundings plunged into darkness. The red spiders lost their focus, and just as they wanted to move forward, they discovered their bodies had left them a step ahead. Clatter. Dottie, with a cigarette in his mouth, descended from the west side of the red spider. The red spider's body fell from the front, and a near-perfect cross-section appeared before everyone's eyes. Now, the nature of the battle had completely changed. On the highway at this moment, Dottie, Killer, and Boone all had their eyes tightly shut, focusing their entire spirit on another place. And in the live stream chat, the viewers who were originally just watching were different now. Damn, how did the Lord end up in the land of buried bones? Player, I am a dog free in the mountains, the Lord's Lord, not my Lord. Player, Depression Painkiller. What else is there to say? This was a player who originally belonged to Nevernight City. Although they didn't know why Killer chose to withdraw in the end, they could understand. By the end of the battle, their strength felt as if it had been completely drained. Looking at the difficulty of the 4th level now, withdrawing from the battle early was a wise choice. Moreover, after 3 rounds, they held Killer in high regard. She was a lord who truly stood with them through thick and thin. Although the current situation was a bit strange, and they didn't know exactly what was happening, since their own lord was fighting up there, they naturally had to cheer her on, at least to kick out the guys making sarcastic remarks in the chat. Player Faithful Critic. TSK. Looking at it this way, the gap between players is quite obvious. The brick-moving expert kills a red spider into seconds. Player Depression Painkiller. To the one above. Did you even see clearly before you started yapping? Player Faithful Critic. I didn't see clearly. Player Depression Painkiller. Player Faithful Critic. I meant that the experts wiped out the red spiders in just 2 seconds. If it were me, I'd be lying there in 2 seconds, cosplaying as a fruit fly being preyed upon. Player Faithful Critic. Grass ball sitting obediently. Player Depression Painkiller. On the battlefield, it looked like only 3 players had joined, but the combat power was completely different, especially with the addition of Boone. It was as if a new external brain had been added. Jiang Yi no longer had to worry about where there was a gap in combat power or where the distribution of strength was uneven. With no more worries holding him back, Jiang Yi could now move forward with peace of mind. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. High above in the sky, Roasted Chicken Wing let out a cry and circled back. It didn't stop. Just as its wings were about to touch the ground, Jiang Yi flipped his body, turning upside down to land squarely on top of Roasted Chicken Wing. The gray-white wings unfurled, carrying Jiang Yi's body toward the edge of the city wall. During this process, the other 4 undead knights were intercepted by other players just as they were about to move. Among the other players, the most terrifying one was Thunderzy. That guy wasn't just intercepting them. He was acting like a mortar. Whoever aimed toward the sky, he would ram them right back down. Objectively speaking, the undead knights of the 4th stage were not even as strong as the replica undead knights of Thunderzy's 3rd stage. Regardless, Roasted Chicken Wing's figure swept across the high altitude. This was the first time Jiang Yi had sat on his good son's back, and like others who needed time to adapt, this was, after all, a pet nurtured by the anvil with its own soul. Jiang Yi was completely in sync with it. Roasted Chicken Wing flew diagonally. Along the way, Jiang Yi dropped all sorts of bombs. In addition to marbles and hyenas, there was a new type of incendiary bomb, Roof tile. The original roof tile was filled with oil from the Sabaudi archipelago, but now, Jiang Yi had replaced the contents with a new formula. He had the orders from the Daydreaming Pavilion to thank for this special weapon. Scorching Sun. This was a commission from Flamingo. Beyond ensuring the basic attributes and skill bonuses, Mr. Flamingo's requirement was that it must possess the properties of high heat and sustained combustion. Although he didn't use the No.0 refining room, Mr. Flamingo provided his own feathers. Special item, Flamingo feather description. Each feather is condensed with refined fire-type energy. Of course, in terms of strength, it cannot be compared to the hair of certain master refiners. Jiang Yi still remembered the puzzled expression on Ake's face after seeing these materials. Damn system. Still bad-mouthing him behind his back. Although it was a pity not to get more of Ake's hair, the flamingo feathers were also quite excellent materials. After summoning the red-haired shark on the summit battlefield, Jiang Yi told Red Hair about the properties of the materials, since it involved bombs. This guy didn't even need to be bribed to actively help Jiang Yi research a new bomb. Roof tile, Chapter 585. The roof tile burning with red flames plummeted onto the battlefield. Every time a roof tile exploded, a cylindrical explosion pillar 5 or 6 meters long would appear. The scorching temperature solidified within it, then erupted in the center of the magical beasts. It was hard to imagine how much destruction this weapon would cause if used in a real war. After all, the magical beasts on the opposite side were in a skeletal state. If it were humans, the pain of the high-temperature burning would be enough to cause the body to go into complete shock and die. In the scene, brilliant firelight ignited. Jiang Yi flew over the hell on earth below and arrived at the top of the city wall. Click. Jiang Yi's figure landed lightly. At this moment, he stood in front of the throne. That skeletal figure hung in the shadows, the two of them gazing at each other from afar. Jiang Yi drew his long sword, and a crimson light flickered. No opening remarks, no trash talk. Jiang Yi's figure lunged forward. The next second, Red Moon was pinned onto the throne, and the distance between Jiang Yi and the skeleton was reduced to only 2 or 3 centimeters. Just as Red Moon was about to pierce it, the skeleton's figure tilted slightly to the left, with Red Moon's sharpness. It failed to pierce directly through the throne, instead getting stuck 5 or 6 centimeters above it. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, staring directly at the decaying skeleton on the throne. At this moment, the noisy battlefield seemed irrelevant to them, and like all the soldiers below, Jiang Yi discovered something wrong. There was no burning flame in this skeleton's eyes. Instead, sizzled pupils rotated. Jiang Yi's eyes widened. In the skeleton's left eye, there was actually an eyeball that could still move. Flesh and blood grew rapidly from the skeleton's left eye, and then, a hand with finger bones smaller than those of a normal human rested on Red Moon. Above Red Moon, traces of gray decay spread rapidly. Jiang Yi's pupils constricted. A normal person's reaction would be to quickly retract their long sword. However, after his pupils constricted, Jiang Yi moved his left hand horizontally, and his long blade slashed diagonally along the throne. The corrosive damage had already been dealt. Retracting the blade at this point would yield no results. Having experienced so many battles, Jiang Yi's fighting style had become even more decisive. He decisively slashed horizontally. On the contact surface between the palm and the long blade, the gray, decaying ore continued to spread. The Klein editor attached to it wailed in Jiang Yi's heart, and wisps of corrosive smoke rose from the long blade. Jiang Yi frowned fiercely. Gambler's fireline slid out from above Red Moon. The short blade swept through 180 degrees, and then collided fiercely with a black segment. With a clang, Jiang Yi's nose felt hot, and a warm stream dripped down his nasal cavity. Plop! Blood dripped onto Jiang Yi's palm. The opponent also unleashed their own weapon, that scythe exuding a terrifying aura. The black scythe wasn't even complete. There was a hideous gap on it, as if it had been gouged out by something. Even so, the scythe was lifted lightly, and Jiang Yi was sent flying. Plop! Jiang Yi's right foot landed, less than half a meter from the edge of the city wall, wiping the blood from his face. The skeleton opposite Jiang Yi finally stood up. The black scythe emerged from behind the skeleton like a venomous snake, and then, the skeleton vanished. Jiang Yi was startled and turned to parry. Blinding sparks erupted in front of him. The scythe slashed straight along Red Moon, and the aura of death and decay continued to emanate. Gray traces spread across Red Moon. Your exclusive weapon, Red Moon, is currently losing durability. Your exclusive weapon, Crimson Moon, is currently experiencing a decrease in sharpness. Jiang Yi pushed aside with his hand, then followed up with a continuous series of leaping knee strikes. The skeleton's body appeared fragile, but the moment Jiang Yi's soles made contact, he felt as if he had kicked into a chaotic void. The tips of his feet seemed to be swallowed by something, and then a palm seized Jiang Yi by the throat. Gambler's fire line blocked the front, and a massive shockwave erupted from before him. Jiang Yi's legs were driven deep into the city wall, plowing to deep furrows. His throat already bore wounds, and the opponent had seized upon that very weakness. Could it be? The corresponding description flashed through Jiang Yi's mind. This guy can detect the aura of death. With a bang, Jiang Yi's back slammed backward, and his entire body was flung by the skeleton onto the throne. A sharp pain radiated from the back of Jiang Yi's head. The skeleton looked down at him from above, and just as it was about to speak, a sound was suddenly heard. Woof bang. Violent flames erupted from the city wall. When Jiang Yi had charged toward the throne with his blade earlier, he had quietly dropped a circle of marbles along the way. The marbles detonated at close range with the skeleton as the origin. Under the impact of the intense fire, the skeleton released Jiang Yi's throat. Jiang Yi flipped up from the throne, and under the cover of the artillery fire, he drew Blade Runner. Blade Runner was loaded with the bullets Sean had just handed him. With the bullets chambered, Jiang Yi aimed at the center. What was it that Sean told him? This thing seems to be a distance-based attack, no aiming required. The pistol spun, and Jiang Yi pulled the trigger. Two bullets flew out simultaneously. Both struck the skeleton's skull at the same time. Damn it! Anvil shouted in his mind. Jiang Yi seemed somewhat surprised as well. The bullets had hit simultaneously. A mechanical broadcast sounded. First round of attack judgment in progress. Second round of attack judgment in progress. Because your current territory is being gazed upon by the god of luck, you have unlocked 2 additional hidden attacks. Fourth round of attack judgment in progress. 4 rounds of attacks. And the final effect was still maximized. Jiang Yi rose and charged horizontally, activating gaze of the ominous deep sea. Under the mental shock, the skeleton's movements became even more sluggish. Jiang Yi pressed forward. His 2 long blades crossed in an X shape, and slashed fiercely toward the skeleton's chest. Boom! As the smoke and dust cleared, Jiang Yi's brow twitched slightly, instinctively sensing danger. He had just shielded his chest with Dozi when he felt a sharp sensation. A black scythe had violently pierced into the edge of Dozi's hook. Jiang Yi let out a pained grunt as the components of Dozi scattered, and his arm was run through. 2 mechanical broadcasts sounded simultaneously. You have dealt 1 point of true damage to the Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper has dealt 20 points of true damage to you. Your body has suffered from the erosion of decay. Your maximum health value is slowly decreasing. This volume is coming to an end. Chapter 586. The expected sound of metal clashing did not ring out. The moment that black scythe touched Dozi, it successfully pierced a hole through it, and the sound of components collapsing echoed incessantly. Click, click, click. Finally, blood flowed all over the ground along Jiang Yi's arm, and Dozi flickered continuously. Just then, a buzzing sound came from above. The black skeleton looked up, and 2 drones were hurtling straight toward it, with 2 booming sounds. The skeleton's figure vanished, and Jiang Yi's arm hung heavily, his posture relaxing slightly. The purple mechanical arm flickered incessantly, and a grayish-white ore spread upward. This time, the decaying energy Jiang Yi could feel was even stronger. Just a little more. Just a little more. Aclear buzzed continuously, as if still in shock. Jiang Yi pursed his lips. The 2 drones circled and tracked the skeleton for half a minute. The skeleton seemed quite interested in these inanimate little gadgets. It didn't destroy them immediately, but stared at them for a good while. The black figure flickered constantly. When it appeared below the city wall and passed by Yuan and the others, Jiang Yi's eyes shrank. The black skeleton passed through the battlefield, yet no one noticed its presence. This thing wandered the battlefield as if taking a leisurely stroll, quickly turning the previous battle into a joke. Jiang Yi had originally thought that compared to the former, even if his speed wasn't as good, it wouldn't lag too far behind. But the scene he was witnessing now felt like a slap to his face. After roaming for 2 minutes, the skeleton finally seemed to have played enough. Its pale finger bones reached out curiously, like a child's. It tapped one of the drones. The drone's movements slowed down. Clatter. It fell to the ground. The skeleton tilted its head and poked it again. This scene should have been comical, but at this moment, everyone watching, including Jiang Yi, could not laugh at all. No wonder the difficulty of this level was labeled as extremely dangerous. No wonder one only needed to hold out for 30 minutes to clear the level. Compared to everyone else, this guy's strength was simply infinite. Fear, a sense of absurdity, spread once more. Jiang Yi subconsciously took a step back. If he were to be touched by that thing, the space dimmed once again, and everyone's consciousness blurred for a second. In their minds, the mysterious red eyeball in the sky seemed to appear again, and the unknown black substance within the red eyeball was squeezing even more severely. Jiang Yi heard his own heavy breathing. That was the sound of fear, in a place invisible to everyone. Within the skeleton's field of vision, the world was entirely red. Everyone's spiritual bodies were exposed upon it. Beyond that, the world was silent, soundless. This is the land of death. The system was not playing word games, in a sense. It truly was the Grim Reaper. It was just an incomplete form, on this land, where only the spiritual bodies of the living and the remnants of the dead remained. Fear began to spread at this very moment. A smile appeared on the face of the skeleton. At this moment, what it gazed upon was not only reality, but also the future. The corners of the skeleton's mouth curved slightly, and the pupils above curved as well, filled with intrigue. The name of those pupils was Fear. The Grim Reaper has 2 eyes. One eye is filled with fear. All things die, and all things fear. Every living being harbors a dread of death. Therefore, the authority of death inherently contains a layer of calamity and terror. When fear rotates, the greater the fear perceived, the greater its power becomes. That arrogant brat was right. At this moment, the skeleton looked toward Yi Wang. In truth, it was not powerful. At this moment, its strength was derived entirely from these people's imagination of it, their imagination of death. Within the skeleton's field of vision, behind every spiritual body on the battlefield, shadows were stretching infinitely. First was shown. This guy's heart was pounding violently at this moment. In his imagination, the skeleton possessed the power of endless rebirth. Then came Orange. In Orange's imagination, the skeleton possessed defensive capabilities that were powerful to the extreme. A smile appeared on the skeleton's face as its gaze shifted, then landed on the window that won't close. In this guy's imagination, or rather, in the scenes of terror he fantasized about, he possessed power greater than anyone else present. Then, there was Jiang Yi. During the battle, the speed of the two had been evenly matched at first. Then, fear began to spread in Jiang Yi's heart, and in his catastrophic imagination, the latter's speed became completely impossible to resist. Killer had granted it stealth and a near-invincible ability to launch surprise attacks from the darkness, and was granting it global vision and the ability to maneuver across the battlefield with omnipotence. Tick, tick. The system's clock rotated above. Only 7 minutes had passed in the battle, yet everyone felt a sense of suffocation. The enemy seemed invincible in every single aspect. This was the power of fear. As the skeleton surveyed the people on the battlefield, it couldn't help but curl its lip in boredom. Boring. Truly boring. Even the one in first place was quite boring. Within its crimson pupils, the 3 black substances rotated faster and faster, and the black shadows within each spiritual body grew longer, gradually forming walls that encased the spiritual bodies once formed. Player loneliness is snow. What is happening over at the bone burial ground? In the broadcast's field of view, everyone at the bone burial ground was fighting like madmen, as if they had lost their minds. It was as if they were not facing enemies before them, but creatures far more terrifying and indescribable. The combat strength that had originally been evenly matched was, at this moment, seemingly collapsing bit by bit. Orange gritted his teeth while using his shield to parry the opponent's spear. However, while he could have previously avoided the attack with a single large parry, now, his hands were trembling incessantly, and his pupils were constantly contracting, and was at his peak, manipulating the hand of war. The weaknesses that had originally been exposed seemed to have vanished at this moment. The opponent's reaction speed was faster than his own, Skeleton soldiers and red spiders roamed the battlefield, wantonly tearing it to shreds. Soon, the players on the battlefield began to sustain injuries. At one point, suddenly, oh no, the few players surrounding the dirty earth made a mistake. A small gap was torn in the encirclement. Just as Killer moved to fill it, another undead knight, which had already been destroyed, appeared behind them. The opponent was not only becoming stronger, but they were also resurrecting. A fine layer of sweat appeared on his face. In the skeleton's field of vision, the shadow behind him had stretched even longer. Chapter 587, The Limit. Sweat appeared on his face. After an undead knight was resurrected here, a small gap was torn in the battle situation. Dirty Earth was the center of the current operation. If it weren't for Dirty Earth constantly overloading itself to strengthen everyone, perhaps they wouldn't have even lasted the initial 7 minutes. Once Dirty Earth was defeated, the sweat on his face was almost dripping down. If Dirty Earth were defeated, there was simply no way to win, according to his calculations. They were originally only supposed to hold out for 5 minutes. In fact, they should have surrendered by now, if he made any more mistakes. And, leave this side to me, a voice rang out. And spiritual body trembled. Then, a figure broke through from the battlefield, knocked down the red spider before him with a single punch, and the form of Thunder Z appeared in front of Dirty Earth. I will guard him. Thunder said calmly. Yes, and snapped back to reality. At this moment, for some reason, his mood settled significantly. After Thunder Z appeared in its field of vision, the skeleton's gaze also turned toward Thunder Z and his spiritual body. On the battlefield, there is still such a person. The skeleton's movements paused for a moment. Compared to the other spiritual bodies, Thunder Z's spiritual body was a head shorter. Not only that, but the spiritual body was also nearly transparent. At first, it had even been overlooked by the skeleton. The blood-red eyes looked downward, but at this moment, the skeleton discovered something wrong. This guy had no shadow. Under the illumination of fear, as long as a living being harbored fear, a shadow corresponding to their spiritual body would appear. The more clearly fear outlined them, the longer the shadow would be stretched out. But now, at this moment, Thunder Z's spiritual body just stood there straight, watching it calmly. The skeleton's movements paused slightly, watching. This person was watching the Grim Reaper. The red eyeball above gazed downward, and at this moment, almost everyone's body trembled. Only Thunder Z remained unaffected. He simply threw a punch, and after swiftly ending the battle, he moved on to the next target, and rest. Next target, coordinates *. Good. The spiritual avatar stood motionless, just as the black walls symbolizing fear had encased it. In the silent space, various catastrophic imaginings and terrifying whispers echoed against the forming walls, and a knocking sound came from outside the closed door of fear. Under these circumstances, the other spiritual avatars began to shrink back. Knock, knock, knock. Thunder Z seemed to realize something and was finally drawn by the sound. He raised his head and looked toward the black door and walls. A phantom hand was placed upon the doorknob. The skeleton's eyes and the fear in the sky widened simultaneously. Creak. Thunder Z opened the door with an expressionless face. Outside the black door, there was nothing. Thunder Z walked out from the darkness once again. On the battlefield, Thunder Z looked up at the sky with a sense of intuition. At this moment, the black substance writhing within fear seemed to be stung by something. The instant the eye blinked, a clatter. A crimson light bloomed from above. Just as the skeleton's form shifted, the long blade slid in from the side like a venomous snake. When the skeleton regained its focus, it saw Jiang Yi opposite, staring intently at it. Jiang Yi's spiritual avatar was still trapped within the wall of fear, and his arms were trembling, which meant he was still shrouded in terror. However, he did not stop. Jiang Yi's long blade grazed the edge of the skeleton, and a sharp scythe thrust in from the opposite side. The long blade and the scythe collided once more. Jiang Yi seemed to be talking to himself. Then let's see whose blade is sharper. As his voice fell, Jiang Yi's right hand pressed against the scarlet moon, gripping the long blade as he slashed toward the skeleton's neck. The sharpness of the scarlet moon sliced through the purple, and the intense pain finally brought some clarity to Jiang Yi's spirit. He had long since discovered that something was wrong. The existence opposite him seemed to be growing more invincible and powerful in his heart. That was impossible. If he were someone lacking combat experience, if he were someone who had never witnessed death, he naturally would not doubt his own judgment and feelings. But he had seen it. He might not be the strongest existence in the sector, but the battles he had experienced and the deaths he had endured were more than anyone else's. Jiang Yi's expression was ferocious, his right hand pressing down on the long blade. On the battlefield at the summit, he had fought against countless powerful existences, and he didn't know how many times he had tasted the flavor of death in battle. Decapitation, throat slitting, being blown to pieces. Having his heart pierced by a blade, he even wondered if the system had an achievement for dying 10,000 times. He might be the first person in all the sectors to obtain it. It was true that he feared death, but he would never stop. He would never believe that an enemy was invincible. He only felt that as long as he was given time, as long as he was still alive. At this moment, he discovered the discrepancy. He had actually been imagining that the opponent was invincible. A stinging sensation arrived. At this moment, Jiang Yi's clarity regarding the sharpness of the scarlet moon was unprecedented. Jiang Yi slashed upward, and the strength he erupted with at this moment was almost unstoppable. The skeleton's form was pressed downward, and then, darkness spread within the darkness. Just as the skeleton's form vanished, Jiang Yi's form followed closely behind. Jiang Yi now entrusted all his perception to the long blade in his hand. What was it that Jiamo said? In Jiang Yi's mind, an image of Jiamo standing on a naval warship surfaced out behind Jiamo. The Navy's warships covered almost an entire island. Even when he was expelled from the Empire's core political circle due to differing ideologies, these people did not give up on having Jiamo lead the army. They couldn't afford to give him up. He was the only one who had led the Navy to fight against the emperors of the Five Seas. What was it Jiamo said? On the battlefield, the combat power of both sides is important. But what is more important than combat power, Jiamo said, smiling at him, is courage. When you have been lost on the battlefield for too long and cannot find a real sense of touch, just look at the weapon in your own hand. This is the only thing I can teach you. Strategy, tactics, and the strength of both sides were changing rapidly. But the most terrifying existence on the battlefield was not these. It was the catastrophic imagination that extended from the fear of death. Soldiers panicked and made mistakes because of fear, and in that panic, combat techniques lost their precision. At such a time, what you can rely on is the blade in your hand that you believe in. It will lead you to find yourself again. A streak of crimson light severed the darkness. At this moment, Jiang Yi's speed was even faster than before. If Yuan were here, perhaps he would say, Brother Jiang seems to have found that limit. Chapter 588, Hailing the Reaper. In the pure darkness, Jiang Yi closed his eyes. At this moment, he could only hear the sound of the long blade tearing through space. Must be faster, must be stronger, must slash through everything in front of him. The crimson battlefield vanished once again. In the black spiritual space, the crimson eyes looked downward. Jiang Yi's spiritual avatar was still trapped within the dark walls, but the avatar began to move. It no longer stared at the ground in panic as it had before. Instead, it began to use its own body to slam into the surrounding walls. He couldn't open that door, so he chose to smash through the wall. Jiang Yi closed his eyes, the long blade in his hand growing increasingly scorching. He thought that his hands must be in ruins by now, because through his skin, he seemed to already feel the sensation of fresh blood mixing and being ravaged together with the wind and sand. The crimson long blade was moving faster and faster. He couldn't even tell anymore if he was the one wielding this blade, or if this blade was the one leading him, charging forward. Bang! The three black entities within the crimson eyes paused simultaneously. In the black space, Jiang Yi's spiritual body slammed heavily against the wall once more. Bang! Bang! Two more sounds. This time it was Yi Wang and Shan. Of these two spiritual bodies, one smashed its fist against the wall, and the other did it actually bite into it with its teeth. Bang! 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 3 consecutive sounds. This time it was Chengzi. A shield appeared in Chengzi's hand, and the girl smashed the shield against the tightly shut door. The other 2 sounds came from Killer and Xiaowei, respectively. Everyone on this battlefield, after experiencing despair, had chosen to continue moving forward. With a crisp sound, the skeleton's eyes snapped open. Before it was Jiang Yi, who had his eyes tightly shut. Jiang Yi, covered in blood, had appeared once again in front of the skeleton. One hand gripped the black scythe, while the crimson long blade pierced through layers of barriers, finally arriving in front of the skeleton. Those dark, heavy eyes opened. Click. Something had been shattered. The skeleton's figure was reflected in Jiang Yi's vision once again. It was clearly the same appearance and the same aura, but at this moment, Jiang Yi felt that the opponent no longer seemed so invincible. In fact, as the crimson long blade slowly grazed the edge, the camera shifted. The spectators watching the battle seemed to have noticed something amiss. On the edge of the crimson long blade, a grayish-white aura of death had appeared. However, this time, the death aura no longer produced any scorching effect. Jiang Yi's expression froze, and a light screen appeared before his eyes. Due to your previous exchange of negative status effects with the Undead Knight, you have been eroded by the power of decay, erosion level. During your battle with the Grim Reaper, you were pierced by the scythe multiple times, and you have been deeply eroded by the power of decay, erosion level. You have been. The erosion level continued to deepen, but no panic appeared on Jiang Yi's face. Instead, he suddenly tilted his head, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. On the long blade, the grayish-white ore spread out, and a dark light condensed from Chiyu, refracting a glow identical to that of the scythe. Congratulations, your exclusive weapon, Chiyu, has successfully leveled up. After absorbing a considerable amount of materials in the first and second stages, Chiyu had been in the process of leveling up. However, the duration of the upgrade was quite long. At a normal absorption rate, it would have taken at least a week to complete. Yet, in the battle just now, the decay ore that had eroded into Jiang Yi's body had inadvertently acted to continuously temper Chiyu, ultimately completing the upgrade. The magnitude of the enhancement was even stronger than the effect of the No.0 refining room. After all, this was the origin of the raw materials, and even the original user. An absurd look appeared on Jiang Yi's face. The grayish-white aura emanated from the inside out, especially around his neck. When he had swapped places with the Undead Knight Jiang Yi, he seemed to have sensed something, and now he finally understood. The long blade hummed, and crimson light emerged on the light screen. Your exclusive weapon, Chiyu, has been upgraded to a legendary grade weapon. Description: only by walking through death can one understand what it means to be reborn, and what it means to have hope. Description: attribute sharpness, a sharpness that cuts through everything. When your will cannot move forward, courage will give you the answer. Current sharpness value has been upgraded to the highest tier of the material limit. Attribute decay: you have seen and felt the power of decay, but there are always some things that will not change with the passage of time. When using this weapon, every attack of yours will carry 1 point of the power of decay. Henceforth, you will be immune to the destruction caused by decay. Attribute judgment: only those who do not fear life and death can judge life and death. You have a certain chance to convert your spirit attribute into true damage. Please note, there is no upper limit to this conversion. Jiang Yi didn't know how he had kept up with the skeleton's pace, but the moment he stood before the skeleton, he was left with only one final thought: on Chiyu. The gray aura had almost materialized. At this moment, Jiang Yi no longer had to worry about the black scythe piercing through Chiyu. The auras emitted by the two weapons were now completely identical. Now, all that remained was Jiang Yi's blood-stained left hand rested on the hilt. At this moment, in the black space, the little figure that had been battered and bruised stood up for the last time. Behind its limping body, a long blade shrouded in darkness appeared. Mind and spirit as one, slightly, silently. A thin red line that pierced through heaven and earth appeared in his vision. The thin line pierced through everything before him, passed through the surrounding skeletons, passed through the blood-red earth, passed through the river of blood below, and finally, passed through the skeleton opposite him. The simplest draw and slash, the most lethal judgment. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Time was slow and stagnant. The spectators watching had been staring for so long that they had even forgotten to breathe. The red line in the world seemed to pierce through the broadcast channel. Even if they didn't understand swordsmanship, even if they weren't interested in fighting, at this moment, they couldn't help but feel their spirits stirred. The red line swept past, and heaven and earth were divided in two. With a crash, the other side of the skeleton's face slid off, and immediately after, Its entire body fell apart. The skeleton scattered into a pile, and the black scythe disintegrated into a mass of flesh and blood, flowing away. You have killed the Grim Reaper. The mechanical broadcast voice paused for a moment before it sounded. There really must be a bug here, right? This friend probably posted a name, but for some reason, all I see is this emoji. Also, I can't see the full content. There's nothing after the colon. It's not just these two. I see many that are just that sneering emoji. They should be normal content, but were likely converted into a sneering emoji by some force majeure. I can't interpret what some of them mean, so I didn't reply. As for the images, sometimes I can see them, and sometimes I can't. For books of the same genre, just search for Road Survival. I have many in my bookshelf. There are excellent works in both male and female-oriented categories, which I recommend again here. If you like ones with many instances, you can check out things like Rules of Horror, which are also quite rich. Chapter 589, Invincibility Frame. A red line streaked across, the skeletal body collapsed, and the scythe disintegrated into a pile of flesh and blood. The players outside the screen were stunned. They had been watching you for so long without breathing, nearly suffocating themselves. After their faces turned beet red, they gasped for air, hoo-hoo, while gasping. This guy couldn't help but look at the person on the screen. Jiang Yi finished his blade strike and looked at the fallen skeleton. Even though the broadcast had already sounded, Jiang Yi didn't stop. In his left hand, a roof tile fell, flames bloomed like roses, and tongues of fire licked the skeleton below until nothing remained. Not only that, Jiang Yi still didn't stop. One bomb after another was thrown down. The city wall quickly turned into ruins. Jiang Yi's figure leaped high into the air. The roasted chicken wings flew past from above, and under the ravages of the bombs, the entire city wall became a pile of rubble. The screen was shaking, and the bullet comments stopped refreshing. Everyone was stunned. It wasn't just the players who entered the burial ground who felt fear. The players who hadn't entered the burial ground were the ones who truly feared it. They were so afraid that they believed this was a territory that could never be conquered. They were so afraid that even though most of the top players from various subsectors had gathered inside, they still believed that, relying on human strength, it was impossible to fight against all of this. This wasn't because they were cowardly. It was because, in the long-term loss of power, they had gradually given up on finding the possibility of so-called victory in the game. However, right now, Jiang Yi's appearance and the players in the burial ground seemed to tell them something else. The first round of victory could be called luck. The second round of victory could be called persistence. By the third round of victory, everyone was already watching the live stream with half hope and half doubt. After the skeletons and another city above the Blood River appeared, their hope was shattered once again. Even after the addition of an easy Lord players, the situation hadn't changed, which made people feel even more desperate. But now, a miracle had happened just like that. The notification "You have killed the Grim Reaper" hung above the sky. After using bombs to clear the city wall one last time, Jiang Yi walked back into the ruins. The skeletons on the ground had already turned into powder. The Grim Reaper, who possessed the ability to resurrect other skeletons, could not resurrect itself. Jiang Yi's mood relaxed slightly. At this moment, on the light screen, the mental value in Jiang Yi's status window was once again stuck on the dangerous edge of 10 points. Jiang Yi let out a breath of stale air, feeling as if white light was already starting to appear before his eyes. Shaking his head, Jiang Yi turned around, with a thought. The roasted chicken wings appeared above his head. Jiang Yi did a backflip and appeared on top of the roasted chicken wings again. The items dropped by the skeleton were now in his palm. One was the prototype of the scythe, which had collapsed into flesh and blood and looked somewhat sanity-draining. Special item. Collapsed flesh and blood. Description. The only living item in the burial ground. Some say this is the flesh and blood of the Grim Reaper. Description. If you recycle this item to the system, you will receive a reward of 5,000 car coins. Jiang Yi skipped the latter part. The other item was a red gemstone. Description. A relic of the Grim Reaper. A red gemstone symbolizing fear. A rare forging material, once fused into a weapon. There is a chance to awaken a legendary grade weapon, of course, in the hands of a master forger. It might also have other uses. Description: recycling price, 10,000 car coins. This was the item with the highest recycling price Jiang Yi had ever seen. Although the price of 10,000 car coins was tempting, the mention of a master forger was what Jiang Yi cared about more. A master forger? He knew two of them. Jiang Yi held up the flesh and blood and the red gemstone, perhaps because he had also absorbed a lot of decay power. He was now resonating with these demonic beasts in the burial ground. Was the source of these things power the flesh and blood in his hand? Jiang Yi tentatively held up the flesh and blood. At this moment, the skeletons still fighting in the burial ground seemed to have their lifelines pinched collectively, and they all stopped moving. Sean and Society were in the middle of prying off the head of an undead knight when the guy's head twisted 180 degrees to look behind them, nearly scaring the two of them to death. Holy crap! Holy Father! The two were startled. The undead knight broke free from under them, held its own head, and jumped up toward the city wall. The other four undead knights did the same. The others looked at each other. At first, they thought it was unfavorable for Jiang Yi and rushed up. As soon as they reached the city wall, they saw the four undead knights squatting at Jiang Yi's feet with a swish, all swearing their loyalty to Jiang Yi in unison. The wind blew. The dust on the city wall dissipated, and four undead knights swore loyalty to a human, while the person above remained calm. Sean clicked his tongue. He had to admit that Jiang Yi was simply a genius when it came to showing off in front of others. While complaining in his heart, Sean couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward. The four knights reached out to protect the throne, but Jiang Yi merely glanced at the thing before patting the head of Roasted Chicken Wing. Roasted Chicken Wing let out a sharp cry and dove down from the city wall. On the light screen, the characters shifted. Congratulations to Lord Player Melancholy Little French Fry and other territory players for clearing the 4th stage of death. Due to exceeding the mission requirements, the current kill points obtained have been doubled. Current kill points, 204,000. The light screens of Yu Wang and the others in the Land of Buried Bones flickered simultaneously. Congratulations. You have assisted in completing the hidden quest, Bloodwashed Land 2. You have unlocked a new skill, Invincibility Frame skill. Invincibility Frame description. I don't care what happens after 2 seconds, but within these 2 seconds, what should you call me? Description. After using the skill Invincibility Frame, you will gain nearly infinite defense for 2 seconds, rendering most attacks ineffective against you. Even true damage will be significantly reduced. You can use Invincibility Frame a maximum of 3 times within 2 hours. Once all 3 uses are exhausted, the time until the next unlock of Invincibility Frame is 36 hours later. During the use of Invincibility Frame, your speed will decrease to a certain extent. Absolutely Dying Chapter 590, Silence. Except for the Lord players, who were called in temporarily, everyone else had the Invincibility Frame added to their skills. After carefully reading the description, smiles could not help but appear on everyone's faces. This was a highly useful skill, whether in combat or during certain special mechanics. Jiang Yi looked at the light screen. This was already the final stage of the Land of Buried Bones. Although, according to Jiang Yi's intuition, the secrets of the Land of Buried Bones were perhaps far more than this. Jiang Yi looked at the flesh and blood in his palm, feeling that the power contained within this thing might be even more formidable than he had imagined. The skeletons on the ground all dissipated, and other information popped up on the light screen. Lord Player Dog of the Timberyard has announced surrender. Astrology Institute players will exit the battlefield in 5 seconds. The Timberyard surrendered. The few people in the Land of Buried Bones were stunned for a moment, but then they had no other reaction. After all, everyone had seen the difficulty of the 4th stage with their own eyes. What surprised them slightly was that the Timberyard had managed to hold on for so long. This was not to say they had any prejudice against the Timberyard, they just instinctively felt a bit surprised. After all, if the Timberyard's strength was truly this formidable, why hadn't they stood out in the Kari country partition before? But this sort of thing depended on the person. They were not the Timberyard, and they didn't know what kind of situation the latter was in within the Kari country. Perhaps the latter was truly just one opportunity away from reaching the forefront of all players. Regardless, the game had finally been cleared. After a few seconds of silence in the Land of Buried Bones, Hui couldn't help himself. He tossed his messy hair back and laughed loudly while looking at the sky. Brother Jiang is awesome. Shan and Yu Wang shouted a few times as well. Jiang Yi jumped down from roasted chicken wing with a smile on his face. Let's talk after we get out. Once we're out, I use the gathering card to summon everyone, and then we'll divide the loot. There's no rush. Shan rubbed his hands together and chuckled twice. Compared to that, he was thinking about something else. In Shan's mind, a red, glistening chicken wing appeared. After a great battle, people were prone to fatigue. If he hadn't seen that Jiang Yi's complexion was no better than the skeleton soldiers from before, he really would have wanted to shamelessly beg the other party to cook him a meal. While feeling regretful, Shan quickly said, "Are you all right?" As he spoke, the others also crowded around, looking Jiang Yi up and down. Being stared at by so many people, Jiang Yi shook his head and said, "I'm fine." During the live stream, Jiang Yi did not want to expose his true condition. All territories have finished the battle. The game will end in 30 seconds. The game's settlement will take place at 7 p.m. Players, please prepare to exit. The 30-second countdown began. Jiang Yi's face was pale. Even at this moment, his mental energy did not relax. He still remembered the words of Killer and the feeling of unease. But strangely, he didn't seem to sense anything at first. Jiang Yi thought the monsters were getting stronger because they were being interfered with by some so-called external force. But after breaking through his own limits, upgrading the Red Moon, and slaying the monsters, this judgment no longer held up. In the final 30 seconds, Jiang Yi remained vigilant, but nothing happened. As the countdown reached the final 5 seconds, Jiang Yi's spirit finally relaxed a little. White light bloomed before his eyes, and his spiritual body instantly detached from the game space. Respected player Melancholy Little French Fry, you have left the game. Infinite tower defense whoosh. A cold wind blew from above, and Jiang Yi opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a desolate and snow-white landscape. He had returned to the highway. Jiang Yi opened his eyes and looked around. Yu Wang Chang and Orange and the others had already disappeared between heaven and earth. Only he and the highway remained once again. This feeling was quite strange. During the battle, although his spirit was highly tense because of telepathic connection, Jiang Yi could always hear the voices of others. Once back on the highway, with only himself left, it was inevitable to feel a sense of loneliness. Jiang Yi exhaled, and a large cloud of white mist appeared in the air. While Jiang Yi was lost in thought, Laoti's voice rang out, "Brother, if you don't treat your wounds, the blood is going to." "It's snowing." Jiang Yi's voice suddenly interrupted. Lao Tai scratched his head before he could react. The sky above turned from gray to white, and on the ground, specks of white appeared in his line of sight. Jiang Yi reached out his hand, and a snowflake landed right in his palm. Seeing this little white thing fall, Lao Tai couldn't help but lower his voice. It was snow. Lao Tai had seen snow before, but only very rarely. Only in certain specific terrains could it ever see such a thing, and most of the time, it could only view it through a window. "Brother, are these snowflakes?" Lao Tai asked softly. Jiang Yi let out an his expression also filled with surprise. This was the first time he had seen snowflakes inside the game. They were surprisingly no different from those in the real world. Perhaps it was because his fatigue level was too high, or perhaps for some other reason. At this moment, seeing the swirling snowflakes falling, Jiang Yi's heart suddenly trembled. It was as if the wounds on his body had suddenly stopped hurting. Jiang Yi chuckled softly. Lao Tai appeared quite excited, while urging Jiang Yi to hurry up and treat his wounds. It couldn't help but request, "Oh brother, could you help me move out of the carriage later?" It truly wanted to touch these things. All right. He was actually this easy to talk to. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up. He had already consumed his healing medicine while waiting. He would not allow his body to remain in a weakened state for too long, as that was dangerous. However, he had consumed too many health recovery potions, and the current medicinal effects were taking effect too slowly. Even with the other items the Great Emperor had given him, it wasn't ideal to stack them. Jiang Yi only watched from the outside for a moment before returning to the forklift. After telling the energy furnace brother that he was back, Jiang Yi moved Lao Tai from the first floor of the carriage to the second. The The second floor was where Jiang Yi kept his miscellaneous items. A square window had been opened in the roof of the carriage, and Jiang Yi placed Lao Tai right beneath it. As the cold wind blew, Lao Tai broke out in a goosebump of iron skin. When the snowflakes landed on its head, Lao Tai even began to shriek with excitement. It kept saying, "Brother, I love you," which made even Jiang Yi feel a bit embarrassed. On the main screen, the live stream had already ended. Returning to its original mode, the group chat was still discussing the battle that had just taken place. Jiang Yi even saw the dog of the timber yard sending red envelopes in the chat, apologizing for not being able to hold out until the end and so on. Jiang Yi looked on casually and began to plan in his mind for the materials to repair Dazi. At this moment, the pure white snowflakes suddenly flickered. Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he turned his head. Boom! A black torrent of steel slammed into them instantly. Behind the forklift, the carriage exploded like fragments. Jiang Yi's pupils constricted. The entire road was swallowed by black. Chapter 591, Deep Blessings. The black torrent engulfed the forklift in an instant. Even with Jiang Yi's reaction speed, he had only just managed to stand up from the carriage. In front of Jiang Yi, various light screens popped up frantically, and his ears were filled with the system's warning sounds. Warning! Current vehicle damage exceeds 30%. Warning! Current vehicle damage exceeds 40%. The vehicle and the player shared a uniquely bound relationship. If the vehicle were destroyed, no matter what achievements Jiang Yi had attained in the game, he would inevitably die on the road. Jiang Yi's vision was completely covered by black. With his focus at its peak, Jiang Yi saw what the black torrent actually was. It was actually fragments of other vehicles. Just from what he saw in that instant, there were front sections of trucks, tires from small cars, and even handlebars from tricycles and electric scooters. No wonder this thing appeared on the road. This was using something similar to a parallel road to make the torrent appear. The game's execution mechanism. At this moment, the thought had just formed in Jiang Yi's mind before he denied it himself. Because at this moment, in Jiang Yi's hand, there was still a black card. In the center of the black card was a blooming black and white iris, and beneath the iris was a skull. This was the identity card of death. In the final 5 seconds before logging out of the game, the system log in front of Jiang Yi had updated once. Congratulations, player Melancholy Little Fries. Your outstanding performance has won the attention of the special entity Death. He is willing to issue you his own identity card. He left a special note. If you refuse, leave this identity card in the land of buried bones. Once the invitation of death is issued, it cannot be retracted. Smile. Looking at the message, Jiang Yi hesitated for a second, but ultimately chose to accept. Compared to a guy without any integrity like abuse, death seemed much more normal. Furthermore, although he didn't know if it was the true death, he had personally experienced the latter's power. From both an emotional and rational perspective, he had no reason to refuse this identity card. In the instant the black torrent submerged them, various thoughts flashed through Jiang Yi's mind. In his hand, the 1,000 miles in a day item card he had previously obtained appeared. 1,000 miles in a day description. The card is as its name suggests. After use, your vehicle can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Of course, after the 1,000 miles, your vehicle will be enabled to move. That is to say, the maximum daily mileage is 100 km. How could he possibly allow himself to come out so weak without making any preparations? Healing was one aspect, but he had other preparations as well. Although he had gone through a short team battle, this did not mean Jiang Yi would let his guard down. He knew that at the end of the live stream, although he had tried his best to appear natural, anyone with a bit of strength could see that almost all the players in the land of buried bones had exhausted their stamina. Others might be fine, but as the number 1 on the leaderboard, how could he not be targeted? Therefore, when he came out, Jiang Yi had carried the 1,000 miles in a day item card with him. Combat power was one thing, but as for the vehicle, it was easy to become a weakness when his mental energy and combat strength were both compromised. Even with multiple preparations, the terror of the enemy still exceeded Jiang Yi's imagination. The black torrent appeared too suddenly. Jiang Yi couldn't think of a suitable candidate in his mind who possessed such means. Regardless, the top priority was to get out of here. As soon as his consciousness covered the item card, Another flash of white light erupted. The rear compartment of the forklift had been completely torn apart, and Jiang Yi had been engulfed in the torrent. A hard object falling from above had cracked his head open, but the moment the white light bloomed, the rushing torrent actually came to a sudden halt. A light screen popped up. You have triggered a passive blessing from player Yahello. Passive blessing, Deep Fortune description. The effect after using the special item card Deep Fortune. After using the Deep Fortune item card on yourself or a designated player, the designated player and their vehicle will receive 1 instance of protection. This protection is mandatory and 100% effective. Description. This item card is unique. Each player can only obtain it once during the game. Once used, it cannot be retracted. Description. The protection is 100% effective, but it does not mean 100% safety. The intense white light bloomed with Jiang Yi and the forklift as the origin, and the black torrent was forcibly stopped. Jiang Yi was stunned for a second. Then a hand reached out and punched the iron plate above him. The iron plate flew high into the air, and fresh air and cold wind poured back in. People often cannot imagine why being buried in ruins is fatal. After all, as long as one survives the first wave of impact, one can theoretically rely on their own strength to wait for rescue or dig themselves out. But in reality, if the burial material is dense enough, people are prone to suffocation. Even more terrifying is that in a confined environment, your body might still be able to breathe, but your brain has already judged that it cannot, thus further inducing hallucinations. After Jiang Yi punched the iron plate away, he finally found a gap. The red moon emerged, and 5 seconds later, a blood-covered Jiang Yi stood once again atop the ruins. How? Jiang Yi's chest heaved. Blood streamed down his brow bone. Jiang Yi looked around and, sure enough, saw a parallel road to his rear right. On that parallel road was a vehicle much wider than a standard van. Standing atop the vehicle was someone Jiang Yi had seen before. Player Dog of the Forest Farm. The dog of the forest farm was currently staring at Jiang Yi, his body stiff, his face full of disbelief. The black torrent was stopped. How is this possible? The black torrent cannot be stopped. Even if the opponent had an item card like 1,000 miles in a day, it shouldn't work. He had clearly calculated every possibility. This was supposed to be a guaranteed kill. The dog of the forest farm was shocked. The next second, Jiang Yi's figure vanished. A thin red line appeared from above, and the dangerous aura made the forest farm player's heart skip a beat. He turned around and blocked. A black item card burned to ashes in front of Jiang Yi. Judgment had been blocked by the item card. Jiang Yi didn't want to waste breath asking why it was him. With judgment blocked, Jiang Yi didn't change his movements. 2 bullets passed through Jiang Yi's body, then turned into mere phantoms, a shadow. The forest farm player felt a jolt of alarm. His gaze darted left and right, but he could no longer capture Jiang Yi's figure. Cold sweat broke out on the tip of his nose. Only by fighting Jiang Yi personally could one truly understand the latter's terror. At this speed, an ordinary person wouldn't even be able to see Jiang Yi's shadow. Chapter 592. You want to know, right? Unable to see his figure, the forest farm player took a deep breath, with a thought. Black currents of air rose up around him. Jiang Yi paused for a moment, and after identifying that this stuff didn't seem to be the same black torrent from before, he pressed the attack again. The long blade reached the front of the forest farm player almost silently. Just as he was about to sever the latter's neck, a black shadow appeared in front of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's eyes flickered slightly. He slashed down with his blade, and the black shadow's entire shoulder was sliced open. With wisps of black smoke emerging from the cut, the forest farm player retreated, rushing toward his vehicle. He was very clear about that last strike. If it were a head-on fight, he was absolutely no match for Jiang Yi. The forest farm player vaulted into the van and turned the steering wheel. A white item card appeared in his hand. Before his consciousness could even cover it, the entire world suddenly went dark. It is dark. Please close your eyes. With a bang, Jiang Yi landed on the van. In the 1 second that the forest farm player lost his vision, a cold light flashed in Jiang Yi's dark eyes. He crouched halfway on the hood of the van, and then clattered raw blade slash. Jiang Yi sacrificed another 20 points of mental energy. The current Jiang Yi was fighting regardless of the cost. He could not let such a dangerous person escape. Moreover, for some reason, when this guy pulled out that white item card, Jiang Yi had a very familiar feeling. With one slash, he cut through the entire frame of the van. And Jiang Yi lunged forward with a thrust. Squelch! The long blade pierced into the back of the driver's seat, missing the Forest Farm player by only a few centimeters. The Forest Farm player dodged to the side, and the white item card clattered to the floor. You're courting death. Having had his van's front frame slashed by Jiang Yi, the Forest Farm player was enraged. He slammed his foot on the accelerator and drove the van straight into the ruins ahead. Under the massive impact, Jiang Yi lost his balance and fell off the hood. As his vision spun 270 degrees, Jiang Yi remained calm, hooking one hand onto the window frame and hanging off the side of the vehicle. The Forest Farm player's face was livid, just as he was about to turn the steering wheel to fling Jiang Yi into the white fog on either side. A light sound drifted down. An ordinary person would never have noticed such a subtle sound, but at this moment, the hair on the Forest Farm player's body stood on end. Without any hesitation, he rolled off the van. Boom! A blinding pillar of fire erupted, filling the Forest Farm player's vision. It was Wedang. The Forest Farm player gritted his teeth. He wondered how this kid could be stupid enough to stand directly on his hood, not fearing that he would drag them both down together by driving into the white fog. He had actually planted a bomb inside his own vehicle. The roof tile exploded, scattering fireworks and gunpowder smoke in all directions. Jiang Yi and Lin Chang once again stood within an opposing encirclement. A prop card appeared in Jiang Yi's hand as well. You are currently using the prop card. Draw a circle as a prison. A circle with a diameter of 30 meters appeared beneath the feet of Jiang Yi and Lin Chang. Jiang Yi looked at his opponent with a cold expression. This was the first time he had scrutinized the other man so carefully. Previously, Jiang Yi had kept his guard up against Lin Chang, but to be honest, whether it was his behavior or his temperament, the latter had never given Jiang Yi any reason to feel uncomfortable. There was a reason why Lin Chang was so highly regarded in the group chat. This guy usually had a low profile, exuding an aura that felt clean and trustworthy. Moreover, Lin Chang possessed strength to back it up. When an expert was so amiable toward them, most players would only feel a sense of affinity and would not have much defense at all. Although Jiang Yi hadn't exactly been close to him before, he had a decent impression of him. It was only at this very moment that Jiang Yi sensed something was wrong. Within his true vision, the aura on Lin Chang's body was too clean and far too calm. Even when he was being counterattacked and pursued, the aura on this person remained completely tranquil, which was simply not normal. It was as if Jiang Yi looked at Lin Chang's face. It was as if the current Lin Chang was wearing a transparent mask over his exterior. It made it impossible to see what was truly underneath. What a bizarre feeling. Jiang Yi frowned. Once draw a circle as a prison took effect, the enemy couldn't get out, and neither could he. This battle was unavoidable. Realizing the situation, Lin Chang's complexion turned ashen. An ugly smile appeared on his face, and his voice sounded dry as he said, "Team Leader John, give me a chance." ****. Jiang Yi drew another short blade, the gambler's fire line. Lin Chang's face stiffened for a moment, and he gave a dry laugh. "Team Leader John, I know that no matter how I explain it now, it's useless, and you wouldn't want to listen anyway. How about this? I know you are very clear that connections between people are all built upon interests. Let me go this time, and I will leave Sector 99 immediately. All the resources I have obtained previously will be given to you. If you are worried, we can sign a contract. You must know about contracts. Once signed, it is written into the system's rules, making it impossible to go back on, and it is enforced mandatorily. Shall we discuss it? I know you must have consumed quite a few resources in the land of buried bones, and your body might even be severely damaged. I can help you. Help me." Jiang Yi said expressionlessly. "Yes, Team Leader John, Brother John, I know I made a mistake, but there's no need to go against your own interests, right? As long as I leave Sector 99, I will never pose any threat to you again." As Lin Chang spoke, he extended his palm, and a mass of black mist rose from it. "Team Leader John, you must have used soul crystals before, right?" The black mist churned above his hand, emitting a rich and alluring mental energy. This is energy absorbed from other players. Compared to the attribute bonuses from the system, it is much purer. and it requires no additional tempering to absorb. If you can spare me, I can heal you, as Lin Chang spoke. He took the initiative to step toward Jiang Yi, 1 step, 2 steps, until Lin Chang's neck pressed against the tip of the red moon blade. The moment the blade tip touched his skin, it sliced open a small cut, and red blood began to drip down the length of the blade. Jiang Yi looked at Lin Chang without a change in expression. You see, I will absolutely not resist. My life and death are entirely in your hands. After saying this, Lin Chang actually took another step forward voluntarily. Jiang Yi looked at Lin Chang with dark, heavy eyes. Wondering what he was thinking, he didn't strike. The corners of Lin Chang's mouth curled up slightly. I know what you are thinking. Besides power and supplies, I can also tell you some secrets about the game. You want to get out, right? You want to leave this damn game, right? Still, let's have some light snacks. Duke Dog Egg Chapter 593. Which battle was won? Snowflakes fell in a flurry, and Lin Chang's voice fell along with them. Jiang Yi did not interrupt him, simply watching him quietly. After he finished speaking, seeing that Jiang Yi had no reaction, Lin Chang didn't mind, to put it bluntly. The fact that this guy hadn't made a move after capturing him meant he was still interested in him. Smart people don't need to say too much. Of course, Lin Chang didn't think Jiang Yi would really let him go. But at least at this moment, the latter wouldn't kill him immediately, because he knew he had just mentioned something that interested Jiang Yi. The sharp blade tip pierced his throat, and not only did blood flow down, but Lin Chang also wore a smile on his face. Then, he stuck out his tongue and actually licked the tip of the blade. The metallic taste bloomed on the tip of his tongue. The gentleness previously seen on Lin Chang's face was gone, replaced by a more casual, languid expression. Judging from the probing just now, supplies, influence, and healing could not move Jiang Yi. What a lucky kid, Lin Chang thought to himself, unable to help but grit his back teeth. He had observed the leaders of several sectors, and not one of them was like Jiang Yi, who showed absolutely no interest in the things he had mentioned. This guy seemed indifferent to influence, territory, and the like. He was even indifferent to card coins and wealth. At first, he thought Yan Wang was used to amass wealth. But it turned out that after he opened the shop to attract customers with low prices, Yan Wang didn't do anything at all, just silently listing small batches of goods. In any other sector, someone would have come to talk to him long ago. He had previously used this method to successfully gain the trust of others. First, by provoking the other party's dissatisfaction, then taking the initiative to say he could turn his shop into a branch of theirs, splitting the profits 50-50. Most people would agree, but unexpectedly, even though he had been selling for so long, Jiang Yi not only refused to interfere but would occasionally even purchase supplies from his side in the trading hall. He had sent a friend request, and although the other party accepted it, they likely never read a single word and never replied. Any suggestions he put forward were also met with deaf ears. On the contrary, the moment he ran to Yan Wang to place an order, the other side would reply instantly with a professional, gentle, and cordial attitude, as if they were a completely different person from the one online. Thinking of this, Lin Chang looked at Jiang Yi opposite him. Jiang Yi still wore a calm expression, and the corner of Lin Chang's eye twitched. He really was the brat he hated the most. That had been the case since the game began. Regardless, after so long, he finally knew what this kid cared about, even though he couldn't understand such a mindset at all. This kid was actually thinking about getting out of the game. He didn't know why someone, after gaining status, fame, and power in the game that they could never obtain in the real world, would still want to leave this game. He really was a brat. Even his thoughts were so naive. Lin Chang took a deep breath, held both hands up in a gesture of surrender, and once again demonstrated his sincerity. Captain Jiang, you see, I no longer have the strength to resist. Jiang Yi didn't speak, only glancing at the torrent behind him. Lin Chang immediately understood what Jiang Yi meant, a smile appearing on his face. That is merely my professional skill. Rest assured, I can only use it once in a short period. If you don't believe me, I can sign a contract. He wasn't lying about that. He could only activate Necrotic Tide once a month. And the thing wasn't always this powerful either. Lin Chang's peripheral vision caught the scattered wreckage of vehicles on the highway. and there was genuine heartache in his eyes. He had spent 2 months accumulating these things. The root of necrotic tide was the players who had died by his hand. Such a massive tide could not be formed overnight. Necrotic tide tracked souls. Even if the opponent used an item card like 1,000 miles in a day, it would only be a delaying tactic. They would eventually be caught by the tide. This was clearly a dead end. And he couldn't figure out what Jiang Yi had brought out to make the tide stop. After he finished speaking, Jiang Yi neither affirmed nor denied it, nor did he continue to press for answers. They grew quiet. After sensing the intangible killing intent, Lin Chang spoke again. If you want to leave the game, the killing intent paused. Lin Chang's lips curled. Perhaps. Have you ever been to the Daydream Pavilion? A familiar name appeared, and Jiang Yi's brow twitched. In the Daydream Pavilion, players have the right to interpret their own dreams. Interpret their own dreams. Is that what it means, leaving the game? Is that also possible? Lin Chang stared intently at the expression on Jiang Yi's face, not missing a single detail. The first floor of the Daydream Pavilion is a casino. After conducting 3 consecutive gambling matches, or perhaps battles, once you win, you can move freely on the first floor of the Daydream Pavilion. There are interfaces here leading to various affiliated service areas. As long as you pay enough car coins, you can locate any service area that has a cooperative relationship with the Daydream Pavilion. The coverage is 85%. This is only because most service areas aren't qualified to establish a connection with the Daydream Pavilion. Lin Chang told Jiang Yi the information he knew. Jiang Yi could judge that everything this guy said was true, because of the shadow of his first visit, and because he hadn't had much time afterward. Jiang Yi hadn't been to the Daydream Pavilion very often, but his intuition told him that many secrets were definitely hidden inside. Judging from the information Lin Chang was providing now, it matched some things he already knew. The first floor of the Daydream Pavilion connects to other service areas. No wonder the audience at the arena was made up of all kinds of animals when he participated in the competition back then. The face of the snake lady flashed before Jiang Yi's eyes. Continue, Jiang Yi said. Haha. I knew Captain Jiang must have been to the Daydream Pavilion too. Lin Chang actually laughed a few times. After a pause, Lin Chang suddenly said with a strange expression, I wonder how the wins and losses went when Captain Jiang participated in the gambling matches. 2 losses, 1 win. Jiang Yi said with a calm expression. The corner of Lin Chang's eye twitched, as if he had recalled some unpleasant memory. Upon hearing Jiang Yi say 2 losses and 1 win, he actually showed a hint of relief. Lin Chang's chest heaved, and his arm twitched along with it. Afterward, he calmed his mood and asked again with good humor. What kind of enemies did Captain Jiang encounter? Which match did you win, a wild boar, a leopard, or a hyena? The difficulty of a hyena is relatively low. Perhaps it was. Jiang Yi watched Lin Chang calmly, and finally, he spoke. LV.20 contestant, legendary craftsman, Ilk. Chapter 594, Meeting Again. Lin Chang's expression twisted instantly, and he nearly lost control. Lin Chang couldn't help but look at Jiang Yi. Although he knew this kid wouldn't lie to him at a time like this. How is that possible? LV.20 legendary craftsman, Ilk. Wait a minute. Are you that anonymous contestant? Jiang Yi really didn't know about that. After coming out of the Daydream Pavilion, in order not to expose Jiang Yi's information, and not to expose the existence that defeated Aok, the Daydream Pavilion had anonymized Jiang Yi's information. All the monsters watching the battle that day had also signed a contract. They were not allowed to mention Jiang Yi's existence, except within the Daydream Pavilion and in front of the parties involved. Anonymized. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue in his heart, but it didn't show on his face. Jiang Yi looked at Lin Chang candidly. Lin Chang's chest heaved as he recalled his 3 battles, then thought of the LV.20 legendary craftsman that Jiang Yi had just mentioned. He felt as if a surge of blood was about to burst right out of his head. If it weren't for the Daydream Pavilion, his body wouldn't be mutilated. If it weren't for the Daydream Pavilion, he wouldn't have to appear before everyone in this ghostly state. A smile that held no discernible meaning appeared on Lin Chang's face, appearing both self-deprecating and resentful. The second floor of the Daydream Pavilion opens up various instances. Jiang Yi was shocked. You need an invitation to access the second floor. And you've already obtained one, haven't you? Lin Chang looked at Jiang Yi with an expressionless face. Jiang Yi had indeed obtained one, but out of caution. He had not ventured there rashly. He never expected that the second floor would lead to instances. These were things entirely opened up by the system for players. The authority of the Daydream Pavilion was even greater than Jiang Yi had imagined. Lin Chang chuckled and said, "I know what you're thinking. The Daydream Pavilion and the system are inextricably linked. If you want to get out, you must go to the Daydream Pavilion. Team Leader John, I know you don't trust me, and I can't be bothered to lie to you now. Interpreting dreams at the Daydream Pavilion comes at a price, therefore, the second floor also has its costs. It isn't that simple to shuttle through instances." Lin Chang's expression turned serious. "You need to clang." A long black spike pierced through Jiang Yi's shadow. The dark figure holding the spike and Lin Chang both looked up. Jiang Yi's figure had appeared at the other end at some point, while in front of Lin Chang. Snowflakes were falling in a flurry. "Your item, Dreamlike Illusion, has been fully consumed." Dreamlike Illusion, an item card obtained from Xiao Huihui, could create an existence similar to a shadow clone. The moment Lin Chang started walking forward, Jiang Yi had already given up on trading with him. A person like this was too dangerous to achieve his goals. Lin Chang could even use his own life as a wager. In a way, the two of them were actually quite similar. After Jiang Yi's figure appeared, Lin Chang did not hesitate, his body, about to be covered by white light to complete the next transfer, suddenly felt a piercing pain in his ankle. "Damn it," Lin Chang cursed. He looked down to see a small grayish-white bird flying up from beside his feet, its pair of wings flapping toward his face. After 2 heavy slaps, Lin Chang grabbed the roasted chicken wing by the neck. Just then, roasted chicken wing opened its mouth, and a marble was spat out. Bang! The marble exploded at close range. Roasted chicken wing flew into the sky, while Lin Chang, having endured the explosion at point-blank range, let out a miserable scream. As the firelight dissipated, Jiang Yi's figure appeared once more. Before Lin Chang could even speak, a long blade had already swept upward from below a squelch. Lin Chang's head flew high into the air, while in midair, those eyes were still staring at Jiang Yi. As his consciousness faded, in the final moment, Lin Chang saw Jiang Yi's mouth open, seemingly saying something a goodbye. "Your sweetie." Lin Chang's eyes widened instantly. "Your sweetie?" Jiang Yi recognized him. How is that possible? Once reincarnation was activated, his soul was bound within the new body. Even checking his spiritual form should not have revealed any abnormalities. The other party had actually recognized him. With a squelch, the head fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Jiang Yi looked down at the head from above, his expression remaining calm. From the moment Lin Chang's dog appeared on the road, Jiang Yi had felt a sense of familiarity, setting traps, striking fast, accurately, and ruthlessly. The grasp of the human heart, the grasp of various emotions and interests, the calculated steps during conversation. Knowing how to pique someone's interest, knowing how to lay traps within words, for instance, using a retreat to advance, exposing some public information to gain trust, while remaining vague about the real intelligence. Finally, the undeniable ruthlessness, whether toward himself or his enemies. The ones who understand you best are not just yourself, but also your enemies. Beyond that, Jiang Yi could not imagine anyone else harboring such intense murderous intent toward him. If the goal was merely to plunder his wealth, they shouldn't have used the Black Torrent method. If he died that way, the supplies would have disappeared along with his inventory. The other party could not have been certain whether he kept his supplies in his storage space or his inventory. Such intense murderous intent could not be explained by any motive other than a past grudge. And as for the players who had a grudge against Jiang Yi, thanks to your sweetie, they were all dead, other than your sweetie himself. Jiang Yi had not left any potential threats behind, although he couldn't imagine how your sweetie could change into another person. No matter how one's appearance changed, their behavioral habits and personality would always reveal their original self. Jiang Yi walked over from the side of the road to the head of Lin Chang's dog, or rather, your sweetie. Just as he was about to reach out, he suddenly paused. Jiang Yi let out a cold laugh, withdrew his hand, switched back to his long blade, and slashed down. Squelch! Black slime slowly flowed out from the head, and the ground where the slime touched was corroded, leaving a deep mark. not even letting the other party off after death, truly worthy of being the player your sweetie. Chapter 595. You have killed the player your sweetie. Seeing the familiar name, Jiang Yi finally let out a long, heavy breath. The kill was successful, even though his vehicle had also been mostly destroyed. Your sweetie. These four characters seemed quite complex now. Jiang Yi recalled the appearance of your sweetie he had seen before. The middle-aged uncle looked completely different from Lin Chang. Was this also a change brought about by a profession? Or was it obtained in exchange for paying some kind of price? In Jiang Yi's mind, the black currency he had seen in Ni Di Qianchan's hands appeared once again, along with the various items contained within that black torrent. These must have been the things he had absorbed from other players. He had to admit, this middle-aged man was truly cunning. To avoid drawing his attention, he hadn't even targeted the bone burial ground, choosing instead to strike at other territories outside of it. Furthermore, this person possessed a keen sense of timing, specifically choosing the moment when Jiang Yi had just finished a battle and his mental state was at its most relaxed. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue and rubbed his sore arm with a soft sound. A white light emanated from Ni Di Qianchan's body. Congratulations. You have obtained player treasure chest 1. Jiang Yi did not open the chest immediately. Instead, he circled Ni Di Qianchan's corpse once more, probing it several times with the red moon to ensure there were no other surprises, before immediately returning to the vicinity of the forklift. The forklift was buried under the wreckage of the vehicles. Big purple, Jiang Yi called out. A purple light lit up on Ecchi. Feeling a sufficient surge of power, Jiang Yi re-entered the ruins. These were all broken down vehicles. The system displayed them as non-recyclable, so there was no way to exploit a loophole. Jiang Yi dug for a while and finally unearthed the forklift. Immediately after, he began searching the ruins for other things. Brother energy furnace. Jiang Yi called out with a tense face. Finally, he spotted a faint red glow in a corner. He leaped over into strides and flipped Brother energy furnace out from under a tire. Fortunately, aside from the missing door to the furnace chamber, there was no major damage. Jiang Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief and began looking for the sunflower treasure. The sunflower treasure was not as lucky. The moment the black torrent struck, Jiang Yi had placed it on the table to emit light and heal his mental energy. The entire rear compartment of the forklift had been torn to shreds. He didn't know if the sunflower treasure could survive that. After rummaging through the ruins for a full 10 minutes, Jiang Yi finally found the flower disc of the sunflower treasure in a corner. The flower above the disc was gone, leaving only the roots. Jiang Yi pursed his lips and retrieved the flower pot. As for the quality inspection bed and the like, they would likely only be repairable, as they were rule-based items. The rest, the multifunctional water condenser, the table, and the chairs were all completely totaled. This battle had truly been a heavy loss. Standing amidst the ruins, Jiang Yi looked at the forklift, which was now reduced to nothing but a front cabin, and fell into silence for a moment. The vehicles in the game were like his other home. Now, both of his homes had been destroyed. Jiang Yi sighed, and for a moment, he and Lao Tai were both silent. Snowflakes drifted down, quickly covering the surrounding ruins in a thin layer of white. While muttering to himself, Jiang Yi did his best to find the original items. Although they were no longer usable, he didn't want to throw them away. He shoved them all into a corner of his space stone. Finally, with one last push of the accelerator, he drove the forklift out of the ruins. After dealing with the vehicle, Jiang Yi patted his face. Once his gloomy mood had eased slightly, he returned to the vicinity of Ni Di Qianchan's corpse. Jiang Yi extended his foot, wanting to vent his anger. But just as he was about to touch the corpse, he pulled it back. He buried his face in his hands, stayed silent for a few seconds, and then resignedly squatted down. You'd better be glad you died early, you bastard. As he spoke, Jiang Yi used his dagger to pry open the clothes, checking to see if there were any other dropped items. The clothes were stripped off by Jiang Yi. He flipped them over and gave them a shake. A pile of daggers and small knives clattered to the ground. There was only one item card, a white tier region transfer card. Jiang Yi put the item card away and then looked at the pants. There was a chestnut inside, and nothing else. Whether in life or in death, this person was excessively cautious, leaving behind no other items. Jiang Yi was silent for a few seconds before finally walking toward the player treasure chest. He pressed his dagger against the chest and chose to open it. A white light flashed. You have obtained Spirit Tablet 2. Item: Spirit Tablet cannot be used by non-special classes. Description: After using the Spirit Tablet, you will permanently store the body of the object recorded on the tablet. When you use the skill Reincarnation, you can transfer into the body corresponding to the Spirit Tablet, inheriting part of the memories, habits, and mental imprints of the object recorded on the Spirit Tablet. Note: a soul can only be bound to one body. Therefore, when you reincarnate into the existence recorded on the Spirit Tablet, your original body will collapse. Note: after multiple reincarnations, you will permanently lose parts of your own soul imprint. When all the parts of a ship are gradually replaced until no original material remains, is the ship still the original ship? Between the original body and the substitute, which one is the real you? Jiang Yi looked at the 2 Spirit Tablets in his hand. One was inscribed with the player Pale Hand, and the other with the player Dog of the Timber Yard. It seemed this was already Nidi Chanchan's second reincarnation. No wonder the mental body he had seen was so strange, as if a soul that would never have any mental fluctuations was encased inside an outer skin. After multiple reincarnations, one would lose part of their original soul imprint, a tool with a considerable price to pay. It was no wonder Nidi Chanchan had been so surprised when he was recognized. Perhaps he was also astonished that someone could actually recognize him at the very last moment. Jiang Yi held the 2 Spirit Tablets in his hand. This thing could only be used by special classes, so he couldn't use it himself. Furthermore, Jiang Yi didn't want to sell these 2 items. The function of this thing was truly heaven-defying. System. Jiang Yi called out. I'm here, dear player Melancholy Little Fry. How much does this sell for? Jiang Yi asked quite naturally. All right, I'm currently evaluating the price for you. After a comprehensive calculation, the total quote for the 2 items is 120 Chech coins, 150. Deal. He's that easy to talk to. While displaying the transaction information, the system also showed a heart-shaped emoji on the main screen. If it weren't for the main system warning it not to go too far, it would be dying to stay by Jiang Yi's side every single day. A god of wealth. A true god of wealth. A single game had actually made Death interested enough to descend in person. Although it was only a partial projection, the fact that a special existence had personally entered the fray was enough to ignite the interest of other special existences. Because of this livestream, its subscriber count had tripled, and the sponsorships it received had also tripled. What could be more delightful than triple the Chech coins? What was a little bit of money like this now? As long as Jiang Yi was willing, it could manifest a physical form and let Jiang Yi kick its head around like a ball. Jiang Yi certainly had no interest in the system's dog head. If possible, he might be a bit happier if it were replaced with a Buse's head, but he was genuinely worried that the masochist would actually enjoy it. Seeing the system's fawning heart emoji, Jiang Yi remained silent for a second before acting as if nothing had happened and continued opening the treasure chest. Chapter 596, You Have Less, I Have More. You have obtained Unlit Matchstick *1 description. A special item produced from the instance it. Description: after lighting it, you can summon 1 or more clowns. Each clown has a maximum HP of 30, and each clown consumes 5 points of your own mental energy. After summoning the clowns, you can drag a designated enemy into the mind corridor. Inside the mind corridor, enemies with lower mental attributes are more likely to get lost and develop feelings of fear. When you are lonely, you can try summoning the clowns to keep you company. Of course, it should be noted that it might not necessarily be you playing with the clowns after all. The clowns attack indiscriminately, another quite terrifying item. As for why he hadn't used it, Jiang Yi guessed that this guy didn't dare to gamble to bet that his own mental strength was higher than his own. The clowns were indiscriminate attackers. He didn't want the one played to death to be himself instead of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi toyed with the matchstick in his hand, a strange expression on his face. He was now genuinely curious about what your sweetie's profession actually was. In his mind, an image of your sweetie's hearse appeared: an undertaker, a master of funeral arrangements. The items that had appeared so far were all related to supernatural events. If that were truly the case, one had to admit that this profession was quite powerful. Whether it was the methods of attack or the means of reincarnation, both were formidable. Jiang Yi continued to open the treasure chest, After obtaining 1,000 chech coins from it, he didn't find anything else useful. Jiang Yi suspected that this middle-aged man had made preparations in advance, completely destroying anything useful he might have had. Judging by the supplies obtained so far, it was hard to believe these were the primary assets of a Lord-tier player. Jiang Yi sighed slightly, just as the treasure chest was about to disappear. The system log suddenly updated. Congratulations. You have received a blessing from the player, your sweetie. Jiang Yi paused slightly. A blessing. Detected that this blessing is 100% harmless. Do you wish to accept? Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment and chose accept. A puff of blackness emerged from the player's treasure chest. Within the mist, a familiar yet strange image appeared. Gloomy eyes, deep-set features. Eyes that were always squinting, making it impossible to read his emotions. Jiang Yi's gaze lingered on the right side of the man's face, where a large chunk was missing. It looked as if it had been gnawed on by something. It looked quite terrifying. The original your sweetie appeared before Jiang Yi. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Jiang Yi's gaze was calm, while your sweetie seemed to be in a daze. A hoarse voice came through. Hey, based on the principle of caution. Jiang Yi did not answer immediately, but the other party's image seemed to have anticipated Jiang Yi's reaction long ago, saying, I don't know who the lucky guy in front of me is. Your sweetie paused, then suddenly let out a scoff. Anyway, congratulations on getting my legacy, and thank you for finally sending me off. I didn't want to live this dog's life for even one more day. Your sweetie looked forward, his eyes seemingly fixed on Jiang Yi, yet also seemingly looking at an infinitely distant horizon. Your sweetie took a cigarette out of his pocket, amidst the swirling smoke. He squinted his eyes and revealed a cunning smile. Hey, you probably didn't get much from me, did you? I don't like others walking around with my things, if I'm not mistaken. The most you've opened is that matchstick and some chech coins. Damn it. He wondered if he could beat this old guy up again. Jiang Yi almost felt his temper flare. This guy had actually calculated it all. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, for the first time, Jiang Yi had the urge to stop acting like a human. Pretty angry, aren't you? Just consider it the price for killing someone. However, speaking of killing, no matter how many you've killed, I reckon I've killed more than you, and I don't regret it. In this game, if I don't kill them, the monsters will, or the game itself will. Dying on the highway, dying in the fog, dying in all sorts of bizarre service areas, it's all possible. Jiang Yi listened quietly, neither objecting nor expressing an opinion. Everyone had different thoughts. Perhaps this guy's twisted logic seemed to make sense, but that was no justification for murder. As he spoke, your sweetie touched the missing half of his face again, not knowing what he was thinking. Of course, this is just an excuse for my killing. I know, your sweetie said with a smile. Those who kill will always be killed. Dying at your hands, though I don't know who you are, I have no complaints. The shadow will dissipate in a minute. It's actually quite nice to be able to speak with someone before I die. Don't even think about anything else. In our line of work, it's a huge taboo for others to hold onto our belongings after we're gone. So, I can't give you anything else. Nidi Chan suddenly looked up, gazing toward the opposite side. A projection cannot react in real time. After all, this was merely something left behind before death. Yet, Nidi Chan's grasp of human emotion seemed to have reached a pinnacle. As he looked at Jiang Yi was also looking at him at that very moment. The last thing I'll give you is a bit of luck, kid girl, whoever you are on the other side. What I can tell you is that in this game, luck is very important. Jiang Yi slowly frowned. He could tell that Nidi Chan was not lying at this moment. Or rather, Nidi Chan basically never lied at certain times. He even used his so-called sincerity to bewitch people. Luck is important. If the luck here referred to the luck attribute, then from the very beginning, he had never unlocked it. Moreover, this statement was quite counterintuitive. He could understand intelligence and spirit, but what was the deal with luck? The expression on Nidi Chan's face switched for a second, and his voice sounded hoarse. I will not die at the hands of a weakling. If you can kill me, then you can consider yourself to have earned my recognition. I assume you have unlocked the spirit attribute or some other hidden attribute, but perhaps you have never even seen the luck attribute. Do you know, in this game, All attributes can receive bonus rewards, including intelligence and spirit. But there is only one attribute that can only be obtained through transfer. What is meant by transfer is that you gain what I lose. There is no increase and no decrease. Jiang Yi's brow twitched violently, as if an electric spark had flashed through his mind. Ni Qianqian's projection suddenly leaned in close. At such a short distance, the nod marks on his face were even more shocking. Do you know what this means? Jiang Yi's Adam's apple bobbd. This meant this is. Jiang Yi stared straight at the phantom, and two voices spoke in unison. This is the only attribute that is not controlled by the game. Chapter 597. The sixth identity card lick. It wasn't that Jiang Yi hadn't thought about it being an important attribute. After all, there was a saying that circulated in all games. Mysticism cannot save the unlucky, and spending money cannot change one's fate. Although most of the time, this was just players poking fun at themselves, in reality, it was indeed the case. After all the programs were preset. Logically speaking, encounters and gains in the game were merely a matter of probability, but there were always players who were luckier than others, finding it easier to unlock rare resources and obtain rare items. This point, even for a pre-designed program, could not be interfered with. Could this be the breakthrough point of the game? A look of contemplation appeared on Jiang Yi's face. He couldn't fully trust Ni Qianqian, but he couldn't afford not to believe him either. Regarding luck, although Jiang Yi hadn't unlocked the luck attribute, he always felt that his luck value should be at an average level, at least judging by his vehicle. The one he started with was quite good and like Dadu, Shihu, or Yuan, but in his heart, Jiang Yi vaguely felt something was wrong. Could luck here be judged by what one had obtained? If that were the case, Jiang Yi suddenly opened the main screen and found a familiar avatar. Melancholy little fries. Are you there? Enclosable window. Brother John, are we gathering now? Jiang Yi glanced at the ruins and replied, not today. Enclosable window. Is something the matter? Melancholy little fries. Have you unlocked the luck attribute? Jiang Yi remembered that Qijia should have been the first player he knew who was personally designated by the system as a lucky player. After a second, the other party replied, and Jiang Yi's heart gave a violent jolt. Enclosable window luck. Jiang Yi's fingers twitched, and he closed the chat box. As expected, the luck here was not just the simple luck he had understood. Jiang Yi closed his eyes. If he remembered correctly, he had actually obtained a bit of luck before. That was a reward he received after killing Cecilia in the 5 Cs. But even after receiving the reward, he hadn't unlocked the luck attribute. He had only obtained what was called 1 point of good fortune. Luck, or rather, what exactly did fortune refer to? After Ni Qianqian finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Yi, seemingly having anticipated that the latter would be thinking. He didn't speak either. In the final 20 seconds, Ni Qianqian's body gradually began to turn transparent. I suppose I am about to disappear. Jiang Yi turned his head to look over. Ni Qianqian sneered and said, luck isn't that easy to obtain. You gain what I lose. No increase and no decrease. You must meet certain conditions to unlock luck. Ni Qianqian smiled, his mouth opening wide. At this moment, his eyes were pitch black to the point of being terrifying. Do you know, from the perspective of Feng Shui, apart from a small number of people born with unique advantages, great fortune is bestowed by one's later environment. Those who act as leaders, those who achieve success, those who are powerful. Jiang Yi's pupils contracted sharply. So, you attacked the others. Was it to plunder their luck? Lightning flashed through Jiang Yi's mind. At the very beginning of the game, Ni Qianqian had barely surfaced. It was only after the newcomer rankings came out that Ni Qianqian began targeting the top few on the list. Could it be that he was plundering luck through this method? No wonder. This guy only had his eyes on the top few. No wonder. Even after his true reanimation of the impure world, this guy didn't choose to lie low and develop, but was still plotting against the top-tier powers. Human fear, or perhaps faith, is the true great fortune, because they believe in you. So, killing Gamo didn't yield any fortune because the tyrannical duke couldn't earn people's trust. So, is it that the seductive Cecilia actually held the trust of others, or perhaps, is there a deeper mechanism at play? Or could it be that this plundering itself is subject to probability? One thought after another flashed through Jiang Yi's mind, and his head began to throb with pain. Is slaughter the only way to transfer luck? And is this the key point of the game? That's not it. If that were the case, the Kari country partition would have long since achieved an accumulation of fortune. Compared to Partition 99, the Kari country partition was the one built upon the skeletons of victory. And wasn't the outcome of the Kari country partition quite clear? This isn't right. There must be something missing in the middle. In Jiang Yi's mind, the feeling of being stared at by a special existence appeared once again. On both sides of the red and white casino curtains, those pairs of invisible eyes, those voices that either chuckled or whispered, and the train that sped past during the first round of the game. Jiang Yi's mind cleared instantly. Death cannot stop the train. The fortune plundered through death cannot change the tracks upon which the train travels. Jiang Yi seemed to have returned to the train's tracks. No, absorbing everyone's luck and placing it on one person. That is one end of the train. All the people sacrificed lying on the other side. That is the other end of the train. No matter how powerful that one person is, or how vast the number of those powerful players sacrificed may be, it cannot change the essence of the game. And that is that the train cannot be stopped. Your sweetie was misled, or rather, instigated. Jiang Yi's eyes cleared, and he looked at your sweetie, who now only had half a face left. The moment he looked at her, deep black shadows emerged from behind her. A deep swamp appeared beneath your sweetie's feet, and water weeds began to cover her soles. This is the content of your sweetie's identity card. A mechanical broadcast voice rang out abruptly. Your deduction has left the special existence, the scapegoat amazed. He is willing to issue you the identity card that belongs to him. An identity card stained with blood emerged from the phantom of your sweetie's soul and condensed once more in front of Jiang Yi. As expected, the scapegoat. Those who are obsessed with having others die in their place eventually become the scapegoat for the scapegoat. The silver-white identity card rotated before Jiang Yi. He was even generous enough to take the initiative to display his authority. Authority 1. Instigation description, 99% sincerity and empathy. 1% foolery. This is the essence of instigation. Authority 2. The submergence description. If you wish to destroy someone, you must first make them mad. The more unbearable the suffering, the more people tend to sink into it. Authority 3. Scapegoating description. Just like bloodlines, death can also be inherited. Chapter Instill the craftsmanship of ancient methods. Chapter 598. Yoikanction and Stigan. Submergence. Scapegoating. I have to say, this identity card is truly quite suitable for your sweetie. The silver-white identity card rotated in front of him for a moment. Before Jiang Yi could react, a black identity card quietly emerged on the other side of the silver-white card. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes and didn't look at either card, walking straight back to the forklift. Damn it, naturally, Jiang Yi wouldn't want either of these cards. Needless to say about the cruelty. And as for this scapegoat, although the skills looked powerful, it still didn't fit his style. Moreover, your sweetie's corpse was still lying there. Given the premise that those obsessed with having others die in their place eventually become the scapegoat for the scapegoat, Jiang Yi wouldn't risk taking this card. The two cards were left hanging there by Jiang Yi. If it were normal, cruelty might have already started popping up subtitles. But now, seeing that the scapegoat had also been given the cold shoulder, his mood was surprisingly not bad. Dear player Melancholy Little Fry, your decision has made the special existence cruelty feel slightly pleased. You have received a sponsorship reward of 20 forklift coins. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes and ignored the two of them. After the identity card was extracted, your sweetie's phantom officially dissipated. Heavy snow flew across the highway. Jiang Yi glanced at the corpse at his feet, thought for a few seconds, and then tossed the body into the white fog. The white fog swirled, and it soon disappeared. Only Jiang Yi remained on the vast, desolate highway. Jiang Yi sighed. Without wasting any time, he sat back in the driver's seat of the forklift and stepped on the accelerator. The snow grew heavier, and the view ahead turned into a vast expanse of white. The settlement time was at 7 in the evening. The game had just ended, and most players were still resting. Besides the 5 major territories, there were other free players who had signed up for the game. These players were talking in the group chat about the magical beasts appearing in the free territories. Jiang Yi watched for a while, then suddenly remembered the item card from earlier. Right player Yahello. In Jiang Yi's impression, he shouldn't have had any contact with this person. The item card The Deep Blessings can only be obtained and used once by each player. Why did this player use it on him? An acquaintance from his real world. Several names flashed through Jiang Yi's mind, but he wasn't very sure. He couldn't think of anyone other than his parents who would give him such an item card. Even if it were a friend, this friendship would be too much. More importantly, having gifted such a precious item, this person never added him as a friend. Nor did they leave any information behind. Jiang Yi frowned and searched for the player Yahello in the group chat. Soon, an avatar popped up. It was gray. Jiang Yi paused for a moment. A gray avatar was the default for players who had already died. Furthermore, the time of death was no more than a month ago, because in the group chat, everyone had already concluded that players who had been dead for over a month would have their information cleared from the group. Jiang Yi clicked on Yahello's profile, but there was nothing there. Jiang Yi found Buen's avatar and quickly sent Yahello's profile over. Soon, a zip file was sent back. Player Yahello, ordinary player, vehicle, supermarket shopping cart, died in the second month of the game, within the 5 Seas King scenario. The first message sent in the game was, Player Yahello, hello. Does anyone know how to find the entrance to the trading market? The last message sent was, Player Yahello, I've listed a thermos and a piece of compressed biscuit. Players in need can come to Yongwang Small Shop. Yongwang Small Shop. Seeing this name, Jiang Yi's eyes suddenly trembled. This person knew him. He scrolled through the messages in between. This person's speech was no different from any other ordinary player. The only thing of note was that after he received the server-wide announcement, this person had once sent a message in the group chat, thank you. Really thank you, melancholy little fries. What had he done that day? After receiving the server-wide announcement, the reward given by the system seemed to be today. The fog shall halt for the strong. Could it be that at that time, the fog had stopped, so that person survived that day and therefore thanked him? Jiang Yi had completely missed this message. There were far too many messages that day, and Yahello's message was buried in the middle. Jiang Yi hadn't seen it at all. Moreover, after saying that, this person never requested to add him as a friend. Jiang Yi opened Yongwang's transaction records. The number of orders from Yahello wasn't high, but every time they spoke, the person would express their gratitude, but other than thanks, there was nothing else. In other words, this person might have given him the Deep Fortune item card a long time ago. The danger of the Black Torrent was even greater than Jiang Yi had imagined. Perhaps that was the full force strike of your sweetie. The system had determined that he could not dodge the Black Torrent, which was why it had proactively triggered the Deep Fortune item card. Buen Desu. Is there a problem with this player? Jiang Yi hadn't spoken for a long time, so Buen sent a message to ask, melancholy little fries, Buen Desu, did something happen? Melancholy little fries, melancholy little fries. Please tell everyone that we can't gather today. Let's do it tomorrow at noon. Buen Desu, okay. Buen did not press further. In the driver's seat of the forklift, Jiang Yi stared at Yahello's avatar for a long time, not knowing what to feel in his heart at this moment. It was very strange. He didn't even know this person. Just after seeing your sweetie instigating others, absorbing their energy, and trying to drag him down with her, he turned around and learned that, without his knowledge, a stranger had once given him an item card that could only be used once. And this person had died just like that, still without his knowledge. A month ago, they were still trading normally in the trading hall, and had even renamed their shop to Yongwang. Humans are truly strange creatures. The snow fell harder and harder, and the forklift's speed increased. Jiang Yi didn't even bother to pick up the treasure chests on either side. Chapter 599, Trash, Just Trash. 6 o'clock in the evening. Amidst the heavy snow, it was difficult to distinguish the time of day. Jiang Yi drove for 2 consecutive hours, covering 150 kilometers before finally stopping. Jiang Yi's expression had calmed down. The rear carriage was no longer accessible. Jiang Yi had either moved the energy furnace and other items to the front cab or placed them directly into the space stone. The forklift was now just a shell driving on the road. Jiang Yi rubbed his face. Right. The front windshield was also completely shattered. Currently, it was just Dazi holding a piece of special glass material in front to act as a shield. Even Dazi itself was tattered and torn. Jiang Yi had driven the forklift for 2 hours before he felt his mood improve slightly. The roof of the forklift was also gone. As soon as the vehicle stopped, snowflakes drifted down from above, looking quite miserable. Jiang Yi sniffled. And just as he was preparing to stop and repair the vehicle, he suddenly heard a sound. Hum is this? The sound of an engine. Jiang Yi looked toward the parallel roads on both sides, but no new roads appeared there. It seemed it wasn't the sound of another player's vehicle. Jiang Yi squinted his eyes while scanning his surroundings. The engine sound rang out again. This time, besides the engine noise, Jiang Yi also saw light. A beam of high-intensity light. Could it be? Jiang Yi stepped on the accelerator again. Only after getting closer to the white fog on both sides did he see what it was. There was actually a small road extending out from there. This is a service area. From a long distance away, Jiang Yi could smell a scent, the smell of machine oil and steel from a processing lathe. Jiang Yi was quite familiar with this smell. Jiang Yi glanced at the time. There was 1 hour left until the settlement. It wasn't a good idea to keep driving the vehicle forward at this time, judging by the scent. This seemed to be a maintenance center. Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds. As usual, he covered his quality inspector ID badge before lightly pressing the accelerator. The wind and snow on both sides were too heavy, obstructing his vision. The current forklift had no roof or cover, let alone something like headlights. The only light strip had also been smashed to pieces, leaving only the ring inside the driver's seat, which was still feebly emitting colorful light, casting a glow on Jiang Yi's face that made him look like the king of hell. Jiang Yi carefully drove the forklift forward. While driving in a straight line didn't require much caution, he had to be careful when turning. The small road stretched forward, judging by the surface area of the road. This surface area was not large. Amidst the swirling snow, the sounds of engines, machine tools, and other indistinguishable mechanical grinding noises emerged. The view ahead gradually became clearer. In the final 50 meters, Jiang Yi saw a sign. Hanging above the sign was a gear, and below the gear were 2 animals holding it up. Jiang Yi stared at it for a while, but he really couldn't make out what kind of creature it was supposed to be. A donkey, perhaps. Jiang Yi was a bit uncertain. Lao Tai also watched along with Jiang Yi for a few seconds and offered his own guess. It also looks a bit like a zombie. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi watched at the entrance for a few seconds, not yet ready to drive in, when a familiar vehicle appeared at the gate of forklift. It was a forklift equipped with a cargo rack, extended forks, and a roof covering the top. The forklift's headlights shone directly at Jiang Yi. The blinding light hit his face. If it had been an ordinary person, they likely would have lost their vision momentarily and slammed the accelerator into the mist. Quite unfriendly, indeed. Although Jiang Yi had been to many service areas before, most of them perhaps due to his status as a quality inspector, or perhaps because they were generally reasonable, were at least polite toward humans, even if they weren't exactly friendly. Only a small number of service areas had left a bad impression on Jiang Yi. But Jiang Yi knew that the system, or rather the game, had once instilled the idea in these monsters that humans were difficult to get along with. Even so, no animal in any service area had ever directly acted in such a manner. Fortunately, when it started snowing earlier, Jiang Yi had found a pair of glasses to wear. These glasses were a prop he had just obtained. Prop, no. And 19 glasses description. A product of the system is a guaranteed fine quality item. Description: the No. N19 glasses can automatically detect the condition of the human eye and adjust automatically based on the eyes and visual imaging. It is absolutely a must-have for the nearsighted. In addition, the No. N19 glasses provide color-changing capabilities to block strong light and ultraviolet rays. The appearance of the No. N19 glasses was no different from ordinary glasses, featuring a black frame. However, because it was snowing outside, the glasses had already turned into sunglasses. Although the previous glare was blinding, after being dimmed by the N19s, it wasn't that uncomfortable. Jiang Yi's forklift and the one opposite him stood in a standoff. At this moment, Jiang Yi finally saw the other party clearly. Slender and sturdy limbs, a relatively long tail, brown-black fur, and some spots on its back. A hyena. A hyena wearing a baseball cap backward, a white t-shirt, and brown pants was currently chewing on something resembling a straw. It sat in the forklift's driver's seat with its arms crossed, looking at Jiang Yi and his forklift with a relaxed and hurried expression. Behind the hyena, the appearance of the service area also came into Jiang Yi's view. It was a two-story building, much larger than Manager Brown Bear's nursing home. It even had a courtyard-like section in front, though the decor was far inferior to the Tiger Tooth Training Center. On the ground floor, Jiang Yi also saw many vehicles, off-roaders, compact cars, sports cars, and even two excavators. Above one of the excavators, another hyena wearing a yellow hard hat seemed to be painting something on the crane arm. Written above it were the words, "Never." It seems this really is a maintenance center. The service area from the special location card flashed in Jiang Yi's mind. A forest dealership. Jiang Yi spoke up. "Hello. Is this a forest maintenance shop?" The hyena opposite heard Jiang Yi's voice and clicked its tongue. "This poor wretch thinks this is a forest maintenance shop." The hyena rolled its eyes internally while taking another look at Jiang Yi's vehicle. This couldn't even be called a vehicle. It was complete junk. Trash. The windshield was a piece of real glass, the roof was gone, and the rear components looked like scrap dragged back from a battlefield. It was impossible to tell what was what. Yet this person was remarkably calm, looking indifferent even while being blinded by high beams. No wonder the vehicle was smashed up like this. Although the vehicle looked like a wreck, the hyena wasn't ignorant. The remaining tires and the front driver's seat didn't look like cheap goods. Looks like a different style. Thank you to this reader. Jiang Yi Chapter 600, Wilderness Repair Shop. Probably ran into a parallel highway. The hyena thought indifferently. "Hey kid, here to fix your car." The hyena stepped on the brake and jumped off the forklift. Jiang Yi didn't bother arguing with this guy and gave a nod. "All right." Dragged the car inside. The hyena leaned against the edge of the forklift, a nonchalant smile on its face. "Just like that. Didn't even ask what I needed. What about the entrance fee?" The hyena dropped those words and turned to leave, paying no mind to Jiang Yi, who was left standing there in a daze. Has a decent vehicle but can't protect it. Probably not a strong player. If he couldn't squeeze any vehicle coins out of this guy, he would naturally find other ways to make him leave something behind. Inside the wilderness repair shop, in the small two-story building, the entire space on the ground floor had been opened up, and the air was filled with the scent of motor oil and an indescribable metallic tang. Jiang Yi, who had previously worked part-time at a repair shop, was very familiar with this environment. Since the hyena didn't invite him in, Jiang Yi simply followed behind and walked inside. Although he still maintained his principle of caution, his movements were generally not as restricted as before. He wasn't so afraid that he wouldn't even dare to step inside. In any case, if this guy really wanted to scam him, he could just take it up with the non-compliance report issued by the system. Following behind the hyena, the atmosphere of the repair shop actually made Jiang Yi feel much more relaxed. The soles of his shoes weren't sticky or slippery. The repair habits here were actually quite decent. As Jiang Yi walked inside, the hyena walked in front, greeting the other guys. "Ergo," the hyena called out. "Ergo, I'm here." A voice rang out from behind Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi turned around and locked eyes with this so-called Ergo. Unlike the hyena in front of him, this dog, Jiang Yi tilted his head slightly and hissed. A black and white dog that only reached Jiang Yi's chest appeared before him. And what made Jiang Yi lose his composure even more was that this guy had one eye standing guard while the other was on patrol. Ergo looked up at Jiang Yi with his eyes drifting in opposite directions. The light in his gaze couldn't seem to focus. After staring for a while and still not being able to see clearly, Ergo simply stretched his head forward. The husky got closer and closer to Jiang Yi, finally resting his head on Jiang Yi's chest. The husky looked up and asked, "Human?" Being this close and staring at this guy was simply a form of cruelty to himself. Jiang Yi looked up for a few seconds before managing to keep his voice normal. "Yes, hello." Ergo didn't speak. After staring at each other for a while, he felt the latter was polite enough and let out a huff. "Big brother," Ergo shouted. The hyena, who was called Big Brother, dug into his ear. "How's the repair going?" It can move now," the husky chuckled. The hyena remained silent for a second before acting as if nothing had happened. Get the little brothers over here. A big shot has arrived. A big shot. Is it this human? The wrencher Guzpo pointed toward Jiang Yi, who was wearing glasses behind him. Don't point a wrench at a customer. He is our big guest. As the hyena spoke, he gave Jiang Yi a meaningful look. At this moment, Jiang Yi was wearing his glasses, looking completely oblivious. He could already imagine how many good parts he could strip from this guy's car. As for the other components, he could guarantee he would get the car running again. But he had no idea how long it would last. The hyena wore a smile on his face and nodded at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi replied politely. The two dogs' tails were intertwined. This was their way of signaling. A tail circling to the left meant that a fat sheep had arrived. Agu chuckled, indicating he understood. After Agu arrived, 3 more dogs followed. One of them was the largest, nearly 2 meters tall. Half a head taller than Jiang Yi. Its ears were pricked high, and it looked quite guarded when it saw Jiang Yi. This must be a Doberman. The guy even had a collar around his neck. As for the remaining 2 dogs, one was a golden retriever, and the other was unrecognizable, looking a bit like a Chinese rural dog. 5 dogs. 1 repair shop. It was certainly interesting. Jiang Yi first glanced at the time, then said, May I ask if my order can be scheduled now? As soon as the words fell, he saw strange expressions appear on the faces of the dogs in front of him. Scheduled? What was that? Isn't this a forest shop? PFFT. The hyena laughed out loud. A forest shop. He could go eat intestines. Entry into a forest shop required a 50 coin entrance fee, and one had to pay a deposit before the subsequent process could even begin. Scheduled. In a place like theirs, you could get it fixed the moment you arrived. Where would there be any scheduling? Yes, that's right. The hyena smiled and answered instantly. If it's scheduling, we can do it right now. Someone who didn't know the ropes was exactly what they wanted. Good, Jiang Yi nodded. Then what do you want to repair? Oh no, what are your requirements, guest? The hyena turned his backwards baseball cap to the front and said in a businesslike tone, repair the roof and the carriage here, and add a built-in steering console between the driver's cab and the carriage. The kind that can open doors on both sides. No problem. The tires are severely worn, and the axles and some bolts have loosened. Can do. But the cost for these parts will be charged separately. I will provide the materials for the windshield of the driver's seat myself. Do you have special requirements? The hyena asked subconsciously. Not really. Jiang Yi paused, his gaze calmly fixed on the black car in front of him. You guys are using integrated tempered glass here, right? Jiang Yi's gaze followed the car body for a circle, his brow furrowing slightly. Generally speaking, integrated tempered glass was only used for side windows and rear windows, where there was no need to select transparency for different zones. The front windshield wasn't just for blocking wind, it also had to handle visibility. It should usually be laminated, zone-tempered glass. An average person wouldn't notice the difference unless they sat in the driver's seat and observed both sides at the same time. But having worked in a repair shop for so long, Jiang Yi was quite familiar with the thickness and light transmittance of these two things. Even just looking from the outside, he had spotted something wrong. The expression on the hyena's face paused, and he looked at Jiang Yi with a suspicious glint in his eyes. Chapter 601. Could it be that drinking this is what turned his brain into this? Clatter. The wrench in the husky's hand fell to the ground. Jiang Yi glanced at it, bent down, and picked up the wrench. Here you go, Jiang Yi said in a natural tone. The husky's eyes focused again. He first glanced at his big brother, then looked at Jiang Yi, and whispered, thank you. Hyena's gaze toward Jiang Yi began to shift as well. The windshield was something an ordinary customer would never notice. In a repair shop, there were indeed certain customers who pretended to know more than they actually did. But he knew these guys would, at most, hover around the engine and tires, checking the material of the tires. Even if they took a glance at the engine, they wouldn't have the slightest clue about its internal structure usually. For these two parts, he and his crew would even set up decoys, something like a windshield, which wasn't exactly a core power component of the vehicle, was something most people simply overlooked. Hyena paused before saying yes. Jiang Yi nodded. I use my own for this part. Hyena didn't speak. He exchanged a look with the third brother, Doberman. Old third. Go bring the customer's car over. Got it. Doberman nodded. Jiang Yi didn't refuse. Instead, he looked around the rest of the first floor with curiosity. He wasn't worried about these guys pulling any tricks because he still had old Tai and Dozy in his car. On the other side, Doberman took Jiang Yi's driver's license and walked toward the forklift. Only now did Doberman understand what the second brother meant when he said a piece of junk had arrived. Aside from the wheels being in good condition, there wasn't a single part of this car that was normal. Doberman was silent for a second, took out the driver's license, and opened the door. Bang. The door fell onto the ground. Doberman taking a deep breath. Doberman sat in the driver's seat. The moment he sat on the cushion, he noticed something strange. The seat was padded with a layer of something like a blanket. Not only was it soft to the touch, but the moment he sat down, Doberman felt his spirit instantly relax quite a bit. Doberman couldn't help but stretch his paws. The moment he leaned back, the built-in memory foam recessed or protruded according to the position of Doberman's spine and bones. By the time his back was fully settled, it had completely conformed to his curves. It was hard to imagine that such a broken-down car was actually equipped with an adaptive seat. Doberman couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This thing probably couldn't be removed, otherwise the second brother might have really liked it. Doberman let out a sigh of satisfaction. Just as he was about to step on the gas pedal, a voice rang out. It's quite comfortable, isn't it? Doberman stood up from the seat instantly. On the steering wheel, a blue light flickered. If Jiang Yi were here, he would know that this was Old Tai greeting Doberman. Old Tai chuckled. Oh my. When Jiang Yi was driving before, I always wanted to try this blanket, but that guy refused to put the thing he sits on against my face. What a pity. What does that blanket actually feel like? Is it soft? Is it better than the touch of a little lamb? Do you know what a little lamb is? It's a ball of white creature. You animals should recognize each other, right? Why aren't you saying anything? You look like you've seen a ghost. Are there ghosts here? I think I saw a zombie on your sign. Are there zombies here? Doberman looked at the talking steering wheel with a pale face. Just as he stood up, he felt something lightly pat the top of his head. A fairly gentle force appeared on his head. Doberman looked up, and a mechanical arm slowly moved over his head, shielding him from the wind and snow. Seeing Doberman looking up, the mechanical arm hesitated for a few seconds before making a finger heart at him. Doberman, in the driver's seat, inside a cardboard box. Two more voices rang out. One had the inert nasal tone of a child, as if it had just woken up. Jiang Yi, are we there yet? The other was quite robust. In fact, Doberman felt this voice was damnably familiar. Jiang Yi, is it Don? Why did it sound so much like Aok's voice? His own big brother had apparently looked for Aok some years ago to order a batch of machine tools. This voice was almost identical to Aok's. There were actually four things that could talk in this piece of junk car. Doberman's dog brain couldn't process it for a moment. The light strip thought this guy couldn't see the gas pedal under his feet, so it condensed its light and finally lit up an arrow on the driver's seat, pointing to the pedal below. Doberman, why hasn't Old Third come back yet? Hyena waited while pretending to register Jiang Yi's name in a notebook still stained with oil. He remembered that was what those guys usually did, right? Write down the customer's name and the vehicle and such. Customer. What is your name, Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi enunciated his name syllable by syllable. All right. Hyena scribbled a circle randomly. After waiting for a while and still not seeing Old Third, he decided to deal with the other cars first. Customer, just sit for a while. I'll go check on the other cars. Go ahead. Jiang Yi said casually. There's something to drink on the table. Help yourself. Go wait. Let me host you. Jiang Yi was just about to say okay when he saw the water on the table. A layer of dispersed machine oil was floating in it. Could it be that Erha drank this stuff and that's why his brain ended up like this? Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment before taking a bottle of soda out of his backpack. He popped the cap open with a click. The crisp sound made the ears of the Erha opposite Jiang Yi twitch. Small bubbles rose in the bottle. Unlike the soda in the ordinary real world, the system's soda had more carbonation. Jiang Yi even mixed in a bit of the functional beverage from the Tiger Tooth training library, making the flavor even richer. While Jiang Yi was gulping down his drink here, Erha watched him with one eye on guard and the other on patrol. but perhaps he was used to being watched after all. During the games, it was a 360-degree, no-dead-angle livestream, and Jiang Yi had gradually grown accustomed to the scrutinizing gazes of others. Ignoring their staring at him, Jiang Yi looked around the repair shop while he drank. Aside from the slightly strange windshield of the small car just now, Jiang Yi did not doubt that this was a professional repair shop, because the tools here were truly abundant. Even in the repair shops of the real world, Jiang Yi had never seen so many machines and tools. One must know, in the real world, typical for us authorized repair shops can at most fix certain high-frequency malfunctions, while the problems that arise in cars driven by people are bizarre and varied. If one wants to resolve them thoroughly, they can only return to the original manufacturer. This is why, except for those who are neither short on money nor time, most people still choose privately owned repair shops. The tools and options here are more diverse, and the turnaround time is much faster. However, general repair shops can handle at most 7 or 8 types of vehicles. Unconventional vehicles like excavators or trailers usually still need to go back to the original manufacturer or a specialized vehicle processing center. Yet, from what Jiang Yi could see right now, small cars, forklifts, buses, excavators, motorcycles, trailers, and on the road in the distance, there was even a highway RV with an even more exaggerated size. The vehicles here were simply more abundant than in a parking lot. Chapter 602. Who is it? After Jiang Yi looked around, he discovered that the hyena had already crawled under a small car. Although this dog had been a bit rude at the beginning, when it came to repairing cars, it seemed quite serious. Jiang Yi placed the sparkling water on the table, and the hyena shouted from under the car, "Hand me a wrench." Jiang Yi stood up and subconsciously looked at the husky opposite him. The husky was lying on the other side of the table, its eyes focused on the sparkling water he had placed there. Jiang Yi saw that the creature's ears had flattened out, its paws were unconsciously splayed, and it was swallowing its saliva while watching the bubbles churning in the sparkling water. What is this? It had never drunk water that spat out bubbles before, and unlike the water it usually drank, this water smelled like it made one's nose tickle. It seemed very delicious. Gulp. Jiang Yi fell silent. The hyena underneath reached its paw out directly, waving it. But the wrench simply did not arrive in its hand, even through the floorboard. Jiang Yi could sense the confusion of brother hyena. After watching calmly for a few seconds, Jiang Yi sighed. With a backhanded motion, he reached into his backpack and took out the custom-made wrench he had crafted with old tie. This wrench was designed by Jiang Yi himself, and the processing was done by asking old tie to do the heavy lifting. Although Jiang Yi had mastered basic forging methods after learning from old tie for a period of time, his professionalism was still a far cry from old tie's. Compared to a standard wrench, the one processed now had a more compact front section, making it relatively more labor-saving. On the handle of the wrench, he had also added anti-slip strips and a built-in small screwdriver. These were all from Jiang Yi's own experience working in repair shops. Repairing cars. The hardest part isn't identifying where the problem lies, but rather how to reach the problem directly and find tools that are easy and handy to use. When Jiang Yi was in the repair shop before, he only had one thought every time he repaired a car: to rip off the entire car frame. It would be best if they just left him aboard. Otherwise, every time he had to repair a car, he could only shrink under the floorboard. Not only was his line of sight for repairs blurred, but most of his tools couldn't be used effectively. In fact, most of the time, Jiang Yi could even empathize with certain dentists. If he were a dentist, he would want to unfold the patient's skull. Otherwise, the corner areas would never be reachable. Jiang Yi sighed in his heart. After he handed over the wrench, brother hyena didn't notice anything different. After tinkering underneath for a long time, a muffled voice sounded. "This wrench is actually quite easy to use. Where did you find it?" Jiang Yi did not reply, and brother hyena didn't care. It's a repair shop. After all, whether one hears a sound or gets an answer doesn't matter. Even if there were no one here, he would still talk to himself. Jiang Yi observed for a moment. Judging from the tools brother hyena was using, he estimated that the car's fuel tank had exploded. A fuel tank explosion was certainly not the biggest problem. At the moment the fuel tank exploded, many mechanisms underneath would loosen, if not handled properly. Even if a new fuel tank were installed, it would be prone to cold start issues. Driving it for a long time would definitely be unsafe. The searchlight is out of power. Give me a battery. Jiang Yi turned his head to look at the husky on the table. This guy's tongue was already reaching into the cup containing the sparkling water. The corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched, and he resigned himself to squatting down. Without a word, he shoved his own searchlight in as well. Jiang Yi's searchlight was the same one he had used in the watchtower. It was quite portable, and the light source was very sufficient. The floorboard was illuminated, and the hyena let out a "Ho, good stuff. You stole this from Old San, didn't you?" Only Old San liked to modify various tools. Jiang Yi still didn't speak. After watching calmly for a few seconds, Jiang Yi suddenly reached out and knocked on the hood in front, and the hyena below understood in a second. The engine in the front has been checked. There are no ruptured pipes. Jiang Yi gave a hum. In the time that followed, Brother Hyena lay under the floorboard repairing the car, and Jiang Yi handed over the tools he needed from time to time. Later on, there was no need for Brother Hyena to call out whatever he wanted. It was handed down from above the floorboard, before he could even say what size the nut was. A row of suitable bolts, nuts, and the appropriate size of reinforcement fasteners were pushed in, just as he wanted to test the performance of the power layer after installing the new parts. The car was lifted even higher by the jack, making it convenient for Brother Hyena to observe the operation inside, whatever he thought of. It appeared, before he even thought of it, the other party had already prepared the tools completely. It was truly so comfortable. Brother Hyena hadn't had this feeling for a long time, and the tail underneath began to wag. "Older. You're not bad, you've made progress." The second in command, who had just taken a lick of sparkling water from the table, crouched down and shoved his head under the chassis, coming face to face with the hyena boss. "Boss, what did you say?" As he spoke, a towel was passed over from the bottom left corner of the hyena boss. The hyena boss, still dazed, used the towel to wipe the sweat from his face. The towel was even slightly damp. Wait a minute. The hyena boss's eyes widened abruptly. The husky lying next to him had a goofy, vacant smile on his face, his eyes still looking into different directions, one on guard, the other keeping watch. Wait a second. If the second in command was down here, then who passed the towel? While the hyena boss's mind went blank, another hand reached out from the opposite side. That hand was slender with clearly defined joints and a thin layer of calluses completely different from a dog's paw. It was a human hand. Jiang Yi's hand gestured in the space below and said, "Haven't you finished using it yet?" 2 seconds later, with ***, the hyena boss's head slammed against the car's floorboard. The sudden noise made Jiang Yi's hand pause. Even though the hyenas couldn't see the expression on Jiang Yi's face, they could sense the confusion conveyed by that hand. After a second of silence, the hyena boss placed the now blackened towel onto that hand, pushed off with his paws, and slid out from under the chassis. Once the hyena boss was out, the husky blinked, then hurriedly scrambled out from underneath as well. Chapter 603. Do you want to make him fly? After the hyena boss crawled out, Jiang Yi had already naturally found the sink and re-wetted the towel. It had to be said, from the hyena's perspective, Jiang Yi worked quite efficiently. After wringing out the towel and draping it on the rack, the guy even wiped the water off the sink as he went. Once all the cleaning agents were arranged in order, Jiang Yi naturally looked up at the hyena boss. "How's the repair coming along?" The tone was so natural, the movements were so fluid. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought this guy had been working here for 10 years. It's not bad," the hyena boss said, looking absurd. "That's good." After a few seconds, the boss couldn't help but ask, "Was it you passing the tools earlier?" "Yeah, those tools are mine. If you find them useful, you can keep them," Jiang Yi said calmly. Wilderness Repair Shop Hyena Boss's favorability towards Yukon 1. Wilderness Repair Shop Hyena Boss's current favorability increased by 1. Jiang Yi smiled, but didn't think much of it. Helping the hyena boss just now was purely a matter of convenience. Honestly, he actually missed the days of repairing cars. This was much more interesting than surviving on the highway or whatever. The hyena boss paused for a few seconds before speaking. "Have you worked in an auto repair shop before?" "Yeah, for a few months." The hyena boss's clothes scraped against a pillar, and his expression softened slightly. Although peers in the same industry were often competitors, it didn't mean they were hostile toward one another. On the contrary, because they were in the same line of work, these guys shared a certain unspoken understanding. After all, these were the people who understood their craft the best. The hyena clicked his tongue, thinking back to how Jiang Yi had worked silently without making a fuss. His favorability increased by another point. Maybe he'd deduct fewer parts from this kid's vehicle later. This kid seemed alright. The hyena thought to himself. Sounds came from outside the door. The hyena looked up and saw the Doberman walking over, looking completely distracted. The Doberman was holding something in his arms. The hyena stared at it for a long time but couldn't tell what it was. Jiang Yi saw exactly what it was immediately. An anvil. The anvil's voice suddenly rang out inside the first floor. So, this is a repair shop, such a great place. And you didn't bring me here, Jiang Yi. HMPH. There's no love left, no love left. Good grief. Jiang Yi covered his face with one hand. He knew it, back in the No. 0 forging room. This guy had been incredibly excited. Here, he was bound to go crazy. This is. The Doberman held the large iron block in his arms, looking like he was in a trance. The iron block squinted for a long time. Then its eyes lit up as it looked at a race car in the center. Is this a modified rear wing? An iron block talking was strange enough, but an iron block recognizing a modified rear wing was even stranger. The hyena was stunned and spoke instinctively. What is this? My brother. Jiang Yi said expressionlessly. The hyena's two eyebrows were upon together tightly. Your brother is a lump of iron. Your brothers are Dobermans, Huskies, Golden Retrievers, and Chinese rural dogs. Is it so strange for a human's brother to be an iron block? The hyena didn't know what he was thinking, but he suddenly felt a sense of awe toward Jiang Yi. The hyena swallowed his saliva. That's right, modified rear wing. Old Iron was excited. For the longest time, it had wanted to install a rear wing on Jiang Yi's forklift, but Jiang Yi had strictly forbidden it, saying that the forklift's model wasn't suitable for such things and that it was useless aside from looking cool. After all, according to the knowledge Jiang Yi had encountered, a modified rear wing only functioned because the race car's body, combined with the wing, could increase downforce for high-speed vehicles. But his forklift was boxy and square. A rear wing would be completely useless beyond serving as a decoration. But Old Iron wouldn't give up. Now, it finally saw something different. The rear wing here was bigger, thicker and heavier, and, perhaps because of the different materials used, the shape of the wing here was much more free-form than the ones in the real world. If it didn't lack a throat, Old Iron would have been parched with excitement. I think the tail fin here could be a bit longer. That way, the speed boost would be even more significant. The voice of Lao Tai fell, and the surroundings went quiet for a second. Then, a raspy voice spoke up. The one-eyed golden retriever, Lao Chu, pushed up his glasses. But the existing alloy can't support a structure like that. Alloy. At that moment, Jiang Yi's heart went boom. It was over. Everything was over. Brother. Jiang Yi resignedly took Lao Tai from Doberman's pose. As he took it, Jiang Yi couldn't help but pat the big dog on the shoulder. Heaven knows what he had gone through just to bring Lao Tai out. Jiang Yi walked over. After successfully having the iron possess him, Jiang Yi thumped and brought out the energy furnace. Brother. Jiang Yi turned around with an expressionless face. Lao Tai rattled off a long list of names in Jiang Yi's consciousness, and Jiang Yi recited the materials he needed to the golden retriever, Lao Chu. At first, Lao Chu didn't know what Jiang Yi was planning, but after a few materials were named, Lao Chu's expression changed completely. These were all things needed to forge alloys. This guy, is he planning to forge them himself? Lao Chu's expression turned stern. They say that every trade has its master. When he saw Jiang Yi organizing the equipment after returning, he only felt that the other party might have worked in a repair shop before. Although he felt a bit of goodwill, he didn't have any extra thoughts. But if the other party could also solve the material problem, is that even possible? You know how to forge alloys? Before Jiang Yi could answer, Lao Tai already said, full of confidence, my brother is the strongest alchemy master, the strongest alchemy master. The hyena nearby couldn't help but sneer. In this game, The strongest alchemy master isn't here. They are in the daydreaming pavilion. The goodwill that had just risen was actually dampened a bit by these arrogant words. The golden retriever didn't speak, seemingly judging the credibility of the other party. Being able to see the optimization direction of the tail fin at a glance shouldn't be simple. But if he provided the materials, hey Goldie, do you want to break through the limitations of the materials and make this part of the tail fin stand up? The golden retriever gulped hard. Do you want to never be restricted by materials again and let more vehicles be equipped with tail fins? I provide the materials, you provide HMM. Do you have a wind tunnel here? When he came in, Lao Tai had already seen a fully enclosed space on the second floor. In there, Lao Tai smelled an aura that made him tremble. The golden retriever's gaze clearly began to waver, although he didn't know if this guy was bragging or what. Just looking at the literal meaning, every point hit the mark. What about the wind tunnel? Since coming out of that place, the repair shop hadn't done any modification testing other than repairing some ordinary vehicles. After all, what was there to test when the modification effects were all within his own calculations? In other words, the wilderness repair shop, famous for its modifications, hadn't had any decent modifications for a long time since being removed from the high-end service area. The golden retriever took a deep breath amidst his chaotic thoughts. In the messy but still spacious first-floor workshop, Laudi's voice rang out eerily. Do you want to let this big guy on the road offline? I switched to the Alibaba Puhui font. Now I can tell the difference between opening and closing quotation marks. Highly recommended to everyone. Chapter 600 for Wilderness Limit. Do you want to let this big guy fly on the road? After this sentence fell, it wasn't just the golden retriever, Lao Chu, whose eyes lit up. Even Doberman's ears perked up. It must be said, Lao Tai is truly a genius when it comes to bewitching people. No, dogs. Jiang Yi didn't have any obsession with modifications, but after hearing this, his heart couldn't help but thump a few times. The golden retriever's paw, resting on the recording board, couldn't press down for a long time. As his eyes flickered, the hyena brother had already spoken up. Let the vehicle fly, and then HMM. Lao Tai made a sound. My brother is the strongest forging master. As he said this, Lao Tai also manipulated Jiang Yi to take a step forward. Thanks, but it really wasn't necessary. The hyena's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He looked at the iron block with great suspicion, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Yi. Although these two seemed to be in cahoots, Jiang Yi didn't seem to like talking much. He looked a bit more reliable. Is what your brother said true? Jiang Yi paused. If you were talking about forging, yes, it's true. Can you really forge an alloy that meets the requirements? The golden retriever couldn't help but add another sentence. If I can't forge it, even if you find Aok, it would be useless. Jiang Yi said honestly, as long as it wasn't a rule-based item from the system. In terms of forging technology, even Aok would find it hard to compare with Lao Tai. Jiang Yi had at least that much confidence. The five dogs looked at each other, automatically setting aside the brainless husky. The hyena clapped his two paws together and agreed, fine, then I'll trust you. However, it's not for the sake of that big iron block, but for the sake of you handing me the tools just now. Jiang Yi was a bit surprised. The hyena straightened his duckbill cap again and said seriously, you kid are a good worker. I'm willing to trust you once. I'll provide the materials. As long as the loss is controlled within 50%, that's fine. The third one is familiar with modifications. I know the loss of this thing is astonishing. But don't even think about taking materials from us for nothing, the hyena continued. If you forge an alloy that meets the requirements, the damage fee for your forklift will be completely waived. Jiang Yi's heart stirred. The fee completely waived. Only the head of his forklift remained. If he wanted to restore it to its previous state, he had no idea how much material would need to be added. Setting aside the issue of materials which Jiang Yi could scrounge up himself, the critical problem was that the rear section of the carriage involved the system's rule permissions. If he could have modified it himself, Jiang Yi would have done so long ago. The repair fees were waived, and they would provide the materials. While this wasn't exactly a business with a 10,000-fold profit, it was still quite a bargain. Before Jiang Yi could speak, Hyena walked to the other side. With a click, the lights on the first floor were fully illuminated. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, And then, the cold color of steel completely flooded his vision. Hyena pressed a red button to hum. At that moment, Jiang Yi felt as if he were hallucinating. Why did this sound so familiar? Jiang Yi froze in his tracks. He looked up and saw gears turning above him. The sound of axles and pistons pulling echoed, and several giant mechanical arms glowing with a silver-white light swung toward him. This is... A layer of white light appeared on Hyena's palm. As Hyena rotated his hand, those mechanical arms followed suit, moving in perfect synchronization. Super large swing arms. With almost zero latency tracking. How could this place actually have such a thing? This place is indeed not a forest dealership. Hyena said with a chuckle toward Jiang Yi. The name of our service area is Wilderness Repair Shop. In the past, it had another name, Wilderness Extreme. Wilderness Extreme was once a name rated as a high-end service area. Back then, even the Daydream Pavilion took the initiative to cooperate with them. They were even like the yoke of that time, able to autonomously choose which orders they wanted to take on. But now, Wilderness Extreme had become a so-called repair shop, and only the orders that couldn't be assigned elsewhere were diverted here. And no matter how perfectly they performed a repair, the upper-level repair integration center would siphon off their work. Good parts were swapped for broken ones, and the parts they had improved were branded with the center's own name. After a while, they just gave up. Since they couldn't control the final product anyway, it was better to do it themselves rather than have the higher-ups strip their parts. They would swap out a few non-lethal parts, hand over a portion to the higher-ups, and keep the rest to sell themselves. That way, everyone was happy. Jiang Yi's arrival wouldn't change anything. But Hyena didn't want this guy to look down on them or think they were easy to fool. All cooperation was built on the foundation of profit. The value of the alloy couldn't be offset by simple car repairs. If they wanted Jiang Yi to put his heart into the work, they naturally had to show their strength. Make an alloy that satisfies Golden Retriever, and I guarantee your vehicle will reach the absolute peak of its tier. The air grew quiet. Hyena looked at Jiang Yi with full confidence. But other than staring at the mechanical arms with glowing eyes, Jiang Yi didn't seem to have any other reaction. Hyena let out a confused HM. In his heart, Jiang Yi's figure suddenly vanished, and Hyena's expression froze such incredible speed. By the time he reacted, Jiang Yi was already standing beneath the mechanical arms. Jiang Yi turned back politely and asked, "May I take a look at the mechanical arms?" Before he finished speaking, Jiang Yi jumped from a standstill. In a way that seemed to defy both human anatomy and the laws of physics. He landed lightly on top of the mechanical arm. This material, this texture. Jiang Yi's heart gave a violent jolt. It was exactly the same as Aclier. The metal had malleability, not rigidity. At the joints of the axles, there were tiny iron plates and flowing runes. This wasn't something a simple alloy could achieve. There was a layer of rule-based product generated by the system or something else Jiang Yi didn't know about attached to it. Jiang Yi had originally been worried, as Aclier was something he had obtained by accident. One had to know that finding the original raw materials for a finished product was far more difficult than forging a material from scratch, because everyone's habits and methods of forging were different. Without that original set of things, one would always lack the soul when trying to replicate it. Old Tai was good at enchanting. Yes, but the system's rules could not be copied. Even if they could be modified, it wouldn't be the original Aclier anymore. Jiang Yi had been fretting over what to do about this, but now, it was as if he were sleepy and someone had handed him a pillow. Although the person handing him the pillow probably hadn't intended to give him this specific one, since he had seen it, there was a chance to try. After touching the mechanical arm, Jiang Yi turned his head and said seriously, "Are you selling the mechanical arms here?" Hyena Golden Retriever Doberman Mongrel, by Pollen Chapter 605, Dark Gold Mechanical Arms. Are they for sale? Isn't this the same as asking a butcher at a pork shop if he's selling his knife? Or asking a ramen chef at a noodle shop if he's selling his dough? Isn't it the same logic? This kid must be here to pick a fight. Selling. All right then. Anyway, the repair shop didn't have many orders, and the materials were average. But they had an abundance of authorized tools. Even a broken ship has 3,000 nails. Based on the orders they were receiving now, ordinary repairs didn't require mechanical arms like these. Don't worry. I don't want all of them. Jiang Yi added. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, his figure vanished once again. This time, even though Hyena was focusing with all his might, and Husky's eyes were practically crossed, they still couldn't capture Jiang Yi's figure. When Jiang Yi appeared again, his right arm had already been replaced with an identical mechanical arm. It was just that, compared to the repair shop's mechanical arms, Big Purple looked just as battered as its owner's vehicle. It was hard to imagine what these things had gone through in Jiang Yi's hands. This guy didn't look like someone who didn't cherish his belongings either. Inside the first floor repair shop, so as not to get in the way, the other 3 dogs, including Doberman, went to the second floor railing, while Hyena stayed by Jiang Yi's side, saying he would act as Jiang Yi's assistant. Urha didn't dare to go up, and Hyena, worried that the kid wouldn't see clearly and would fall straight into the furnace, kept a close watch. Redstone energy was ignited on the first floor. As soon as Jiang Yi's palm touched the surface, the temperature above dropped, and like ground furnaces or other smelting facilities, energy supplied by redstone is generally quite concentrated because of the special materials used in the energy furnace. Although the temperature rose rapidly, the surrounding environment was not significantly affected. Jiang Yi felt the surface with his palm. The redstone was heating up evenly. Fortunately, the black torrent hadn't damaged the old guy. When preparing for the start, Jiang Yi no longer needed to rely on Lao Tai possessing his body. He could complete most of the preparatory work independently. The runes on Dazi were all ignited, and soon, a portion of the materials had been fed into the smelting furnace by Jiang Yi. Hyena had originally intended to help out and supervise, but he soon realized there was absolutely no need for it. Configuring the smelting environment, adding various materials, solutions, and ratios, Jiang Yi's operations were completely fluid and natural. Hyena even took a step back, afraid of disrupting Jiang Yi's rhythm. Although vehicle repair and modification were completely different fields from smelting, the exquisite craftsmanship was something anyone could appreciate. Even someone who knew nothing about smelting would find Jiang Yi's movements pleasing to the eye. The Jiang Yi of now was no longer the guy who couldn't even lift a hammer after Lao Tai possessed him. And with Jiang Yi's own familiarity catching up, every movement he made now was clean and decisive, adding special metal powders, copper, nickel, and kaolin. The overflowing fiery red energy soared directly to the second level amidst the astonished gazes of the dogs. Yet, Jiang Yi's expression remained unchanged. At this moment, Jiang Yi was completely immersed in his conversation with Lao Tai. How's the status now? Not bad, quite perfect. Tempering. Not the right time yet. I think we can add some other materials. And chanting, what do you think about those 2 big bananas from the roasted chicken wings earlier? The roasted chicken wings will cry. Just use one, fine. Just as Hyena and the others were lost in admiration, Jiang Yi suddenly flipped his left hand, and a massive yellow banana appeared before everyone's eyes. A big banana. Is this some kind of biological synthesis agent? While they were still pondering, the big banana was tossed inside this. Of course, wasn't because Lao Tai had a grudge against the roasted chicken wings. After all, aside from that one day when the roasted chicken wings squatted on Laudi's head to sleep and had diarrhea because the temperature was too low, there wasn't much conflict between the two. Choosing the big banana was, on one hand, because it was a system rule item, and to complete the enchantment, one had to find a suitable material. On the other hand, after being ground by the teeth of the roasted chicken wings, the thing hadn't even deformed and still maintained its resilience, which was enough to prove its toughness and superior ductility. Of course, if Eok were here, there would have been more suitable materials. After the big banana was added, the previously restless flames instantly calmed down. The materials inside first turned into a liquid, then gradually transformed into a viscous fluid state, and finally, the last step, quenching. Golden for Lao Chu was so nervous he almost forgot to breathe. But Jiang Yi and Lao Tai below didn't care at all. Compared to the orders from the Daydream Museum, this kind of modification targeting raw materials was not difficult at all. With a clatter, the condensed water was poured on. Generally speaking, if cold water is poured too rapidly, the alloy material inside will develop pits and craters due to the violent contact with cold air. However, Jiang Yi's technique was uniform. The moment the cold water was poured, it was collected by the reactor below, heated layer by layer within the reactor, and then return to the material as a warm temperature to enhance its toughness. Although ordinary blacksmiths know about the method of warm temperature tempering, they basically never attempted. To put it bluntly, they can at most judge the internal properties of a material from its appearance, much like a doctor who can only look, listen, ask, and feel the pulse, perhaps supplemented by modern medical equipment, to glimpse certain mysteries of the human body. But they cannot go deep inside to see every single change, but Lao Tai can. Its underlying code can, as long as it is willing. It can synthesize materials with 100% accuracy. Whoosh! The cold air from outside the first floor of the wilderness repair shop blew in. Golden Fur Lauchi said anxiously, "Close the door. The temperature is dropping. It's done." Jiang Yi's voice rang out. Golden Fur Lauchi jumped down from the second floor and landed quickly. In Jiang Yi's palm, a crimson long blade appeared. The moment the long blade appeared, Hyena's expression changed. He clearly saw that for the moment this blade appeared, the spacer on it darkened for a second, as if in Hyena's mind. The image of a sharp blade slicing through tofu appeared. Red moon swept across the top of Yahello. The ear-piercing sound he had imagined did not occur. Yahello was sliced open like tofu. Jiang Yi retracted the long blade and held the Yahello in his hand. "I've made this material before. I remember the system's similar naming for it was S315 Dark Gold." Chapter 606 Wine Tunnel. The dark metal block radiated light in Jiang Yi's hand. Golden Fur Lauchu's heart was pounding violently, although the properties of the material hadn't been verified yet. Just the name alone made Golden Fur inexplicably excited. Can this thing really make the tail fin stand up? Hyena knew how many materials Golden Fur had wasted trying to modify this thing. Materials were a small matter. The most important thing was that he had never succeeded. "I don't know." Before actually modifying it, no one knew. Hyena stopped talking and looked at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's expression was very calm and confident. After finishing the smelting, he said, "Can I see the blueprints?" After having already purchased the mechanical arm, Jiang Yi was now asking to see the blueprints of another designer. Hey. Golden had no other thoughts. His only desire now was to make this big guy fly in the sky. However, can you also handle cutting and preparation? Smelting was one thing, but could this guy also manufacture parts? Wouldn't that make him similar to Aok? "I have a high-end fabrication station." In the time that followed, Jiang Yi, Golden, and Old Tai began to alter the properties of the metal according to the blueprints. Jiang Yi and Old Tai both offered their own suggestions. Jiang Yi didn't have much experience in modifications, but he loved watching racing videos in the real world, so he could be considered a keyboard expert of sorts. As for Old Tai, he had never seen such things, but Old Tai had operated ships, giant warships, no matter how big a vehicle was. Aside from the kind Orange had, it couldn't be bigger than the wither on the sea. Therefore, after the group discussed for a while, Golden's eyes grew increasingly bright. As they talked, they were already eager to start working. Before beginning, Jiang Yi even sought out NN for a modeling prediction to prove the feasibility. Action speaks louder than words. The energy furnace brother had just stepped down, and the high-end fabrication station was brought onto the stage. This was perhaps the liveliest the wilderness repair shop had ever been. Even Big Brother Hyena looked on, stunned. "Take off the original tail wing first. I need to compare the dimensions." Doberman gave an O in response. "Move the dark gold over here." Golden waved at the rural dog. Golden's gaze toward Jiang Yi had become much kinder. He had even started asking, "Teacher, how do you think this part should be done?" Hyena's mouth twitched. Standing in the repair shop, he actually felt a bit lonely. He clicked his tongue, unable to describe the feeling in his heart. A full team modification. He didn't know how long ago it had been since he last saw a scene like this. Back then, they were imaginative and had all sorts of ideas. And fortunately, after being expelled from the high-level service area, they had never gathered together to modify anything again. Except for Golden and the third one, everyone else treated that time as a taboo. Hyena patted his paws and simply went over to where Jiang Yi's forklift was, starting to repair the rear section of it. "Hey kid." Jiang Yi, who was in the middle of the dogs, looked up. Doberman, Golden, and the rural dog all looked toward their big brother. "We're about to start fixing your car. Aren't you going to watch?" Hyena said in a casual tone. while incidentally shaking the wrench in his hand. "Be careful, or I might dismantle a few of your parts." Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "No need." After saying that, he lowered his head again to communicate with NN. 40 minutes passed. Aside from Husky, the others were all quick-handed. Soon, an unmodified tail wing, resembling a whale's tail, appeared in the center. The giant whale's tail wing. This was data that NN had stolen from the Emperor's monster nest. Humans, after all, were experts in biomimetics. The tail wing hyena had before was already very similar to a giant whale's, but most materials couldn't connect this part perfectly like a whale's own body. Between flesh and machinery, there was always an insurmountable physical barrier, and the appearance of dark gold had bridged that gap. The massive tail wing was installed at the rear of the dump truck. Jiang Yi and Doberman exchanged a look, and both put on protective masks. Electric sparks flew as they began welding in synchronization. The sound of sizzling had just faded when a spray can appeared in Husky's hand. Swish! The black spray outlined a font style completely different from Husky's own personality. Golden third. Then what about the first and second? With a clatter, Jiang Yi and Doberman put down their welding torches at the same time. Jiang Yi patted the rear panel of the truck. Golden, who had already climbed into the driver's seat, grinned. A section of the floor shifted, revealing an upward passage without steps, and Golden slammed his foot on the accelerator. Vroom. Sparks flew out from both sides. Whoa! Husky let out a strange cry. The few dogs and Jiang Yi followed nimbly. Right, all Big Brother. Husky had just finished speaking when he saw that Big Brother was already standing by the freight elevator, arms crossed, looking at the group with a faint and readable smile. Hyena arrived at the wind tunnel first. The tunnel was filled with the unpleasant smell of miasma. Golden drove the dump truck in a loop and arrived at the very center of the wind tunnel. The wind tunnel was dark and gloomy. This was the first time Jiang Yi had seen the actual wind tunnel. Big Brother, it's ready. Good. Hyena slapped the button with a paw. Wind rushed in from all directions. Unlike wind tunnels for airplane testing, automotive wind tunnel testing required considering not just the wind force and direction from above, but also complex terrain. Therefore, the automotive wind tunnel would also simulate vortices and wake distortion to test the car's performance. In the past, they never used the wind tunnel because the added tail wings were too bulky and the materials couldn't withstand the pressure. Once the speed increased, it would lead to an even force, causing the tail wing to crack or even preventing the entire vehicle from maintaining a straight line. But now, the modified dump truck's speed had already reached 150 kilometers per hour, and it was still accelerating steadily. Aside from the body shaking, the tail wing section showed no major changes. Faster, a little more. Golden floored the accelerator, and the wind force inside the tunnel grew stronger. Amidst the gale, Jiang Yi suddenly remembered something and called out in his heart, chirp chirp. A gray eagle flew in from the top of the second floor. From the very beginning, Roast Chicken Wing had been crouching up above, in everyone's line of sight. Roast Chicken Wing flapped its wings and appeared inside the wind tunnel. Under the immense wind force, Roast Chicken Wing kept its posture almost parallel to the ground. Its feathers spread out like a kite, flight, and the perfect display of aerodynamics. Roast Chicken Wing stretched its body to the fullest above, looking quite delighted. Chapter 607. Settlement Staff. Please note, the T-30 wind tunnel test is complete. The T-30 wind tunnel is shutting down. We look forward to your next use. May the Animo Archon be with you. Inside the second floor, the golden retriever who had just climbed down from the dump truck looked dazed. Even after the husky called out second brother a few times, the golden retriever still couldn't seem to snap out of it. It succeeded. It actually, truly succeeded. Pat the Doberman silently patted the golden retriever on the shoulder. The two brothers didn't say a word, but Jiang Yi could feel their excitement. For beings like them, modification was likely something akin to a religion. In truth, Jiang Yi hadn't done much. The blueprints were improved by N, and he and Old Tai had only offered a few suggestions. After all, they weren't experts in this field. In fact, as long as dark gold was used, even following the original blueprints would have led to success. It just wouldn't have been this fast. And with the golden retriever's technical skills, they would have eventually iterated their way to success regardless. In other words, from Jiang Yi's perspective, This was entirely a matter of materials. Could it be that these people were unable to contact Aok, teacher? Just call me Jiang Yi. It felt a bit strange being called teacher by a golden retriever. Brother John. Thank you so much. The familiar phrasing made Jiang Yi pause. It's nothing. It was just an equivalent exchange. Jiang Yi turned around, composed his emotions once more, and then rubbed his eyes, saying, all right. Let's move on to processing my order now. No problem. We'll start fixing it for you right now. No rush. I won't be driving anymore today. Jiang Yi added. He was exhausted enough for one day. Can I stay in the service area for the night? The forklift was under repair. The highway at night would be dangerous. And in his current state, he really wasn't fit to face any other unexpected situations. No problem. No problem. Big brother. Can Brother Jiang sleep with me tonight? Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi let out in a feeling of bad premonition. The golden retriever didn't seem like the type to talk a lot, right? He just wanted a good night's sleep. The hyena was all smiles at this moment. That works. We can come up with a few more plans for the forklift tonight. Jiang Yi smiled as well. Trading with smart people was always comfortable. It was already 6:55 p.m., with 5 minutes left until the broadcast. The hyena began tidying up materials and other items upstairs. Jiang Yi sat to the side waiting. 5 minutes later, the mechanical broadcast sound rang out, and the bang 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 of electronic fireworks startled the dogs. Attention players. The game Endless Tower Defense is about to begin settlement. Within the group chat, the players were already impatient, starting to spam stickers. As they kept sending them, someone noticed something wrong. The avatar of the Timberland Big Shot seemed to have turned gray. Player Timberland Big Shot's #1 fan, Timberland Big Shot. Did you enter a new game or dungeon, aside from death? Entering a game or dungeon would also cause a player's avatar to turn gray, leaving them in an unlocatable state. Player Timberland Big Shot's #1 fan, Timberland's dog. And surprisingly, the Timberland did not respond to him. The Timberland could never respond to him again. As Jiang Yi thought about this, the image of your sweetie appeared in his mind. He wouldn't comment on that person's methods, but there was no denying that the guy was a powerhouse through and through. When it came to winning people over, that guy was a genius. In terms of combat layout, that guy was also incredibly impressive. This time, if it weren't for the vast sky, he wouldn't have known how to escape. Jiang Yi naturally wouldn't belittle himself because of this. Luck was also a form of strength. But seeing the other players in the group chat calling out for the Timberland, he still felt a sense of melancholy. Perhaps these people would never imagine that the Timberland, who fought alongside them, had been absorbing their energy. After a period of calling out with no response, the system began the broadcast. In this game, the kill count leaderboard is as follows. Top 1 territory, Land of Buried Bones. Top 2 territory, Astrology Observatory. Top 3 territory, City That Never Sleeps. Top 4 territory, Giant Wood Fortress. Top 5 territory, Sea of Agona. Everyone already knew the territory rankings, but no matter how many times they saw the Land of Buried Bones kill count reaching 200,000, the other players couldn't help but gasp. It was simply terrifying. The rewards for each territory have been distributed to the territory players. The rewards obtained by the Lord players are double those of the territory players. A white light flashed before Jiang Yi, and he clicked on it. Congratulations. You have obtained vehicle coins *400. Congratulations. You have obtained golden treasure chests *for congratulations. You have obtained vehicle upgrade magic cubes *to congratulations. You have obtained random vehicle upgrade boxes too. Note: products from the system are guaranteed to be of high quality. Description: the vehicle upgrade box will definitely contain the materials currently needed for your vehicle's upgrade. The nature and quantity of the materials are variable. Note: the vehicle upgrade box cannot be transferred. Congratulations. You have obtained silver grade random weapon resource blind boxes * to description. Weapons opened from the silver grade random weapon resource blind box are guaranteed to be of silver grade or higher. The probability of a silver grade weapon is 95%, golden grade is 5%, and golden grade or higher is 0. Note: weapon blind boxes can be transferred and traded. Congratulations. You have obtained adamantine grip tires * description. a product from the Mechanical Heaven Dungeon. These are high-quality tires with strong grip, suitable for various terrains such as snow and desert, with explosive durability. Congratulations! You have obtained 9-turn braised intestines *12 description. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of high quality. Description: after consumption, you can gain an agility attribute boost, increasing your current agility by at least 10%. Note: if not prepared properly, consumption may cause the side effect of weakened mental state. Items emerged one by one from the white light. The rewards for this game were quite generous. After all, there had been attribute points and other treasure chests awarded during the course of the game. However, the braised intestines. Jiang Yi looked at the strangely shaped food in his hand and sighed slightly. 12 segments of intestines, how long would it take him to finish them all? After the cleanup above was finished, the commotion on Jiang Yi's end attracted the attention of several dogs. Upon seeing the intestines, the hyena leader's mouth became much wetter. Gulped out. The hyena forced itself to look away from what was in Jiang Yi's hands and tried to focus its mind on the plan for repairing the forklift. After the territory settlement was completed, Jiang Yi hadn't closed the chat box yet when a new announcement sounded. The following is the individual settlement. In this game, individual kill counts are as follows. Top 1 player, Melancholy Little Fry, kill count 100,300. Special note: you have completed several kill count achievements, including but not limited to killing the Grim Reaper. Top 2 player, Ganpendasu, kill count 82,400. Special note: you have completed several kill count achievements. Your drone swarm is impressive. Top 3 player, Thundersy, kill count 76,050. Special note: strongest individual combat capability. Top 4 player, Killer, kill count 73,050. Special note: agent of the Dark Star. Top 5 player, Human Race, Brick Moving Emperor. Top 9 player, Orange. Line after line of the list appeared, and finally, everyone noticed something wrong. The name Forest Farm was gone. Chapter 608, digging it out. The top 50 players were all displayed. There was no name for Forest Farm. The people in the group chat first spent a while congratulating the big shots. But then, someone finally discovered the anomaly. Player Forest Farm Big Shots #1 fan. Wait a second. Is Forest Farm Big Shot not even in the top 50? This isn't right, is it? The #1 fan of Forest Farm fell silent, and finally, they suddenly clicked on Forest Farm's homepage. The avatar on the homepage was still gray. If they hadn't been sure about Forest Farm's status before, then after the system issued the notification, they could be certain. It was impossible for Forest Farm Big Shot not to have made the top 50. Even if the players in the Bone Burial Ground had sky-high kill counts due to the sheer number of magical beasts, it was impossible for Forest Farm Big Shot not to rank in the top 50. Player Forest Farm Big Shot's #1 fan, Forest Farm's dog. Still, no one responded. While Jiang Yi was taking inventory of his supplies, he pried the intestines out of the husky's mouth. Inside the group chat, things exploded. Player gathered like a starry sky. Player scattered like a stinky dog *. Player honest man, Forest Farm Big Shot. Did something happen to you? Player Forest Farm Big Shot's #1 fan, who did this? Do you just think Forest Farm Big Shot is easy to bully? Under normal circumstances, the #1 fan would never stand up for Forest Farm. The reason was simple. Any player capable of taking down Forest Farm was definitely someone they couldn't afford to provoke. But now, the game had just ended. Everyone's attention was still on the game, and players who had emerged from the astrology observatory were everywhere. It was the moment they were most united. Forest Farm Big Shot is such a good person, and yet someone still attacked them. Do you have any shame? Do you really have to force it so that there isn't a single good person left in this game? Player Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. To the person above, your spray range is a bit too wide. Player Forest Farm Big Shot's #1 fan. In any case, no matter who did it, I hope you stand up voluntarily. We are all in the same subsector. We're bound to run into each other eventually. No, are you out of your mind? Can you find another shop with better prices than Forest Farm Big Shot's shop? What good does doing something like this do? Player Explosive Alchemy Genius. Exactly. It's just harming others without benefiting yourself. Player A Flash of Inspiration. Wait a minute. There aren't many people in Subsector 99 who could actually harm Forest Farm Big Shot. Right. Dog head emoji. Player clear and understandable. What do you mean? Player curious. Fried egg. Forest Farm Big Shot just had an accident, and the person above is already trying to sow discord. Confused bean face emoji. Not all players were hot-headed at this moment. For the average player, the fewer big shots there were, the worse their own lives would become. In their view, since Forest Farm had already met with an accident, it shouldn't be dragged onto others. To put it bluntly, those who are dead are dead. Those who are alive still have to keep living. Player Forest Farm Big Shot's #1 fan. No. Do you think that if a good person like Forest Farm Big Shot is gone, the rest of you will be any safer? If we don't root this person out, others will be in danger too. Yes, that's true. The system had just finished the notification, and before the players had even opened their rewards, the group chat was already in an uproar. Jiang Yi's screen was flickering like a welding torch. The hyena wiped the dust off its hands and, during its break, sat down next to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi held the husky's head with one hand, looking at the screen with an indifferent expression. Did something happen to you players? The game is settling. The hyena became interested. Settling. Then who is the #1 player right now? Jiang Yi glanced at the hyena. PFFT. The dog spat out a mouthful of machine oil and water, looking up at Jiang Yi in disbelief. After Jiang Yi rescued the intestines, he looked back at the screen. After scrolling through dozens of messages, a player finally said, I have an item that can show the last 5 minutes before a person died. Want to buy it? #1 fan. #1 fan of Timberland boss. Player missile. Seriously, brother. There's such a good item. Player Starry Night. No way. At a time like this, you're still thinking about trading. What else? Should I just give it away for free? Have you never spent money in Timberland boss's shop? Does that have anything to do with me selling props? The messages refreshed rapidly. Jiang Yi pushed up his glasses, and after watching for a while, a video was finally thrown into the chat. It was the 5 minutes before Timberland died, but there was only video. No sound, on the noisy, snowy screen. There was only Timberland and the face of Jiang Yi opposite him. Timberland seemed to be begging for something in a low, submissive manner, while Jiang Yi remained expressionless. The place where the two stood had been bombed into ruins. Anyone who had watched the live stream knew clearly that inside the land of buried bones, Jiang Yi had used a massive amount of bombs. Once the video was released, no one spoke anymore. If it had been a gang operation or someone else, they might have criticized them a few times. But if the person on the other side was Melancholy Little Fry, they had to be cautious, and the footage, the way the two fought, with almost every strike drawing blood, and the appearance of that red judgment line that had once killed the Reaper, left everyone silent. The #1 fan, who had bought the video and released it without even watching it carefully, was stunned. His intention had actually been very simple. Spend money to buy the prop, release the video, seek justice for Timberland, and then successfully win over a wave of public support. After all, since the person was dead, his value had to be maximized. But now, as the video played, the man's face turned pale. Withdrawal. Friendly reminder. Your video has been viewed over 10,000 times and cannot be withdrawn. 10,000 times, damn it. There weren't even that many people posting in the chat. Were all these people lurking and waiting for a good show? It couldn't be withdrawn. At this moment, the #1 fan felt like he wanted to claw his screen out. This face. Damn it, stop posting messages. The #1 fan saw new messages flooding in, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. He had never even considered those few people in the game in his view. There was no need for Melancholy Little Fry to do this. Moreover, although he didn't want to admit it, looking at the past few months, Melancholy Little Fry seemed to have no interest in competition between strong players. Otherwise, he would have wiped out the experts of the 99th partition months ago. As for Anise and Thunder, it was even less likely. One was a guy who didn't seem interested in humans, and the other was a pure, stubborn good guy. The same logic applied. If they had wanted to act, they would have acted long ago. He never imagined that the one who acted would be Jiang Yi. Now narrative adaptation matters and other explanations. Good evening, everyone. I am very sorry that there is only one chapter today. Because there are more important matters that I need to explain to you all, the missing chapter will be made up next month. Please hold me to it. 1. Adaptation explanation. Tomato has updated a new adaptation wish function. I am very grateful for everyone's support here. In fact, during the few days since the function went live, I have already received a notification for an adaptation into a dynamic comic. However, I only saw the notification in the backend this afternoon. I have learned that there are two modes for dynamic comics, manga and a dynamic comics. I am personally quite resistant to a dynamic comics. At the same time, I know that many fanfiction writers and fan artists have poured a lot of heart and soul into this book. Therefore, when I saw the message, I immediately consulted and communicated with my editor. After receiving confirmation that it was an AI comic, I immediately rejected the adaptation. At the same time, I posted the original, complete screenshot records in the fan group. Perhaps some readers have already seen them. After my editor helped me ask if the process could be terminated, unfortunately, the answer was a refusal. I currently do not, or it is very difficult for me to reach the Hall of Fame or Gold Tomato levels. So I have no say in the copyright. Of course, I am very grateful to my editor for trying their best to communicate on my behalf. In addition, I am also asking my editor if it is possible to contact the operations staff to see if the process can still be terminated. If there is any new information, I will synchronize it with you all. I know that AI is a major trend in development now and perhaps has a wider audience and more traffic. But the reader base for every book is different. I have also seen the voices of many readers, and I do not want this to become a thorn in everyone's hearts. So I am stating my own stance here. Of course, I know there are some AI-generated images in the comments section, but please do not attack each other. This is, after all, different from the entire copyright AI adaptation. As an author, I need to be responsible for my readers. The above is the communication record between me and my editor. To each their own. If I can contact the operations staff later, that would be even better. If I cannot, you can choose to watch or not watch the related work when it goes live. According to your own wishes, I will definitely do what I can say and do. Please rest assured about that. I also hope that everyone will not resort to reporting. It is not easy to work, and everyone's perspective is different. For most people, this is just a job. 2. Community explanation. I personally do not like to set up group chats. If there is any news, I might look for the operations officer or reply within the main text, in the comments section, and the book circle. I have seen readers concerned about the status of some fan artists, among them, to teachers that everyone is more concerned about or retiring from the circle because they are busy with real life. Basically, they chose to quit because their studies and other matters are too busy. Of course, I am very grateful to these two teachers for accompanying this book for a long time. They were actually already extremely busy a long time ago, but they still considered everyone in the group and the handover of the group chat, so they never quit. They even helped me notify the readers today. Thank you for your hard work. The teachers have their own channels for commissions. If you are interested, you can pay more attention to them. The reason I am mentioning these two things together is because I do not want you to have any extra associations. Actually, I feel that if a fan creator makes such a decision, I still hope everyone can respect it. There is no need for everyone to dig for a reason. They make decisions according to their own wishes. This is their freedom and right. Although everyone might feel regret, I still hope you can just silently respect and offer your blessings. Besides these two creators, there are certainly other similar ones. Although I might not fully understand the concepts of quitting the circle or quitting the fandom, perhaps it's because I'm getting old. In short, there is no need to view this as a burden. As long as you have found happiness here before, that is enough. There is no need for fan power, no need for tips, and no need to prove what you have done for this. These are the author's responsibilities. Regarding tips, to be frank, although this is a free reading platform, your reading traffic constitutes a large part of my income source. So, as long as you have read it, looked at it, and clicked on it, that is fine. And I am grateful to you. As for other things, there is no need to worry. I have emphasized many times that there is no need to pay attention to rankings or lists. And no need to tip, especially when tipping becomes a burden on your normal life. 3. Regarding the author myself, there is no need to praise me, and no need to imagine what kind of person I am. I am a person just like you. I occasionally run out of inspiration, sometimes when I can't write a new chapter. I get a headache and want to bang my head against the wall. Sometimes I am afraid to open the comments section, fearing there will be messages of dissatisfaction. I have times when I am in a good state, and I feel that what I write is truly good. I also have times when I am in a bad state, feeling that the content is just a cliché and very boring. I do not shy away from this. As for whether I have become arrogant or full of myself, perhaps what you don't know is that I have actually written 3.81 million words. I did not achieve success overnight. And in fact, I am not very full of myself. Bitter smile. My first book was a little bit popular. I have experienced times when I gained 40 readers in a single day. And I have also experienced times when I was waiting for a few cents or a few dimes every day. Most of the time, I was writing silently by myself. Many times, even if no one was reading, I would persist in updating. I might understand what traffic is, because from the first book to the current 5th one, I have experienced greater ups and downs. I have enjoyed this bonus. But for a very long time, I had no income at all. It is already the end of March, and the long month of March has finally passed. The first half of the year is the busiest time for everyone's studies, exams, certifications, theses, blind reviews, work. I can fully understand this because I am in this state myself. This is often the time of year when everyone is at their most exhausted. So at this moment, I sincerely wish that you can find the happy and joyful parts of your life. There is no need to dwell on trivial matters. At the very least, at this moment, someone is saying please slow down. 4. Regarding the previous Q for tomato authors, why does a book have many titles and covers at the same time? Because a book can undergo a title test at 200,000 words and 1,000 words respectively. Each test uploads 5 titles and 5 corresponding covers. Therefore, if a book exceeds 1 million words, it is possible for 10 titles and 10 covers to be circulating at the same time. I have currently conducted one book test. I don't know which cover or which title you are seeing. Why do authors generally not reply to book reviews? Because once a book review is replied to, it will display like by author or a similar mark. It might even be pinned directly. I don't want to give everyone such hints or guidance, and perhaps other authors feel the same regarding tomatoes tags. This point might seem strange to many people. Tomatoes tags are actually dynamically adjusted by the Tomato platform itself. At least as a current LV5 author, I still have no channel to adjust the tags. The above is what I needed to clarify. Good night. Chapter 609, Cynical. This face belongs to melancholy little French fry. Although that person didn't finish sending the message, everyone knew what the content behind it was. At this moment, everyone was like a mouse that had its tail stepped on. Those who were just acting aggressive and saying they wanted to track down who it was were now all silent. What could they say after saying it? Would you be the one to solve it? In Jiang Yi's private messages, and Rest and Killer sent messages at the same time, and Rest. So, he is the one behind this. Killer. Is Lin Chang the one behind this? Neither of these two was stupid. Upon seeing the black vortex in the image, they instantly thought of the power that had mysteriously disappeared within the territory. Jiang Yi replied to the private messages, yes. Then, should we update the combat power analysis report now? And Rest continued to reply. Although he knew that Jiang Yi might not care about this. Public opinion was a very inflammatory thing, even if everyone didn't dare to stand up now, as long as it wasn't explained clearly. If similar things happened later, it was estimated that Jiang Yi would still be associated with it, just as Jiang Yi was about to say that he had a recording. In the group chat, the player who had provided the prop card earlier suddenly sent a message, Player Cynical. TSK, Player Cynical, a bunch of idiots. Player is changing name temporarily unavailable. Did you do it on purpose? Player Cynical. Yo, why did you change your name? Player is changing name temporarily unavailable. After saying that, the Player Cynical didn't beat around the bush and sent a screenshot. This screenshot was quite strange. It seemed to be the scene inside the original Astrological Institute territory. In the image, Lin Chang was standing behind the crowd, activating a magic circle. Lin Chang's expression was still very righteous, as if he were saying something, but above Lin Chang, everyone could see. What is that thing? Damn, what a huge black vortex. A giant black vortex was shrouding the top of the Astrological Institute. And at the bottom of the giant vortex, there was a layer of tiny black lines floating upward. And at the end of the black lines, they were connected to the players and those shadows of the swamp. More images were transmitted. And as the timestamps on the photos progressed, the players could see the swamp above the observatory growing larger and larger. The connected shadows, the shadows of the swamp that had been fighting alongside them, were becoming increasingly distinct. Their dark, featureless faces had even begun to develop human-like facial features. A bunch of fools who got sold out and are still complaining that they didn't get sold enough. Haven't you realized that your power is steadily declining? What the hell? Wait, this ID. Player Starlight Twinkling Tonight. You're that player who quit the observatory halfway through. Player Cynical Bingo. Snaps fingers. Player Immortal Pointing the Way. Damn it. Player Gold Rush Town. Damn. No wonder you ran so fast. Player Sentimental Xion Girl Confused Emoji. Player Sentimental Xion Girl. I was just saying. Looking at your previous battles, you didn't seem like the type to shy away from trouble. So, why did you slip away so quickly? No, if you knew about this, why didn't you tell everyone? Player Cynical. I told you. But you said I was crazy. Player Sentimental Xion Girl. On the highway. Cynical shrugged. It is hard to save a soul determined to die. One of his skills was Spider Sense, however. Because the skill was still at an elementary stage, he didn't feel it very deeply during combat. But he instinctively sensed danger in his Spider Sense. The area above the observatory was completely shrouded in a black vortex. At first, he thought this was a warning from the monsters. But after the second battle ended, he realized that this thing hadn't dissipated, it had grown even larger. That wasn't right. Although the third stage might indeed be more dangerous, the third stage clearly hadn't even started yet. His elementary spider sense could not function over such long intervals. Therefore, after discovering something was wrong, he immediately chose to quit. As for the others, he could only say, better them than me. Besides, he had actually notified these friends, and they had thought he was sick. Winning the territory or whatever might yield some rewards, but he didn't want his power to be sucked away by some inexplicable thing. He worried that, besides energy, there might be other costs. After leaving, he kept an eye on the situation inside the observatory. Seeing the power of the familiar players weakening more and more, he confirmed his suspicions. Once out, he used his skill yesterday once more. He replayed a few moments he felt were wrong and discovered the thing above. As for selling the items and videos, being able to earn some car coins while also gaining favor with the big shots. Why not? If they called him crazy, they should be prepared for the fact that they were the ones who were actually crazy. Player Cautious 123. You did it on purpose. Player Cynical. I did it by accident. Jiang Yi didn't bother reading the rest. Sure enough, everyone wasn't a fool. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up. He didn't need to argue with these people. Subjectively speaking, the forest farm was indeed draining their power, but objectively speaking, these people had also gained things through each victory. As for whether it could compensate for the loss, that wasn't something he needed to consider. In Jiang Yi's private chat channel, Player Cynical happily requested to add Jiang Yi as a friend, but the request wasn't accepted immediately. After closing the group chat, Jiang Yi began to attend to more important matters. He was hungry. From coming out of the game after a hard day's work, to killing your sweetie in return, to the wilderness repair shop, to alchemy, and then watching this grand drama. He felt his head aching even more. Jiang Yi rested his hand on his forehead and sighed silently. No, brother, you're already #1 on the player leaderboard. Why are you still so depressed? The pastoral dog couldn't help but ask. By this time, Jiang Yi's title had changed to brother. To be honest, the seniority of these 5 dogs was truly chaotic. The other 4 dogs all called her second brother, and called all the other dogs brother as well. It was a case of everyone having their own version of who was the brother. Is being number one on the player leaderboard such a big deal? Won't you get beaten up by other players when you go out? The hyena thought silently to himself. By the way, we've come up with a draft. Do you want to see if it works? After saying this, the Doberman handed the golden retriever's cardboard to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi only glanced at it roughly and said, I trust your judgment, but I don't have the energy to look at it right now. I need to eat first. Eat. Urha's tongue lolled out, its eyes fixed on Jiang Yi. And then it happily lifted something from under the table with a thud. Urha shoved its head against Jiang Yi's chest again. Eat this, or this, Urha said, while sucking in a mouthful of drool. Inside the bucket, which was rimmed with grease, Jiang Yi dazedly identified some of the ingredients: naan bread, chapter 610, braising sauce, and yellow wine. Urha threw the bucket onto the table. Because of its height, Urha simply kept it propped against Jiang Yi's chest while it spoke. After watching for a while, Jiang Yi had actually gotten used to it. It was just that. Jiang Yi hesitantly took the flatbread out of the bucket. This, treating you to it. Urha laughed. Thank you. Jiang Yi didn't refuse, although the bucket looked a bit rough. The smell of the meat pie wasn't unpleasant. Jiang Yi took out a meat pie. The pie was spread out, and although the surface was a bit oily, judging by the crust alone, it was a very well-rolled piece of dough. It was slightly thicker on the edges and thin in the middle, with bits of meat visible through the dough. He should have food provided by the system. He wouldn't be used to eating this, Hyena said casually. Just a moment ago, Jiang Yi hadn't even touched the water in the shop. Since this food was better left for those who actually liked it, it was better to save it. As the words fell, Jiang Yi had already stuffed the flatbread into his mouth. He was truly hungry. With one bite, the aroma of the meat echoed between Jiang Yi's lips and teeth. The crust was a bit cold, but it remained remarkably chewy. Jiang Yi couldn't help but chew a few more times. The size of this thing looked like a flatbread from the western regions, but in reality, it tasted more like the savory sauce-covered flatbread from the real world. He didn't know how the seasoning was made. Besides being salty and savory, there was actually a subtle hint of numbness and a slight kick of spice. Jiang Yi ate the bread in large mouthfuls, washing it down with a sip of sparkling soda water. The sparkling water didn't have much flavor, but it felt refreshing. Before he knew it, Jiang Yi had finished the entire piece of bread. Hyena clicked his tongue. Your favorability with Big Brother Hyena of the Wilderness Auto Repair Shop has increased by Kung2. Current favorability with Big Brother Hyena of the Wilderness Auto Repair Shop. With increase in favorability, Jiang Yi knew who had made this. As Jiang Yi ate the bread, the other dogs just watched him. In the world of dogs, getting along is very simple. First, acknowledge the other party's territory. Second, share each other's food. Seeing Jiang Yi finish the bread without any hesitation, the expressions of the other dogs softened significantly. Is the bread made by Big Brother delicious? Urha chuckled. Jiang Yi nodded honestly. This was truly one of the best flatbreads he had ever eaten. This dough, I only know how to make this one kind. Don't ask about anything else. Hyena scratched his head. This is you probably wouldn't know even if I told you. It was taught to me by an old master from a service area that was sealed off a while ago. That guy had been cooking for over a dozen years. Delicious home-cooked meals. How did you know? What a coincidence. Not only did he know it, but he was also a regular customer there. He wondered why the taste of this bread felt so familiar. It turned out to be the master of the two little rascals, Da Debao and Xiao Debao. Thinking of those two little brats, a smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face. Then what about their master, missing? Either swallowed by the white mist or died in the game. We are the same as you. Those two little guys probably don't know yet. The old man seemed to mention that he had taken on two little apprentices. But then that service area was sealed off. Actually, being sealed off is for the best. The bigger you get, the easier it is to be targeted by the likes of Elephant and his crew. Working in other service areas is a safer choice instead. They won't come into contact with Elephant again, Jiang Yi said firmly. Jiang Yi didn't say anything more. He silently took out his pot. Although the bread was delicious, it didn't quite suit the palate of a Dragon Country person. This kind of thing was suitable as a snack when one had nothing to do, or to be eaten alongside other dishes. Eating it alone, he always felt like something was missing. As Jiang Yi thought this, he set up the pot. The other dogs saw this posture and understood that Jiang Yi was going to cook. This guy actually knew how to cook. Jiang Yi started the pot and heated the oil. Because time was short, he didn't plan on making anything too complicated. Jiang Yi looked naturally at Hyena and said, "Big brother Hyena, can I leave the dough proofing to you?" Even Jiang Yi didn't think he could make flour-based food better than this guy. "Sure. What are you planning to make?" Hyena paused and said seriously, "They have very picky tastes." Jiang Yi laughed. Don't worry. When it came to food, he was quite confident. After handing the flour to Big Brother Hyena, Jiang Yi took out the 9 tern intestines he had just obtained. The moment the intestines appeared, before Jiang Yi had even started cooking, Hyena swallowed his saliva. Intestines. Delicious, smooth, and tender intestines. Jiang Yi ignored Hyena's gaze. Hyena could eat this stuff raw, but he couldn't. Right, he also had to be careful about young Master Pig. He couldn't look at this either. Jiang Yi took out the black iron dagger. The black iron dagger had no emotions. But heaven knows how miserably Caillou was pleading in Jiang Yi's consciousness the moment it saw the intestines. To think that it, a legendary specialized weapon, was either on the way to killing people or on the way to chopping things up like vegetables, this was simply too humiliating. Fortunately, Jiang Yi wasn't deranged enough to let Caillou handle the intestines. It was just tough on the black iron dagger, even though it didn't convey any emotions. The moment the dagger was brought out, Jiang Yi felt its luster seemed to dim significantly. After whispering an apology in his heart, Jiang Yi slashed down with the blade, swoosh. Although the black iron wasn't as sharp as Caillou, it was still a prop that the system bought back at a high price. Slicing through something like intestines was a piece of cake. Actually, logically speaking, using the enema cleaning method would be faster. But Jiang Yi had other things to do. He cleaned the intestines bit by bit, as expected of a system-produced item. The quality was so excellent, and the meat so tender that the expression on Jiang Yi's face relaxed quite a bit. After cleaning them thoroughly, Jiang Yi soaked the intestines in the brine he had previously used for braised beef and duck parts. Feeling it still wasn't enough, Jiang Yi reached into his inventory and pulled out a prop he had obtained earlier. Yellow wine. The yellow wine here was a bit different from the yellow wine in the real world. Real-world yellow wine was fermented from rice and corn, although the fermented taste was good. Using it for cooking would leave a yeast flavor that would actually ruin the original flavor of the ingredients. He didn't know what raw materials the system's yellow wine used. One could smell a rice-like fragrance, but it was much more refreshing and wouldn't turn sour. The yellow wine was amber in color and very clear under the light. Jiang Yi couldn't resist taking a spoonful and drinking a little. With one gulp, Jiang Yi couldn't help but let his Adam's apple bob up and down. He poured the yellow rice wine into the braising liquid. It was as if a chemical reaction had occurred the moment it was added. The aroma of the braising spices and the fragrance of the wine began to intertwine in layers, even overpowering the original scent of the auto repair shop. HMPH. The husky twitched its nose. The Doberman's ears stood completely upright, and even the most serious golden retriever, Old Shoe, couldn't help but let his gaze drift. It smells so good. Although their boss's flatbreads and noodles were delicious, they couldn't help but get tired of eating them every single day. This was the first time they had ever smelled the scent of braising liquid and yellow rice wine. Chapter 611 Invitation. The scent of the braising spices drifted through the auto repair shop. Ignoring the dogs staring wide-eyed at one another, Jiang Yi added a few more spices to the pot after the yellow rice wine to balance the fragrance of the wine and the braising liquid, then placed the 9 tern intestines inside. To be honest, adding the intestines to the braising liquid at this stage meant the flavor wouldn't be fully infused. But Jiang Yi had other clever tools at his disposal. "Boss, can I borrow your mechanical arm? You're dismantling it now." The hyena lifted his head from the dough, speaking subconsciously. "No." Jiang Yi shook his head. "I need to use the mechanical arm to shake this until it's well mixed." "I'll do it." Hearing this, the husky became completely excited. He was familiar with this job. Whenever he had free time, he would operate the mechanical arm. He did everything except repair cars. "All right. Then I'll leave it to you." The husky nodded repeatedly. And Jiang Yi didn't forget to add, "Don't sneak a taste, okay?" He still remembered the scene from earlier when he turned his head and saw the husky's tongue already reaching for his cup. Okay. Reluctantly handing the large cauldron containing the intestines to the husky, Jiang Yi took out some rice. He was planning to make sea cucumber rice, or rather, a substitute. Although he didn't have sea cucumbers, he could adapt the recipe since he had yellow rice wine and pork intestines. Aside from the sea cucumbers, the dish required pork belly and shrimp. The pork belly was still the black pork provided by Thundersea last time. The meat was firm with a perfect ratio of fat to lean. Using it for braised pork belly was almost a waste of such high-quality ingredients. For the shrimp, he used black tiger prawns. And Jiang Yi also added some oysters to the mix. He heated the pot and added oil, then tossed in the pork belly. With a sizzling sound, the mechanical arm began to move. Contrary to Jiang Yi's expectations, the husky didn't shake it wildly. Instead, he operated it with a sense of practiced ease. The mechanical arm nimbly sealed the top of the cauldron, and on the other side, it began to invert and shake. The principle was similar to a centrifuge, compared to letting it sit naturally. The braising liquid would soak into the meat much more thoroughly. After preheating the pork belly, Jiang Yi thought of a few dishes and finally settled on braised pork chops in soy sauce and a three-delicacy soup. The fire beneath the iron pot leaped 3 feet high. He sautéed the scallions, ginger, and garlic to create the sauce. The firelight illuminated Jiang Yi's face. Once the sauce changed color, he smoothly turned the high heat down to medium and added the blanched pork chops. The pork chops here were different from ordinary ones. Usually, pork chops couldn't avoid the problem of being either too tough or too loose. But Jiang Yi had previous experience with similar preparations. Every piece of pork chop had been wrapped tightly in foil and plastic wrap beforehand to ensure the meat wouldn't fall apart. After adding the chops, the excess fat made the fire below even more intense, which was why Jiang Yi had turned the heat down from high to medium. After tossing it a few times, Jiang Yi placed the lid on the pot. Over there, the hyena had finished kneading the dough. Marveling at the elasticity of the dough, Caillou divided it into 2. The hyena looked at Jiang Yi, confused. Have you ever had pulled noodles? Are they usually put in toppings or braising liquid? It's just noodles, right? Jiang Yi pulled out a piece of the dough and spread it out with his fingers in front of the hyena. Each noodle was longer than a finger but no longer than the width of a palm. It was slightly thicker in the middle and thinner on the sides. People from the Dragon Kingdom, especially those from the Northwest, were geniuses when it came to flour-based foods. Even with the same method and the same ingredients, because everyone's technique, the thickness and length of the noodles, and the toppings differed, completely different flavors could be born. With rice as the main staple, Jiang Yi decided to make the noodles a half staple, half dish. These pulled noodles would be absolutely divine when dipped in the upcoming intestine and yellow rice wine broth. Salty, fragrant, and chewy. Got it. The hyena understood in a second. After handing that portion of the dough to the hyena to process, Jiang Yi took the rest. He wanted to make steamed buns. Perhaps stimulated by the naan bread from earlier, he suddenly felt like eating fluffy, white steamed buns. Thinking about the taste of a bun dipped in a little braising liquid, Jiang Yi wiped away his drool with a blank expression. He added the system's own super-reactive yeast, processed it with nimble hands, and placed the steamer directly on top of the energy furnace. This heating method was faster than any other. He placed the evenly sized buns inside, and now, all he had to do was wait for the first ingredient to be ready. Inside the Wilderness Auto Repair shop, steam filled the air, and various aromas drifted everywhere. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought it was a food processing plant. In the spare time, Jiang Yi didn't stay idle. After opening the treasure chests from this game one by one, he once again obtained a full set of upgradable furniture. Although this bed was a bit strange, Jiang Yi looked at the clown-themed bed that popped up, along with the surprise banner above it, and for a moment, he didn't know who should regret it more. Click, list it. Temporarily placing the furniture in open space, Jiang Yi sat at the newly opened 6-person table and looked at the main screen. Only then did he see the friend request from the player Playful and Cynical. Playful and Cynical, the guy who released the video earlier. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and clicked accept. The other party seemed to have been waiting for a long time. After Jiang Yi accepted, a message was sent immediately. Player Playful and Cynical. Hello, Team Leader John. Player Melancholy Little Fry hello. After sending a hello, Jiang Yi didn't say anything else. He was waiting for the follow-up, and besides, he still needed to keep an eye on the pot of braised pork ribs simmering below. That was it, nothing else. On the highway, the playful expression of Wanshi Bugong, who had been watching the private chat channel with great interest, froze. He had just helped Melancholy Little French Fry out of a tight spot, hadn't he? Was the reaction really this cold? It wasn't that Jiang Yi was being cold, it was simply unnecessary. Having been schemed against by people like Ni Chanshan before, it was impossible for Jiang Yi not to keep his guard up. During the battle, while Ni Chanshan wasn't paying attention, a drone sent by Buin had already been hovering above. The drone had recorded the entire subsequent battle and even the conversations, making it far more complete than the video released by Wanshi Bugong. Of course, Jiang Yi still had a favorable impression of this person, if nothing else. The fact that he had realized something was wrong early on and decisively pulled away was worth Jiang Yi's attention. He wasn't exactly deeply grateful, but Jiang Yi still appreciated that the man was willing to release the video, which was why he had accepted the friend request. As of now, Jiang Yi hadn't become more open to other players. On the contrary, his attitude had become even more cautious. Wanshi Bugong didn't dwell on it for too long. This wasn't the reason he had come to find Melancholy Little French Fry. The arrogance of the strong. It was normal to have some. Player Wanshi Bugong hello. Team Leader Jiang. I've come to find you this time to extend an invitation. Chapter 612. An invitation. Jiang Yi's eyelid twitched. Yes, I would like to represent the T2 squad and formally extend an invitation to you. What is the T2 squad? Jiang Yi swore he was just asking a simple question, but on the other end, Wanshi Bugong scratched his head in embarrassment after seeing the message. T1 squad. Naturally, it referred to the so-called second-tier players, excluding the top-tier batch of players in the 99th subdivision. This was also because Jiang Yi didn't care much about so-called status. Within the 99th subdivision, Melancholy Little French Fry was rated as a cross-tier TO player. Players represented by Lighting, Buin, and others were known as T1 players, specifically including Shu 1902 Killer, Human Brick Moving Emperor, Yuang, and others. Of course, Lighting's ranking was controversial. After all, he was the 99th subdivision's recognized stat monster. But the problem was, if people had to choose between Melancholy Little French Fry and Lighting Z in terms of strength, most would still choose Melancholy Little French Fry. It wasn't just because of Yongwan, it was also because everyone knew that with Lighting, as long as you didn't touch his principles, the big boss was quite tolerant. But with Jiang Yi, people were much more cautious. He was an existence that seemed somewhat unreasonable. They hadn't fought in the Bone Burial Ground, and only a few had participated in the subdivision battles. In the eyes of others, Jiang Yi was not only a man of few words, but to a certain extent, he could even be called cold-blooded. He rarely sent messages in the group chat, and the few times he did, it was always based on the premise that other players had already paid a price. For example, Dai Wujiang, or other players from the Kari Country subdivision, and so on. Even the liquidation here in the subdivision was interpreted differently by different people. For instance, who could be certain that Melancholy Little French Fry didn't have his own selfish motives? Judging by his actions so far, Melancholy Little French Fry was not only a bit cold, but could even be described as crazy and bloodthirsty. Basically, every player he had a grudge with was dead, and in battle, he was a complete combat maniac, even more ruthless to himself than to his enemies. Based on this, no one disputed his ranking as T0. Of course, these were all based on combat power. If it were about a network of connections, that would be the mysterious Brother Kong. And if it were about a sharp tongue, that would be YEWANG. In short, the TO and T1 squads were quite distinct. Below the T1 players were the so-called T2 players. Their overall strength was lower, but each had their own opportunities, and there was even a slight sense of huddling together for warmth. Within this T2 squad, Wanshi Bugong was in a relatively prominent position, which was why he had been selected to join the Astrology Institute. Wanshi Bugong didn't dwell on the fact that Jiang Yi didn't know what T2 was and sent a message. In short, it's just a team formed by players This invitation is for a 5-person dungeon. Team leader Jiang. Brother John, have you ever played 5 volts 5 games or similar? The content of this dungeon is similar to that. Jiang Yi had played quite a few 5v5 combat games. The problem was, why should he agree? He had no interest in fighting between players. Jiang Yi didn't speak. After turning down the fire under the iron pot, the light screen flickered again. Wanshi Bugong. By the way, this is a cross-zone dungeon. Still not interested. Wanshi Bugong. According to the game rules, if we succeed in destroying the tower at the end, we can obtain let me see, a vehicle upgrade magic cube, a vehicle upgrade blind boxer, and there's also an invitation card to the 3rd floor of the Daydream Museum. Clatter. The firewood in Jiang Yi's hand dropped. An invitation card to the 3rd floor of the Daydream Museum. The 3rd floor of the Daydream Museum. Nidi Qiangshan's words replayed in Jiang Yi's mind. The 1st floor was what Jiang Yi knew to be something like an underground casino. The 2nd floor, according to Nidi Qiangshan's description, seemed to be a transit station leading to various dungeons. And the 3rd floor, this was something Jiang Yi didn't know. What was on the 3rd floor? What kind of place was the Daydream Museum, anyway? Although there wasn't much information known at the moment, just from the faint threads visible now, the Daydream Museum seemed to be at the center of this game. And like other service areas with single functions, the Daydream Museum was clearly an integrated entity. Not only did it have its own business operations, but it also managed many other service areas under its banner, connecting to dungeons. That was even more incredible. Based on the current information, if one wants to find the answer to this game, the Daydream Museum is almost certainly the path one must take. An invitation card for the 3rd floor of the Daydream Museum. A thoughtful expression appeared on Jiang Yi's face. Over there. Wanshi Bugong was still sending messages. He had taken the initiative to speak up for Yao Shuxiao this time, but he also had his own selfish motives. The invitation card this time wasn't obtained by Wanshi Bugong himself, but rather, it was a reward opened by a T to player in an ownerless territory. Compared to territories where lords resided, ownerless territories were simply ignored by everyone. Of course, they didn't care about that themselves. With fewer people paying attention, they could quietly make a fortune. Perhaps that was the game's balancing mechanism, while lord players were reaping massive benefits from their territories and the monsters they fought. Those in the ownerless territories were also opening up plenty of generous system rewards. One player even managed to open a vehicle jump loader. Once this item is used, it can upgrade a vehicle by 2 levels. Therefore, in Sector 99, besides Jiang Yi's vehicle reaching level 5, the 2nd person to reach level 5 was Yuan, and the 3rd was a player almost no one had heard of, Yibaneng Mei. After obtaining the 5v5 dungeon invitation cards, these people had hesitated for a long time. They wouldn't bring too many people in because, in doing so, they wouldn't be able to secure the benefits for themselves. They weren't running a charity, and everyone had their own plans. But the risks of a cross-sector 5v5. In short, they needed a balancing mechanism and existence that wouldn't snatch their items, but was strong enough to serve as their safety net. After thinking it over, the most suitable person was actually the top-ranked player, Yao Shuxiao. Firstly, his strength was sufficient. Secondly, judging from every previous battle, although this person seemed quite cold, he appeared to have principles and didn't engage in the behavior of taking other players' resources. Of course, that might also be because the items obtained weren't enough to attract the latter, but they couldn't afford to consider that much anymore. The 5v5 dungeon invitation cards had a time limit. If they weren't used, they would simply expire. Combining these reasons, this was the motive behind Wanshi Bugong taking the initiative to clarify things for Jiang Yi in the group chat. Making a bit of money was secondary. The most important thing was to establish a connection with Yao Shuxiao. Ecchi. Chapter 613, 1 byte, and everything is confessed in the highway. Wanshi Bugong's heart was thumping wildly. Would Yao Shuxiao agree? Although he had mentioned the vehicle magic square, vehicle upgrade packs, and other prop card rewards, Yao Shuxiao didn't seem to be lacking in those. Player Yao Shuxiao fine. Yes. Player Wanshi Bugong jumped up on the spot. After shouting yes a few times, He hurriedly placed his fingers on the chat box and typed, "Guanxi Bugong, got it. Thank you for your appreciation. Team leader Jiang Yi Xiao, you're welcome." Although Jiang Yi's tone was distant, it was still polite. Guanxi Bugong's lips curled upward. He didn't actually mind that, in his view. As long as one wasn't like the dogs in the lumberyard who stab people in the back. It was only natural for such a big shot to be a bit arrogant. Besides, Yao Xiao's attitude was quite good. He even said, "You're welcome. Guanxi Bugong, okay? Team leader Jiang, no. Wait, can I call you brother Jiang, Yao Xiao? Just call me Jiangmu. Was this Yao Xiao's real name? He was actually willing to tell them his real name. One had to know that even now. He hadn't revealed his own name to Jiangmu. He was well aware that some props could take effect through one's name. As expected of a big shot, he was truly straightforward. His favorability toward Jiangmu increased by another point. Guanxi Bugong said, "Okay, Brother John. By the way, Brother John, we have a small group. I guess you might not like the noise. So before the dungeon starts, we won't disturb you, no problem." After Jiang Yi sent another yellow thumbs up emoji, he closed the chat box. Guanxi Bugong had sent the specific information to Jiang Yi in a private message. But Jiang Yi felt he really wasn't in the right state of mind to think about it. So, he didn't open it. The lid of the large pot began to bubble slightly, and Erha's mechanical arm also came to a stop. Erha's drool was about to form a river. Jiang Yi smiled slightly, and his mechanical hand lowered the large cauldron back down. Jiang Yi opened the lid, and the aroma of braised meat and wine wafted out. Jiang Yi's alcohol tolerance was decent, but at this moment, he still felt his blood rushing. This braised pork intestine was superb. Jiang Yi grinned and added the steamed rice into the pot, mixing it thoroughly. As if that wasn't enough, Jiang Yi poured a layer of golden sauce over it. Golden sauce was a reward just opened from a treasure chest. Aside from its function of increasing mental attributes, the most important thing was that this stuff was somewhat similar to the sauce used for the sorrowful rice of the past. Mixed with the rice, the grains turned completely golden. Erha's eyes were no longer on guard duty. The entire dog was soul-stirred, drifting along with Jiang Yi. When Jiang Yi moved left, Erha moved left. When Jiang Yi moved right, Erha moved right. Just as Erha's tongue was about to reach into the cauldron, a familiar hand was once again placed slowly and deliberately in the center of Erha's line of sight. With one grab, he held the lid down. It's cooked," Erha muttered. "Wait a little longer." Jiang Yi directly ignored Erha's pitiful gaze. The pork chops in the pot were also ready. The chops were a deep red color. When it came to red braised dishes, it was almost impossible to go wrong. With the red oil and rich sauce, one bite, and everything would be confessed. He scooped out the pork chops, and the steam from the steamer also permeated the air. Dubin swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked cautiously, "Is this ready to be taken out?" "Go ahead," Jiang Yi said casually. The Doberman appeared to have much more self-control than the husky. Even though its eyes were already fixed in a vacant stare, it still managed to restrain its behavior. The 2-meter-tall Doberman stopped in front of the energy furnace. "Hello, I'm going to take this." "Go ahead," Ike's voice rang out. As he took the steamer down, Jiang Yi's voice sounded from behind, reminding him, "Don't open it yet. If he opened it now, the steam would escape, and the buns would deflate." "Got it." The Doberman nodded obediently. On the other side, the hand-pulled noodles were already prepared. Jiang Yi held the husky back with one hand while gesturing with his chin toward the hyena, signaling for him to add the noodles into the large cauldron. "Add the noodles in." The hyena frowned. Adding this stuff in would just ruin the original flavor of the pork intestines. To the hyena, this was no different from a crime. Jiang Yi smiled and hummed, "Fine." The hyena frowned as he added the hand-pulled noodles into the pot. Just as the husky was becoming too impatient to wait, Jiang Yi took some chilled beer out of his inventory. After setting up the table and getting all the ingredients ready, the braised intestines over rice, braised pork ribs, and steamed buns were all placed on the table. 5 dogs and 1 human sat around the table. For a moment, the other dogs didn't know where to start. This was their first time eating with a human. It felt a bit strange. Jiang Yi didn't think too much about it. He was genuinely hungry. He reached out with his chopsticks for his first bite. Jiang Yi didn't go for the intestines. His stomach was empty. And before eating something so greasy, he needed to prepare it with something else besides the main course. Jiang Yi had also stir-fried a plate of baby bok choy. The baby bok choy came from Piggy's vegetable pack. It had to be said that the vegetables cultivated by Piggy were the freshest and most delicious Jiang Yi had ever tasted. After one bite of the bok choy, he could actually taste a subtle sweetness. Jiang Yi's brow relaxed, and he couldn't help but take another bite. The other dogs followed suit, although they wanted to eat the meat dishes more. Seeing that the cook, who was also their host, hadn't touched the meat yet, the dogs felt embarrassed to start. They hadn't thought much of the vegetable dish initially, but after one bite, the expressions of all the dogs changed. This cooking method is different from the big brothers, you. The hyena brother hesitated for a moment. Jiang Yi noticed his confusion and said with a smile, "Blanch it in water first." This was an experience Jiang Yi had picked up from watching master chefs cook when he visited the Lianguang region. The Lianguang region might seem to eat lightly, but they actually love using oil when stir-frying. Before adding the oil, they would blanch the vegetables in water first. This made the stir-fried vegetables look glossy and fresh, and they tasted crisp. It was slightly different from ordinary stir-frying. The hyena brother ate several mouthfuls in a row. In Jiang Yi's consciousness, the favorability of the dogs increased by another point. After finishing the vegetables, Jiang Yi finally started on the main dish of the day, the 9-turn braised intestines. The intestines had been cleaned thoroughly by Jiang Yi, and they were fully saturated with the braising sauce. 2/3 intestines, 1/3 rice. One bite contained the perfect balance of sour, sweet, fragrant, salty, and spicy flavors. Chapter 614, Brightly Lit. Seeing Jiang Yi start eating, the other dogs exchanged glances. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, they all reached toward the large cauldron with their tools, some with spoons, some with forks, and their paws bumped into each other. Jiang Yi didn't pay attention to the other dogs' reactions. After a mouthful of the intestine-topped rice, a look of deep satisfaction appeared on his face. Then, he turned his attention to the hand-pulled noodles soaked in the rich broth. Carbs paired with carbs, although not exactly friendly to the body. The taste was simply too good to resist. The hyena brother was worthy of being the one who could make naan that Jiang Yi found delicious. The hand-pulled noodles were chewy and elastic. The thicker parts in the middle were coated in the golden sauce, while the thinner parts combined with the small bits of minced meat from the intestines. Every bite offered a rich texture. As he ate, the notification that his spirit attribute had increased by one sounded in Jiang Yi's consciousness. Jiang Yi ate the noodles even more frequently than the intestines. Although the intestines were delicious and bouncy, they were too heavy and greasy to eat in large quantities. At this moment, Jiang Yi took a steamed bun from the table. The bun wasn't anything special, just fluffier than the average large bun, and it was perfect for dipping into the intestine broth. Whoosh! In the semi-open structure of the repair shop, the cold night wind blew through, but Jiang Yi and the dogs didn't feel cold. These guys weren't even talking, they were just burying their heads in their food. Even the hyena, who had shown disdain for the noodles at the beginning, couldn't stop his chopsticks. Besides the intestines, the noodles were what he ate the most. Amidst the whizzing of the snowflakes, Jiang Yi felt something tugging at his pant leg. He looked down to see the roast chicken wing staring at him pitifully. Jiang Yi smiled and tossed some of the intestines from his bowl down to it. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yi took something else out of his inventory, a corn ham sausage. But it was a giant version. "What are you eating?" The husky looked up from his bowl, his eyes fixed on Jiang Yi. "A ham sausage. Is it good?" Why don't you ask him?" Jiang Yi pointed to the roast chicken wing on the ground. Hearing this, the husky guarded his own bowl while cautiously asking, "Is it good?" The roast chicken wing ignored him. It hugged the ham sausage and crouched by Jiang Yi's leg to gnaw on it. The husky let out a woof. Jiang Yi shook his head helplessly and took out a new one, placing it in the husky's bowl. "This guy is actually quite cute," Jiang Yi thought. This was the first time Jiang Yi had seen the weather in the service area continue the road conditions. While eating his rice, Jiang Yi stared off into the sky in a daze. 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone on the road tonight seemed to be resting quite early. Besides the fact that everyone was exhausted after the game had just ended, the weather was also a significant factor. The weather was getting colder and colder. Even with electric blankets and air conditioning, it still wasn't quite enough. Snow had already begun to accumulate on the road, and some smaller vehicles were already half buried by the snow. In such weather, perhaps the number of players will decrease once again. Jiang Yi felt regretful about this, but there was nothing he could do. In the current game, if one does not become stronger, elimination is inevitable. While Jiang Yi was eating, a ding-dong sound rang out. Jiang Yi looked up. It was a broadcaster that only had a bird's beak and no facial features. Ding-dong. The broadcaster was for timekeeping. So after the single ding-dong, the bird's beak fell silent once again. After a second of silence, Jiang Yi glanced at the dining table. The few dogs on the table seemed to be enjoying their meal immensely. Jiang Yi stood up from his seat, holding a beer in one hand. The dogs looked up at Jiang Yi, but seeing that he only seemed to want to walk around, they couldn't help themselves and continued to immerse themselves in the delicious food. Gulp, gulp. Jiang Yi took a swallow of beer. Beer is the kind of thing that those who love it will have a bit of whenever they can, but those who don't like it only find it bitter and sour. Holding the beer, Jiang Yi half squatted by the car repair bench, resting his chin on one hand. His expression was uncharacteristically dazed. How did it not get smashed? He remembered that after obtaining this item, he had hung it on the wall of the vehicle cabin. Under the impact of the black torrent, this thing had remained completely unscathed. The bird-beak broadcaster, of course, could not answer Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and took a vehicle coin out of his pocket. Inserting 3 vehicle coins into the bird's beak would provide the weather forecast for today, tomorrow, and the day after. 30 coins would provide the forecast for 7 days later. 1 coin would trigger a random event. On this snowy night, Jiang Yi didn't want to think about so many things. He was curious about what this guy would say if he fed it 1 vehicle coin now. The golden vehicle coin was stuffed into the bird's beak. With a tick, the beak turned toward Jiang Yi. Dear player, melancholy little French fry now for you. Playing the song, the gel and commercial song, Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was so angry he laughed. The gel and commercial is that the one about wanting to be an astronaut when you grow up. Sure enough, cheap things are never good. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue and took another gulp of beer. The hoarse voice of the bird's beak suddenly rang out in the repair shop. The first second seemed to be the intro. The sound was raspy, like some kind of long-neglected record player. Until the first word came out, "Going home." A young, girlish voice came through. Jiang Yi's movements paused. The bird's beak opened. Going home, going home. Going home is the best gift. Following the young child's voice was a gentler, more soothing tone. Going home, going home. Going home is the best gift. The sound of the wind and snow grew louder. Jiang Yi was drunk. He slept very well and very soundly. The 5 dogs at the wilderness repair shop did not have the solitary habits of humans. The rooms had been opened up, and Jiang Yi leaned against the spot where the huskies slept. The softness, warmth, and the faint scent of earth allowed Jiang Yi to relax both body and mind. He hadn't originally intended to sleep so quickly, his mind still subconsciously thinking about repairing the vehicle. However, for some reason, after finishing his meal, his eyelids kept drooping. The other dogs seemed to notice something. They laid out the quilt, and as soon as Jiang Yi stepped onto it, he fell asleep. The husky was ordered to watch over Jiang Yi. The rest of the dogs finished cleaning the table and began to repair the forklift for Jiang Yi. When it came to repairing vehicles, no one could be more professional than them. Inside the repair shop, hushed conversations arose. The hyena proposed to plans, but both were rejected by the golden retriever to a certain extent. Jiang Yi was a remarkably good customer, granting them full decision-making power to determine the direction of the modifications. As Jiang Yi had said before, let professional people do professional things. They hadn't intended to be this serious at first, but after eating, when they saw Jiang Yi and the husky sleeping soundly together on the bed, the expressions of the dogs softened significantly. The husky was the youngest of them all, but this guy was proud and stubborn. He wouldn't listen to anyone except the hyena big brother. Therefore, the youngest husky became the second brother. The rustling sounds were like white noise, just like that. Except for the second floor, the repair shop remained brightly lit throughout the night. XXSS. Perhaps this fits the atmosphere of this chapter better. Chapter 615, Modification Complete. The next day. Jiang Yi woke up. He was woken up by an itchy nose. Achoo, Jiang Yi sneezed. As he rubbed his nose, he felt a soft texture in his palm. As his vision cleared, dog ears appeared in his line of sight. Jiang Yi almost went cross-eyed looking at them. The husky hadn't woken up yet, and there was no telling what he was dreaming about, even in his sleep. He was drooling. Jiang Yi was dazed for a while and opened his panel. There were too many messages in the group chat, so Jiang Yi only took a cursory glance. It seemed the temperature had dropped another 10 degrees yesterday. Most people in the group were complaining, and some were already buying up supplies like floor heating at high prices. Jiang Yi took stock of his own supplies. After listing a batch of electric heaters and floor heating equipment on Yangwang, he opened his private messages. Playful, Team Leader Zhang. The dungeon invitation link has a time limit. When do you think you will have time to accept it? Melancholy little French fry. No need to be so formal. Jiang Yi was naturally referring to the honorific you. I still have some things to handle. I'll send a message after I accept it. Playful, got it. Playful, by the way. Team Leader Zhang. My name is Chen Shi. Just call me Little Chen. Team Leader Zhang. Alright. After sending the message, Jiang Yi got up from the bed, or rather, the heated brick bed. He hadn't felt this refreshed in a long time. Walking out from the second floor, the lights downstairs hadn't been turned off. In the center of the first floor, Jiang Yi saw his forklift, and his eyes lit up. The size of the forklift had been reduced. For others, the larger the volume of a vehicle, the better, but for Jiang Yi, he had long wanted to shrink the size of his forklift. Large vehicles are suitable for ramming, but a forklift is different from a standard truck. It has the forks and the cargo rack protruding from the front. In the past, with both the front and rear being so long, the entire forklift appeared somewhat cumbersome. Jiang Yi had originally intended to adjust it himself, but he never had the time. This improvement could be considered quite in line with his own wishes. Jiang Yi turned and vaulted down from the second floor, landing nimbly on the roof of the second level. Although it was still a two-story structure, it was different from before. The ceiling height of the second level was now much more reasonable. It was no longer a space added onto the first floor cabin, but rather embedded within the first floor carriage. The overall height of the vehicle looked much more comfortable. Outside the second level was a circular hatch that opened outward, similar to those on a tank. Jiang Yi opened it and entered. The center of the second level had been left open with a vertical pull for sliding down. Jiang Yi could slide directly to the first floor from here, while a small folding ladder on the side of the first floor allowed for climbing back up. The spatial distribution was much more logical. The items on the second level had been mostly destroyed in the collision, so it was currently empty. Sliding down the pole to the first floor, the table had already been moved up, and the space on the first floor was now empty. Well, the washroom had been destroyed in the crash. Since this thing was equivalent to half a rule-type item, Jiang Yi would still have to acquire a new set from the market. After visualizing the location of the washroom in his mind, Jiang Yi walked toward the front. The driver's cabin had been shifted backward as a whole, making the driving position more spacious. The forklift's original dashboard had also been modified. It had been redesigned to be more concise. The steering wheel was no longer a protruding object. The column part had been integrated into the dashboard. The steering wheel itself had been modified to resemble a racing steering wheel, and the control levers for the forks had been changed from extending forward to a vertical, longitudinal arrangement. The overall design was much more ergonomic. Jiang Yi sat in the driver's seat to get a feel for it. The accelerator and brake pedals below had also been changed. Their positions had been fine-tuned, and even their sizes were better suited to the shape of Jiang Yi's feet. These guys didn't measure his shoe size yesterday, did they? The image of a group of dogs standing earnestly by his bedside, examining his shoes, flashed through his mind, and Jiang Yi couldn't help but shiver. Leaning back, he found the familiar smart adjustable backrest, every inch of which conformed to the curves of the human body. The blanket. Had the blanket been washed, the fur on it was extremely soft, with a feeling like it had just been taken out of a dryer. Exiting the driver's cabin, Jiang Yi discovered a few more differences. The wheels had become thicker and wider, and anti-skid chains had been added. The inner rims had even been completely replaced. The previous rims were actually quite top tier, but the newly installed ones simply elevated the forklift's aesthetics to another level. The thickness of the rims had doubled. On their gleaming metallic surface, there wasn't a single scratch. And the color scheme and shape inside the rims were no longer the bright silver and regular geometric patterns of before. Now, the rims were silver-black overall, with a section on the left painted deep purple, and the topmost section in blue-silver. Jiang Yi could even imagine how mesmerizing the flashes of purple and blue would look once the tires started spinning. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue. Rim color coding was a service usually reserved for custom vehicles. After all, unlike the car body, rims suffer faster and greater wear and are closer to the ground. To maintain the stability of the rim's color coding, the cost of the paint alone would be an astronomical figure. The center of the rims had also been updated with a new pattern. This D was actually the logo of the Wilderness Auto Repair Shop. What Jiang Yi didn't know was that, beyond indicating its origin, it also meant that any employee who had previously worked at the Wilderness Auto Repair Shop, or rather, Wilderness Extreme, would proactively provide repair and maintenance services upon seeing this logo. It was essentially a rolling VIP card for infinite post-maintenance. The material of the carriage had undergone even more drastic changes. Before, it was at most a large iron box built in imitation of a truck. But now the entire carriage had been replaced with a lightweight alloy. It was more like a battle fortress, with much stronger collision resistance. Not only that, considering the volatile weather on the road, the hyena and the golden retriever had discussed and embedded a vacuum layer inside the carriage, adding an air purifier at the bottom that was usually only used for full house installations. Although the interior volume was smaller, the physical comfort was much higher. Modifying this thing was addictive, and Jiang Yi's attitude of trust gave them room for constant improvement. A client who wouldn't question them. A client who could even proactively provide high-end materials. The more they modified, the more addicted they became. If it weren't for the limited time and the fact that a player's vehicle could not deviate from its essential form, they could have done even better. After looking around, the heavy stone in Jiang Yi's heart finally landed. When he emerged from the carriage again, the dogs, with the exception of the husky, had returned from washing up. They didn't look tired at all. They were quite spirited. A smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face. Good morning. Chapter 616. You have a new guest. It was 6:30 am. The system broadcast had already passed through one cycle, and since a game had just concluded, the system wasn't acting up with any crazy antics. After Jiang Yi finished his greeting, the other dogs also said good morning. Their favorability increased once more. The hyena leader put on his baseball cap, nudged his chin toward Jiang Yi, and rested his paws on his arms. How is it? Have you checked the forklift? Satisfied, Jiang Yi nodded with a smile. The hyena smiled as well. Anything else that needs improvement? The hyena added, as if explaining. Although most vehicles require a rear spoiler, I don't think it's suitable for a forklift. The front part of the forklift is too long. If a spoiler were added, the power would become imbalanced. Understandable, Jiang Yi nodded. It's always easy to talk to an expert. A smile appeared on the hyena's face. Thanks for the hospitality last night. This is the payment for the repairs. Jiang Yi took the storage card out of his backpack. Knowing that Jiang Yi was the #1 on the game leaderboard, Hyena and the other dogs weren't too surprised when they saw the card. They just clicked their tongues slightly. Back in the day, they had actually been in a partnership with the Daydream Pavilion. A good dog doesn't brag about past glories. No need. Hyena rubbed the storage card. Although he felt a bit nostalgic, he didn't intend to take Jiang Yi's vehicle coins. This had already been agreed upon beforehand. I saw that you added a lot of extra things, so please accept it. Besides, this also covers the cost of the mechanical arm, since Jiang Yi had put it that way. Hyena exchanged glances with his brothers and nodded. For the mechanical arm, pick the third one on the left. Deal. Jiang Yi didn't waste any words. He walked back to the scheduling console, and after Hyena granted him permission, he began to grunt and strain as he dismantled the mechanical arm. The wind and snow outside hadn't stopped. While Jiang Yi was busy dismantling the arm, Hyena and Doberman began the finishing touches, cleaning, polishing, and oiling the surface of the vehicle. Just as the dogs and the human were busy working, a soft beep suddenly sounded. D999, you have a new customer. Please attend to them promptly. This thing sounds exactly like the My2 delivery app. At this moment, Jiang Yi had already climbed above the mechanical arm, and his figure could no longer be seen from the first floor of the repair shop. A new customer didn't really affect Jiang Yi. He was, at most, a little curious. Hyena didn't stop his work, but he waved his hand to signal the mongrel to go outside and take a look. Xiaowu, go check it out. You got it, boss. Among the dogs, the mongrel was arguably the most lively, aside from Husky though. Using lively to describe Husky was perhaps an understatement. After all, Husky's mood was more volatile than the weather on the highway. Up on the second floor, perhaps having caught a whiff of some unpleasant scent, Husky's brows suddenly furrowed. His nostrils flared a few times, and he even began to bare his teeth. That sense of unease even made the sleeping Husky kick his blanket in his sleep. After successfully tearing a hole in it, he turned over, satisfied, and went back to sleep on the other side. Downstairs, the sound of an engine cutting out echoed, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Amidst the wind and snow, the mongrel had just stepped outside when he saw a massive shadow emerging from the white mist. It was 3 or 4 meters tall. Even from a distance, one could feel the heavy pressure in the air. A scent he disliked also filled the mongrel's nose. He twitched his snout, and when he looked up again, a figure wearing dark blue and green work clothes appeared outside the repair shop door. A strong, powerful arm pressed against the repair shop sign. With a crack, a piece of sheet metal fell off where that grayish-white palm had landed. Safety hazard detected. Not up to standard. A deep voice rang out. The mongrel's face turned completely dark, and a low growl rumbled in his throat. It was the elephant. Anders. Anders the elephant, a level 2 inspector for the Elephant Quality Inspection Company, who was responsible for the inspection of maintenance, management, and production service areas year-round. The mongrel took a deep breath, forced a smile, tucked his tail tightly between his legs, and ran to the bottom of the sign. Anders. The mongrel extended a paw, bowing his head to shake hands, but Anders only glanced at the mongrel before looking away. Don't delay my work. Okay. Anders continued to inspect the sign and the road conditions. With one slap, the pillar on the left side of the sign was already bent. Anders said emotionlessly, "This requires purchasing compliant building materials again." Understood. No matter how good the materials were, they couldn't withstand a single slap from an elephant. Even if they replaced it, it wouldn't make a difference. After checking the pillar, the elephant looked back up at the sign. Seeing the strange pattern drawn on it, a look of contempt appeared on his face. Needless to say, this was still drawn by that idiot from the repair shop. A pattern with no functional signage. The author of the pattern, and the pattern itself, were both depictions of low-class and ugly creatures. The elephant didn't say anything and walked toward the first floor of the repair shop. If he had a choice, he really wouldn't want to come to a place like this. A lower-level repair shop couldn't offer anything of value. It was truly hard to imagine that the once great wilderness extreme had rotted to this extent. The elephant walked inside while recording safety hazards on his inspection sheet. Passing through the road, the elephant began to inspect the vehicles one by one. Although the elephant's size was terrifying, he moved with astonishing speed. The mongrel looked startled and hurriedly followed the elephant into the pile of vehicles. The vehicles parked in the open space were all orders sent down from the upper-level maintenance centers, usually for repairing power failures or simple coding designs. Since being expelled from the high-end service area, they basically didn't handle modifications anymore. As the elephant inspected the edges of the vehicles, looking at the wheels, hubs, cockpits, and glass, and seeing what materials were being used, he became even more impatient. A pile of trash, that cunning guy Hyena. After marking a few more as barely acceptable, Anders couldn't be bothered to talk to the mongrel anymore and headed straight for the first floor. If he couldn't get anything good from the materials, then he hoped that guy Hyena had prepared the inspection fee, just like before. Otherwise, Anders thought to himself while putting away his clipboard. Behind him, the mongrel looked up and offered a fawning smile. "Mr. Anders, is there a problem? The materials are too poor, and the technique is trash." Understood. "You know where to buy the new materials, right?" "Yes, boss told us." "Good. Remember to use my name." Yes, of course." Anders let out a grunt, and the field dog's body seemed to relax a little. Just as his big brother had said, this guy wouldn't look closely at anything. As long as he stayed by his side, showed respect, and answered whenever spoken to, there wouldn't be any trouble. Now, he just had to wait to enter the first floor and hand over some vehicle coins and materials. As for the stuff in the open space, this guy wouldn't even bother looking at it. Wait, the first floor. The field dog's ears, which had just drooped, suddenly twitched as he realized something, and he whipped his head toward the center of the room. Parked there was a level 5 vehicle that had just finished being modified. Chapter 617. Don't touch other people's things. So no. The field dog cursed inwardly. He had been so focused on his big brother's instructions to stay behind the elephant and be ready to serve at a moment's notice that he had forgotten to give a heads up to have his big brother hide the forklift on the first floor. The wilderness repair shop hadn't seen a modified vehicle like this in so long that, upon seeing the elephant arrive, they had subconsciously overlooked it. The field dog lunged forward, getting in front of Anders. Anders. A new batch of materials just arrived in the back, and the corresponding orders need to be delivered. Would you like to go take a look first? No need. Anders refused point blank. Without another word, Anders ignored the field dog and strode toward the first floor. Inside the first floor, the usual smell of machine oil and filth had vanished, replaced by a scent that was hard to describe, both fragrant and foul at the same time. Under the lights, just as Anders stood still, the Doberman's nose twitched. He recognized this scent. The Doberman and the hyena turned around at the same time, but the elephant's gaze didn't linger on them at all. Instead, it shifted to the massive object in the center, a huge, outward extending threaded steel fork, the top of which had been oiled until it gleamed. Behind the steel fork was a piece of crystal clear windshield glass. One look at this thing told you it wasn't made of the same materials as the vehicles parked in the open lot. Behind the windshield was the driver's seat. The elephant walked along the side, noticing the exquisitely painted rims and the alloy carriage on both sides. A flashy silver-black line had even been drawn along the waist of the carriage. Only sports cars would have something like that. This was a modified vehicle. A modified vehicle had appeared inside the wilderness repair shop. Anders' two tusks slowly protruded from his mouth, his expression turning subtle. What were these dogs trying to do? How did he remember it correctly? Hadn't the wilderness repair shop already surrendered their modification permits, leaving them only responsible for basic repairs and painting? Judging by the materials used, these were clearly high-quality goods that hadn't appeared before. Anders didn't speak, but the hyena's face had already darkened. He hadn't expected this guy to show up. Neither the elephant nor the dog in the room said much. At their level, things were clear without words. Anders lowered his head. He knew the hyena had always been cunning and had been hoarding materials, but since he hadn't used them on vehicles, there was nothing he could do about it, even with his authority. But now, this guy had actually committed such a low-level mistake, openly leaving a modified vehicle on the first floor. Anders didn't say anything, but instead tapped on the carriage with his hand. Sandwich alloy. Anders said slowly, "This already exceeds your current authority, doesn't it?" The wilderness repair shop's permits were handed over to the center a long time ago, weren't they? The hyena took a deep breath. Not wanting to argue with this guy, he said directly, "My status as an individual repairman still stands. The repair shop's permit might be gone, but his status as an individual repairman remained. It was like how, even though Aok was registered at the Daydream Pavilion, he was essentially still an individual craftsman. He still held the authority for independent modification. Every part involving the modification had been handled by him personally, even on the system's end. There was nothing non-compliant. Anders gave a half-smile. Fine. Then I need to perform a quality inspection. Who knows if the work you do for customers is up to standard or not?" After saying this, Anders reached out and pulled open the forklift's door. Clatter. A flash of black suddenly loomed large before his eyes. A whistling sound of wind followed. Anders was startled and, instinctively, threw a punch of his own dome. The entire forklift's cockpit sank downward. The hyena and the Doberman exchanged a glance and rushed up from both sides. Looking from below, they saw a familiar figure appear in the driver's seat. Jiang Yi's fist had collided violently with the elephant's, a human's fair, and in the eyes of the animals, even slender-looking fist, had collided head-on with the grayish-white fist opposite it. Both their bodies shuddered simultaneously. Just as the hyena and the Doberman thought they were about to separate, there was another bang, and their other hands collided again in a display of immense visual impact. Jiang Yi glared at the elephant in front of him with a gloomy expression. He had only looked away for a moment, and someone was already climbing on his vehicle. In the game, vehicles and players were uniquely bound. This guy was essentially slapping Jiang Yi in the face. Trading blows. Jiang Yi realized his strength was still a bit lacking, sensing his arm trembling. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes and activated his overlord talent. A bloody aura rose from Jiang Yi's body. A blood-red aura slowly climbed up his shoulder, eventually forming a blood-red eye above his head. Anders looked up instinctively. At that moment, the blood-red eye opened, revealing 3 black pupils writhing and colliding within it. Ugh! Anders let out a muffled groan. Jiang Yi flipped inside the cockpit and kicked the elephant away. Bang, 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 clatter. Tables and oil drums along the way were all overturned. The elephant's body slammed heavily against the wall. Although he wasn't embedded in it, the massive impact caused the entire building to shake several times. The husky on the second floor was shaken right off his sleeping mat. The husky was stunned, looking around in confusion. But Jiang Yi's figure had already vanished, and earthquake inside the forklift. Jiang Yi sat back on the edge of the driver's seat, his gaze calm as he looked down. The other 2 dogs were already stunned by the scene before them. That was, after all, a quality inspector. Anders rolled over twice before scrambling up from the ground. Anders himself was a bit dazed. He rubbed his eyes. The blood-red eyeball that had been hovering above the man's head had vanished. The human figure below became clear. He had the appearance of most ordinary humans, along with a purple mechanical arm that clearly did not belong to a human. A purple mechanical arm, a forklift. This configuration. Why did it feel so familiar? Anders thought for a few seconds, and finally, a name that had been mentioned a few times surfaced in his mind. Human Quality Inspector Jiang Yi. It was him. Did no one ever teach you not to touch other people's things? Jiang Yi's voice rang out, raspy and cold. Chapter 618. Excellent. After Jiang Yi's voice echoed, the first floor of the repair shop fell silent. Just as the hyena was about to speak, Jiang Yi took the badge off his chest. A gray light screen popped up, with the words "Level to Quality Inspector" standing out prominently. I have already begun my quality inspection here. Your current behavior is obstructing my work, Jiang Yi said, enunciating every word. As he spoke, he couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly. As expected of the strongest creatures in the animal kingdom, those 2 punches had left his arm feeling numb. After Anders clearly identified Jiang Yi, his mouth opened as if to say something. But a system warning simultaneously popped up before both of their eyes. Quality Inspector Jiang Yi, please note, in the absence of special circumstances, fighting between staff members is prohibited. Quality Inspector Anders, please note, in the absence of special circumstances, fighting between staff members is prohibited. This is your first warning. 3 consecutive warnings will result in the revocation of your work permit. After the warning sign appeared, both of them paused. Once Anders stood up, he looked at Jiang Yi with a malicious expression. He had heard from Simon before that there was a brat who went against them, specifically hanging around those small service areas, and to curry favor with these animals. He had reported their previous inspections to the system. This human brat was nothing but a troublemaker. Although a 20% inspection rate was a bit high, it wasn't as if they inspected that much at every service area. In their view, most of these service areas had no reason to exist in the first place. These service areas couldn't earn any car coins. Their very existence was a waste of resources. Of course, existence here didn't just refer to the service areas, but also to those animals. For low-level service areas, the default inspection rate set by the Elephant Quality Inspection Company was 20%. Inspectors would adjust it up or down by 5% based on their relationship with the boss. Therefore, for those obedient, rational animals, they would collect a little less. For mid-level service areas, the rate was about 15%, with the same adjustments applied. In some high-level service areas, they wouldn't even proactively seize items, only performing a symbolic check. They had been implementing this rule for a long time, and the folks at the service areas had gotten used to it. But the moment this human brat arrived, he ruined their rules. Not only that, he even dared to be bold enough to report them. Originally, they hadn't tracked this brat down. After all, the one who had initially messed with Simon was the Daydream Pavilion. When Simon mentioned the incident, he was still annoyed, wondering if the guys at the Daydream Pavilion were crazy to suddenly question and report their own inspection. At the time, they had all just laughed it off. Until that auction, Simon finally realized what was going on. The one who reported him wasn't the Daydream Pavilion, but this brat who had inextricable ties to the Daydream Pavilion, or rather, Thuyeok. As expected of a human who had exuded an annoying aura from the very beginning, he never expected to run into the guy himself. Anders's face was gloomy. After Jiang Yi's 2 punches, he jumped down from the forklift and walked step by step toward Anders. You said you were conducting a quality inspection, yes? Do you have proof? I don't need to prove anything to you. Jiang Yi's expression was calm. Anders's chest heaved, suddenly thinking of something. He cast a dark look at the hyena and said, "Heh, if you're trying to curry favor with these guys, you might have misunderstood something. They have already been delisted by the high-level service areas. If you want to deal with humans, you have to think from a human perspective. The system had said that these guys were profit supremacists. The hyena must have told you they were some kind of forest repair shop, right?" The hyena raised his head, his eyes dim. He had indeed said that. Anders didn't even look at the hyena, continuing, "If you are trying to intervene in the inspection because of that, there's no need. They have been delisted by the high-level service areas. If you're looking to give them benefits, I advise you not to do so. In the repair center, you won't be able to survive if you do." And Anders said with a mocking smile, "I know these guys very well. Their quality simply cannot pass the inspection. You." The golden retriever started to charge forward but was stopped by the Doberman. They couldn't pass the inspection. This damn elephant knew best why that was. Whenever they had an order, this guy would check it individually, seizing correct parts under the guise of excessive modification and giving them a failing grade during the inspection period. Then, they would have no choice but to buy the corresponding high-priced materials from the material store designated by this guy. Only after replacing them could they pass the inspection, but even so, because the construction period was delayed, coupled with multiple repairs, their rating would never be high to begin with. After going back and forth, the hyena had simply decided to give up from the start. That was the only way to slightly reduce costs, using those pieces of junk materials of theirs. It would be a miracle if they could achieve an excellent rating. This was a complete dead end. If they used their own materials, they would be detained, which would only delay the project even further. If they used the materials provided by the others, those materials were already short-weighted and of inferior quality. The items produced with them could never reach a high-quality standard. After several consecutive good or even just passable ratings, their weight would drop. Once they fell from the high-tier service area, they would never be able to return. Anders, as a quality inspector, knew these issues better than anyone. Yet he was now spouting nonsense about how they couldn't pass the inspection. The golden-haired man was held back. Hyena took a deep breath. At this moment, his expression was unreadable, appearing somewhat numb. Hyena lowered his voice and turned to look at Jiang Yi. "Did you give us that rating?" This question was directed at Jiang Yi. The fact that Jiang Yi was a quality inspector was already shocking enough. But they didn't have time to properly process it, so they could only ask anxiously, "Can it still be retracted?" Hyena took a deep breath before finishing his sentence. "The quality is problematic. If this report is investigated, you're going to be in a lot of trouble." Jiang Yi said nothing. As a former employee of a repair shop, he knew very well how painful it was for someone who loved modification to admit that their own work had quality issues. Jiang Yi paused. "I have already submitted the report." Hyena sighed. "It seems this guy really has confidence in you all." Anders lowered his head, sneering. Without further ado, he directly chose to request an audit of the report. On the system interface, the report Jiang Yi uploaded appeared before them. There were 3 parts in total. And just from the vehicle maintenance report alone, Anders was certain that Jiang Yi would definitely crash and burn this time. He pulled up the report for the excavator model that had been spot-checked. The overall evaluation was excellent. Anders skillfully selected several parts of the excavator: the boom cylinder, the center swivel joint, the idler wheel, and the buffer spring. These were the most core and essential components of an excavator, all of which had been replaced with the inferior materials from his designated supplier. Excellent, as expected, in order to curry favor with Hyena and his group. This guy hadn't even looked at it properly. Chapter 619. Master, what is your profession? Do you wish to submit a report? Anders decisively chose to submit. Opposite him, Hyena and Doberman looked grim. Hyena even said directly, "This time, it's our fault." He knew that Jiang Yi's choice of excellent might have been out of trust in them. There was nothing more to say. In any case, they had already been stripped of their high-tier service area status. Things couldn't get much worse than they already were. It was just, he had dragged Jiang Yi down with them. Why didn't this kid say he was a quality inspector? However, thinking about his own prejudice against quality inspectors, he could understand why. After Hyena finished speaking, he subconsciously glanced at Jiang Yi, but Jiang Yi's expression remained extremely calm, showing no fluctuations at all. Re-verifying boom cylinder compound enter verification complete accurate quality inspection judgment. Accuracy. Re-verifying center swivel joint compound enter verification complete accurate quality inspection judgment. Accuracy 100%. Light screens popped up rapidly between Jiang Yi and Anders. The boom cylinder, center swivel joint, wheel hubs, tracks, and other parts were scanned by blue light one after another, all displaying quality inspection accuracy. In other words, these parts all met Jiang Yi's excellent rating. Anders nearly lost his composure. What the hell? He knew the materials these guys used better than anyone. It was impossible for them to reach an excellent standard. System, did you judge incorrectly? As soon as the words left his mouth, the cold voice of Z999 rang out. Detected that quality inspector Anders is lodging a complaint. Connecting to the main system by 10% to 100%. Hearing the words main system, Anders' face turned green. No. That's not what I meant. The main system governed the life and death of all service areas and quality inspectors under normal circumstances. No one wanted the main system to intervene. After the system's notification stopped, Anders walked toward the excavator in a daze. He hadn't inspected it carefully at the time, as he knew the nature of these bastards too well. It was impossible for them to pass the inspection. But now, what was going on? Anders moved, appearing beside the excavator. After a careful inspection, his expression became even uglier. The materials here were not purchased from the service area he had designated. Instead, they were a new batch of materials he had never seen before. Judging by the markings, they didn't even belong to any known service area. It wasn't just Anders. Hyena was also stunned. The materials he had used were indeed substandard. How could this happen? After a few seconds of contemplation, Jiang Yi's calm face suddenly came to mind. There was only one person who could replace so many materials in such a short time. Only one person who could provide so many high-quality materials in such a short time. Human rank 1 player Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had maintained a calm expression from beginning to end. After Anders finished checking each part, Jiang Yi spoke. Are there any other issues? If not, I will continue with my quality inspection work. From now on, the quality inspection work here will be conducted by me. I recall that if a report is filed incorrectly, there is a fine, and one must undergo quality inspector retraining in the short term before being allowed to return to duty. Anders let go of the excavator's boom and jumped down from the machine with a thud. His massive frame loomed over Jiang Yi, filled with oppressive pressure. If it were an ordinary player, they might feel fear, but the way Jiang Yi looked at Anders was as if he were looking at something dead. To sink to this level as a quality inspector was truly shameful. Those who follow the way receive much support, while those who lose it receive little. Perhaps the Elephant Company is powerful for now, but after so many rounds of quality inspections, Jiang Yi has come to realize that in the eyes of other monsters, these guys are nothing more than dog shit. Although these fellows might not face retribution yet due to their status as inspectors, the tides of fortune turn, and Jiang Yi does not hold a high opinion of their future. They have already proven through their actions that even a high-level service area, after a certain amount of operation, faces the risk of being delisted. He is quite curious if the elephant inspection company were to suffer the same kind of operation when the time comes. Given their reputation among the monsters, how miserable their end would be. Jiang Yi shook his head inwardly. It is often said that for true cunning, one must look to humans. The darkness, greed, and corruption of humanity are things these animals cannot even imagine, even in modern society. Such things are only ever present, but the reason they can fundamentally persist is that these people understand the boundaries, the balance, and the golden mean far better than those who enforce the law. Because of this, everyone can continue to cover things up and live in peace, and like these elephants, who desperately seize benefits without knowing how to maintain them. Perhaps it is because the inspectors he has encountered so far are not of a high enough rank. But Jiang Yi does not feel that the methods these guys use are particularly clever. After delivering his harsh threats, Anders could do nothing else and eventually had to leave the service area in resentment. Inspectors are strictly forbidden from fighting each other. Even if he wanted to do something to Jiang Yi, he could not do it in this place. After Anders left, just as Jiang Yi was about to continue dismantling the robotic arm, he was surrounded by the dogs. Jiang Yi let out an "oh." The rural dog leaned in front of Jiang Yi and asked sincerely, "How did you do it? How did you do it?" These dogs are truly brothers. It is usually hard to tell, but at this moment, all their eyes were sparkling, looking exactly like Siberian Huskies. Jiang Yi thought for a moment, then extended a finger. The rural dog followed the direction of his finger. Snap. Jiang Yi snapped his fingers. Then, seemingly nothing happened. What? The rural dog wore a puzzled expression. Jiang Yi chuckled softly and pointed at the hyena brother behind them. Suddenly being pointed at, the hyena brother was stunned for a moment. The other dogs looked over, and then, the golden retriever suddenly exclaimed, "The hat, the hat." The hyena reached toward his head, where there were only two furry dog ears. The baseball cap was gone. When he turned his head back, Jiang Yi was holding a hat in his hand, though no one knew when he had acquired it. "How did he do that, master? What exactly is your profession?" When the elephants arrived, the roasted chicken wing had flown down from above, aside from meal times. The roasted chicken wing generally does not like to stay on the ground and takes the initiative to handle aerial surveillance. Therefore, when the rural dog went out to greet the guests, the roasted chicken wing had also flown out, spotting the elephants even earlier than the rural dog. With the previous experience from the delicious private kitchen and the silver ring auction house, Jiang Yi knew how troublesome these guys were. Therefore, after pondering for a few seconds, he decisively jumped down from the first-level console, circled into the courtyard, and finished replacing all the materials for the most conspicuous excavator. His sleight-of-hand skill needed to be practiced once every 7 days anyway. This was the perfect time to use it. Chapter 620, Rice Cake. Are you saying that not only are you excellent at repairing cars, as if you had worked in a repair shop for 10 years, you are also great at cooking, with skills that seem to come from that master chef at the delicious private kitchen? Then, you are also the #1 human player and the only human inspector. And on top of that, you are a master thief. Although Jiang Yi could not hear the inner thoughts of these dogs, except for the hyena, the minds of these dogs were too easy to guess. He could even see the Doberman's shocked little eyes constantly sizing him up. It was as if he was still wondering how that was done just now. The Doberman's ears were pricked up like antennas. Although he said nothing, Jiang Yi could still read what the Doberman was thinking. Jiang Yi touched his nose with amusement and then shook his head, clapping his hands. Jiang Yi brushed off the dust he had picked up from trading two blows with the elephant, then turned and walked back toward the robotic arm. By the way, the cost of these materials, the robotic arm is completely free. Jiang Yi grinned. He was not running a charity, but he also saw the potential in these dogs. Although he did not know what a standard repair center was like, at least from his current interactions, he was quite satisfied with the hyena's modification skills. They could cooperate long-term in the future. Although the human and the dogs didn't speak, everyone understood each other's intentions. If they had undergone a normal inspection, they definitely would not have passed. Thinking about how he had wanted to skimp on Jiang Yi's materials earlier, the hyena couldn't help but scratch his paw. From now on, he should just focus on repairing properly. He couldn't let Jiang Yi's excellent grade rating become a joke. The hyena exchanged glances with his brothers and nodded. A good start requires a good process. In the time that followed, the hyenas continued to repair the car, while Jiang Yi continued to dismantle the robotic arm. After finishing, Jiang Yi placed the materials on the analysis table to begin his assessment. Judging by the material, this thing was exactly the same as the material used by Aniclimax. But Jiang Yi remembered that Aniclimax's origin seemed to be the mechanical heaven, materials from a dungeon, appearing in a service area. Thinking about it further, the materials in the service area, including certain permissions and interfaces, are all purchased from the system. So, does that mean that some of the supplies the system obtains from players can potentially flow into the service areas? The service area is a rather important component of the game. In other words, is the system using resources obtained from instances to support the game? Is one of the game's resource sources actually the instances? If that is the case, the system's previous behavior of acquiring the Sai of the Bay and other materials can also be explained. These things are all important materials, or rather, sources of energy. No wonder Z999 would emit a sharp, piercing sound when I put down the heart of the wanderer before. No wonder the system provides guidance and convenience to players in the game to obtain certain things, because these are also things that the system, or rather, the game desires. From this perspective, if instances are a source of game resources, does that mean instances are actually not subordinate to the highway game? Because if the two were in a subordinate relationship, the system should have absolute control over the instances. There would be no need to plunder resources by having players enter them. Players entering instances are, in a sense, like parasites injected into these instances by the game, integrating into the instance world to survive, obtaining important resources from the instance world, and even triggering main quests to interfere with and guide the development of the instance world. In Jiang Yi's mind, the relationship between instances and the game seemed to become a bit clearer, and his understanding of the player's identity also became clearer. If players are also viewed as tools, then it is not hard to understand why the game needs to reduce the number of players through scenarios, various instances, and the merging of sectors. Tools that are not useful will naturally be eliminated. Between competition and elimination, the tools themselves not only become more powerful, but the resources consumed also decrease. Clatter. The lower part of the mechanical arm was completely dismantled by Jiang Yi, broken down into the shape of armor plates, and the bearings were also removed. With a thought from Jiang Yi, Aniclimax detached from his right arm and began assembling the plates piece by piece. Jiang Yi did not discard the discarded scrap metal either. Instead, he placed it into the furnace of Brother Energy Furnace, continuously refining it, and finally recasting it onto the new mechanical arm. Jiang Yi had no artistic talent and poured the metal entirely on a whim. Perhaps subconsciously, he did not want to completely remove the flesh and blood of the original Aniclimax, and this current state was just right. Deep purple patterns were deeply embedded into the new mechanical arm. The current Aniclimax was not as dazzling as before. Its dark, blackish color seemed to have a sense of gloom that swallowed everything under the light. At the elbows and near the wrists, deep purple patterns were embedded, and there were also these irregular, streamlined patterns on the arms. It couldn't be called beautiful. If one had to describe it, it was filled with a certain aesthetic of violence. After incorporating the new materials, the current Aniclimax was twice as thick as before, at Jiang Yi's fingertips. The armor plates fit together, and when clenched, they emitted a cold, metallic luster. If this punch landed, even if Anders from earlier were to take it, it would be tough. The humming sound of mechanical shafts rang out, and Jiang Yi called out in his heart, "Aniclimax, I am here." The familiar voice of Big Purple sounded, and Jiang Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief. The arm was fully armed, and a barrage of text popped up. You have successfully upgraded the special weapon, Aniclimax exclusive weapon, Aniclimax description. A weapon originally from the mechanical heaven. A fusion of a soul and a mechanical arm after a certain mad mechanical manufacturer failed. After experiencing many battles with its current master, it has been repaired and reborn. Description, loyal to my master. This is the only value of my existence. As the last line of text appeared, just as Jiang Yi saw clearly what it was, Aniclimax turned Jiang Yi's arm to the right. If Jiang Yi's perception wasn't wrong, this guy was shy. For a big hunk of scrap metal to be able to say something so chunibyu and mushy, it must have been corrupted by old Thai. Jiang Yi thought to himself, the corner of his mouth curling upward. While Jiang Yi was busy repairing a clear, hyena Doberman, and the others had also finished preparing the vehicle. After working overtime all night, the forklift was finally brand new, and just as Hyena had said, he would make the forklift the strongest among vehicles of the same level. And from the looks of it now, that was indeed the case. In addition to the previous hybrid oil-electric system, Hyena had also integrated a nitrogen acceleration system on top of it. This thing was generally used for racing cars and could achieve stage speed boosts in a short time. As for the materials, they couldn't be upgraded any further, so Hyena added an automatic detection device inside. When the durability dropped, it would alert both Jiang Yi and the wilderness repair shop. By then, they would have the materials ready, waiting for Jiang Yi to visit. Everything was repaired. Jiang Yi glanced at the time. It was already 8:30 in the morning, and it was time to leave. Urha didn't seem to be awake yet. Brother Hyena was just about to have the rural dog wake her up, but Jiang Yi shook his head. It's fine. Let him sleep for a while. All right then. Hyena shook his head helplessly. In just a single day, Hyena's attitude toward Jiang Yi had done a complete 180-degree turn. By the way, Jiang Yi seemed to have thought of something and took a case of soda from his inventory. Urha seems to like this. Please give it to him when he wakes up. Okay. Hyena nodded. All right. Then see you next time. I hope that when I come back next time, I can see more modified vehicles. Yeah. After saying goodbye, just as Jiang Yi got into the car to leave, he realized the weight distribution of the forklift was off. He opened the in-vehicle monitor and saw the back compartment was piled high with wheels, lubricating oil, and various maintenance tools. In the very corner, there was also a large white bucket. Unlike the other dirty buckets in the wilderness repair shop, this one was wiped very clean. Looks like there are rice cakes soaked in water inside. Old Tai spoke up. Jiang Yi smiled. Let's go. Chapter 621 Fawn Manor. 9 o'clock in the morning. After leaving the wilderness repair shop, Jiang Yi stepped on the gas and drove for nearly an hour. The wind and snow outside were growing increasingly intense, but the forklift's tires had been modified, with their enhanced grip. Traveling through the snow was not particularly difficult. On the other side of Jiang Yi, the birdbeak player had been moved to the driver's cabin. Jiang Yi inserted a vehicle coin into it. The birdbeak opened. Respected player Mr. Melancholy Little Fry, good morning. Jiang Yi glanced at the birdbeak out of the corner of his eye. A greeting today, good morning. Jiang Yi replied as well. While speaking, he reached into his backpack and took out a roasted sweet potato. He peeled it in a few quick motions and had just stuffed the hot, roasted sweet potato into his mouth when the birdbeak opened again, saying, My dear player, Mr. Melancholy Little Fry, I wonder if you have ever heard a legend, a second sentence, a long, long time ago. In a manor covered by ice and snow, there lived a beast. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He knew this story. There wasn't just a beast, if he wasn't mistaken. There were also talking cups, saucers, and a watering can inside. Jiang Yi stared with dead fish eyes. The sweet potato had a red center and tasted quite good. He continued to listen to the birdbeak's broadcast. This beast had a rather irritable temper. No matter who came, he would get angry because he felt it disturbed his rest. The manor where this beast lived was different from ordinary manors. It was inhabited by an army. This was a quite powerful army. Only those with sufficient strength could approach this manor. Of course, it's not that no one has tried. It's not that people were born with compassion and wanted to save this poor beast trapped in the manor. Rather, this manor hides all kinds of treasures, powerful weapons, mountains of special yellow gold coins, and all sorts of strange items. Legend has it that there was once a very clever fox who heard there were rare treasures here. So he used a special positioning card and other means to find this manor. However, even as clever as the red fox was, he could not enter the manor. What a pity. Legend says that in snowy weather, the probability of the road leading to the manor appearing on either side of the highway will increase. Perhaps, at the next intersection, you will be able to see it. Good luck. The birdbeak closed. Today's broadcast was finished. Jiang Yi finished the entire sweet potato and turned the steering wheel. The fog on both sides began to swirl, and a new road appeared before him. Holy crap! Jiang Yi's eyes slowly widened. At the end of his line of sight, a faint, shimmering manor had truly appeared. The manor seemed to be located halfway up a mountain at the very top. Jiang Yi could vaguely see a protruding spire. Below it, there appeared to be blooming flowers. He couldn't see clearly what kind of flowers they were, but the sight itself was bizarre enough. One had to remember that this was the season of wind and snow. Jiang Yi glanced at the indoor thermometer, and it was already -30 degrees. In the northern part of the real world, this temperature might not be particularly rare, but it was the dead of winter. A vast field of flowers blooming in the dead of winter, no matter how you looked at it. It was abnormal. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment. As the white fog on the road gradually dissipated, a scarecrow appeared in his line of sight. This scarecrow wore a deep blue bucket, 2 red gloves, a jacket, and dark brown jeans, all mounted on an upright pole. As the forklift gradually approached the intersection, the scarecrow's body slowly rotated with the movement of the vehicle, as if it were staring at Jiang Yi sitting inside. Jiang Yi eased off the gas, not stopping immediately, as the distance between them continued to close. He opened the group chat. In the group chat, Player Flying Pig Global Tour. Holy crap. Player Flying Pig Global Tour image. Player Flying Pig Global Tour found a wild scarecrow. Clicking on the image, Jiang Yi discovered that the player had photographed the exact same scarecrow. He was looking at the same deep blue bucket, the same cowboy-like attire. He could also see the hazy, large field of flowers and the spire at the top in the image. Player 8th Tree, Player 8th Tree, I saw it too. Player 8th Tree. Is this another major version event? Player Wholesale Chicken Eggs, image Player Wholesale Chicken Eggs. It's the same one, right? Jiang Yi had originally opened the chat channel to ask if Thunder, Window, or others had encountered this manor, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. This manor had been refreshed on a large scale at this very moment. Previously, Jiang Yi had pondered what kind of space the service areas on the highway actually were. After all, in terms of population density, it was very likely for 2 players to encounter the same service area. But until now, Jiang Yi had rarely encountered such a situation, except for cases where someone used a positioning card to directly locate a service area. Jiang Yi guessed that perhaps, just like the mechanism for parallel highways, each highway was an independent spacetime while it was running. And only when certain mechanisms were triggered, such as parallel highways, participating in instances, or participating in large-scale games, would the spaces overlap. Using a positioning card had a similar effect. Seeing the same scarecrow on different highways now confirmed Jiang Yi's guess. If that was the case, it meant he didn't have much prior information. Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds, then brought the vehicle to a stop. Player 1230, has anyone been here before? Player 1230. I've also refreshed this fork in the road. It looks a bit eerie. Player Sun Fengchi, damn it. I thought this was some kind of special opportunity. I've already gone inside. Player Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Oh brother, you're the man. Thumbs up. Player Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. How is it inside? Player Sun Fengchi. No problems so far. I think I see a road sign that says Fong Manor. Player Sun Fengchi. By the way, Player Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. The Wild King stopped his skateboarding motion and frowned. He immediately clicked on the player's avatar. The avatar on the profile page hadn't turned gray yet, which meant this guy wasn't in any immediate trouble. No trouble. Yet the messages sent were all garbled code. Was this caused by interference from that place? A place that could interfere with information? The Wild King returned to the chat box and looked at the name Fong Manor. This manor didn't look simple at all. Chapter 622,111 Player World's Biggest Idiot. Sun Fengchi, buddy, are you still there? Player World's Biggest Idiot, hello. Player World's Biggest Idiot, Yubaseo. Player Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. The guy above, stop spamming. It's obvious the information is being blocked out. Player World's Biggest Idiot. How do you know? Player World's Biggest Idiot. Oh, it's the Wild King. Then I understand. Player Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. He didn't mean it was blocked by the system. These people. The Wild King rolled his eyes and found the group chat for the Special Operations team, tentatively sending a message. Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Is anyone there? Human race brick-moving emperor. The window that won't close here. Orange a grass ball kneeling obediently. Survive. Grass ball kneeling obediently. Thunder ZHMM. So many lurkers. Jiang Yi and the Wild King thought to themselves at the same time. The Wild King took a look and didn't seem to see Jiang Yi posting. So he hummed and sent a message. Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. Have you guys encountered this fork in the road? Your Wild King is infinitely arrogant. I haven't refreshed it yet. I don't know if it's a probability issue, but my intuition tells me this place isn't simple. The window that won't close. I haven't refreshed it. The window that won't close. Peaking Thunder Z. Me neither. Orange yeah. I haven't refreshed it either. After a few people finished speaking, Survive, who had wanted to say he saw it, felt his message vibrate. Melancholy little fry. This dungeon is a bit difficult. Damn, Brother John, you found it. Society is very simple. Immediately sent a message. Jiang Yi stepped on the brake. At this moment, the forklift was less than 10 meters away from the scarecrow. Within this 10-meter distance, the feeling of being watched by the scarecrow grew stronger. Jiang Yi instinctively didn't sense any danger. After pondering for a moment, he continued to send in the private chat. The information I obtained is that a monster merchant once went there, but he likely didn't enter the manor. Jiang Yi was no fool. On the highway, the clever red fox who traveled freely between games, dungeons, and service areas. Jiang Yi only knew of one such creature. If even that guy couldn't succeed, then this dungeon would be difficult for most players. Also, the hint says there is an army inside. I don't know what this refers to, but everyone had better be cautious. After finishing in the private chat, Jiang Yi casually forwarded a message to the group chat, stating that this dungeon was dangerous. After forwarding it, he didn't look at the feedback in the group chat. These things couldn't be explained fully. If the top-ranked player himself said the dungeon was dangerous, other players would need to weigh for themselves whether they could bear the risk. As for extra information, Jiang Yi couldn't and didn't want to disclose it. After all, the source of the information itself was an unknown variable. Who knew if the Birdbeak's prophecy was 100% correct? If he added new information, Jiang Yi would have to explain it, and he wouldn't take that risk. Following his usual cautious principles, perhaps he would have only let others pass this on. But after thinking about it, perhaps it was because he had just come out of the hyena repair shop. A certain string in Jiang Yi's heart had been touched, which was why he spoke up himself. After the white light of the top-ranked player flashed, Jiang Yi opened his eyes again to look at the private chat. Thunder Z, an army, Edo Tensei. Then I think I'll pass. In front of the ding-ding car, the familiar scarecrow appeared as well. However, compared to the indifferent gaze the scarecrow had for the forklift, its expression toward the ding-ding car was quite curious. Edo felt a bit spooked by the scarecrow's gaze and shivered before saying, the spirituality there is very high. Spirituality is very high. Jiang Yi rubbed his chin. Edo's mental power was stronger than his own. It seemed he had already sensed something. A scarecrow beast, a mysterious manor, an army, a place Uyerda had once visited. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and made up his mind. Opening the cab door, Jiang Yi stepped out from the driver's seat. Whoosh whoosh. The heavy snow was still falling, and the ground was already covered with a layer of soft, fluffy stuff that looked like snow-dusted red bean paste. Jiang Yi sniffed. The scarecrow was directly opposite him, lowering its head to look at him curiously. After Jiang Yi said hello, the other party didn't react. After observing for a moment where he stood, a roasted chicken wing descended from above and landed on Jiang Yi's shoulder. Jiang Yi reached back. A cardboard box appeared in his hand, and he stowed the forklift away before choosing to proceed on foot. With a thought, the black-purple eclair was also detached from the forklift and wrapped back around Jiang Yi's arm. The scarecrow had remained silent throughout. It was unclear whether it could not speak or simply did not want to. Watching the dark purple mass constrict around Jiang Yi's arm, the scarecrow tilted its head and shook its empty sleeves. Standing outside the entrance of the path, Jiang Yi closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. There was no killing intent, no strange murmurs, only a peculiar, sweet fragrance lingering in the air. At that moment, the scarecrow suddenly sprang up from the ground. Although Jiang Yi did not move, the red moon had already manifested behind him. Thud. Thud. The scarecrow walked toward Jiang Yi, stopped at a distance of 1 meter, and bowed slightly to him, as if greeting him. Jiang Yi observed calmly for a moment. Once the scarecrow finished its bow, it turned its head and bolted. Thud. Thud. The speed and urgency of its footsteps left Jiang Yi stunned for a second. The scarecrow's figure quickly vanished into the white mist. Jiang Yi instinctively took a step to pursue, but before he could catch up, he regained his composure and sent a message in the private chat. "I'm going in." After Jiang Yi sent the message, the others seemed to reply, but their responses were all filled with question marks. Jiang Yi understood then, the moment he stepped onto this path, any messages he sent would be blocked. It seemed the player Sun Fengch had experienced the same thing. Jiang Yi pursed his lips, stepped back with one leg, and lowered his center of gravity. If this were an ordinary dungeon, he might have skipped it. In Jiang Yi's private chat channel, one with an avatar of a nursing home lawn and a little fox. Melancholy little fry, treating others with sincerity. Melancholy little fry, fond manner, treating others with sincerity. Go in, treating others with sincerity. There's something in there that heals the spirit. I'll buy it at a high price when you come out. After saying that, Yuerta even sent Jiang Yi some items. Since there was something that could heal the spirit, he had no choice but to go. Chapter 623, Ghost Town. After sending the message, Yuerta leaned back against his chair. At this moment, Yuerta looked different from how Jiang Yi usually saw him. Yuerta was wearing a hood, and outside, layers of clouds and mist were gathering. He was about to shuttle into another dungeon. Fond Manor was a place he had visited before. To be honest, for someone of his strength, Fond Manor could not be considered dangerous. Even if all the residents inside were added together, they might not be able to defeat him. In terms of attack power, the combined strength of those guys wasn't even as strong as that world-shattering punch King threw when she was angry. However, the problem was not the residents inside. Yuerta recalled what he had encountered during his first visit. Looking at the entire process, he hadn't made any mistakes. From entering to exploring and solving the problems, everything had gone smoothly. He had even obtained some rewards. The moment he obtained them, his vision blurred, and he was teleported out just like that. On the light screen, a glaring message appeared. Dungeon clearance failed. To this day, he still couldn't figure out what had happened. This was also the reason he didn't want to impart his experience to Jiang Yi. Although he could explain the ins and outs of the place to the kid, the problem was, he himself had failed to clear it. What if the things he emphasized weren't the key points, and the things he didn't mention were the crucial details instead? Therefore, Yuerta thought about it for a moment but still didn't send information about what was inside. Yuerta puffed out his cheeks. If he could, he really wanted to have Jiang Yi tuck him into his pocket and bring him inside. Fond Manor only allowed humans and monsters a single chance to enter. Moreover, this thing didn't have a 100% respawn rate. It seemed to follow a specific selection mechanism. Yuerta pulled his hood back over his head and muttered to himself, "I hope you don't disappoint me." Amidst the swirling mist, the snow here had stopped. Pitter-patter. After Jiang Yi assumed a stance, he charged forward. The weather here was unaffected by the highway. If one had to describe it, it was closer to an overcast day, but colder and more humid. Jiang Yi's soul struck the ground. The scarecrow ahead was fast, and in his pursuit, only a shadow remained. Jiang Yi didn't lose his head. While maintaining his speed, he looked at both sides of the road. In the gloomy, humid weather, the scenery on both sides began to clear. It seemed he was walking on a path leading into a manor. In the mist on either side, he could occasionally see bundles of straw tied together. Beyond that, there seemed to be things like carts used by farmers, water buckets, and stalls with fabric awnings extended. The scarecrow slowed down slightly, and Jiang Yi slowed his pace as well. Now, he could see more clearly. With that step, all the mist dissipated. In the corner of Jiang Yi's vision, the ground transformed from a hazy blur into something completely clear. Intricate patterns outlined in pentagons, marble pillars extending outward. Jiang Yi looked up, and at the very front, a fountain appeared. Jiang Yi stopped abruptly. Less than 5 meters from the fountain, he looked up, and his gaze met the statue atop the fountain. Hero, hero. In Jiang Yi's line of sight, a statue of a man appeared, though calling him a man wasn't entirely accurate. From the perspective of the real world, the person's features were overly delicate, and his appearance was so beautiful that it felt androgynous. His three-dimensional facial features were complemented by a pair of deep-set eyes. Above them, medium-length curly hair was tied back, cascading down behind him along with a short cape. In the hand of this blond man was an extended rapier, and at the tip of the blade, there was an F emblem, Fawn Manor, Fawn. The blond man's head was slightly bowed, as if he were gazing gently at his subjects. When he saw Jiang Yi looking at him, he even nodded. Jiang Yi's pupils constricted. The air was silently torn apart, and time and space seemed to freeze in that second. As the rapier was about to pierce Jiang Yi's eye, his pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. His body was currently in a state of being leaned forward and barely stopped. There was simply no way to retreat. The rapier looked slow, yet at this moment, it felt impossible to dodge. Jiang Yi's arm felt as if it were entangled by a cold, sinister aura, making it impossible to block. At that very second, Jiang Yi closed his eyes and made a direct choice. It's dark. Please close your eyes. Darkness spread outward with Jiang Yi as the center. The sudden expansion of darkness caused the statue's movements to pose slightly. Within the darkness, Jiang Yi completely surrendered control of his body to his consciousness. His body felt frozen by something cold and sinister. Only in the absolute darkness could he perceive a trace of warmth. Chi slid out from Jiang Yi's palm, its red light resembling a crescent moon in the darkness. Clang. Space was pierced. The tip of Chi deflected the rapier. Jiang Yi opened his eyes abruptly. Within his line of sight, the statue that had been looking down at the crowd from high atop the fountain had climbed down. And around Jiang Yi, he finally saw what those cold, sinister things were across the entire street, or rather, the entire plaza. One white ghostly shadow after another appeared. They were all dressed in medieval clothing, men, women, children, and even animals, all in the form of ghosts. These people silently surrounded Jiang Yi. Just as Jiang Yi stepped back, he felt something strike the soles of his feet. Looking down, it was actually a flipped-up manhole cover. Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed. He threw a right hook with ecchi. With a bang, the manhole cover was sent flying, crashing into a small stall. The stall owner seemed to let out a wail. After silently clutching his forehead, a steel pitchfork appeared in his hand, aimed directly at Jiang Yi. Damn it, what Fang Manor? Isn't this just a ghost town? Cold sweat dripped down Jiang Yi's forehead. Jiang Yi gripped Chiyu tightly. Dozens of ghosts charged at him simultaneously. Just as Jiang Yi's movements stiffened, a dagger slid toward his face. As Jiang Yi tilted his cheek to dodge, on the other side, the statue took 2 steps in one stride. This time, it wasn't a rapier, but a two-handed greatsword. Jiang Yi's eyes sharpened. This was another statue. This one was a burly, warrior-like figure. The greatsword cleaved down from above, and Jiang Yi's figure vanished from where he stood. Crash. A deep fissure was carved into the earth. If Jiang Yi hadn't dodged in time, he would have been split in two. Mengzhuwen. It's a bit hard to capture the whole thing. You can see the original image in the book circle. Ha! It looks like a Fujio lollipop. Chapter 624, The Rapier Statue. The greatsword statue light screen popped up in front of Jiang Yi. You have entered Ghost Town. Description: a town belonging to the subordinates of the Manor Master. In this town, everyone is waiting for news of the Manor Master's victory. They waited for a long time, until they themselves became symbols of that waiting. When you hear the whispers of the ghosts, please do not lose yourself in them. A real ghost town. Jiang Yi's body tilted, one hand bracing against the marble tiles. He turned and struck a clang. The slender blade of Chiyu and the greatsword actually collided just like that. Generally speaking, a heavy sword has no edge and relies on raw power, while a slender long blade like Chiyu cannot compete with a two-handed greatsword in terms of strength. But the problem was, Jiang Yi could not retreat. Behind him, the rapier was a weapon far more precise and faster than a slashing blade. Therefore, with a screech, the greatsword pressed down toward Jiang Yi's body. At the same time, the sound of flapping wings rang out, and several ghostly white pigeons appeared above Jiang Yi's head. The ghostly pigeons dove down. But Jiang Yi didn't dodge at all. Screech! The gray bird with red pupils flew across the sky, its wings sweeping through the air. The intense airflow caused the pigeons to lose their orientation and veer to the side. The roasted chicken wing figure crossed paths with Jiang Yi, then fiercely slammed into the original fountain along with the body of one of the pigeons. The white ghostly pigeon dissipated instantly upon impact. You killed ghostly pigeon *1. You obtained car coin *1. You obtained a wisp of ghost *1. Note: absorbing ghost fragments can grant corresponding mental power, but be careful not to overabsorb. Otherwise you will be unable to withstand the cold aura within your soul. As the system's voice faded, Jiang Yi focused his mind. A wisp of silvery white light shone from the dead ghostly pigeon and flew toward him. Above Jiang Yi's head, that red eye containing 3 black pupils lit up. Just kidding. In the territory of fear, the coldness of a soul could only be a mere snack. After all, over the long passage of time, even a soul would be eroded by decay. The silvery white light was absorbed by Jiang Yi, and he felt his mind become even clearer. As the white ghosts surrounded him once more, Jiang Yi opened his mouth. A shriek, even more terrifying than the gibberish of the white ghosts, erupted. This was a skill Jiang Yi had mastered within the land of buried bones. Soul Shriek. An invisible shockwave exploded outward with Jiang Yi as the center dot at this moment. The ghosts were all stunned. Wait, who exactly is the ghost here? Jiang Yi's shriek was actually even more unbearable than their own whispers. After being besieged, Jiang Yi was initially a bit unaccustomed to it, but as the fight dragged on, he completely entered his comfort zone. Compared to the high-density magical beasts in the bone burial grounds, the entities within the ghost town were clearly much weaker. The ghosts possessed strong mental attacks, but their movement speed was relatively slow, and most of the time, they were unable to form a proper encirclement. Furthermore, Jiang Yi discovered something. These guys were afraid of fire. Jiang Yi splayed his fingers, and within his fingertips, Wedong appeared. Wedong was an incendiary bomb, far more suitable for the current battle than marbles or hyenas. Flames soared into the sky, and the ghosts scattered. The statues nearby exchanged glances and charged toward Jiang Yi one after another. These statues were another mechanism of the ghost town. Compared to the ghosts' mental attacks, these statues had faster attack speeds, greater strength, and even understood some simple coordination. But the problem was, Jiang Yi was not just a pure mental attribute fighter. Jiang Yi's melee combat ability was only stronger than his mental attacks. With a diagonal slash, the arm of a statue holding a hammer was severed. The more Jiang Yi fought, the more relaxed he felt. It was just like training with the moon leopard and Zoro, except there were more of them, and they were slower. When the white ghosts overlapped, Jiang Yi simply closed his eyes. At this moment, within Jiang Yi's consciousness, the terrain of the entire plaza manifested. The trajectory of every attack, the movement of every statue, and every split second before they struck. Jiang Yi could see it all clearly. Hearing the sound of wind, Jiang Yi swiveled his body, his toes tapping onto the shield of a shield-bearing statue. Wait a minute. Jiang Yi's brows twitched slightly. Do the movement trajectories of these statues seem to follow a pattern? The ghosts of the ghost town were, in a way, very similar to the skeletons in the bone burial grounds. Both could be resurrected. And as for the statues, every time Jiang Yi destroyed one, several new ones would appear, equally impossible to completely eliminate. Although their current combat power couldn't inflict damage on Jiang Yi, if this continued, Jiang Yi's stamina would be exhausted, and he would fail to clear the stage. Jiang Yi did not panic. Horizontal and vertical. No, that wasn't right. Some statues still moved diagonally upward. Jiang Yi observed for a moment, but he still lacked evidence. Once again surrounded by 2 armored statues, Jiang Yi moved in a Z pattern, rolled out from under the statue's legs, and arrived at the far back of the plaza. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yi opened his eyes again. Within his dark, focused vision, the entire plaza came into view. The fountain below, the moving statues, the ghosts looking up at him, the stone tiles carved with patterns underneath. 1, 2, 3. Jiang Yi's gaze swept across the top, all the way to the number 8. 8 horizontally spaced stone tiles. Whoosh! Jiang Yi leaned to the side, and an arrow flew past his cheek. Jiang Yi raised his hand, and blessing appeared in his palm. Blessing has finished charging. Do you wish to fire? Yes. A massive blue electromagnetic blast roared, sweeping through the statues below, turning them into fine powder. Jiang Yi flipped again. 1, 23 8. There were also 8 alternating tiles, an 8x8 grid. This is a chess. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. New statues generated once again. This time, Jiang Yi saw it more clearly. Shields, greatswords, archers. These represented ordinary soldiers. And if his guess was correct, their movement method was forward, advance, rumble. The shields moved forward. The distance of the original chess pieces wasn't long. Logically speaking, a single square shouldn't result in a significant displacement. But the problem was, Jiang Yi's gaze suddenly looked downward, in places difficult for the naked eye to perceive. Those tiles without patterns were also moving. In other words, each statue corresponded to a chess piece, and they moved according to the rules. But the problem was that the chessboard squares below were also moving. To predict the opponent's actions, one had to distinguish all 64 tiles one by one and calculate their positions in real time. Don't ever do fan art in the next life. This is the fan art for the first book. It's very quiet, very happy, and very suitable for ASC or ENSAV or. Thank you, Teacher Chihan. Chapter 625. The King. Calculating the positions of these things in real time would require someone with extreme anxiety. With his own memory, he could at most remember the positions where the pieces moved, but the tiles below. To Jiang Yi, these patterns looked no different from one another. But Jiang Yi didn't intend to finish the calculations anyway. Playing chess, is it? The most important thing is to catch the king. Dodging an archer once more, Jiang Yi began to observe. First to be ruled out was the guy using the rapier, although that guy was dressed the most extravagantly. According to Jiang Yi's judgment, this guy was definitely not the king. According to the rules of chess, the king is the most important piece in the game. Generally speaking, it would not charge into the fray. The king can never be captured. But a checkmate can be formed through other means, and once formed, the entire game ends. From this point of view, that guy was wrong. Jiang Yi's gaze shifted. At this moment, the statues seemed to realize something and began to move frantically across the board. But Jiang Yi was not misled by their movement lines. He only looked for those with the greatest range of movement. For example, the one that could move the most positions horizontally and vertically, the rook. Among the statues, and like the rook in standard chess, this rook was actually a female statue. Behind the statue was something resembling a short cape, and in her hand was a giant blade, slash. Wherever the rook passed, the ground was split apart. Hey! The giant blade swung down toward Jiang Yi's shoulder. A keel emitted a purple glow, blocking the front of the giant blade. Jiang Yi's gaze shifted. Whoever would charge into the fray alongside the rook could not possibly be the king. Use the process of elimination to rule them out one by one. Left 1, right 3. The chessboard shifted again. Jiang Yi's vision blurred. After muttering a complaint about the trouble, he returned to the highest point once more. Time ticked away, second by second, and Jiang Yi became even more focused. Outside the dungeon, Yahello placed a crystal into his pouch and glanced at the time on the main screen. It was nearing 10 o'clock, an hour should have passed since Jiang Yi entered the dungeon. That guy should still be in the ghost town, right? The statues that resurrect and the ghosts in the ghost town are a bit troublesome. But for Jiang Yi, they aren't exactly difficult obstacles. It's just that it might take some time. How long did it take him back then? It seemed to be a quarter of an hour. And then he had memorized all the routes and followed them to find the king among the chess pieces. Humans, before their intelligence attribute is fully developed, it should take them a few hours. Yahello tossed his bulging pouch nonchalantly. After transmitting some goods through white light to the window that won't close and other human merchant agents, he sighed. For some reason, he suspected that he had been wrong from the very beginning. Although he had passed through this ghost town smoothly, he hadn't cleared the level afterward. He didn't know where the problem lay, but he hoped Jiang Yi could accomplish what he couldn't. Inside the ghost town, Yahello was right. With Jiang Yi's intelligence attribute of only 1 point, it really wasn't easy to determine who the king was in such a short time. On one hand, both the chessboard and the pieces were constantly moving. On the other hand, the presence of the ghosts themselves caused interference. Although the territory of fear existed, The interference Jiang Yi received wasn't severe. However, after an hour, Jiang Yi still felt as if his brain were covered in a layer of fog, making it hard to see clearly. Wrong. This is wrong. Jiang Yi's brows were tightly furrowed. He had already tested every single statue, but none of them were it. Had the king's statue not respond? Impossible. In a chess game, the king must exist before everything else. But he had tested every statue. Could it be that his judgment was flawed? Was the so-called chess game just a distraction? Another half-hour passed. With a boom, the defeated chess pieces had piled up under Jiang Yi's feet, and debris rolled away with his shoes around Jiang Yi. New statues began to appear one after another, as if there were no end to them. Jiang Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. White ghosts emerged once again at the stalls. Some held watermelons in their hands. Others clutched steel forks, surrounding Jiang Yi once more, the canvas fluttering in the square. The manhole cover beneath his feet, even they were filled with killing intent toward Jiang Yi. The battle was endless. Even now, Jiang Yi had grasped the movement patterns of all the pieces, but he still couldn't end the battle or find the king. Later on, Jiang Yi even resorted to dodging without attacking. When the pieces reached Jiang Yi's position, they even began to promote. The pawns turned into rooks, knights, bishops, and even queens. But the king simply never appeared. 10 more minutes passed. Faint, ethereal singing began to echo in Jiang Yi's ears. It sounded like a zither, or perhaps a flute. Someone began to whisper in his ear. No, to be precise. The entire town had begun to speak to him. Victory, hope, betrayal, terror. The ghost town had come alive, and everyone was frantically whispering something to Jiang Yi. Betrayal, Jiang Yi murmured, just as the word appeared in Jiang Yi's mind. His back suddenly spasmed violently. Before he could react, his entire body was pinned to the ground by a massive force. At some point, a statue dressed as an assassin had appeared behind Jiang Yi. The moment Jiang Yi was distracted, a dagger had been driven deep into his spine. Jiang Yi's body jerked violently. When the statue's dagger pierced his back, it didn't pull the blade out immediately. Instead, it used the momentum to pin Jiang Yi firmly to the ground. Jiang Yi's teeth chattered as he gritted them. The excruciating pain helped him regain some clarity. A large hole had been torn in his wound. Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he forcibly tore through his own flesh to turn around. A silver-white handgun appeared in his hand. Silver Wing Assassin. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets fired. Both of the statue's eyes and its nose were pierced through. Another shot missed. But regardless, Jiang Yi had regained the ability to stand up. He quickly crouched and stood up from his spot. Just as he was about to flip away, Jiang Yi's figure suddenly swayed. Wait a minute. He seemed to have overlooked something. All the pieces were moving. That's not right. There was one that hadn't moved. There was something he had excluded from the very beginning. That is, Jiang Yi's gaze suddenly shifted to the very back of the assassin. That was the position that had been detached from the battlefield from the start, and also the position that hadn't been within his scope of consideration. In Jiang Yi's vision, the fountain from which the rapier-wielding statue had emerged suddenly condensed. Ghost town description. A town belonging to the subordinates of the manor's master. In the town, everyone waits for news of the manor master's victory. They have waited for a long time, until they themselves became symbols of waiting. When you hear the whispers of the ghosts, please do not lose yourself in them. As for the information here, Jiang Yi, or rather, ordinary humans would only see the last 2 lines. They have waited for a long time, until they themselves became symbols of waiting refers to the statues and the residents waiting here. When you hear the whispers of the ghosts, do not lose yourself in them refers to the moment just now. But the most important information was not that. It was the very first sentence. Explanation. The small town belonging to the master of the manor. In this town, everyone is waiting for news of the manor master's victory. The master of the manor, the master of this small town, is in some sense the king. The rest of the people are merely existences waiting for the king. In other words, it is impossible for the king to be inside this small town. The only thing related to the king. Jiang Yi looked abruptly toward the fountain. The rapier-wielding knight was a diversion. The pattern carved with F was also a diversion. The true thing related to the king was the pedestal engraved with hero. That was also the place where the rapier-wielding knight walked down from. A chapter ode from March, chapter 626, Naples. When Jiang Yi looked at the fountain, he didn't know if it was his imagination, but at this moment, all the statues instinctively sensed danger. The speed at which the chess pieces changed increased, but Jiang Yi was faster than them. With a whoosh, the white ghost picked up the steel fork in its hand and shot it toward Jiang Yi. A smile rose on Jiang Yi's face. This reaction proved that his guess was correct. Jiang Yi raised his right hand, and a similar steel fork appeared in his hand. It's not like only you are the only one who uses a steel fork. The silvery white steel fork shimmered with a faint light above the plaza. Jiang Yi's right arm muscles bulged, and he lowered his center of gravity with a whoosh. The steel fork was like a meteor streaking across the sky, shooting straight toward the opposite side of Jiang Yi. The steel fork tore through the plaza, plowing a deep furrow into the ground below. The sound of statues being pierced echoed continuously. Old Tai watched this scene, feeling an indescribable sense of gratification. That's it. Let everyone taste the feeling of being skewered through the head by this thing. Refreshing. Recalling how Jiang Yi used to skewer this thing onto his own head whenever he had nothing better to do. Old Tai felt an inexplicable urge to scratch his own noggin. It's strangely nostalgic. Jiang Yi hasn't skewered him in a long time. He always feels that the current Jiang Yi is much gentler. Of course, he couldn't tell Jiang Yi that. Old Tai grumbled in his heart for a few seconds. After Jiang Yi backhanded the ghosts and statues that had surrounded him, he swung the crimson moon downward, plunging it deep into the base of the fountain. The blade sank in as if it were tofu. A deep notch appeared in the hero pedestal. Before Jiang Yi could react, a massive force erupted from the center of the base. Jiang Yi lost his balance, but he didn't put up much resistance, rolling with the force to dissipate the impact. Jiang Yi rolled once on the ground, and invisible white light splashed out from the pedestal. This thing was like a prison. Before the prison was broken, Jiang Yi was trapped inside, and the ghosts and statues were also trapped inside. They were unable to move, only able to wait for a long time. The white light sprayed out from the pedestal, splashing bit by bit onto the plaza below. The white light touched the ghost who had been throwing two large watermelons at Jiang Yi the hardest. The white light on that ghost receded, and the brown hood, the jacket, the man's gaunt face, and his grinning mouth reappeared in Jiang Yi's line of sight. It was as if he had just woken up from a dream. Jiang Yi couldn't understand what they were saying. With a thought, the universal language pact took effect. Why am I here? Can they speak? Jiang Yi's mind stirred in the plaza. After each white ghost was covered by the white light, they all seemed to wake up. The small stalls that had been shrouded in shadows regained their color. The lump on the table, which Jiang Yi had thought was an unidentified object, was actually bread. All kinds of bread. The air was filled with the sweet scent of cream and butter. Behind the bread stall, the person Jiang Yi had mistaken for a terrifying female ghost was actually a girl with braided hair and small brown freckles. The girl had one hand placed in front of her mouth, and her deer-like eyes were curiously and confusedly staring at Jiang Yi, whom she had never seen before in the plaza. Clatter. The sound of falling stones rang out. Jiang Yi looked back. It was a soldier holding a large shield. The soldier was still maintaining the posture of a shield charge, less than a meter away from Jiang Yi. After the plaster fell away, confusion appeared on the soldier's face, and a pair of brown eyes subconsciously looked down at Jiang Yi. Upon seeing the latter's young face and not so sturdy build, he seemed startled. My fawn. With a clatter, the soldier placed his shield on the ground and crouched down to look at Jiang Yi. Are you all right, Jiang Yi? Who is a kid? Jiang Yi looked around, but there were no child ghosts that had manifested. A few seconds later, Jiang Yi reached out and pointed at himself. Ha 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 ha. Maybe I drank too much. Or on this person. Another man in armor walked over. The sound of the armor walking on the ground was quite crisp. That person rolled his eyes. Drinking in broad daylight. If Fong finds out, you'll definitely have to do 300 frog jumps. TCH. The man clicked his tongue but didn't refute it. Although Lord Fan was approachable, he was the most serious when it came to combat. If Fan found out he was drinking, he would definitely be scolded. After clicking his tongue, the man didn't care whether Jiang Yi was willing or not. He reached out a hand. Jiang Yi's heart tightened, and Aclier had already finished charging. Just as Jiang Yi was about to land a punch on this guy, the man actually grabbed Jiang Yi by the collar and lifted him up. Jiang Yi, sorry about that. "Little one, you're a new hunter, right?" There was a long sword on Jiang Yi's back. Although that long sword looked like it would snap if he bent it. The other party's small arms and legs looked the same. But when he was Jiang Yi's age, wasn't he also learning to act like the adults, carrying a long sword to hunt magical beasts? Thinking of the scenes from before, the man's expression softened slightly. He hoisted Jiang Yi up as if he were a kitten, ignoring the somewhat hostile look in Jiang Yi's eyes. Children of this age are all like this. Jiang Yi was speechless. Sensing no killing intent, Jiang Yi simply let the man do as he pleased. While being lifted into midair with an expressionless face, he observed the plaza. It seems, after solving the chess game, this town has returned to normal. In front of Jiang Yi, a barrage of text popped up. Respected player Melancholy French Fry, congratulations. You have cleared the ghost town description. In the years of waiting, anxiety, fear, and decay eroded this town, and thus Naples town transformed into the ghost town description. It is worth mentioning that before becoming the ghost town, Naples town was known as the most beautiful town in the Fang Empire. Here, you could see pure white doves, black crows as lustrous as gemstones, and in the distance, you could see the azure coastline. Within the town, you could taste delicious bread, cakes, and exotic spices. In Naples town, you can always believe that there will be another spring. Note, of course, there is only one thing you need to pay attention to, and that is, you must support the overseer and sole ruler of this town, Fang. He is the hope of Naples town, and indeed, the entire empire. Chapter 627. The missing chess piece. Ghost town successfully cleared. So the name of ghost town was originally Naples town. As Jiang Yi pondered, Carifin set him down. Jiang Yi landed on his feet. Carifin gave a hearty laugh. In truth, he didn't know what had happened, why he had appeared beneath the statue, or why he was in front of this child. But he didn't really care. Perhaps he'd had too much rum. Ha ha. Carifin rubbed his head and laughed, then asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" "No. I think you'd better ask yourself that." In Jiang Yi's mind, the image of him tearing that statue to pieces just moments ago flashed by. Jiang Yi rubbed his nose. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, on the other side, the tall, thin soldier walked over. The tall soldier sighed. He couldn't be bothered to deal with Carifin. Arthur looked at Jiang Yi, his tone not particularly gentle, and said calmly, "Name." Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment. Jiang Yi, what a strange name. Sounds like those from the eastern countries. All right, I will register your name with the team leader. Before you find work, stay at the inn. Just like that, no identity check. No need to determine friend from foe. As if seeing through the questions in Jiang Yi's heart, Arthur puffed out his chest slightly and said, "Apart from magical beasts, all humans are friends. This is the instruction of Lord Fan." Having said that, Arthur smiled composedly and pulled Carifin away. Before they left, Jiang Yi heard the two of them talking about something regarding patrols. The surroundings became quiet again. No, to say it was quiet wasn't entirely accurate, because the plaza was filled with the sounds of conversation. On the plaza paved with ancient stone bricks, an old man and an old woman walked past Jiang Yi. They seemed to be talking about some opera, or perhaps food. Behind Jiang Yi, there were young people, seemingly talking about school or the church. Poke, poke. Jiang Yi turned around. A child with a runny nose poked Jiang Yi's pant leg. Jiang Yi subconsciously lifted his foot, and the child's finger poked the ground instead. Jiang Yi frowned slightly. Some small stones had been placed on the ground. Based on his previous experience, this child was playing chess. Hey! The child held a stone, simulating the moves of a chess game, and quickly captured one of the opponent's soldiers. Till the child left, and wiped his nose in the process. Playing chess? Wait a minute. Could it be because of you that the scene from earlier occurred? Jiang Yi looked at the child with a strange expression. He finally understood. Some kind of disaster had befallen this town. The entire place had perished under the erosion of time. Everything in the town had turned into ghosts, and the soldiers had turned into statues. This town was the one under the rule of the so-called Manor Lord Fang. If one were to view the entire dungeon as a game, then Naples town was the novice village. Jiang Yi's mind cleared. He had absorbed quite a few white ghosts earlier, and his mental attribute had recovered significantly. Jiang Yi originally wanted to turn and leave. After all, based on the typical experience of playing games, the novice village was just a transitional area. The focus would surely be on the mountainside, the manor, and the ancient castle further ahead. There certainly wouldn't be any gains here. As Jiang Yi thought this, he sighed, pulled up the GPS map from before, and after marking the location of Naples town, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, his gaze caught something. A few seconds later, Jiang Yi finally couldn't help but speak. A chess piece is missing. No wonder he couldn't find the king piece, no matter how hard he looked earlier. This child had dropped a piece, and as it happened, it was the king piece. The entire chess game had become repetitive and bizarre. Thinking of those 2 hours earlier, Jiang Yi felt helpless. The child wiped his nose, seemingly not understanding what Jiang Yi meant. Jiang Yi sighed and crouched down halfway. The child looked up, staring blankly at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi switched the Qiyu to his other side and reached out, pointing at the chessboard. Here, one is missing. That was why the chess game kept repeating infinitely. Missing one, missing one, hey, missing one, woo woo woo. The child's snot and tears were streaming down his face. He sat down on the ground and just started bawling. Jiang Yi felt like cursing the heavens. He shouldn't have been a busybody. Children were the most troublesome things. He knew exactly what kind of bred he had been when he was that age. The child didn't care about Jiang Yi's reaction. In the child's world, losing a chess piece meant the game couldn't be played. If the game couldn't be played, he would have to go home. And going home was the end of the world because he would have to do his homework, go to the church to pray, and be lectured by his mother. If only you were like Prince Fan. When Prince Fan was 3, he could identify most magical beasts. When he was 5, he played chess as well as any adult. Prince Fan is the smartest person in the entire empire, and Prince Fan in his childhood was the smartest child in the entire empire. At the mere thought of being scolded, the child cried even more miserably. If he had just been crying, that would have been one thing, but the little brat was actually clutching Jiang Yi's leg while he sobbed. Perhaps he hadn't sensed any danger from Jiang Yi, or perhaps the child simply lacked common sense. Whatever the reason, he wouldn't let go of Jiang Yi's pant leg, looking for all the world like he intended to latch onto Jiang Yi for good. The roasted chicken wing had shrunk back down and was perched on Jiang Yi's shoulder, tilting its head to look at the child at their feet. In Jiang Yi's consciousness, Lao Di's voice echoed faintly, "Brother, you brought this on yourself." If Jiang Yi hadn't pointed it out, this kid probably wouldn't have noticed a piece was missing until nightfall. Jiang Yi sighed, pondered for a moment, and crouched back down. He looked the child straight in the eyes. His own dark, heavy gaze seemed to possess a magic that could make people quiet down. "Stop crying. But the chess piece, it's lost." The child was sobbing so hard he began to choke. "If it's lost, just find another one." Jiang Yi tried his best to remain patient, but there are no more little stones. Hell, the entire plaza was truly spotless. There wasn't a single extra pebble suitable to be used as a chess piece. The child opposite him wore an expression as if he were about to burst into tears again. The sight of snot and tears mixed together was actually somewhat comical. Jiang Yi clicked his tongue. After watching the child cry for half a minute, Jiang Yi finally found something suitable in his inventory. Jiang Yi reached out and snapped his fingers in front of the child. Snap. The child looked up at Jiang Yi. "This should work, right?" Jiang Yi opened his palm, and a miniature version of Lao Tai, forged directly by the original, appeared in his hand. "This should be able to serve as the missing king, right?" Chapter 628, 3 days. A miniature iron block appeared in Jiang Yi's palm. In terms of size, it was just right. The child sniffled, and just as he was about to cry again, Jiang Yi shook the small iron block in his hand and said with a half-smile, "If you cry again, Big Brother is going to leave." The child sniffled and stopped crying. If Jiang Yi left, there would be no one left to play with him. "Can this really work?" the child asked subconsciously. "Why don't you try it and see?" Jiang Yi didn't give a definitive yes or no. Instead, he encouraged the child to try it for himself. "Okay." The little brat nodded and placed the strange little iron block in the center of the stones. The moment the child placed it into the game, the previously stagnant board seemed to come alive, and he finally found a breakthrough. "It really works, Big Brother." Can you play with me? Jiang Yi glanced toward the side of the plaza. The little girl closest to them had just looked away, her cheeks flushed red, looking a bit like a little lamb. Jiang Yi rubbed his nose. For some reason, he felt a bit shy himself. He thought about it. No pop-up for the second stage had appeared yet. So playing with this child wouldn't hurt. Who knows? He might even gain something unexpected. Jiang Yi half-squatted, resting his chin on his hand. Sure, great. A bright smile appeared on the child's face. He yielded the other side of the board to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had learned chess before. While he certainly couldn't compare to any grandmasters, he had once won a city-level championship. But as for this kind of chess, anyone who has played it knows that a city championship is just a humble beginning that isn't worth mentioning in front of a true genius. Even effort is a form of cruelty. Fortunately, Jiang Yi was the type of person whose interests came and went quickly. After being soundly defeated a few times, he hadn't spent much time on it. After making a few random moves, the child's Iron King was about to be checkmated by Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's finger hovered above the board, and the child became nervous, snot already hanging from his nose. Terrified that Jiang Yi's piece would land, Jiang Yi smiled slightly. The child was already whimpering in anxiety, and before the pleading words could leave his mouth, Jiang Yi decisively brought his piece down with a sharp asterisk clack asterisk. The small stone landed on the king's path, a checkmate. The child's mouth turned down, but a rare smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face. He remembered when he used to play. He was the same way. In the final few moves, he would beg in his heart for the opponent not to make the move, praying to every deity he could think of. Yet he would still be cleanly defeated by the other person. Jiang Yi still remembered that the child on the other side was 2 years younger than he had been at the time. Tears began to well up in the child's eyes again, swirling around, looking pitifully like they were about to fall. Jiang Yi didn't comfort him. Instead, he said, "Another round. Wu, are you going to surrender?" At this moment, Jiang Yi seemed like a cold, heartless demon king, turning a deaf ear to the child's crying. How could the child stand for that? Surrender? That was impossible. Who says? Bring it on. Hum. Jiang Yi returned the small stones to their original positions once again. This time, he placed the small Iron King in his own hand. 10 minutes later, and surprisingly, the child lost again. Wu crying again. Are you a coward? Again, 10 minutes later. Again? More and more people in the square were watching the two play chess. The pace of life in Naples town was very slow. Aside from praising their great Lord Fan, their daily work consisted of finishing their chores, talking to those around them, taking walks in the rice paddies with friends, occasionally sailing out to sea on sailboats, or, just like now, someone else squatted down as well and tapped Jiang Yi on the shoulder. Hey, what is this? It looks very interesting. You're asking him. Jiang Yi replied vaguely. Jiang Yi tilted his chin, pointing toward the child opposite him. He is very skilled at it. Very skilled. The child sniffled sharply, puffed out his chest, and while silently tidying up the captured pieces, he said, "This is imperial chess. It was invented by Lord Fan. My mother said it's something only smart children can learn. Imperial chess. Is that another name for chess in a parallel world?" Jiang Yi thought to himself while listening half-heartedly. Aside from that, he did notice one thing. The worship of Lord Fan in this country had reached an unimaginable level. On the other side of Jiang Yi, the girl from behind the bread stall earlier also walked out. The girl was enveloped in the sweet scent of bread, and as she squatted down, her soft brown hair brushed against him. Jiang Yi subconsciously made some space. The girl with freckles asked, "Can I join?" The girl was a bit shy, but her gaze was very sincere. In Naples town, people often express their likes and appreciations boldly. Although she didn't know the name of the boy in front of her, she liked him. Those distinct black eyes looked just like raisins in bread. Jiang Yi let out an and the child opposite him made an sound, then proceeded to straighten his collar in a formal manner and said, "Of course you can, miss. This is our, a gentleman's honor. PFFT. The girl giggled. Jiang Yi didn't quite know how to handle this scene, so he could only extend a hand in a gesture of invitation. In the highway, the only females he had interacted with, other than Pink Pearl, were orange, and he rarely had contact with them in reality either. The girl sat down generously and began to play. In front of Jiang Yi, A light screen popped up. You have activated the hidden side quest. A day in Naples. Description: daily side quest. Jiang Yi's heart stirred. A hidden side quest. The light screen continued. Please note, only players who have completed the first stage, Ghost Town, will receive the following notifications. Instance: Fong Manor quest duration is 3 days. Current status: Day 1. Main quest: deliver the lost crown to Fong. Quest rewards: 1,000 vehicle coins, diamond chest *1, 10 vehicle upgrade, magic squares, random roulette *1. Quest penalty: none. Chapter 629. Side quest. You have activated the hidden side quest. A day in Naples. Description: daily side quest. They say the shorter the description, the bigger the matter. There was no specific task to complete in the description. Jiang Yi blinked. And at that moment, a crisp voice rang in his ears. You lost. Jiang Yi snapped back to reality and looked at the board. The bread had been defeated once again. The freckled girl chuckled. After losing, the brat didn't show the same resentment he had displayed toward Jiang Yi. Instead, he made an ah sound and said, So amazing, Jiang Yi. The brat remembered his mother's teachings, tittied up the pieces again, and the group played a few more rounds. Soon, it was noon. Just as the brat's stomach growled, the girl laughed. She patted the dust off her skirt and stood up. Hungry, the child answered with an embarrassed The girl stood up, hesitated for a second, and then took the initiative to speak. What about you? Jiang Yi's movements paused. What about you? I saw you talking to Clifton earlier. Are you new to Naples? What is your name? The girl spoke very quickly. It was clear she was still a bit nervous. The girl looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and decided to give his real name. Jiang Yi. What a strange name. The girl wrinkled her nose. After standing up from the ground, the sun in the square was directly overhead, and the people strolling about were starting to head home in 2s and 3s. What does your name mean? My name is Ange. Ange means sunflower. As she spoke, Ange turned back to her stall and found the lunch she had prepared from another basket. It was a piece of garlic bread spread with butter, with chicken, and heavy cream sandwich inside. The bread was large. The girl first cut a triangular piece for the child, and then, smiling, she looked at Jiang Yi. Do you like lemon curd? I don't particularly like things that are purely sweet and sour. It's all right. Jiang Yi scratched his head. All right. Ang's steps were light and brisk. She found the lemon jam, squeezed a dollop onto the bread, and hummed an unknown tune. Ange cast a gentle glance at Jiang Yi's delicate features, her fingers hovering for a moment over the pale yellow and pale pink wrappers. Finally, she took out the pale yellow one, carefully folded the corners, placed the bread inside, and sprinkled it with meat floss and another white sauce before handing it to Jiang Yi. On the other side of Jiang Yi, the little brat had already lowered his head and started eating. Jiang Yi, that's how you pronounce it, right? Jiang Yi said thank you and took the bread. Do you know, you are the first person to ever talk to Snot-Nose. Jiang Yi's hand, holding the bread, paused. Ange prepared a pale pink one for herself. She pulled out a stool, and just as she was about to pull out a second one, a youthful voice spoke up, let me. Jiang Yi took the stool, and they lined them up in front of the small stall. The 2 adults and 1 child sat down. Ange took a bite of her bread, the savory flavor making her eyes squint in delight. Jiang Yi did not eat. He was afraid there might be something else inside. Calmly and unobtrusively, he used the skill sleight of hand. Jiang Yi took a casual bite, and as he bit down, the bread was swapped for other food. Snot-Nose's mother died a long time ago. Ang's voice rang out softly. Jiang Yi's pupils shrank violently. Jiang Yi's peripheral vision subconsciously turned toward the little brat who was busy gnawing on his bread. Don't worry, he doesn't understand. Many people have already told him that his mother is never coming back. But no matter how many times he hears it, his consciousness just ignores it. However, this is the first time he has played chess in the square. I wonder if it's because he saw the little pebbles on the square. This child wanders under the fountain every day. He says his mother will return with His Highness. His mother was the Empire's chariot, the most powerful warrior by His Highness's side. And His Highness is the Empire's most powerful warrior. They will definitely return. But His Highness returned. But Snot-Nose's mother did not. Ainge swallowed her bread. Her doe-like eyes filled with a touch of sorrow. Snot-Nose is sick. He hasn't been this happy in a long time. The first day he cried under the fountain. The entire city guard came to comfort him. The second day, the city guard reduced the number of soldiers sent. The third day, the fourth day. A month later, eventually. No one cared about him anymore. Everyone has their own lives to lead. The battle against the magical beasts hasn't ended yet. We are still waiting for victory. This crying little fellow has become a bit annoying. Jiang Yi had originally thought Ainge would say the child was troublesome, stubborn, and unwilling to leave. But Ainge said, "This child always forgets what happened the day before." He runs out of the residents' homes. And as time went on, everyone could only let Snot-Nose be. As she spoke, Ainge even gave Snot-Nose's bottom an angry kick. Snot-Nose tumbled off the chair, looking at the freckled young lady in front of him in confusion. He seemed not to know what had happened. Ainge curled her lips. This guy, even though she brought him food every day, the next day, this little fellow would forget her and say things like, "Mother said that as a qualified gentleman, maintaining politeness toward ladies is an excellent character trait." After saying that, he would squat down and continue playing his impossible game of chess. The war had lasted as long as this little fellow had been doing this. She was very angry. Even after being kicked, Snot-Nose wasn't angry. After giving Ainge a strange look, he sat back on the chair obediently and started eating his bread. "I used to think he was just playing with little pebbles. I didn't realize he was playing chess." Jiang Yi's mood felt heavy for a moment. To be honest, if he hadn't experienced the battle just now, he wouldn't have realized what the little fellow was doing. After all, from an adult's perspective, it was just a child throwing pebbles. "What is Snot-Nose's name?" After a moment of silence, Jiang Yi asked. Ainge pondered for a moment. She had truly forgotten. Everyone just called this guy Snot-Nose. I don't know. Snot-Nose didn't react to their conversation either. He was currently looking at something new. For instance, the chubby bird on Jiang Yi's shoulder. Not knowing what he was thinking, Snot-Nose actually drooled. Snot-Nose quietly stood up, his chubby little hand just reaching out, and with a clap of his hands, he lunged toward Jiang Yi. The roast chicken wing flew up from Jiang Yi's shoulder. Amidst the chaos of the bird flying and the person jumping, Jiang Yi remained expressionless and grabbed the child. Chapter 630, Amber Jam. In the time that followed, after Jiang Yi quietly finished his bread, he listened to Ainge tell stories about the town. As Jiang Yi listened, he watched the progress bar on the light screen begin to move. Below the side quest, A Day in Naples, the white progress bar began to move slowly after the quest was unlocked. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, feeling that to complete this quest, he might really need to stay in the town of Naples for a full day. Honestly, this was a fairly risky decision. If Naples were compared to a novice village, then if Jiang Yi were to stay here for a day, it would mean the entire main quest time would be compressed to only 2 days remaining. While listening to Ainge talk, Jiang Yi looked with his peripheral vision toward the area outside the square. It was a vast mountain range. Halfway up the mountain, one could see bright flowers, and at the very top was a white spire. When he first refreshed Razor Highlands, Jiang Yi had seen this spire, but the dungeon hadn't been activated at the time. Now that he thought about it, the spire he saw must be the spire of Phaon Manor. With only 2 days left, was it possible to cross from the mountainside and find Phaon within the manor? Was he really going to waste an entire day staying in the novice village to complete a quest? What if the items he wanted didn't refresh here? Various thoughts flashed through Jiang Yi's mind. Although Ainge and the snot-nosed kid were quite interesting, that didn't mean they were related to the main quest. While Jiang Yi frowned in thought, he suddenly noticed the avatar of the fox in his private chat channel. His messages had long since stopped going through, and anything he sent turned into a string of garbled code. It wasn't that Jiang Yi wanted to ask for help at this moment. Rather, he had thought of something else. That was, even someone as clever as Uerta hadn't cleared the Fawn Manor. He didn't know how much time Uerta had spent on the first stage, Coast Town. An hour, according to Uerta's intelligence. If even that fox hadn't passed it, perhaps he needed to be even more cautious. Jiang Yi didn't think he was smarter than anyone else. At this moment, he put himself in the other's shoes. If he were Uerta, what would he do? Jiang Yi rubbed his chin. Based on his understanding of Uerta, this guy had no interest in anyone other than his younger brother. In other words, when the snot-nosed kid grabbed Uerta's pant leg, the guy's first reaction Jiang Yi blinked his dead fish eyes. The guy's first reaction would definitely be to roll his eyes, because every time Jiang Yi saw that fox, the fox was dressed more impeccably than the average human, wearing a white shirt, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, with pant creases so sharp they could probably be used to shave. The snot-nosed kid, however, didn't care about any of that. There were still two handprints on Jiang Yi's pant leg right now. So, there was a high probability that this guy wouldn't even trigger this side quest. Even if he did trigger it, given Uerta's shrewd personality, after weighing the value of the side quest against the main quest, he might just choose to leave Naples directly. This wasn't to say that Uerta didn't care about details, judging from previous experience. The system's division between main quests and side quests was very accurate. Side quests might yield some rewards, but they wouldn't affect the progress of the main quest. Once it was clear that the side quest A Day in Naples was a daily side quest, it wouldn't affect the main quest's progress. Therefore, thinking from that perspective, if he were Uerta, he would definitely abandon this side quest decisively. For Uerta, the treasure in the manor was the more important thing. If the quest failed after Uerta refused it, then it would be better to complete this side quest. Jiang Yi didn't think he could do better than Uerta in terms of details. Therefore, thinking in reverse, what Uerta didn't do might actually be the breakthrough point for the quest. Having figured this out, Jiang Yi felt less anxious. It was true. He had come here to recuperate his mind in the first place. If he stayed tense all the time, problems would arise sooner or later. A daily quest, just do it. After Jiang Yi thought this, his posture even felt more relaxed. Jiang Yi also felt embarrassed to eat someone else's bread for free. So after discussing it, he decided to join Ang's bread stall. It was a perfect opportunity to learn a new craft. Ang seemed very happy about Jiang Yi's participation. The girl brushed back her brown hair, which had been scattered by the wind, and handed the wheat flour to Jiang Yi. The ratio of flour to water. Jiang Yi knew some basic knowledge. He still knew how to make simple bread, but Ang's method seemed a bit different from the one in the real world. When kneading the flour, I add some lemon, shh. This is my little secret, because a lot of butter is added when making bread. Adding a little lemon juice makes the taste of the bread much fresher, and the flour will also have more elasticity. Yes, that made sense. Jiang Yi thought to himself while nodding. He squeezed the lemon juice by hand, and following Ang's movements, he dripped the lemon juice in while stirring the flour. As for the ham, you can grill it first to let the juices come out on the surface before putting it into the bread. The heat is the key. It just means don't let it get charred. It needs to be just right with a bit of crispness. Got it, Jiang Yi agreed. The snot-nosed kid watched their movements curiously from the side, and Jiang Yi wiped the snot off the kid's nose while he was at it. From a certain point of view, Ang was quite patient. After all, if customers saw the snot-nosed kid hanging around the bread stall, it was inevitable that they would have some associations. About an hour later, Jiang Yi squeezed cream on top of the bread, combining it with the taste of modern bread. He didn't use the condensed milk that the Naples townspeople were accustomed to, but instead added a bit of salty sweet amber sauce on top of the cream. The principle behind this was similar to a perpetual motion machine of salt and sweetness. It was entirely based on Jiang Yi's intuition that doing so would make it taste better. Ang watched Jiang Yi's movements curiously. She had originally thought Jiang Yi just wanted to help, but she hadn't expected Jiang Yi's speed in mastering the method was astonishingly fast. After asking clearly about the ingredients and the proportions, he was able to operate it himself. Moreover, if nothing else, artisans actually pay a lot of attention to the rhythm of the operation. Some people, when cooking or making food like bread, might be cautious in their hearts, but because they are unfamiliar, they always end up flustered, giving people a sense of clumsiness. But Jiang Yi had none of that. Stirring the flour, filling the stuffing, baking the bread dough, brushing a layer of honey on top, and the action of squeezing the cream were all quite skillful. Ang's eyes grew brighter and brighter. When she saw Jiang Yi carefully spreading the sauce on the bread, she asked in a low voice, "Can I have a taste?" "Of course." Jiang Yi cut a small piece and smiled gently. Chapter 631 Length, Width, and Height. The taste of the amber sauce was a bit strange to Ainge. At first, she only felt it was slightly salty. But seeing Jiang Yi's look of anticipation, she puffed out her cheeks and finally ate a small bite of the bread. When the cream on top, the lemon sauce inside, and the little bit of ice cream that Jiang Yi had added entered her mouth together, Aang's eyes widened bit by bit. What kind of taste is this? What is this sweet, cold thing? The Empire naturally had ice, but the concept of ice cream had never appeared before. Putting ice cream inside bread was a common practice in the modern world, but this was the first time Ainge had ever eaten bread with such a rich texture. It's delicious. Jiang Yi shouted yes in his heart, since entering the game. Apart from the first time he gambled on the game's rules, he had rarely felt such pure joy. It seems that he actually has a bit of talent when it comes to gourmet food. The corners of Jiang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Ainge asked curiously, "What did you put inside this ice cream?" Jiang Yi said with a straight face, "Ice cream. Is that the name of the person who invented this food?" Jiang Yi smiled and hummed in agreement. Out above the light screen, characters appeared. "Your mood is quite good." Jiang Yi didn't say anything. His mood was indeed quite good. After maliciously deceiving an innocent and simple young girl, Jiang Yi let out an eye and said, "Do you want to learn? Really? Of course. You taught me just now." In the time that followed, Jiang Yi taught Ainge how to make ice cream. Generally speaking, to make ice cream that doesn't melt easily and is more stable, one needs an ice cream machine. Back when he was learning to make this stuff, because his food channel was doing quite well, he received brand sponsorship and thus owned the first ice cream machine of his life. Thinking of the scenes of him experimenting at home, Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile. The ingredients for ice cream are actually just milk, heavy cream, sugar, and egg yolks. Jiang Yi taught Ainge the method for making ice cream. There were no refrigerators here for freezing, so they could only use ice cubes. Therefore, although it was a bit of a pity, Ainge still carefully memorized the method so that after she went home, she could try it out using ice cubes. Anyway, Naples would always have a tomorrow. Tomorrow, she would still see Jiang Yi and Snot-Nose, and at that time, she could let Jiang Yi help her see if she had succeeded. Jiang Yi stayed at Aang's stall for a while, and then he began to take Snot-Nose to wander around the square. When people saw what Jiang Yi was eating, some asked where he had bought it. At this time, Jiang Yi would wave his hand and point toward the location of Aang's stall. Jiang Yi's improved bread was unexpectedly popular for many customers. It was their first time eating food that wasn't too sweet, too icy, or too cold. In short, the texture was quite novel. Jiang Yi walked and stopped along the square. Next to Aang's stall was a place that sold fruit. Since he intended to do this daily quest properly, Jiang Yi had already thrown himself into it wholeheartedly. While curiously examining the fruits on the stall, some were fruits common in the real world, such as bananas, mangoes, and pineapples, while others were fruits Jiang Yi had never seen before. Jiang Yi couldn't help but look at a pink, star-shaped fruit on the stall. This thing was somewhat similar to the starfruit and asterisk plants v.zombies asterisk, but it felt softer and more delicate to the touch, and a bit like a guava. While Jiang Yi was pondering, the old man behind the stall looked at Jiang Yi with a smile. "Would you like to try some?" Jiang Yi was stunned. Just as he was about to thank him sincerely, the old man's hand had already moved first, stuffing the pink star-shaped fruit into Snot-Nose's small hand. Jiang Yi. So it wasn't meant for him. That made sense. Snot-Nose was the true native here, although, judging from Aang's words, the townspeople no longer pitied Snot-Nose because of his tragic background. They also didn't ignore the little guy. The fact that this little guy could live well and look chubby in the square showed that there really weren't any bad people in this town. Jiang Yi awkwardly retracted the hand he had already reached out. Snot-Nose chuckled, said thank you, and took the star-shaped fruit. But instead of stuffing it into his own mouth, he rolled his eyes and placed the fruit into Jiang Yi's hand. "You eat." The pink fruit felt cold to the touch, which surprised Jiang Yi a little. But after Snot-Nose gave him the fruit, he lowered his head, looking a bit shy. While his other hand held onto the hem of Jiang Yi's pants, Jiang Yi smiled. "I'll take some of these." While talking to Ainge earlier, Jiang Yi had learned that the currency of this world was gold coins, silver coins, and fun. That's right. The authority of fun was no longer limited to the child of someone else's family in the mouths of adults, but had become the actual currency. Jiang Yi didn't have any fun on him, but he had previously opened some gold and silver coins from treasure chests. These things had unimaginable value in the real world, but on the current highway, apart from a few people who needed them, they were no different from waste paper. Jiang Yi handed over a coin. After Snot-Nose handed the fruit to Jiang Yi, the stall owner's attitude toward Jiang Yi improved significantly. He had been a little worried when he saw this guy constantly hovering around Snot-Nose. After muttering a few things to himself, the stall owner packed up the pink star-shaped fruits. Jiang Yi also took some other fruits he hadn't seen before. It wasn't that he was greedy, he was thinking that these things might be useful for young Master Pig. Didn't the latter often cultivate some strange and bizarre things in his fruit garden? Maybe they would come in handy, carrying to full bags of fruit. Jiang Yi and Snot-Nose continued walking along the square, helping a shepherd push his cart on the road, and casually patting the head of a passing lamb. At the cloth merchant's, Jiang Yi also ordered a set of clothes for himself and old tie. When the merchant heard Jiang Yi describing the dimensions of another child using length, width, and height, his expression became rather peculiar. Length, width, and height. Are these units used to describe a person? Moreover, this child was 55 centimeters in length and 40 centimeters in width. Was this a square child? Jiang Yi was accompanied by Slug, and he had originally intended to order a set of clothes for Slug as well. But the shopkeeper waved his hand. The shopkeeper's expression turned serious as he took a new jacket with a small cape out from behind the counter. He has one, no need to buy. Slug belonged to everyone. Jiang Yi's expression softened even further, wandering through the plaza. The gentle sunlight spilled over Jiang Yi, although, up to this point, only the white ghost had temporarily increased his mental power, and he had yet to see anything that could provide healing. It didn't matter. At this moment, Jiang Yi felt incredibly relaxed. A breeze drifted through Naples, blowing the stray hair on Jiang Yi's forehead. The afternoon light was slightly dazzling, so Jiang Yi simply put on his glasses. In his ears were the bleating of little sheep, the casual calls of merchants, and the mixed scents of bread, fresh flowers, and spices from the stalls. Jiang Yi had purchased enough food and edited it in Eon, waiting to list it for sale once he got out. Slug had been holding onto the hem of Jiang Yi's trousers the whole time, seeming tired from walking. It tugged on them after a few seconds. Jiang Yi understood the little guy's meaning instantly, shook his head, and picked it up. The afternoon slipped away, slow and leisurely. The sunset spilled down from the distance, and Jiang Yi and Slug returned to the fountain. The stalls were being packed up one by one, from a distance. Clyfen and Arthur from the city patrol waved at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi sat on the base of the fountain. In this moment, he didn't think about anything at all. Slug fell asleep against Jiang Yi's chest. Jiang Yi covered the little guy with a blanket from the Daydream Pavilion, perhaps because it was so comfortable and provided such a sense of security. It wasn't long before Jiang Yi felt a purring sound, like that of a small kitten, emanating from in front of him. Chapter 632 Turn and Run. Jiang Yi looked at the light screen. Although others could not see the messages he sent, Jiang Yi could still see the messages of others. Within the Special Operations Team, player window that won't close, melancholy little fry, brother Jiang, are you okay? Window that won't close had not refreshed this dungeon. Estimating that Jiang Yi had finished the battle, he sent the message. Jiang Yi sent a message, melancholy little fry, Waby Babu. This time, the garbled text had actually turned into the language of zombies. Jiang Yi. When the people online in the group chat saw the Waby Babu sent by melancholy little fry, for some reason, a bizarre image formed in their minds. The great melancholy little fry, dressed in a black short trench coat and wielding a blessing electromagnetic launcher, would open his mouth only to say, Waby Babu. Everyone in the group chat wanted to laugh, but no one dared to openly mock him in the group, except for Little Pear Sauce. Ha 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 ha. Little Pear Sauce. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yi's sister Xiaowei. You are hurting my eyes. After Xiaowei sent a string of ha 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 ha, she subconsciously coughed a few times on the road. After coughing, she clicked her tongue. Her brain was working. but others couldn't hear her. Little Pear Sauce. Looks like he can still send messages. He should be fine. Little Pear Sauce. Thumbs up. Orange, Brother John. Can you see our messages there? Orange. It shouldn't be garbled text, right? Although Brother John had sent the message right after window that won't close. It could have been a coincidence in timing. Orange. If you can see it, send another message. Melancholy Little Fry, Wavy Babu, Orange. Yay. Orange finally felt relieved. Quite a few people in the group chat were sending garbled texts. Survive, Killer, Human Brick Moving Emperor, and others had all entered the dungeon. It wasn't clear what the screening mechanism for this dungeon was, but at least, as of now, no one had come out of it. As for the proportion of avatars turning gray, it was not yet very high. On one hand, Jiang Yi had sent a warning in the group chat that the dungeon is dangerous. If someone else had said it, these opportunistic players might have taken the risk. But since it was Melancholy Little Fry who said it, they had to weigh it carefully. After all, Jiang Yi rarely spoke in the group chat, and whenever he did, it was usually about something major. On the other hand, the dungeon had its own unique screening mechanism. Not everyone encountered the fork in the road. Given these two premises, those who entered the dungeon now were either those who hadn't seen the warning or those who were somewhat confident in their own strength. The casualty rate was not too high. According to Jiang Yi's estimation, if one wanted to avoid taking damage in the ghost town, their comprehensive strength needed to be at least 80. Of course, this assumed they could find the way to break the deadlock. If they couldn't find it, perhaps they would spend all 3 days stuck in the first stage. While thinking, Jiang Yi checked the group chat messages. Seeing nothing useful, he closed the chat. In the plaza, the sky gradually grew dark. Jiang Yi took out the beak broadcaster again. After feeding it a car coin as usual, the beak opened and mimicked a line at Jiang Yi in a decent imitation. Hey, kid. A rough voice came out. If you don't go home this late, you're going to get your butt with a whoosh. The beak broadcaster was flung away by Jiang Yi. The roast chicken wings flapped, and it flew off along the arc Jiang Yi had thrown. Jiang Yi's face turned black. Damn it. Jiang Yi's movements were slightly abrupt, but Snotty just turned over in his arms and fell back asleep. Jiang Yi sighed and looked at the side quest on the light screen. The completion progress had reached 99%. This meant that he could leave this place. A day in Naples did not include the night. Although it was comfortable to stay here, Jiang Yi could not stay in this place forever. Thinking of how Ange had blushed and waved at him with a smile before closing her stall, and the way the sunset light had shone on the hem of the girl's skirt, Jiang Yi fell silent for a moment. I'll bring yogurt for you and Snotty tomorrow. I heard from Finn that you're staying at the inn tonight. The wind at the inn is very strong. Remember to close the windows. Jiang Yi, see you tomorrow. After saying that, the girl had waved at Jiang Yi with a smile and left, full of anticipation. There would be no tomorrow. Just like the old man, Reese, he bowed. Kulong and Kuhu Saolan, the 3 coconuts, Lady Maiko, and Angla, he would not see them again. They might have already forgotten him, just like the people in the Vanguard cards. But he still remembered them. Even so, Jiang Yi still said goodbye to Ange earnestly and waved his hand. He couldn't bring himself to say anything more. Placing Snotty on the wooden bench in the plaza, Jiang Yi turned and walked to the base of the fountain. A pitch-black dagger appeared in his palm. Ange was right. The wind in Naples at night was very strong, and it was even a bit cold. If his hypothesis was correct, and the main quest was to return the so-called crown to Fang, then the crown would either appear here or in that sea of flowers on the hillside. And if it were the former, the crown could only appear beneath the chess piece symbolizing the king. With a sound, the black iron dagger was plunged deep inside. Beneath the base, it was indeed hollow. Veins bulged on Jiang Yi's arm. To someone like Clifton, who thought his arm could be snapped with a single hand. It now easily sliced through the marble surface with the dagger. Jiang Yi dug downward, and the texture of the marble gradually became soft. The material filling the inside was actually yellow clay. A few minutes later, a crown crafted entirely from obsidian and red crystal appeared in Jiang Yi's hand. The design of the crown was not particularly ornate. Its overall texture was simple and elegant, which in a way matched Jiang Yi's imagination of Prince Fang, who was famous for his combat prowess. Jiang Yi toyed with the crown in his palm, and the light screen popped up. You have successfully obtained the special item, Lost Crown description. It once belonged to the Empire's only successor, Fang. But at this moment, it is buried in the yellow earth. As expected. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. This was the key item for the main quest. Just as his mind was racing with thoughts about what to do next, he suddenly felt as if he had noticed something. The sensation of being watched returned. Jiang Yi jerked his head up. In the place where the night was gradually spreading, at the furthest edge of the plaza, that familiar figure had appeared again. The scarecrow wearing a blue bucket. The scarecrow's figure was almost one with the night, making it impossible to see without looking closely. It had been staring from outside the plaza for who knows how long. Jiang Yi frowned slightly, and just as he was about to say something, the scarecrow suddenly turned. It poked its pole hard into the ground again and ran away. Chapter 633. Running again. Jiang Yi's eyelid twitched violently, as he subconsciously lifted his leg to give chase. He was suddenly tugged by something. The force was very weak, and when Jiang Yi realized what it was, he quickly eased his strength. Brother, Snotty had woken up. By now, the sunset had completely sunk below the horizon, perhaps because there was little pollution here. Although the moon was not full and had only just revealed a sliver, the earth was still quite bright. Under the moonlight, Snotty rubbed his eyes and looked at Jiang Yi with a dazed expression. Brother, are you leaving? Jiang Yi's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Didn't we agree to make sandwiches with Ange tomorrow? Ange is even bringing yogurt. Jiang Yi didn't speak, seeming to realize something. Snotty also quieted down. Under the moonlight, one could hear the rustling of the soldier's armor. They certainly wouldn't let Jiang Yi stay alone with Snotty. Once Snotty fell asleep, they would take him to the city guards to sleep. Although many citizens said they could take Snotty in, Snotty would always run out the next day after his memory reset. Instead, being with the city guards, perhaps because the people there dressed similarly to his mother, made Snotty feel more stable. The patrolling guards in the distance did not come over, only watching from afar. Hearing Snotty's words, Jiang Yi didn't know how to answer for a moment. After Jiang Yi didn't reply, Snotty blinked his eyes. Contrary to what Jiang Yi had imagined that he would burst into tears, Snotty's expression was inexplicably calm, even carrying a hint of anticipation. Oh brother, are you leaving just like Mom? Are you going to Prince Fang's place too? After a few seconds, Jiang Yi gave a soft Okay. Having said that, Snotty threw himself into Jiang Yi's arms with a plop. Usually, a child of this age would already feel shy about expressing emotions. And Snotty was the same. He seemed very embarrassed. Snotty's hands held tightly onto Jiang Yi's neck. The warm touch made Jiang Yi fall silent for a moment, and he patted Snotty's head. Good boy. Brother, I'll wait for you and Mom to come back together, Snotty said quietly. Okay brother. You are the only one who would play with me all day, who would play chess with me, feed the little sheep with me, and count ants on the ground with me. I know everyone is very kind to me. Auntie Angela gives me goat milk, Ange gives me bread, Sinso makes clothes for me, and Grandpa Shofu takes me for walks. But they can only play with me for a little while. Whenever I say that my mother is still alive, they look at me with such sorrowful eyes. I know it all. Jiang Yi's heart gave a violent jolt. I am not crazy. Snotnose buried his head against Jiang Yi's neck, his voice muffled. I am not like what the other children say. I am not crazy. I remember everything. I remember it all. I remember everyone in the small town. I remember the smell of bread on Sister Ange. I remember the watermelons and pineapples at the fruit stand. And I remember how everyone looked when they walked and chatted in the square. I am not crazy. Big brother, are you leaving now? A moist sensation dripped onto Jiang Yi's neck. After Big brother leaves, there will be no one left to talk to me. But it's okay. I will take good care of myself. Before Big brother came, I had already watched the sunrise and set 1,459 times. I am already used to it. Thank you, Big brother, for helping me find my lost chess piece. Snotnose's speaking speed grew faster and faster. In front of Jiang Yi, the side quest bar that had been stationary finally began to move again. Quest completion progress, 99.1% quest completion progress, 99.2% quest completion progress. Snotnose lifted his head from Jiang Yi's neck. He wiped his eyes and pulled something out of his pocket. Jiang Yi looked closely and saw that it was a small pastry. It was something Snot-Nose had secretly molded on the side earlier that day while Jiang Yi was learning to bake bread with Ange. He had molded it into the shape of a little person. It was Jiang Yi. Snot-Nose gave the pastry to Jiang Yi, and a notification popped up. You have received a gift from the special quest. Son of the Kingdom's Chariot. Special item description, a piece of pastry. Usage instructions, none. Note, you must find a way to use it yourself. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take it. Seeing that Jiang Yi had accepted it, Snot-Nose no longer delayed his time. Partings were always like this, just like that day when his mother let go of his hand. He understood it all. Snot-Nose sniffled, jumped down from the chair, and as the moonlight shone on Jiang Yi's face, Jiang Yi couldn't even describe his own mood at that moment. After jumping off the chair, the little fellow, despite his reluctance, seemed to realize something. He walked away from Jiang Yi's side and a few quick steps stood in the distance. The bright smiling Kryphin and the stern-faced Arthur appeared on the opposite side of the square. With a few more steps, the little fellow stood between the two of them. Above the square, white mist suddenly appeared again, shrouding everyone's figures. Jiang Yi saw Snot-Nose seemingly say something to the two of them. Afterward, Kryphin and Arthur greeted Jiang Yi, turned around, and prepared to leave with Snot-Nose. Snot-Nose held Kryphin's left hand and Arthur's right. As he was about to leave, he suddenly lifted his little head, looked in Jiang Yi's direction, and opened his mouth. Goodbye, big brother. The white mist suddenly converged. A mechanical broadcast sound rang out. You have completed the side quest. A day in Naples. Description, completion progress. Note, amidst everyone's flickering kindness, you are the 1% of sincerity. Thank you. The hazy mist once again shrouded the small town. The lights and laughter all vanished, replaced by an absolute silence. Naples town had once again turned into ghost town. The lingering warmth on Jiang Yi's neck also disappeared. As the night wind blew, everything experienced during the day felt like a dream. Everything was gone, except Jiang Yi opened his palm. In his line of sight, on top of the square pastry, was a simple sketch of a little person. The little person had eyes of moderate size, and the line of its mouth was slightly curved upward, looking very happy. If the pastry weren't still real, Jiang Yi would have suspected that everything that happened today was just a dream. The people and buildings had all disappeared, leaving only him in the center. The sound of thump, thump, thump rang out again. Jiang Yi turned his head. The scarecrow's figure was weaving through the mist. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi lowered his center of gravity and gave chase once more. The book didn't refresh. It's just Tomato the platform acting up. It was probably just around noon. I couldn't even log into the back end. And other books were having similar issues. It seems the entire platform had a problem. Chapter 634, Epiphany. Swish, swish. It was raining. The threads of rain connected into fine lines, falling behind Jiang Yi. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Yi jumped over a puddle. The square behind him and the entire Naples town had vanished into the mist. The scarecrow's speed was very fast. I don't know if it was just my imagination, but Jiang Yi always had the feeling that this guy was doing it on purpose. It seemed to be guiding him. When his speed slowed down, the other party's speed would also slow down. When his speed increased, the other party's speed would also increase. No matter how Jiang Yi ran, the scarecrow would maintain a certain distance from him. Passing through the thick mist, Jiang Yi plunged into the forest. The woodland here was quite lush. When passing through the bushes, Jiang Yi even saw spider webs on them, and when looking up, there were snakes slithering across the branches. Jiang Yi's gaze shifted accordingly. After crossing several animal traps that were likely set by hunters, Jiang Yi stepped out, and the entire woodland opened up in front of him. A massive lake appeared. The lake seemed to have no end. Ahead of Jiang Yi, the scarecrow's footsteps paused only for a brief moment before it continued to sprint. Jiang Yi's eyelid twitched violently. The scarecrow reached the edge of the lake first. Under Jiang Yi's watchful gaze, it did not stop. Instead, its entire body lifted into the air, and then, the wooden pole actually floated right on the surface of the water. The sound of the lake water parting echoed continuously, and the sound of the rain was carried into Jiang Yi's ears by the wind. There was no bridge on the lake. If he were to go around the sides now, Given the speed comparison between himself and the Scarecrow, he would definitely fall behind. This area was completely shrouded in mist. Once he lost track of it, he reckoned he would never find the path to the manor again. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, then decisively took a step forward as splash. Jiang Yi's toe also touched the surface of the water. The scene of sinking that Jiang Yi had anticipated did not occur. Focusing his gaze, Jiang Yi finally saw clearly what was beneath his feet below the lake water. There was a layer of deep green aquatic plants. These plants were clustered together, forming something akin to a tray. This thing was about 1/3 the size of a foot, and under the moonlight, it was not obvious at all. The Scarecrow's wooden pole had a very small surface area, so walking on this was effortless, but for a human, it was basically very difficult to move forward. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. The Scarecrow's figure was already gradually becoming blurred before his eyes. There was no time to think now. Jiang Yi silently recited in his heart, True sight activated. Dark light flashed through Jiang Yi's eyes, and soon, the aquatic plants beneath him lit up. These aquatic plants were living organisms. No wonder the Scarecrow wasn't walking in a straight line. As Jiang Yi thought this, he began to adjust his direction. He was very cautious with the first few plants, but as he went on, Jiang Yi suddenly felt that his spirit and vision seemed to reach a strange harmony. It was as if, once his eyes caught sight of the deep green, faintly glowing aquatic plants, he subconsciously adjusted his pace to keep up with the rhythm of the Scarecrow, and his entire body began to feel light. Splash! Jiang Yi jumped from the first plant to the second, then quickly to the third, the fourth. By then, Jiang Yi was no longer even intentionally observing where the plants were coalescing. Just as the thing was about to form, Jiang Yi's figure would already appear above it. This feeling was quite marvelous. He had experienced a similar state once before while training with the moon leopard. It had also occurred when he and Zora were exchanging slashes on the rooftop battlefield. Now, this was the third time. Jiang Yi's mind became increasingly clear, and his breathing leveled out. Above the vast lake, slender streaks of rain fell from above. Occasionally, birds would linger over the lake, their figures moving in sync with Jiang Yi's as they skimmed toward the other side. Splash! With the final sound, Jiang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. His vision refocused, and he found that he had already arrived on the other side of the lake. A mechanical broadcast sounded, Congratulations, player Melancholy Little Fry. Your spirit attribute has increased by 2 points. Your skill Silent Step has been upgraded to an intermediate skill. Your original specialization field has been upgraded to Domain Stillness Description. A calm mind breaks 10,000 laws, and no matter the external circumstances, as long as your mood is calm, you can see things you could not see before and comprehend more obscure and difficult knowledge. After activating Domain Stillness, your spirit attribute will receive a 15% bonus. Within the domain of stillness, most negative statuses, including taunt, enrage, fear, etc., will be almost ineffective against you. Note: the degree of ineffectiveness depends on the comparison between the opponent's spirit attribute and your own. If the opponent's spiritual power exceeds yours by 3 times, the degree of ineffectiveness will be significantly reduced. Within the domain, your chance of epiphany will be higher. You have gained 2 points of intelligence. The intelligence attribute increased. Jiang Yi looked at his status window, and sure enough, the number there had changed from 1 to 3. Not only that, Jiang Yi felt that his eyes could see more clearly, and his ears could hear more distinctly. Eyes and ears were, by logic, organs more closely related to constitution and health. But when his constitution increased, Jiang Yi hadn't felt any particular enhancement. However, when his intelligence increased, Jiang Yi's sensation was particularly obvious. Jiang Yi hissed inwardly. How did that saying go again? Sharp ears and bright eyes. Does the intelligence attribute affect the way he observes the world? Thinking of how Enbo had been able to observe the combat status of so many people simultaneously during the live stream, Jiang Yi vaguely felt that this direction was very likely. An increase of 2 points in the intelligence attribute this harvest alone was enough to make Jiang Yi quite satisfied. Rainwater dripped down his hair. After Jiang Yi crossed the lake, the Scarecrow, which had been running forward the whole time, just stopped like that. Jiang Yi looked at the main screen while observing the Scarecrow out of the corner of his eye. terrified of startling this guy again and causing it to turn around and run. He had to admit, this guy looked like it was about to fall apart, but it was actually quite resilient, from Naples to here. According to Jiang Yi's estimation, it must have run at least 50 kilometers. And that wasn't even counting the circuitous terrain inside the jungle. It really could run. Patter, patter. The sound of the rain grew louder. One person and one scarecrow just stood there in the rain. Chapter 635. The desire of the palatestic. What does that mean? Jiang Yi paused in place. The scarecrow opposite him seemed to have no intention of continuing, just blankly staying where it was. Jiang Yi observed for 5 minutes. And after confirming that the other party really had no intention of running away, he scratched his head and said in his consciousness, why did this guy stop moving? Originally, he just wanted to hear Brother Anvil curse, but unexpectedly, after thinking seriously for a few seconds, Brother Anvil said, it probably got soaked by the rain. Jiang Yi's heart stirred. In the pouring rain, the scarecrow's body was completely soaked, its clothes clinging to it in wrinkled clumps. While the bucket on its head rattled rhythmically under the downpour, the scarecrow ignored Jiang Yi, merely staring blankly at the sky. Because of the excessive rain, the friction on the creature's head had weakened, the bucket slid down, and with asterisk clack asterisk, the iron handle caught around the scarecrow's own neck. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. The scarecrow wore a dull expression, even lowering its head to glance at the bucket. It seems that was truly the reason. The scarecrow no longer stays dry on rainy days, and its body becomes heavier, which is why it stopped. Jiang Yi thought to himself as he pondered, that's fine, honestly, if it had kept running. While he could have barely managed to keep up, his stamina would have been severely depleted. After all, another problem with rainy days is hypothermia. Even though he was wearing a combat suit, he wasn't standing still. Running around made things much more troublesome. Now that this thing had stopped, he finally had time to rest. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi didn't waste any more time. He rummaged through his inventory and pulled out a field tent. He had bought this from your wild king Yuan. According to Yuan, he had opened many similar items during the early stages. He set up the tent. It was about 5 or 6 meters long and nearly 3 meters high, luxury tent by any standard. Jiang Yi replaced the tent's original scaffolding with the alloy he had forged earlier, which significantly increased its wind resistance. He didn't just plop it down on the ground. Instead, he scouted around for a suitable location. Anyone who has camped in the wild knows that when setting up a camp on a rainy day, you must find the right terrain. Even if you can't find high ground, you need to find a surface with a certain slope so that rainwater won't flow directly into the tent. This was even more critical near a lake. Once the lake level rose, the ground would become even wetter, and some small creatures from the lakeside might crawl inside, drawn by the warmth of the tent. If they were just ordinary small creatures from the real world, he might not need to worry. But the key was that he was inside a dungeon. Jiang Yi had just seen strange fruits that weren't like anything in the real world. While tucking the shrunken roasted chicken wings into his pocket, Jiang Yi kept an eye on the scarecrow's movements. The creature was still standing in the rain, dazed. After finding a patch of ground with a decent slope, Jiang Yi inserted the poles into the earth. He hadn't set up something like this before, so it took him some time. During this process, he became even more certain that the scarecrow had truly stopped moving after all. There were several times when Jiang Yi had his back turned to it, and it didn't turn around to run. Jiang Yi let out a sigh of relief and pulled the 2 tent flaps shut. He didn't use an electric light. Those things attracted flying insects. With the tent providing insulation, the damp, clammy feeling finally left his body. Jiang Yi gave himself a quick wipe down and changed into dry clothes. He opened the main screen. There were no new messages, but Survive, Killer, and Human Race Brick Moving Emperor were chatting in the group. Player Survive, gotta. I'm fine. Player Killer roar. Yeah. Player Human Race Brick Moving Emperor. Hot lip print hot. Human Race Brick Moving Emperor. Before Jiang Yi could even make sense of that string of text, a notification popped up. Detected public inappropriate content. The system has automatically censored it for you. Player Human Race Brick Moving Emperor. Please be mindful of your influence. Human Race Brick Moving Emperor. What the hell? The emperor almost lost his footing and fell from the very top of the plaza. In the space where the emperor was located, statues lay shattered all over the ground. The respawn frequency of this place seemed to have hit a threshold, even though he hadn't found the so-called way to break the deadlock. No new monsters were appearing. He had just been thinking about reporting his safety to everyone. But he didn't expect that as soon as he sent the message, a bunch of trashy emojis would cling to him like ghosts. Looking at the red lips and hot emojis he had sent, the emperor felt like killing the system. Player Thunderzy, ecchi and player Ampendasu. Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Ha ha ha. So you have days like this too. Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant. Night. Hot, lonely. Do you want me to come? Player, your wild king is infinitely arrogant has been muted for 1 hour. Friendly reminder. Private group chats are not outside the law. Please be mindful of your influence. Yuang shitty system. How come that guy sent such a long string and only got censored, while he just sent 2 words and got muted? This is clearly discrimination. Yuang rolled his eyes fiercely. Forget it. He pulled his flight cap down tight, grabbed the ham he'd purchased from Eon in his right hand, kicked off the ground, and set off again. Jiang Yi couldn't help but let his lips curl upward as he watched. Once his breathing steadied, he felt a bit hungry, but he had eaten too much bread today. After successfully making 1 batch of delicious bread, he couldn't help but try other recipes. Well, let's just say not every attempt was a success. These things definitely couldn't be sold, and he couldn't let Eng and the others suffer the consequences. So they all ended up in the stomachs of Jiang Yi and roasted chicken wings. Roasted chicken wings even got the runs because of it. He couldn't eat that stuff anymore. Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds. A rainy night, humidity, a lake in this kind of weather. Not having a barbecue would simply be a waste. A battle raged in Jiang Yi's mind for a few seconds. Firelight is different from electric light. The high temperature would cause most flying insects to avoid it. And red light, unlike the blue light and ultraviolet rays of electric lamps, does not attract insects. As long as he handled the things he burned properly, it would be fine. Perhaps it was because his mood was genuinely good today. Even within the instance, Jiang Yi's overall state was relaxed. When a person's mood relaxes, the cravings of the palate tend to follow. Thinking of the scent of fat, cumin, and pork mixing together, Jiang Yi couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. If you want to type the ID in settled, add a Japanese keyboard, then switch to Romaji. Desu is, it generally means is. Or, you can just copy and paste it. Chapter 636, The Merciful Father 7:50 p.m. Jiang Yi took a pile of clean firewood out of his inventory. He had acquired this wood from another player, Oak King. This guy seemed to have been a botanist before and had a pretty good relationship with Unsettled. He wasn't keen on completing quests within the various instances. Instead, he loved collecting all sorts of plants. The redundant portions would be put up for sale in the shop. In the survival game, very few players had the leisure to buy plants that couldn't grow fruits or vegetables. At the time, Jiang Yi had only bought some plants from Oak King to find a companion for his sunflower baby. Thinking of sunflower baby, Jiang Yi sighed. Sunflower baby probably wasn't dead yet, but when it was covered by the black torrent, its upper roots and stems had been damaged. To grow new stems, it would need to be cultivated all over again. However, Dave had said that if he were the one to cultivate it, he couldn't guarantee whether what grew from the old roots would still be the original sunflower baby. After all, Dave's cabin and the rules of the highway were not the same. If it turned out to be a different sunflower, then sunflower baby would truly be dead forever. After Dave finished saying that, Jiang Yi dismissed the idea. For now, he could only wait for this scene to pass, see if there would be days of spring warmth and blooming flowers, or find some other usable item to resurrect sunflower baby. Jiang Yi took out the flower pot containing sunflower baby. The pot was bare now. Only by looking deep down could one see a segment of the root. Jiang Yi touched the root. Sunflower baby no longer gave him any reaction, but the slightly sticky texture allowed Jiang Yi to perceive that it was still alive. The air here was very good. Perhaps it would be beneficial for the plant's recovery as well. After taking the baby out to breathe some fresh air, Jiang Yi began to prepare the ingredients. First, the pork. This pork was once again sponsored by Thunderzy. He had no idea what was up with that guy, or how he managed to obtain so much pork. This batch of pork wasn't black pig meat, but another kind closer to domestic pig. Although the texture wasn't as firm, the advantage was that it had a perfect balance of fat and lean meat, and it was very oily. It was especially suitable for making skewers. Jiang Yi took out Red Moon and, with a few quick motions, sliced the meat into small pieces along the existing grain. Each piece was about the size of 2 human finger joints. Meat processed this way would be just the right size to eat after being grilled and shrinking from the heat. Jiang Yi was quite familiar with handling this stuff back in college, when he went to the forest park with that group of dog sons from his dorm. Those guys were no different from the mentally challenged other than knowing how to eat, tease, sing, and act like clowns. If you asked them to cut a carrot, they'd cut their own hands. If you asked them to grill chicken wings, the outside would be a layer of charcoal while the inside was still bleeding. And it was even worse when you asked those guys to cut meat. Someone who didn't know better would have thought there were 4 Godzillas in the camp. The chunks of meat were so large that even a Godzilla would choke to death on them. Not to mention the heat control either. They'd shout that it was cooked the moment the meat turned pale, claiming it would be tough if they didn't eat it now. They'd look at meat that was about to turn into charcoal and say, "It's just right." Then, they'd take one bite and spit it out. One could only say, "You don't fear people being lazy, you fear them being both stupid and diligent." Thinking of this, Jiang Yi couldn't help but shake his head. After cutting the meat, Jiang Yi took out some fruit he had bought today from his inventory. He still remembered the surprised look the boss gave him after he finished buying the fruit. The boss had paused for a few seconds and even asked enthusiastically, "Young man, are you planning to open a fruit stand too?" Jiang Yi. He wasn't here to open a fruit stand. Alas, the wish list for new rivals from Young Wang had already exploded. Taking out a few pineapples and then retrieving sweet peppers from his produce bag, Jiang Yi cut these items into appropriate sizes and threaded them onto the skewers. Speaking of Oak King from earlier, Jiang Yi had not only bought several pots of plants from him, but perhaps because Jiang Yi didn't haggle much and was quite generous, Oak King seemed very happy. On one hand, he gave Jiang Yi a lot of firewood. On the other hand, he also gifted him some items he had polished by hand, including a large wooden spoon, a small wooden spoon, a wooden lounge chair, and so on. He had even given him plenty of wooden skewers. Jiang Yi held up the prepared skewers. Although they hadn't been grilled over a fire yet, just looking at them was already quite tempting. After arranging the firewood, Jiang Yi took out a lighter and placed some tinder on top. Soon, a small cluster of flames emerged. Setting up the iron rack, Jiang Yi placed the skewers on it. The pork this time was very oily, so Jiang Yi didn't add any extra oil. After thinking for a moment, he decided to grill the skewers in batches. With a clank, a large jar of honey was brought out by Jiang Yi. He took out the wooden spoon, scooped out a spoonful of honey, and then used a small brush to dip into it, brushing an even layer over the skewers. The sugar content in the honey was quite high. Once scorched by the flames, the surface of the skewers quickly turned a golden yellow, and a delicate fragrance began to waft from them. Jiang Yi knew this stuff hadn't reached its most fragrant point yet. The corners of his mouth curled up. After brushing on the honey, Jiang Yi flipped the skewers, moving the higher temperature lower layer to the top. On the lower layer, he sprinkled a bit of spice. When most people make skewers, they prefer to sprinkle spices on top for convenience. However, according to Jiang Yi's research, there is a problem with sprinkling them on top. As the heat intensifies, the result is often a flavor profile that is overly salty on the surface while the bottom remains dry and bland. If the spices are sprinkled on the bottom instead, the fat that renders out first will firmly grip the spices, preventing them from falling off when the skewers are flipped. On the other hand, because the flames permeate from the bottom up, the flavor of the spices is transmitted layer by layer from the bottom to the top, and from the outside to the inside. This is what is known as flavor infusion. Jiang Yi recalled the times he went picnicking with his dog sons. Usually, a large group of them would start off helping with the preparations, but by the end, he would almost always be doing everything himself. In their words, wasting food was equivalent to a crime. They didn't want to commit a crime, so they would ask Jiang Yi, their merciful father, to forgive them. What else could he say? These guys would even call him dad just to get a bite to eat. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched. He wondered how those guys were doing now. The savory aroma of pork fat slowly drifted by the lakeside. A piece of firewood crackled. It turned out that juice from the pineapple on the skewers had dripped down. The pineapple juice mixed with the spices and meat juices, creating a quite unique fragrance. Seeing that the heat was just about right, Jiang Yi turned the pork skewers over, then brought out the beef, lamb, potatoes, and eggplant he had prepared earlier. Chapter 637, Wind and Rain. Potatoes are a remarkably kind creature, whether they are made into stir-fried potato slices or French fries. They are quite excellent, however. In the context of barbecue, potatoes are not mentioned very often. On one hand, if the potato slices are too thick, it is difficult for the spices to penetrate. On the other hand, if they are sliced too thin, they will dry out after being grilled for just a short while, becoming a dish that is tasteless to eat but a pity to discard. When Jiang Yi processes potatoes, he generally divides them into two types. One is crinkle-cut potatoes. Jiang Yi switched to his black iron dagger, and after slicing the potato, he quickly cut along the edges to create a jagged, crinkle-cut shape. These crinkle-cut potatoes, when coated in spicy powder, do not dry out easily and are quite flavorful. The remaining potatoes were also divided into two portions. One portion was sliced, but instead of spicy powder, he used the hubang spicy sauce he had obtained previously. The oily fragrance inherent in the hubang sauce was enough to be enticing. On this foundation, Jiang Yi added cumin. As the sauce was grilled by the fire, the juices infused into the thin potato slices, making them incredibly satisfying. As for the final portion of potatoes, Jiang Yi mashed them directly into a puree inside a foil container, placed 2 slices of system-provided cheese on top, and then added an appropriate amount of water and dropped in the buldak ramen. Double the cream, same spicy sauce. This was the most delicious method he had discovered after many attempts. The ramen noodles unfurled one by one in the broth. Honestly, it was a quite healing sight. Jiang Yi's mouth was practically watering. He placed the ramen on the grill. There wasn't much firewood left in this spot, so Jiang Yi estimated the time. In about 5 minutes, the broth would be absorbed, resulting in a thick, gooey consistency. After sprinkling on some dry seasoning, Jiang Yi turned his head and nimbly flipped the lamb and beef skewers. Garlic eggplant. Although he wasn't particularly fond of it, it was an indispensable item for a barbecue. Likewise, he placed the foil container on the other side of the ramen. The firelight had gradually grown brighter, casting a glow on Jiang Yi's face. Outside the tent, the world had turned into a realm of rain. Perhaps because of the proximity to the lake, it was very quiet here, with only the occasional sound of birds chirping as they hid from the rain in the trees. Truly, a rare moment of relaxation. 5 minutes passed, and Jiang Yi's stomach had already begun to growl. With the fire inside the tent, the temperature was quite high, so Jiang Yi rolled up his sleeves. The broth of the ramen had been completely reduced, and the spicy scent made Jiang Yi's nose tingle. This time, instead of adding flour-cut sausages, Jiang Yi added 2 fish balls and some rice cakes gifted to him by brother Hyena. Jiang Yi didn't really like the method of wrapping rice cakes in cheese. Eating too much of that would easily become cloying. Compared to that, he preferred dipping them in spicy sauce or using a different plum sauce instead. He first tasted a rice cake. It was coated in spicy sauce, and with one bite, Jiang Yi felt saliva sliding down his cheeks. These were the chewiest rice cakes Jiang Yi had ever eaten. Ordinary rice cakes either had a watery taste or were too hard, but the ones brother Hyena made were just right. The rice cake itself was soft, smooth, and bouncy after adding the spicy sauce, although it didn't quite reach the point of exploding with juice in one bite. The texture was much richer. The taste of the fish balls was standard. Jiang Yi slurped up a fish ball along with the noodles. The fish ball itself had a hint of saltiness and vinegar, which, mixed with the mashed potatoes and cheese, led Jiang Yi to finish more than half a bowl of ramen before he even realized it. At this point, he couldn't eat the barbecue yet, unless he wanted to show up to meet that mysterious His Highness Fong tomorrow with sausage-swollen lips. Jiang Yi's lips were red from the spice, but he couldn't resist and added a new pack of ramen. After drinking half a bottle of soda, Jiang Yi finally started eating the skewers. The skewers were now the perfect size. each one small enough to be swallowed in a single bite. The pork had a perfect balance of fat and lean meat. This piece of pork belly could almost be described as beautiful. As for the texture, it was beyond reproach. As he ate, Jiang Yi couldn't help but gasp in his heart. This pig didn't die in vain. Although the meat wasn't as firm as black pork, the flavor from the barbecue was even more stimulating to his taste buds than the stir-fried dishes from before. In the wild, barbecue seems more convenient than cooking, if possible. Should he go find Thunder and buy some more? Roasted chicken wings should be quite tasty too. Roasted chicken wing was currently going crazy with happiness. Jiang Yi had only sliced some pork belly for the skewers. The rest had all gone to roasted chicken wing. Jiang Yi was eating his skewers, while roasted chicken wing had its entire bird head buried inside the iron tray. Jiang Yi had originally assumed that a bird of prey like the roasted chicken wings would prefer raw meat. However, facts proved that if there was a better option, who would want to eat it raw? Once the meat was fried in oil, wasn't it fragrant? As he ate, Jiang Yi felt it still wasn't enough. So, he simply took out some wraps. He toasted the wraps over the fire until the edges turned charred and golden, sprinkled on a handful of spices, and wrapped them around the pork and lettuce. That was a whole different texture. While Jiang Yi was eating with gusto, a mechanical broadcast sounded. You are consuming kind-hearted pork. Your physique come one, your strength come one you. Could you give me some, Jiang Yi? What kind of crazy talk is that? After the system sent the message, Jiang Yi didn't even lift his head. The system whimpered a few times in his mind, perhaps because it had spent too much time with humans. It was now genuinely curious about human sensory experiences. Are these things really that delicious? The sound of the rain grew louder, and the fire inside the tent became the only source of light. After Jiang Yi had eaten his fill, he paused briefly. As he stared blankly at the scenery around him, the figure of the scarecrow appeared in his line of sight once again. The scarecrow was naturally not attracted by the delicious food. To be precise, even now, Jiang Yi still didn't know the identity of this scarecrow or the purpose of its presence here. A guide, pointing out the way, issuing quests. Jiang Yi always felt that the scarecrow was like what some old folks described as if it had lost its soul. Dull and listless, as if it didn't care about anything. At this moment, a bucket was still hanging from the scarecrow's neck. It didn't reach out to move it, and the rainwater inside the bucket grew heavier and heavier. Finally, the scarecrow could only bend over, revealing the bare pole behind it. Tell me, does this scarecrow have its own consciousness? Jiang Yi's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Probably not. It doesn't even know to run home on a rainy day, so it likely doesn't. The anvil replied honestly. In front of it, the scarecrow looked just like a simpleton. Makes sense. Jiang Yi stuffed another chicken wing into his mouth. The top of the wing had also been brushed with honey. Most importantly, he had used a knife to make two small slits beforehand, exposing the joints so that the outside wouldn't be charred while the inside remained raw. The texture of the chicken wing was quite tender. On top of the wing, Jiang Yi hadn't sprinkled cumin, but rather authentic KFC-style spicy powder produced by the system. The iron plate crackled and popped. Jiang Yi thought for a few seconds before standing up. Although he didn't know if the scarecrow was truly a simpleton, he knew that if he let the rain keep pouring into the bucket until this guy's pole snapped, then there would be no one left to lead the way for him. Jiang Yi didn't have a suitable umbrella in his backpack. After all, the scarecrow was a bit large, and normal umbrella wouldn't be able to cover it at all. Rummaging through his backpack, Jiang Yi finally found the right thing. A large, upright umbrella used for a car repair shed appeared. Just as Jiang Yi walked toward the scarecrow lifted its head, looking at Jiang Yi with a guarded expression. Jiang Yi didn't waste words, nor did he say anything to the scarecrow, lest he startle the guy. With a silent step, he arrived 2 meters in front of the scarecrow. He estimated this was the limit of the distance any closer, and this guy would probably run again. Click. Jiang Yi placed the large umbrella next to the scarecrow and turned back to his tent. Chapter 638, Playing Dirt. Next day. Sunny. Jiang Yi was chasing after the scarecrow, running until he felt like a grandson. You damn thing. Jiang Yi was running behind it, feeling as if the kind-hearted pork he had eaten the previous night was about to come back up his throat. Jiang Yi's mood was already beginning to collapse. He finally understood, Or perhaps realized why the fox hadn't told him which NPCs to approach. After all, generally speaking, NPCs that appear frequently in a game might be quite important clues. It wasn't Jiang Yi's fault for thinking that. After all, anyone who has watched enough anime would think that a frequently appearing character would either be an important breakthrough or a setup for one. When Jiang Yi went to deliver the umbrella, although he wasn't entirely doing it for that reason, he did harbor such thoughts. He hadn't expected it to be different from what he imagined. This guy hadn't been soaked by the rain, and after drying its body early, its speed was actually twice as fast as the first day, according to the previous situation. If Jiang Yi hadn't intervened, even by the second half of the night, the scarecrow's body would still have been wet, and thus, the scarecrow wouldn't have moved. Instead of what happened last night, just as a well-fed Jiang Yi had pulled up his quilt and was finally getting a good night's sleep while listening to the breeze by the lake, a strange feeling suddenly made his mind clear for a few seconds. Jiang Yi opened his eyes slightly. Because his intelligence had increased, his 5 senses had become much sharper, and so, a crisp sound of metal rubbing against metal reached his ears. That was the sound of the scarecrow taking off. Holy crap! Jiang Yi bolted up from his tent, looked outside, and was stunned. The scarecrow was going on its way. In his field of vision, the scarecrow was already nothing more than a shadow. After being dazed for a few seconds, Jiang Yi finally shivered, lifted his legs, and started running. He didn't even have time to pack up the tent behind him. With just a thought, he shoved everything in his side into the space stone in a chaotic mess, and Jiang Yi began to run after the scarecrow. As he ran, Jiang Yi covered his mouth with one hand, realizing something was wrong. The side effect of eating too much at night was that running too fast made him prone to nausea. As Jiang Yi ran, his stomach churned violently. At this moment, he also desperately discovered that the other party's speed was almost 2 or 3 times faster than before. Later on, at a turn, Jiang Yi even had to use silent step just to keep up with the scarecrow's pace. The two of them continued like this, one running, one chasing. 3 hours later, the sky began to brighten. Thus, the current scene unfolded. The lake had long since faded into the distance, and a mountain path had appeared in their line of sight. On both sides grew wild, unkempt trees. These trees had not been shaped by human hands. They grew haphazardly, tangled together in a chaotic embrace. On the narrow path, the scarecrow's stick poked against the ground, making almost no sound at all. The speed was so fast that the ground couldn't even react. It was so fast that Jiang Yi found himself wishing he could trigger an artificial rain command. Speaking of which, would the command to weather rain work here? The sun had already risen. Although it wasn't yet bright, the surroundings had shifted into a pale, washed-out white. Jiang Yi's figure appeared amidst the waking world. The youth leaped up from the trees, his jumping power rivaling that of a wild cheetah. After the initial discomfort, Jiang Yi's expression had improved significantly, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. Although he had cursed the damned scarecrow 100 times in his heart for lacking any sense of sportsmanship, right now, the corners of Jiang Yi's mouth were gently upturned. He was happy, without worrying about anything. Just running like this under the sunlight, this was something Jiang Yi could rarely achieve even in the real world. His body felt light. Every breath was filled with the fresh air of the forest. Vaguely, Jiang Yi even felt a sense of freedom. About 2 hours later, the view suddenly opened up, and the surrounding trees began to grow in a more orderly fashion. In front of Jiang Yi, the path was no longer muddy. Instead, it was paved with small pebbles. Jiang Yi looked up, his pace slowing slightly. A large gate appeared before him. The gate was already half open. The scarecrow must have already gone inside. Jiang Yi did not follow immediately. The trees had been pruned, and the path had turned into gravel, which meant there were traces of human intervention here. Clatter. Jiang Yi landed lightly, standing outside the gate, squinting his eyes. Jiang Yi surveyed the surroundings, based on his understanding of certain rule-based locations. Oh, would he need to knock on the door or something first? He looked around, but there was no doorbell. Jiang Yi cautiously walked toward the gate and knocked on the iron door with the hilt of his Chiyu blade. A cold, rhythmic clanging sound echoed, and as if in response to Jiang Yi, something moved inside. Jiang Yi's expression shifted in surprise. Just as expected, in Jiang Yi's line of sight, The iron gate slowly creaked open. He focused his gaze and saw a vine extending from beneath the gate, gripping the iron and pulling it wide. Not only that, but the vine on the ground curled into an arc, as if welcoming Jiang Yi to enter. "Pardon the intrusion." After he spoke, the vine seemed to nod, and Jiang Yi followed the direction indicated by the vine into the gate. A swish-swish sound arose. Jiang Yi walked forward 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The appearance of the manor gradually became clear. It was a 6-story townhouse out above the villa. There were many protruding balconies, and various musical instruments were scattered across them. Light curtains blew out from within, and one could easily imagine in days gone by. Perhaps people held balls here. Perhaps someone played music here. In Jiang Yi's mind, images even appeared of people dressed in gorgeous attire, and the skirts of young girls drifting gracefully by. But now, the building seemed completely abandoned. Jiang Yi looked at the statue in front of the manor. The statue's face had been destroyed, but one could vaguely discern the figure of a young man, with a fluid build and a height of about 1.8 meters. Jiang Yi circled the statue and finally saw the familiar F, but this time, it was the full name Fengum. The unfamiliar characters transformed into a language Jiang Yi could understand. Fengum. Jiang Yi couldn't help but look up at the headless statue. The base of the statue remained in Naples. The true body of the statue was here in the manor. Was this the master of the manor, that valiant and beloved Lord Fengum? Just as Jiang Yi was lost in thought, in a place he didn't seem to notice, the curled vine began to stand up, slowly, bit by bit, following the path Jiang Yi had taken. Behind Jiang Yi, vines surged from all directions, silent but steady. Where there had once been small and open flower buds on the vines, those buds were now blooming. Murky, dark green liquid flowed from the buds, and in the center of each, a ring of writhing mouthparts appeared, each vine intertwined with the others, eventually forming shapes that resembled human arms and legs, 2 hands clasped together, as if performing a courtly bow. 2 legs, though calling them legs wasn't quite accurate, as they were entirely composed of tangled vines, looked more like a girl's skirt. And at the very top, where the head should be, was a rose in full, vigorous bloom, its size far exceeding that of an ordinary flower, 2 meters wide and tall. The heart of the flower bloomed like a raised pair of lips. The dark green liquid blended within, looking both disgusting and filled with a bizarre, eerie beauty. It was as if human facial features had appeared on the flower's heart. The mouth opened, but inside were eyeballs composed of petals. The vine whipped across the courtyard, just about to crack open Jiang Yi's skull, when a giant gray-white bird appeared behind him. The bird let out a sharp cry and charged toward the vine. At the same time, Jiang Yi's figure vanished from where he stood. It was actually a shadow. This was a skill Jiang Yi had once unlocked, Shadow Clone. Jiang Yi was no stranger to this skill. If he remembered correctly, the little gray trio had used this skill back then, and they had used it quite brilliantly. After Jiang Yi obtained this skill, he hadn't been able to use it smoothly, although his spirit attribute was high, perhaps due to a lack of coordination between his mind and body. Jiang Yi had always struggled to control the direction of his shadow. To his surprise, he was able to use it quite effortlessly within this dungeon. Judging from Jiang Yi's current experience, the spirituality within this dungeon was the most comfortable he had encountered. Any dungeon that could entice Huerta to enter voluntarily was certainly not simple. Upon entering the manor, Jiang Yi had kept his guard up, seeing the headless statue. Although curious, Jiang Yi wasn't foolish enough to approach it directly. If this thing were like the moving statues in the town of Naples, one careless move might result in his own head being placed atop that statue. And so, Jiang Yi used Shadow Clone unexpectedly. The true lethal strike wasn't on the statue, but on the inconspicuous vines at the very beginning. Jiang Yi's figure materialized behind the vines. Although he couldn't see the specific appearance of the vines clearly from his position in the back, he still gasped inwardly. So far, aside from the big eyeball, this was likely the second strangest monster he had ever seen. It wasn't exactly ugly. On the contrary, perhaps because the vines were covered in blooming flowers, it was eerily, somewhat attractive. Jiang Yi steadied his mind and braced Blessing against his shoulder. When the true nature of an enemy is uncertain, covering fire is the safest approach. Blessing has finished charging. Do you wish to fire? Jiang Yi chose yes, with a bang. The energy orb was launched toward the vines. The scene Jiang Yi had envisioned was the energy cannon blowing the vines apart. Or perhaps the vines possessing a resilience greater than he imagined, forming something like a protective shield to defend themselves. However, the moment the energy orb was fired, a chill suddenly ran down Jiang Yi's spine. The vines, which had been facing away from him in the center of his field of vision, suddenly twisted 180 degrees. Now, Jiang Yi finally saw the eerie human face at the center of the flower. On that human face, eyelashes made of petals fluttered lightly at Jiang Yi. The energy cannon grew larger in midair, the vines flew up, and the flower bud unfolded, revealing soft, writhing mouthparts inside. The mouthparts latched onto the energy cannon, and in less than 3 seconds, the blue energy cannon was eerily brought to a complete standstill. It didn't expand, nor did it explode. It just stopped there in midair, perfectly still. Jiang Yi's pupils shrank violently. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew by, sand and dust swirled, and Jiang Yi slammed his eyes shut. He blocked his face with his hands. And when he opened his eyes again, the blue orb of light had vanished. It waited. Jiang Yi's voice was filled with astonishment. In Jiang Yi's line of sight, that giant flower seemed to be looking at him upside down. So the eyelashes were at the bottom, and the calyx was at the top, making it look even more disgusting. Blessing's energy cannon had been eaten out all around. A hollow sound echoed, resembling a light chuckle. This voice was ethereal, carrying a hint of a young girl's huskiness. After the chuckle faded, the giant vine turned completely toward him and said, "Won't you invite me? The ball is about to begin." After speaking, the voice seemed almost aggrieved. The giant flower had looked at Jiang Yi, and the eyelashes opened. "Warning. Your spirit has suffered a certain degree of contamination. Warning. Your spirit attribute is slowly decreasing. Detected that you have activated Fear territory. Detected that you are using the title Fear Lord. Spirit check in progress. Spirit check failed. The opponent's spirit value exceeds yours by 10 times. The skill cannot take effect." After the girl's voice faded, the vines surged toward Jiang Yi's direction. With just a single dash, the rockery in its path scattered as if it were loose sand. Jiang Yi performed a Z-shaped maneuver, dodging the initial two vines. He drew the red moon, lowered his stance, and then, slash! A flash of white light erupted. Slish! Two severed vines fell to the ground. Jiang Yi didn't stop to pose, just as he was about to charge up along the vines. His arm was suddenly yanked by something. Jiang Yi's body tensed, and the eclair in his hand flared. He channeled power into the Great Purple, entering a stalemate with that thing. Jiang Yi looked closely and saw that the severed vines were actually taking root and sprouting again on the ground. New roses bloomed on top, and these new roses had become even thicker, with vines extending out to hook tightly onto Jiang Yi's arm. Immortal, cannot be severed, firepower neutralized. Slashes couldn't stop it at the source. And the newly grown vines were even stronger. How could this be? This didn't follow the rules at all. Jiang Yi certainly knew that this place was already supernatural. But no matter how supernatural it was, energy should ultimately be conserved. For an individual, it was impossible for all branches to be growing stronger simultaneously. This meant, when one part grows stronger, it usually leads to a trade-off in other parts. All growth has a limit. After the vines landed and regenerated, Jiang Yi didn't see any changes occurring elsewhere. This was very strange. Was there no energy consumption at all? The legendary thing that can evolve infinitely. That didn't seem right either. Evolution shouldn't be instantaneous, should it? Jiang Yi had also exchanged some understanding of the game rules from Buan, such as the most basic attribute points. Although the system could grant so-called attribute rewards, this attribute increase was not water from a sourceless spring, but rather a method of stacking spacetime to increase the body's functions. Spacetime stacking was also one of the essences of the highway game. This also explained why players felt corresponding pain every time they added points. This could be understood as a virtual version of oneself from another spacetime having undergone training, which was then superimposed onto one's own body by the system. Energy is not water from a sourceless spring, however. If this thing could land, take root, and grow stronger, it proved. Jiang Yi's gaze suddenly snapped to the ground. Here, there was an energy source. Veins bulged on Jiang Yi's forehead, and his armor creaked loudly. After tearing through the vines, Jiang Yi performed a forward roll to evade even more incoming tendrils. She slashed fiercely across the ground, tearing up a layer of topsoil. In that fleeting moment of passing, Jiang Yi saw what lay beneath the surface. Those were all writhing vines. In other words, the entire ground of the manor had already been occupied by these things. Chapter 640. One wrong step. Every step wrong. The entire area beneath the manor was filled with vines. Thinking of the sight of those writhing vines underground, Jiang Yi felt his scalp tingle. With a roll and a turn, 5 or 6 vines descended from the sky. Jiang Yi used Shadow Clone once again. 2 figures were instantly shattered by the incoming vines. Jiang Yi stood up from the ground, his blessing fully recharged. He fired 3 more shots. These 3 electromagnetic cannon blasts were enough to create a temporary gap even among the skeleton soldiers in the bone burial ground. However, the blue electric sparks blooming above lasted less than 3 seconds before they were slowly consumed by the vines wrapping around them. The giant flower with human facial features even used its vines to cover its face. Appearing somewhat shy, Jiang Yi's brain felt like it was about to explode. The vines had become even thicker. If this kind of attack was ineffective, Jiang Yi's gaze shifted sharply toward the center of the flower. Could it be a weak point that needed to be targeted? Just as Jiang Yi stepped forward with his right foot, the ground shook violently. In front of him, the earth was ripped open entirely, and dozens of vines rose up like a prison, wrapping around his entire body. A giggling sound echoed continuously, and a sound resembling a violin emerged in the wind. Looking closely, several vines had extended to the balcony, picked up a violin, and began to play with practiced ease. A magnificent yet mournful melody began to play, and the prison containing Jiang Yi gradually compressed inward. There was no light left inside. Above the manor, the massive vine cage slowly rose. At this moment, it was perhaps the closest Jiang Yi had ever been to death. The air inside the vines was gradually absorbed by the flower bud above. The vines were constantly branching and grafting, growing into one another. During this ascent, these vines rotated continuously. At this moment, Jiang Yi could no longer distinguish up from down or left from right. He couldn't even determine his own position. In a state of weightlessness, Jiang Yi's body plummeted. But every time he was about to hit the bottom, the vines would shift positions, carrying his body and scraping it violently upward. After this was repeated dozens of times, the skin beneath the corner of Jiang Yi's eye was scraped away, and his entire body burned with searing pain, due to suffocation. Jiang Yi didn't even have time to react. In the darkness, white light flashed before Jiang Yi's eyes, and he could no longer sense his own limbs. In a place without light, not being able to see was one problem, another was the loss of self-perception. In the dense space, his brain was completely deprived of oxygen. Every time he tried to struggle to stand up, the vines would rotate again, leaving him unable to tell north from south or front from back. 5 minutes later, the inner walls of the vines were covered in blood, and Jiang Yi seemed to have stopped struggling. The sound of the violin gradually became soothing, as if it were a lullaby. The female voice laughed again, as if speaking to someone asleep. "My dear prince, once you fall asleep, we can be together forever. Do you know? What I love most are the roses you planted for me. But the roses have been in full bloom for a long time. Why haven't you come back yet?" The girl seemed to be asking herself, or perhaps complaining to someone. The vines became still, as if they had truly entered a state of slumber. Just after the vines stopped moving, Jiang Yi's eyes snapped open in the darkness. His hands and legs were covered in vines. But these vines had not consumed him. It was as if they were trying to achieve symbiosis with him. Has it stopped? Jiang Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. In front of him, a card appeared. You are using the item card. Turtle Immortal description. Turtle Immortal item card. Upon use, your body will enter a state of brief rest. This item card ignores the level of mental attributes and takes effect on all creatures within the game. Using this item card will mask your aura. Effective duration, 15 minutes. Note, as the saying goes, if the enemy does not move, I do not move. Once you take an active action, this stealth state will be nullified. This was an item card Uerta had given him. He hadn't expected to use it here. Jiang Yi's chest heaved. He felt searing pain all over his body. If not for his combat suit, he estimated that a layer of his skin would have been melted away by now. This rose-type monster was the most troublesome one he had encountered so far. It feared no firepower, severed limbs regenerated. As for its energy source, it appeared that the entire area beneath the manor was this creature's backup power supply. How was one supposed to fight this? It was impossible to fight. Perhaps he shouldn't have entered the manor in the first place. A monster of this intensity had completely exceeded the level of current players. Jiang Yi truly wondered, how on earth did Uerta clear this stage? In fact, Uerta had never encountered the situation Jiang Yi was in. The first stage of the Fawn Manor was the ghost town. After leaving the ghost town, the weather would turn rainy. After crossing the lake, the scarecrow would remain stationary because it was soaked by the rain. At this time, if a player explored freely, they would see a whirlpool on the lake when the weather cleared the next day. By following the lake downward, they would find the key that had been thrown into the water, the key to the royal palace. Once the key was obtained, after the scarecrow dried itself off, it would guide the player along a different path toward the White Rose Palace above. The White Rose was the symbol of the empire where Fawn resided, elegant, powerful, and confident. In a certain room within the White Rose Palace, players will discover a skeleton sitting upon the throne. At this moment, if you take the crown retrieved from the base of the fountain in the ghost town and place it back upon the skeleton's head, the skeleton will stand up. Simultaneously, monsters will appear all around the palace. The Turtle Immortal item card that Uerta prepared was actually intended for this very situation. Because for the first quarter of an hour, the monsters that appear in the palace are immortal. An average player might not even be able to survive the first 5 minutes, although, for Uerta, these things were not too troublesome. But he detested battles that required him to break a sweat. So using the Turtle Immortal item card was the optimal solution for this scenario. Because, after the initial 15 minutes had passed, the skeleton that had been crowned known as Fawn would awaken. Then, it would battle these monsters and eventually emerge victorious. And then, the player would receive a notification saying, "Congratulations, mission failed, Uerta." At that time, Uerta stared at the large characters with an exclamation mark on the light screen, his entire fox face stiffening. To put it bluntly, that exclamation mark was drawn thicker than his own tail. If one didn't know better, they might think he had achieved some incredible feat and founded a Fox Republic on the spot. As it turned out, upon closer inspection, the mission had failed. Uerta reviewed the entire mission process and found no issues. Whether it was the key items or the monster grinding, he had cleared everything at the fastest possible speed. Yet, the mission still failed. This was the reason why Uerta hadn't told Jiang Yi the complete process. Judging from the key steps, his choices should have been correct. At this moment, Uerta did not know that, aside from the beginning, every step Jiang Yi took was different from his own. If Uerta's choices were all the most reasonable and rational ones, then Jiang Yi's choices were options that Uerta could never have imagined. For instance, why would anyone, knowing full well what the main quest was, spend their already limited day grinding in an important side quest and looking at the result? Aside from obtaining a piece of flatbread, it didn't seem to have any major utility. Furthermore, why would one give an umbrella to a scarecrow? Even with a fox's toe, one could figure out that the scarecrow's state was definitely affected by the weather. Under normal circumstances, one should avoid active interference to prevent the game from undergoing unexpected changes. In short, even if he could contact Uerta now, it would be useless. Because this guy never even encountered the so-called rose monster. If Uerta were to hear Jiang Yi's inner thoughts right now, he would likely be completely bewildered. He had indeed visited this manor, but he had only taken some precious jewelry and musical instruments with special functions. He never encountered any standing vines. On the contrary, if he remembered correctly, he actually thought those roses were blooming quite nicely at the time and even took a photo. Chapter 641, Miss Rosie. At the time, Uerta thought that although it was a bit boring, the scenery was quite nice. He made a peace sign V and happily took a tourist photo. After sending it to King, he received a reply. The monster communication platform was slightly different from that of humans, therefore, although text messages couldn't be sent out, images could still be viewed. Best little brother, boring. Oh my, little brother actually replied. At that moment, Uerta was so excited he almost exited the mission. It wasn't easy for other players to exit, but he had plenty of relevant items. He barely managed to suppress the urge to leave immediately to visit his brother at the nursing home, only to end up failing the mission after all that hard work. Uerta was speechless. Wandering through the white mist, Uerta couldn't help but rest his chin on his hand at a table and think, which checkpoint has Jiang Yi reached now? This kid doesn't look stupid. If his guess was right, he should have explored quite a few places on his own, right? Is he gathering supplies? Or is he already following the scarecrow toward the top of the mountain? At this moment, Jiang Yi was sitting motionless in a room. The #1 human player on the highway for the 3rd month was currently sitting as still as an ant. Jiang Yi's feelings were indescribable. He certainly hadn't sat down voluntarily. Right now, in a room with dim lighting, Jiang Yi had been placed on the other side of a long table. Jiang Yi's arms, thighs, and calves were covered in vines, and there were even vines extending along the edges of his face. The vines had retracted significantly by now. There was no dark green liquid, nor were there any constantly opening and closing mouthparts. Above the vines were blooming roses. The soft petals brushed against Jiang Yi's face, making him feel like sneezing. Of course, Jiang Yi didn't have the guts to move. While the turtle immortal item card was in effect, even if the sky fell, Jiang Yi wouldn't budge an inch. Jiang Yi's dark, heavy eyes flickered. What should he do now? Splash. The sound of flowing water rang out. Jiang Yi's gaze shifted. Opposite him was a rather bizarre figure. The rose monster had shrunk to a normal size, judging by its height. It was about 1.7 meters tall. On its head, which was composed of flowers, vines reached out, took a lace bonnet from a coat rack, and placed it atop its head. Additionally, the arm made of vines curled slightly, and its slender fingers were holding a teapot, pouring tea for Jiang Yi. That's right, it was pouring tea. The scene at this moment was extremely eerie. When the vines wrapped around Jiang Yi's body and brought him inside, Jiang Yi had originally thought the creature would bury him in the ground. If that were the case, it would have been fine. He would have just found an opportunity to use Earth escape. With his mind wandering, Jiang Yi even thought that after Big Purple leveled up, digging a tunnel would be a piece of cake for it. If he couldn't beat it, couldn't he at least hide from it? That stinky fox didn't even warn him about this. However, contrary to his wishes, the vines did not bury Jiang Yi into the soil. Instead, they treated him with an extremely eerie and intimate posture. As Jiang Yi pondered, a gentle voice rang out. His eyes shifted. The vines had already passed over a cup of black tea, and Miss Rose, sitting opposite him. Black tea. Jiang Yi, should he answer? The second he answered, he would likely be discovered by this peculiar young lady and torn to shreds. Jiang Yi looked at Miss Rose. The entity opposite him didn't seem to care whether Jiang Yi would actually respond. At this moment, the monster was like a 5 or 6-year-old girl playing house. When playing house, one only cares about whether the etiquette is thorough and the doll is exquisite. They do not care if the other party answers. After Jiang Yi remained silent, Miss Rose did not get angry. Instead, the vines drifted leisurely around the room. She seemed to be in a very good mood. Jiang Yi thought with a wooden expression. At this point, he couldn't run away. So Jiang Yi decided to simply see what this young lady wanted to do. You haven't come for a long time. The other party seemed to be complaining. I've only just arrived for the first time, Jiang Yi said silently in his heart. Miss Rose seemed to grumble a bit. Is Lord Tasso still making you study? Who is Tasso? Jiang Yi's heart stirred. He had never heard this name before. He is always like this. That hateful little old man. Always making you study this and that. It's not like the entire empire is lacking other warriors. You need to rest too. Who needs to rest? While thinking of a way to escape, Jiang Yi pondered who the Yuan Rose's words referred to. As Rose spoke, she couldn't help but lightly thump the tabletop again. For some reason, at this moment, Jiang Yi felt as if he truly saw a little girl sitting at the table, her small palm patting the surface, looking indignant. Jiang Yi could not provide any reaction, and Rose continued, forget it. The little old man didn't mean it. Sigh. I won't say anything more. I just. After stammering for a long time, the little girl seemed unable to put it into words. It seemed she was still too young to understand the complex emotions she was feeling at this moment. But from an adult's perspective, Jiang Yi could fully perceive the girl's emotions. She cared deeply for this you. So much so that she felt resentful when Tasso made you study. This you couldn't be referring to Fang, could it? Jiang Yi recalled the statue in the manner. Military strategy, the empire. Warriors. These keywords matched Fang perfectly. After muttering for a long time, the girl seemed to remember the purpose for which she had summoned the original owner. Oh, let's not talk about that. Do you still remember that you said you liked rose flowers very much? The monster, topped with a blooming rose, said in an expectant tone. Chapter 642. Every day. Do you still remember that you said you liked rose flowers very much? As Miss Rose spoke, she couldn't help but rest her chin on her hands, looking at Jiang Yi with anticipation. At this moment, she was no different from any child eager to show their achievements to a friend. Although she tried to hide it, the child's eyes were already sparkling. If not for Jiang Yi's current dire situation and the overly eerie nature of the flower vines opposite him, this scene could almost be described as heartwarming. Jiang Yi still didn't reply with a single word. After waiting for a dozen seconds, the girl's eyebrows curved slightly. Close your eyes. Only by closing your eyes will there be a surprise. Jiang Yi thought for a moment and closed his eyes. He was moved again. After closing his eyes, his hearing became more acute. The vines moved at an extremely high speed. Jiang Yi seemed to hear the sound of the wind and the sound of candlelight being lit and extinguished bit by bit. Jiang Yi tilted his head slightly. The wind direction had changed. Was this a transfer from indoors to outdoors? We're here, outside his closed eyelids. Jiang Yi could feel gentle light. He had indeed been moved outside. At the tip of his nose, an overly rich fragrance wafted over. The girl's chiding voice rang out. Are you an idiot? I told you to close your eyes. Don't you know when to open them? Honestly. All right, open your eyes. Jiang Yi opened his eyes. Whoosh. The wind swept across the ground. The moment Jiang Yi opened his eyes, the whole world became bright. Jiang Yi's pupils shrank violently. Behind him, the voice of the vines whispered right against his ear. Here. There is a courtyard full of roses. Isn't it beautiful? Jiang Yi's throat was completely unable to make a sound. His entire field of vision was occupied by the scene before him. Roses, overwhelming and all-encompassing, on the ground, between the corridors, and above in the sky. Rose after rose seized Jiang Yi's vision with an almost violent intensity. The thickest branch was sturdier than Jiang Yi himself. Roses and vines grew wantonly in this world. Above, only sunlight remained, piercing through the gaps of the intertwined branches, casting spots of light onto Jiang Yi's face. The rich floral scent was enough to make one drown in it. This was a blooming that burned through life force. This didn't even look like a space that truly existed. The vines slowly extended, picking up Jiang Yi's arm. Jiang Yi's gaze followed as the vines moved along his arm to his wrist, then along his palm, slowly spreading out, and finally, interlacing with his fingers. The pressure was very gentle. The female voice rang out again. I've decided. At this moment, the innocent voice gradually became clearer. At this moment, it felt as if many voices were ringing in Jiang Yi's ears. Every day, I will plant a rose, waiting for you to come back. This was the immature voice from when she was 5 or 6 years old. Every day, I will plant a rose. This was the voice from when she was 7 or 8, sounding a bit clearer. Every day, this was when she was 11 or 12 years old. The childish tone had slowly faded, gradually replaced by the budding shyness of a young girl. Every day, this was when she was 13 or 14. At this time, her voice had become somewhat hoarse, sounding a bit awkward and shy. Every day, this was when she was 15 or 16. The girl's voice had already become firm. Every day, I will plant a rose, waiting for you to return. Countless voices echoed in Jiang Yi's ears. Although each voice had subtle differences, Jiang Yi could distinguish that they all belonged to the same person. This was the voice of a person spanning childhood, adolescence, youth, and finally, old age. Every day, a rose would be planted. As countless years passed, this place completely transformed into a world of roses, until she herself eventually turned into a rose. Jiang Yi's mind went blank. Looking at his tightly held hand, the giant flower moved closer and closer to him. Logically speaking, he should have felt afraid. Even if the rose was beautiful, it could not hide the fact that it was a monster. On the pop-up status window, Jiang Yi's mental attribute was dropping crazily, but for some reason, he did not feel much repulsion. He could feel the sorrow overflowing from the rose. So thick it was almost palpable. The vines held Jiang Yi's fingers tightly, and the rose leaned against his shoulder, on its terrifying, grotesque human face. A tear splashed onto Jiang Yi's shoulder. Fang, when will we be able to admire the flowers together again? That name was finally spoken. As expected, you are Fang. Jiang Yi's heart gave a sudden jolt. The rose was completely immersed in her own memories. She had waited too long. Waited until the entire manor was covered in roses. White roses were the symbol of the empire. So every time Fang went out, he would pin a white rose to his chest. But she knew that Fang did not like white roses. He simply did not like them. However, when 5-year-old Fang first said he did not like white roses, he was met with the puzzled and confused gaze of the Minister of Rites. The white rose is the symbol of the empire, the symbol of victory. Why do you not like it? This is just a small matter. Do you want to disappoint your subjects? Even for such a small matter, are you unwilling to cooperate? Fang told her he did not like white roses. Miss Rose pressed her face against Jiang Yi's chest once more. The Fang of the past would whisper complaints to her, asking why there were endless lessons to attend. Why could the people who attended classes with him return to their mothers afterward, while he always had to be left behind to study so many things: strategy, encyclopedias, politics, military tactics, knightly etiquette, weapon skills. He knew those were important. Could they not be a little slower? Could they not be left for tomorrow? Was it not said that the empire would always have another tomorrow? Young Fang always said things like that. Miss Rose could not help but smile. More tears slid down Miss Rose's face. However, after growing up, Fang never said anything like that again. It could not be slower. Never mind having time to complain, he did not even have time to stop. In the year Fang turned 12, magical beasts broke through the empire's defense line. At the same time, Fang earned the honor of a high knight, and he began to rush to the battlefield. The roses bloomed year after year. The news of victory and the joy brought by it allowed the light of the empire to shine once more. But the young Fang could never return. All she could see was that His Highness Fang, who wore a white rose, held the sword symbolizing victory, and was invincible. Chapter 643 Victory. Fang would never fail. This was the thing she heard most often from the mouths of others. From the day he was born, Fang was synonymous with hope and miracles. The power of the empire had been declining for a long time. Among all the human alliances, the empire, located in the southwest, was the most fragile part of the human alliance. The kingdom in the far north had the protection of snow-capped mountains and mysterious guardian tribes. The snow mountains were the most solid defense line of their country. The country closest to the southeast was filled with vast oceans. The sails of great ships rose from the sky, and their abundant resources allowed their armies to be armed to the teeth. What made other countries even more envious and jealous was that they had discovered the most terrifying power hidden in the seabed: petroleum. She knew what that was. It was a source that could generate infinite power. The thing that made steam whistles and furnace fires spread through the kingdom like ants. The country near the west was already a desert, having become the territory of magical beasts. And the empire where they were located was right in this narrow gap. What did they have? All they had were people, one after another. People like the sea. People like the mountains. People were their defense line. The people could not stop. Once they stopped, the kingdom would perish. They could not surrender. They would either become refugees in other countries or prisoners of the magical beasts. They did not want to choose either of these. At this time, Fang was born. He was a blessed child. Not only was he born with divine strength, but he also possessed astonishing intelligence and spiritual perception. When he was very young, he could find flying arrows a step faster than all the knights. He could sense the aura of magical beasts before they even appeared. After Fang was born, the decaying empire seemed to come back to life, forcing the magical beasts to retreat step by step. But everyone knew that the victory was temporary. Tasso was old. Although his arms could still draw a bow, the arrows he shot were no longer like meteors. Occasional decisions would also show ambiguity and errors. There was no time left. Everyone said so. At first, Fang would still run to her, complaining that there were too many things to do every day. He actually just wanted to go to Thang family's shop in the square to eat a piece of butter bread. In truth, he only wanted to go and take a look at the lake bathed in golden light at dusk. In truth, he only wanted to come here, to this place, and do nothing at all. Just stand under the bare tree and stare blankly. Compared to those interesting pieces of knowledge, she was actually not very good at gardening. The orange trees would not grow. The white roses would not bloom. Fang always said it didn't matter, that it was fine to just stay here. In any case, he didn't like white roses either. Compared to this, the child under the tree, with a ridiculous, faint sorrow on his face that could only be seen on the faces of adults, pointed to the petals falling onto his head. I don't like white roses, I only like roses. The sound of wind rose all around. The roses that covered the manor lifted their petals at the same moment. The girl with the bizarre head said a lot, not caring whether anyone was listening. Leaning on Jiang Yi's shoulder, Rose said, her favorite time was dusk, because only at this time, in the town of Naples, on Fang's thief, could she possibly watch that guy appear under the square's gate. The light of the setting sun would illuminate that person's face. Although the way this guy looked now bore no resemblance to his childhood, Rose extended a vine and stroked Jiang Yi's face. Back then, when Fang appeared at dusk, people would always feel dazed. This person seemed to carry a kind of epic, shocking presence. With a straight spine and a solemn expression slightly reined in. His sharp spear was placed behind him by an attendant, and a long sword was held flat against his chest. The sword was not sheathed, and it was still stained with the blood of magical beasts. When everyone looked at him, he would only nod and say, "We have won." There were no flowery oaths, no exaggerated chanting from bards. This person had returned, and he had returned with victory. And so, the people fell into a frenzy. Fang, Fang, Fang. He did not need to inherit any throne like his father, Tasso. Even though the people had long been calling for it, he did not need a statue to symbolize power. His existence itself was a miracle. The words Fang and victory were tightly linked together. The kingdom's currency was changed to Fang. Fang's youthful face appeared on the currency. Countless victories made the empire's name echo throughout the human alliance. But compared to the name of the empire, the name Fang was even louder. They said this was hope. The hope for the unification of the human alliance. They said this was the future. The peaceful future that people had longed for so long, leading a decaying empire. Using the worst resources, the worst geographical location, and the smallest of possibilities to achieve the greatest victory. Fang's name was sung across the continent. And what made people even more insane was such a young, battle-hardened prince was not only invincible on the battlefield, but even in the real world, he was impossibly perfect. Fang's childhood experiences were written into poems and sung in every corner of the continent. Even the youngest children would be told by their parents, "Do you know, when Prince Fang was your age, he was already better at chess than the court's etiquette masters. When Prince Fang was your age, he could already draw a bow and kill a magic wolf with a single arrow." Fang's name grew louder and louder, but she felt she could see this person less and less clearly. In the shadows of the setting sun, she tried to find the faint resentment on her little friend's face, wanting to hear him say, "When can we go home? The roses have bloomed, that's great. I want to see them. Look at the flowers." Not entirely. At these times, a look would appear on Fang's face that she couldn't understand, a look that made her heart feel a little warm, a look that made her want to look away. But none of these things would happen anymore. She could not make Fang stop his pace, and of course, she would not make Fang stop his pace. Fang could only move forward. Fang could not retreat. Fang could not stop. This was his destiny. Rose, standing among the crowd, looked at Fang's face, and such thoughts appeared naturally. How much time had passed, she had already forgotten. Fang no longer had the time to come over. Rose after rose bloomed. And as the long years passed, even the boundary between life and death began to blur. Rose sighed softly. At this moment, her tone was surprisingly gentle, without any complaints or questions. The vine gently stroked the top of Jiang Yi's head, and her eyes, beneath white feathery lashes, seemed to be looking through Jiang Yi at another soul. "Are you tired? Rest well. As long as the roses exist, we will exist. Sleep." The girl's voice trembled slightly. and the vine slid down along Jiang Yi's face. Jiang Yi's eyelashes fluttered, just as the moving music played again and was about to hypnotize Jiang Yi. A faint, inconspicuous light lit up from the palm of his hand. That was the Wild Witch's glove. Fire, Chapter 644, Rose Pulse. As long as the roses exist, we will exist. In other words, as long as these roses existed, the monsters would always exist. Jiang Yi had tried bombs before, but ordinary bombs and fire were ineffective against the roses. In the final 3 seconds before the turtle immortal effect wore off, Jiang Yi suddenly thought of another kind of fire. The Wild Witch glove had 3 skills in total: teleportation, fire, and prophecy. After coming into contact with so many so-called special existences, Jiang Yi was more inclined to believe that these 3 skills corresponded to the 3 authorities of this Wild Witch. Teleportation represented extreme speed. Could it be that it meant being the best at running away? Thinking of the medieval wizards, both men and women, who had to be careful and keep their tails tucked between their legs, Jiang Yi fell silent for a moment. Looking at it this way, it makes sense. The flames are easier to understand now. In many legends, witches are the masters of fire. They use flames to concoct forbidden potions or forge forbidden artifacts. Of course, it is highly likely that they end up being forged by the flames themselves. The final authority is prophecy. This also fits a certain stereotype of a witch. Jiang Yi had previously used flames to burn the restless drones, compared to ordinary fire. The flames Jiang Yi saw from the witch were closer to a kind of purification. The purity of the flames was higher, and both the temperature and energy were far more terrifying. Besides that, Jiang Yi had used them once in the 5 seas. During his battle with Cecilia, she had used something similar to vines. And that was when Jiang Yi discovered that the flames from the wilderness witch's gloves had a much stronger burning effect on certain types of energy. Jiang Yi only had a vague idea in his mind, but he didn't dare to try it yet. After all, he only had one chance. If he decided to run, the teleportation function of the witch's gloves would also be essential. But as he listened, Jiang Yi solidified his train of thought. When Rose mistook him for Fawn, the words she spoke must have been the truth. If that was the case, then Rose was the source of the power here. Rose absorbed energy from the ground and absorbed the lingering obsession of this girl, giving birth to the Rose Monster. And the reason the Rose Monster could regenerate severed limbs was because as long as the source of the power it drew from did not disappear, it would not disappear either. Jiang Yi's fingers curled slightly. Rose seemed to realize something, but Jiang Yi took the initiative, turning his hand to grasp hers firmly. Rose was stunned for a moment. Jiang Yi spoke softly, "I'm sorry." With a boom, magnificent flames erupted from the hand Jiang Yi was holding Rose with, igniting flame at point-blank range almost instantly. Rose's body was engulfed in flames. A miserable, painful roar erupted from Rose's throat, but no matter what, she could not pull that hand she had personally placed in Jiang Yi's grip away. Vines surged frantically from Rose's body, supporting her frame to lift off the ground. Jiang Yi quickly understood her intention. She wanted to take the flames away from the ground so that she would only be bringing fire upon herself, without letting the roses below be burned to death by Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi silently apologized in his heart again, then extended his right hand. Above the big black-purple patterns lit up, loading his power to the maximum. Jiang Yi flicked his right hand, and the grappling hook he had used before appeared, with 4 swish sounds. 4 steel cables were fired out by Jiang Yi. The 4 cables connected to the 2 sides of the corridor, a corner of the manor building, and finally, the last one connected to one of the few attachment points he could find in the southwest direction, the headless statue of Fawn. The 4 steel cables exerted force simultaneously, and a creaking sound came from the big purple. The vines were still pushing upward from below, but Jiang Yi's figure seemed to be welded to the spot, not moving an inch. The flames gradually spread from Rose's body to the ground. No matter how special the vines were, they were still wood attribute objects, with the flames spreading from above. Soon, a large patch of roses was covered in fire. A shrill scream rang out, and a greater pulling force came from the vines. Jiang Yi was dragged forward, lunging ahead. Rose was actually trying to throw her entire body onto the burning flower bed. But no matter how Rose struggled, Jiang Yi's hand held onto hers with a death grip in a way. Perhaps This was what it meant to be together forever. The flames followed the ground and spread upward. A web of fire filled their vision, and the sky was dyed the color of flames. Layers of vines wrapped around Jiang Yi's body. Jiang Yi felt the strength of the vines and confirmed that her power was waning. Behind him, the crimson moon appeared. The crimson long blade streaked across like a meteor, severing the vines, trapping Jiang Yi's legs in one stroke. One of Jiang Yi's hands had to control Rose, and the other had to hold onto the steel cables on the ground. So, he simply opened his mouth and clamped the long blade between his teeth. When he watched Zoro use this technique, it looked so pleasing to the eye and so incredibly cool. But when he actually used it himself, Jiang Yi felt as if his mouth was being sliced open by something. It burned with pain. Regardless, the long blade was held in Jiang Yi's mouth, and he quickly found the right way to exert force. Jiang Yi leaned his body forward and slashed diagonally upward toward Rose's head. Slash. With one strike, a sharp blade or a bloom from Rose's head. With a clatter, half of Rose's head slid off from the top. Rose shrieked. Jiang Yi's gaze was cold and steady. In his vision, the severed part was oozing a thick green liquid, which was repairing the damaged area. But compared to the speed of regeneration when she first landed, this speed was much slower. In the time that followed, the two danced as if in a close embrace. Jiang Yi's fingers were locked tightly with Rose's, and the sound of the violin continued to play, only it had turned into a more impassioned movement. Jiang Yi's figure was anchored by the four steel cables, while beneath Rose's body were countless vines. At this moment, the two were locked in a stalemate, able only to move horizontally, and able to go upward. If one ignored the blade in Jiang Yi's mouth and the gaping wounds on Rose's body, this scene could even be considered harmonious.